Yuanzio broke out in cold sweat. She tightly held the reins of the carriage, but the horse, apparently frightened by something, was uncontrollable. It dashed wildly through the busy street, causing chaos wherever it went, knocking people over. If it hadn't been in the busy market, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Yuanzio could find a chance to jump off with Qingji. But now, surrounded by helpless civilians, she could only watch as they were hurt by the frightened horse. She simply couldn't do anything. Everyone move aside. Get out of the way. The horse is scared. Qingji saw she couldn't help Yuanzio and opened the small window of the carriage, shouting outside repeatedly. Ah, that child. People hiding by the street looked at the carriage rushing toward them with fear. A boy about 4 or 5 years old seemed too frightened to react. He stood frozen in the middle of the road, staring at the approaching carriage. Ah! My child. Save my child. Please, save my child. A woman ran madly toward the boy from afar, but her cries were powerless to stop the danger. She could only run and scream as she went. At this moment, who would dare to risk their life to pull the child away? The woman's voice was filled with despair. Yuanzio watched the increasingly close child, feeling anxious. She tightly pulled on the reins, but the horse did not move and continued to charge straight toward the child. The surrounding people gasped in alarm, some even closing their eyes in pity. If the horse collided with the child like this, the child would surely be killed. Yuanzio clenched her teeth and fiercely swung the whip, striking the horse's left side of the head. The horse, hit by the whip, cried out in pain and shifted a few steps to the right. Then it charged forward again, narrowly avoiding the boy's position. But in the next moment, the boy was about to be hit by the carriage. Everyone shouted in surprise. Yuanzio hooked her foot onto the carriage door, bent over on the galloping carriage, and quickly caught the boy in her arms. Then she threw him forcefully toward a strong man nearby. Catch him! The man, who had hesitated earlier to step forward and pull the boy away, was quick and brave. Seeing Yuanzio throw the boy, he hurried forward to catch him but was overwhelmed by the force and had to step back a few paces. Fortunately, the people behind hurriedly supported him, so he was unharmed. Seeing that the man caught the boy safely, Yuanzio breathed a sigh of relief. She skillfully flipped onto the carriage beam, trying to control the frightened horse. Luckily, the others were prepared, and the carriage sped safely toward the East City gate. The child, my child. The woman finally reached them, and seeing her son safe, she hugged him tightly and burst into tears. At this moment, the boy seemed to realize he was scared, and he clung to his mother, crying heartbrokenly. Everyone around sighed in relief, marveling at the boy's luck. The scene just now was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. That was Miss Yuan Air from the Yuan Mansion."
What? Who are you talking about?
Someone asked hurriedly. Miss Yuan Air, are you sure? Yes, I recognize her. That's Miss Yuan Air from the Yuan Mansion. During the Lantern Festival, I saw her clearly from nearby. I know her. It's definitely her. The person said proudly. Really, it's Miss Yuan Air. Oh my, Miss Yuan Air is so impressive. But how did Miss Yuan Air's horse get spooked? Yeah. Does that mean Miss Yuan Air is in trouble? Should we go tell the Yuan Mansion? For a moment, everyone was worried about Yuanzio's safety. Yuanzio struggled to control the speeding carriage as it rushed out of the east gate of the city, heading east. The horse was moving too fast, astonishing the guards at the city gate and even the people assigned to protect Yuanzio. They couldn't catch up, and anxiety grew. Yuanzio clenched her teeth, desperately pulling on the reins. The road outside the gate was bumpy, causing the carriage to shake more violently. The rough rope soon made her palms bleed. She couldn't let the horse run like this anymore. Yuanzio frowned tightly, sensing that if they kept going, they would be surrounded. But she couldn't cut the reins. If she did, she might be safe, but Qingji would be in danger. Yuanzio quickly thought and made a decision. She stuck a dagger into the carriage's front beam, using its force to try to leap onto the horse's back. But this move was very risky. A small mistake could cause her to fall into the carriage and be trampled by the galloping horse. She didn't dare be careless. Using the dagger, she adjusted her jumping angle. Second miss, don't. That's too dangerous. Qingji saw what Yuanzio was about to do as the warm curtain inside the carriage had already fallen. Qingji was very anxious, but her skills were weak, and she couldn't help Yuanzio much. At that moment, she hated herself for not practicing martial arts better. But she couldn't just watch Yuanzio take such a risk. Second miss, I'll do it. Although nervous, Qingji slowly moved her hand along the carriage wall to help. Hold on tight and don't move. Yuanzio noticed Qingji's action and shouted, if you don't, I won't take you back to the manor. Second, Mississippi, don't you listen to what I say? Yuanzio glared. Servant. Shut up. After saying that, Yuanzio aimed at a good angle, took a deep breath, and leapt onto the horse's back. She quickly grabbed the mane, stabilizing herself just in time. Qingji covered her mouth tightly, afraid to make any noise that might disturb Yuanzio and put her in danger. Seeing Yuanzio riding the horse successfully, she finally relaxed a little. Yuanzio was on the horse, took a deep breath and leaned forward, placing her hand on the horse's forehead. With a thought, a small fountain of water appeared in her palm. The water flowed along the horse's face into its eyes and mouth. Soon, the horse's speed began to slow down. Yuanzio seized the opportunity, tightly holding the horse's mane, and let out a long sigh. Finally, the carriage stopped. Yuanzio let out a deep breath of relief. That's great. Second miss. Servant. Qingji's voice came from inside the carriage, but suddenly stopped. Yuanzio's heart jumped in surprise, and she quickly looked back. What did you say? Hua Shifei suddenly stood up, looking at the person in front of him, and asked, did the horse panic? Is the second miss there? Is she hurt? The person was one of Hua Shifei's 2 subordinates sent to protect Yuanzio, Hua Wu. Hua Wu looked ashamed. Young master, the horse was startled. Hua San, and I couldn't stop it in time. Hua San went after the carriage. The driver jumped off the carriage. Hua Wu pointed to the man still fainting at his feet. I think you might have been tricked. Hua Shifei's brows furrowed tightly. Which way did the carriage go? East City Gate. Hurry and gather people to look for her at the East City Gate. Hua Shifei stepped out quickly. Keep a close watch on this person. We'll question her when she returns. Yes. Follow behind me. I'll go first. Hua Shifei was anxious. He couldn't wait for Hua Wu to gather the others, so he went alone toward the East City Gate. When he arrived at the gate and saw the soldiers guarding it, he asked hurriedly, which way did the carriage that startled the horse go? Young master. The soldier at the gate saw it was Hua Shifei and quickly pointed in a direction. That carriage went that way. Hua Shifei looked up, waved his whip, and sped off in the direction indicated. Meanwhile, Yuanzio heard Qingji suddenly stop moving behind her. She was startled and quickly looked back, only to see Qingji fainted inside the carriage. Yuanzio hurriedly got off the horse, jumped into the carriage, and grabbed Qingji's wrist to check her pulse. After a while, Yuanzio let out a sigh of relief. Qingji had fainted due to being overly nervous and anxious earlier, but there was no serious problem. Just as Yuanzio was about to turn the carriage back along the same route, her ears twitched slightly. From a distant place, the sound of hurried horse hooves reached her ears. Those sounds were coming from the opposite direction of the capital. Yuanzio squinted her eyes. This sudden horse incident was clearly a trap. If the Spring Nectar Pavilion's spring water hadn't improved her health, she wouldn't have been able to escape the runaway carriage, let alone control the wild horse. If that had happened, she could only let the carriage run into the trap set by those people. Outside the East City Gate was not an official road. Further ahead was a mass grave, rarely visited in normal times. Now it was obvious that things had gone beyond those people's expectations. Since she couldn't catch her carriage, they came looking for her. As for who these people were, Yuanzio had a rough idea in her mind. The sound of hooves grew closer. No matter what, her carriage couldn't outrun those people. Relying on the spring nectar pavilion, Yuan Zio wasn't afraid. However, seeing Qingji fainted made her hesitant. She wasn't sure if anyone besides her could enter the pavilion. Yuan Zio turned to look at the maid in the carriage, still unconscious. After thinking for a moment, she made a decision. Unexpectedly, that maid was truly taken into the spring nectar pavilion. And once the maid was inside, Yuan Zio immediately felt a strange and unfamiliar sensation. She was surprised to find that, while the maid was in the pavilion, she could control her, including her life and death. This discovery made Yuan Zio very happy. She quickly brought Qingji into the pavilion as well. Hearing the approaching hoofbeats, she softly leaned against the carriage wall, pretending to be unconscious. Soon, 3 horses galloped toward the carriage from afar. "I told you the medicine wasn't enough," one man said upon seeing the carriage. "Look, the carriage just stopped here. No wonder we waited so long and didn't see her." The man's awkward speech made Yuan Zio realize even more. These people were indeed the escaped villains from the Lantern Festival. She didn't expect they would target her. Could it be that they wanted to use her as a hostage to exchange for their companions? Yuan Zio remained calm, continuing to pretend to be unconscious, wanting to see what these people planned to do. Anyway, she had the spring nectar pavilion as her backup, so she felt confident. "Lu Dun, stop talking nonsense," another man's deep voice ordered. "Hurry up and take her away."
Got it.
The man called Lu Dun chuckled. "Let's tie this girl onto that horse. Najir is quite good. She even picked a fine horse from Yuan's estate. Later, this horse will be ridden by the 3rd prince." As he spoke, he stepped forward, grabbed Yuan Zio, and threw her onto the horse's back. Yuan Zio tried hard not to reveal any flaws, while the man called Lu Dun tied her onto a horse. She was secretly surprised inside. The 3rd prince. Could it be that among the prisoners in the big prison, there is the so-called 3rd prince? If so, what is this 3rd prince doing sneaking into the capital of Delhi? And that Nashir, listening to Lu Dun's words and considering that the maid who deceived her is probably a servant from Yuan's household, Yuan Zio became very suspicious. Nashir is now in Yuan's house, but who exactly is she? Yuan Zio had no idea. Lu Dun looked at Yuan Zio's face and whistled. "I wonder what Nashir is thinking. She wants to put such a pretty girl together with that man. That man is so effeminate. They are not a good match. She's a bit young. If she were a bit older, I would want to take her back." "Stop talking so much, Lu Dun," a deep male voice said unhappily. "Hurry up and leave here." After speaking, he rode away on his horse first. All right, I won't say more," Lu Dun muttered, then grumbled. "This little girl can't hear anything, so what's there to be afraid of? Lu Dun, if you keep talking, Lord Qianhu will be angry. Let's go quickly. If someone chases us, it will be trouble," another person who had been silent whispered to Lu Dun. Okay, let's go," Lu Dun said, pouting. He mounted his horse, led the horse tied to Yuan Zio, and the group rode off. After they left, it was quite a while before Huisan hurried over. Seeing that the carriage was no longer attached to a horse and that the inside was empty, Huisan angrily punched the carriage pole. Someone clearly didn't want him to catch up with the second Mrs. Carriage, constantly blocking him in secret but not showing himself, slowing him down until now. It's too late. The second miss was gone. Huisan shot a loud arrow, and soon Ho Shifei arrived. "Young master." Huisan couldn't protect the second miss, Huisan said guiltily, kneeling on one knee to apologize when he saw Ho Shifei. "Once everything is settled, go and accept your punishment," Ho Shifei said sternly.
Yes.
"I'll go look for her first." "You wait here with Hu Wu and the others," Ho Shifei ordered. "Yes." Ning Xiaobo felt that things hadn't been going well for him lately. At the Yuan mansion, it was rare to see Yuan Zio, and even rarer to find her at her shop. When he went there, he couldn't see her at all. The shopkeeper and assistants all had eyes on the sky and stubbornly refused to let him see Yuan Zio. Today, he knew Yuan Zio had gone to the shop, so he decided to wait outside until she came out. But shortly after leaving the mansion, He was knocked out. When he woke up, he was tied inside a dark thatched hut. No matter how much he shouted, no one paid him any attention. Ning Xiaoba was very scared. He couldn't remember which god or spirit he might have offended, and now he was trapped here. Just when Ning Xiaoba was about to break down from fear, the door of the hut was opened. Someone was carried in and thrown onto a pile of hay nearby.
Who are you?
Ning Xiaoba didn't see clearly who was brought in, only looking at the man standing in the light with fear. The man didn't speak. He looked at Ning Xiaoba coldly, then suddenly drew a long sword and approached him.
Ah!
Ning Xiaoba screamed in fright, trembling and begging, "Don't kill me. Please, I'll give you whatever you want. Just don't hurt me." The man ignored him. He stepped forward and slashed with his sword.
Ah!
Oh my! Ning Xiaoba's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. A foul smell filled the air. The man cut the ropes binding Ning Xiaoba and looked at him with disdain, muttering something about a useless person. Then he turned and left, locking the hut door behind him. After he left, Yuan Zio opened her eyes. With a thought, the ropes around her vanished instantly. The faint smell made her cover her nose. She stood up and looked at Ning Xiaoba, who was still unconscious nearby. Yuan Zio looked confused. If she still had some use, those bad people might want to exchange her for the third prince. But what about Ning Xiaoba? Why had these people tied him up? Since she couldn't figure it out, she didn't want to investigate further. Her main goal now was to deal with those bad people. She looked at Ning Xiaoba with disgust. She really didn't want to take him into her treasure pavilion, especially since he smelled so bad. After some thought, Yuan Zio took out a package of sleeping powder from her space. This powder was the same one that the villain had used on her earlier. However, since Yuan Zio is now immune to all poisons, the powder was useless to her. When the villain put the powder away, Yuan Zio naturally seized the opportunity and took the powder into the Cheongjiang pavilion. Now this powder was just what she needed. She secretly slipped into another thatched hut after giving Ning Xiaoba some of the powder. Inside, she listened carefully. 2 villains were in that hut. Lu done. Kuchulu went to deliver the message? She heard the deep voice of a man ask. Yes, Commander Qian. Lu done quickly replied. Are those 2 people properly taken care of? The commander asked again. Yes, Commander.
Liu Dan answered.
I gave the second Miss Yuan enough of the powder, and I cut the ropes on that man. Now, the 2 are alone in the room. When that man wakes up, he'll naturally want to do something good. He's awake? The commander asked suspiciously. Did you knock him out? No way.
Liu Dan scoffed.
I just wanted to scare him a bit. I cut his ropes with a knife. But he was so scared he fainted. What a coward. I don't know what Najir is thinking, letting that second Miss Yuan stay with such a man. It's really unfair to her. Humph. You're feeling sorry for her? The commander snorted.
Hihi. Liu Dan chuckled mischievously.
That girl is really lively. I've been thinking. Once this is over, I'll ask the third prince for a favor. I want to take this girl back to Chile to be a warm bed companion. Humph. Do as you like, as long as the third prince agrees. After all, she's from the Dali dynasty, the commander said. Right now, the most urgent thing is to rescue the third prince. Don't worry, Commander. I have it under control. Lu Dun quickly assured. Outside the hut, Yuan Zio's face was cold and serious. She never expected that these villains had brought Ning Xiaoba here with such a plan. She had no dealings with these villains. She suspected that the real person who wanted to ruin her was still at Yuan's residence, Najir. They wanted to use Ning Xiaoba to tarnish her reputation, and now he was at Yuan's house. Yuan Zio narrowed her eyes. She had a rough idea of what was happening, but she needed to confirm it further. Regarding the 2 people inside the house, Yuan Zio looked at the distance. They were less than 3 feet away. She suddenly had an idea and took the 2 bad guys into the Jade Nectar Pavilion. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, they immediately fainted. However, right after she brought the 2 villains into the Jade Nectar Pavilion, Yuan Zio's face turned pale. She felt a sharp pain in her head like needle stabbing, and sweat appeared on her forehead. Yuan Zio was startled. It seemed that bringing people into the Jade Nectar Pavilion was not without limits. She quickly drank some spring water, but the headache did not ease. She had to lean against the wall, squat down slowly, and close her eyes, waiting for the pain to lessen. She couldn't stay here long. The person named Kota hadn't returned yet, and her current condition made her no match for that person. When the pain eased a little, Yuanzio opened her eyes and looked around. The two thatched houses were in a forest, probably the former residence of the forest guards. Now, they seemed abandoned and a bit dilapidated. These villains really knew how to choose their places. I wonder if brother she knows I've been taken here. Yuanzio endured her headache and decided to lead a horse away first. Nay, nay. Hearing the sound, Yuanzio looked over. A horse tied to a tree was calling out to her, kicking its hooves excitedly. Was this the horse that had been drugged earlier? Yuanzio approached, stroked the horse's mane. The horse seemed very happy and kept rubbing against her, showing affection. We've shared hardships now, Yuanzio said with a smile, patting the horse's head. She untied the rope, endured her headache, and mounted the horse. Then she said, let's go back quickly. We shouldn't make a big fuss. The horse seemed to understand. Without her pulling the reins, it trotted out of the forest on its own. The forest was large, and Yuanzio was blindfolded. Luckily, the horse knew the way. But before leaving the woods, Yuanzio heard the sound of urgent hooves. Her face changed. She quickly pulled the reins. The horse was obedient and automatically moved into the shadows of the forest with her. Trying to enter the Jade Nectar Pavilion, Yuanzio felt a little nervous. She couldn't go inside now. She could only take out some small items or spring water from the pavilion. The person riding a sturdy black horse had a strong build and a thick beard. It was likely Kutu, the man the two villains had mentioned earlier. Yuanzio quietly hid alone in the shadows of the forest with her horse. When the person had gone far enough, she hurriedly stepped out of the shadows and headed downhill. Yuanzio still felt a sharp pain in her head but forced herself to stay alert as she urged her horse down the mountain. Soon after, she heard faint hoofbeats behind her. She knew that Kuta had noticed something was wrong and was now chasing her. Quickly, faster. Yuanzio gave the horse some spring water, then gently pressed her calves against the horse's belly and whispered softly. The horse responded to her command and ran even faster. Yuanzio only felt the wind rushing past her ears, but the bumps on the horse made her headache worse. Still, she dared not stop because she was no match for Kutu in her current state. The horse galloped all the way to the foot of the mountain, but the hoofbeats behind her grew closer. Stop right there. A loud shout came from behind. Yuanzio didn't respond and urged her horse to go even faster. I said stop. The voice sounded angry and frantic, seeming to be getting closer. Yuanzio clenched her teeth, lowered her body, and hoped to put more distance between her and Kutu. Suddenly, a breaking sound came from behind. The horse let out a long neigh, then Yuanzio felt the horse dip down and tilt to the right. Caught off guard, she fell to the ground with the horse and rolled a few times before stabilizing herself. Looking toward the horse, Yuanzio saw that a short arrow was stuck in the horse's right hind leg. The horse was now lying on its side, crying out in pain. With the horse injured and unable to run, Yuanzio had no choice but to stand up despite her headache. She held a dagger in one hand and a soft whip in the other, squinting as Kutu drew nearer. Running away, huh? Kuta rode up on his horse, pulled it to a stop, and looked down at Yuanzio. I only ask you what happened to the Qianhu and Aludun. Why should I tell you? Yuanzio took a few steps back, creating distance from Kutu. You woman! Kuta's eyes, as big as a cow's, widened in anger. I'm not as soft as Aludun. I advise you to tell the truth honestly. Otherwise, the hostages I'll use for exchange won't need to be very intact. Do you understand? You're so bold. Yuanzio felt nervous but kept her composure. In our great Li dynasty, threatening our people is unforgivable. Humph. Kutu lifted one leg and jumped off his horse.
And what if it is?
If you are smart, Immediately go back with me and tell me where Manhwa and Aludan are, or I will make you regret coming into this world.
Dream on.
Yuan Zio snorted coldly. Oh, really? Kutu squinted his eyes. Since you're refusing to cooperate, I won't hold back. I've heard that Miss Yuan is a brave woman. Today, I want to see what a heroine of the Great Li dynasty looks like. After speaking, Kutu's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. I hear women of the Great Li dynasty care a lot about their reputation. If your reputation is ruined today, will you regret not listening to me? Shameless. Yuan Zio gritted her teeth, tightly gripping her dagger and soft whip. She had no way out now, only risking everything. Kutu didn't seem in a hurry to fight Yuan Zio. He moved his horse aside, leisurely slung his bow and arrow on his back, and drew a long sword from his waist. Woman. Kutu sneered. Today, I want you to understand that women are always just accessories to men. Then, Kutu charged at Yuan Zio with his long sword. Yuan Zio endured her headache, swinging her soft whip and throwing stones on the ground at Kutu. Kutu swung his sword so tightly that it blocked her attacks. Woman, if that's all you've got, you'd better surrender early. But that depends on whether you have the ability. Yuan Zio snorted coldly, retreating while swinging her soft whip and continuously throwing stones at Kutu. Gradually, most of the large stones around Yuan Zio had been thrown away. Only small stones remained. Seeing this, Kutu burst into laughter, stopping his attack. The small stones were like tickling him. Women, you've thrown all the stones. Kutu sneered. If you have the guts, keep throwing. Let's see where you'll find more stones. He walked toward Yuan Zio while speaking. Yuan Zio seemed angry. She gathered a handful of sand with her soft whip and threw it at Kutu. Kutu didn't take it seriously. He just laughed and waved his hand casually in front of him. A heroine of the Great Li dynasty. It seems you're pretty good at acting cute. Humph. Yuan Zio didn't reply. She continued to toss more sand at Kutu. Kutu was not angry. He casually waved his hand and chuckled softly. Step by step, he slowly approached Yuan Zio. Woman, is that all you've got? It seems the so-called heroines of the Great Li dynasty are just empty fame. Besides throwing stones and sand, what else can you do? I advise you to surrender peacefully. I will. Suddenly, Kutu froze for a moment, then his body swayed. He quickly pressed his long sword into the ground, trying to steady himself, and gritted his teeth. Girl, what did you spray on me? Seeing Kutu's condition, Yuan Zio knew the sleeping potion was working. She kept a cautious distance and sneered. Guess yourself. Girl, how dare you trick me? Kutu felt his vision blur and dizziness take over. Yuan Zio's figure seemed to multiply from 1 to 2, then to 4. Humph. As the saying goes, all's fair in war. This is something your kind of brute force can't understand, Yuan Zio said coldly. Look down on women? Today, you'll see what happens to those who underestimate women.
You.
Kutu struggled to stay conscious. Girl, what did you put on me?
Ha.
Yuan Zio sneered. That's for your good friends to answer. Honestly, I don't even know what this medicine is. You. Kutu could no longer hold on. His vision darkened, and the last thing he saw was Yuan Zio standing proudly, looking at him with disdain. With a thud, Kutu fell to the ground unconscious. His last thought was, women are truly too cunning. Seeing Kutu collapse, Yuan Zio relaxed slightly, but felt her head ache even more. Worried that the sleeping potion might not be enough, she used a soft whip to administer another dose to Kutu before staggering over to the horse. The horse was lying on the ground, not neighing loudly, but moaning softly. When Yuan Zio approached, tears welled in its eyes, and it nuzzled her leg affectionately. Yuan Zio gently patted the horse's head to comfort it, then checked the injury on its right hind leg. The arrow was lodged very deep. She dared not pull it out easily, so she used some spring water to pour over the wound. The water seemed to ease the pain, and the horse struggled to stand up. Yuan Zio calmed the horse down, then pressed her forehead, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. You're. At that moment, the sound of hooves came from behind, along with the voice of Hua Shifei. Yuan Zio suddenly felt a surge of happiness in her heart. She struggled to turn her head and saw Hui Shifei riding his horse quickly toward her. Brother Shifei. Yuan Zio felt a wave of relief upon seeing him. An overwhelming tiredness suddenly swept over her, and everything went black as she lost consciousness.
Yue.
Yuan Zio felt as if she had returned to her past life. She saw Hui Shifei placing a bright green jade bracelet on her wrist, his eyes full of tenderness. I wanted to give you this bracelet 10 years ago. It's 10 years late, but I don't want to wait any longer. She saw her blood splashing onto the bracelet. She saw tears streaming down Hui Shifei's face, crying heartbreakingly. She felt the distance between her and Hui Shifei growing wider. No, she didn't want Hui Shifei to leave her. She was reluctant, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't touch him. There was an insurmountable barrier between them, which gradually turned into a blue, shimmering water surface. Brother Shifei. Yuan Zio suddenly sat up. Second miss. Qing rushed in crying, Second miss, you're finally awake. It's so good that you're awake. Qing. Yuan Zio looked at Qing, then at her room. It seemed Hui Shifei had returned her to the mansion.
Yue.
Lu Shi hurried over, supporting Bai Shuang. Seeing Yuan Zio truly awake, Lu Shi couldn't help but cry out loud, hugging her tightly. My Yuer, you scared mother to death. You really scared mother to death. Bai Shuang and Grandma Gui were also wiping tears, crying and comforting Lu Shi. Madam, it's good that the second miss is awake. We should quickly ask the doctor to examine her. Yuan Zio hugged Lu Shi and hurriedly comforted her. Mother, I'm fine. Don't cry. Yes. Lu Shi snapped out of her worry and quickly ordered Bai Shuang, send someone to invite Dr. Qian at once. Yes, madam. Bai Shuang responded and hurried out of the room. Does it hurt anywhere? Do you feel dizzy? Are you hungry? Lu Shi asked repeatedly, holding Yuan Zio's hand. Then she cursed bitterly. That hateful servant. How could she harm you like this? If I find out who did this, I won't let her go. Mother, I'm fine, just a little hungry, Yuan Zio said. When she woke up this time, the sharp pain like a needle had disappeared. Her whole body felt refreshingly clear, only her stomach was very hungry. Green Cherry, hurry up. Upon hearing this, Lady Lu quickly ordered, bring the meals to second miss quickly. Yes, madam. Green Cherry wiped her tears and went to the small kitchen. You've really suffered this time. Lady Lu held Yuan Zio tightly, unwilling to let go. My poor Yuer, I was so scared. If anything happens to you, how can I go on living? Yuan Zio quickly leaned into Lady Lu's arms, comforting her. Mom, I'm really fine now. Don't worry about me. Otherwise, I would feel heartbroken. Next time, don't believe what that servant girl says so easily. If I am unwell, even if I call you back, it will definitely be Bizio who is sent. Lady Lu gently stroked Yuan Zio's hair, with concern. Then she added with some anger, but that coachman and maid are in Fair's hands. If they were in front of me, I would skin them alive. Yes, mother. I will listen to you, and not trust that servant girls so easily anymore. Yuan Zio nodded obediently like a chick pecking at rice. Just as Lady Lu was about to say more, Bizio entered. Madam, the young master is still outside.
Oh.
Lady Lu quickly said, please, invite the young master in. She asked the maid to help Yuan Zio put on a large cloak and said, you've been unconscious for 3 days. Fair has been here watching over you all this time. When I just found out you woke up, I got so excited I forgot Faye was outside. 3 days. Yuan Zio secretly gasped. She didn't expect she had been unconscious for 3 days again. Thinking back to what happened, she couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. From now on, she must be more careful. While she was thinking, Hui Shifei quickly followed Bizio inside. Lady Lu. Hui Shifei first bowed respectfully to Lady Lu, then hurriedly looked at Yuan Zio. Are you feeling better? Brother Shifei. Yuan Zio saw Hui Shifei, and her eyes turned red. Hui Shifei saw her sadness and quickly comforted her. It's all over now. You're fine, really fine.
Mm.
Yuan Zio pouted slightly and nodded obediently. Lady Lu and the maid exchanged smiles. The maid helped Lady Lu sit on a nearby embroidery stool. Brother Shifei. The moment Yuan Zio saw Hua Shifei, she felt wronged. She quickly composed herself and asked, Mother said you stayed for 3 days. You must be busy. Don't overexert yourself. Don't worry. I've handed everything over to my brothers. Nothing will go wrong, Hua Shifei said with a smile. Regarding Yuan Zio's kidnapping by the villains, neither Yuan Zio nor Hua Shifei mentioned it. Even the Yuan family members only thought Yuan Zio fainted because her horse was frightened and she was overly scared.
Oh.
Yuan Zio nodded, suddenly remembering the horse. She felt that the horse seemed to have some spirit after drinking from the spring. Fearing that her fainting might hurt the horse, she hurriedly asked, By the way, Brother Shi, what about that horse? Hua Shifei smiled and said, Don't worry. The horse hurt its leg, but I've arranged for someone to take care of it.
It will be fine.
Once it heals, I will send it to you.
Oh.
Yuan Zio relaxed. Then Lu Shi said, Fear, I think that horse should be dealt with soon. It went crazy this time. Who knows if it will do so again? If it hurts someone again, what should we do? Hua Shifei smiled and said, Aunt Lu, don't worry. The horse was just startled. Once I train it properly, it will be fine. Yuan Zio also quickly said, Mother, I like that horse. All right, Lu Shi had to agree. But it must be well trained first. Of course. At this moment, a little girl's voice was heard outside the door. Grandmother. When old lady Yuan entered the room, everyone bowed politely. How is the second girl? Old lady Yuan asked Yuan Zio. Is she feeling unwell? Yuan Zio smiled softly and said, Thank you for your concern, grandmother. I am fine now. That's good. Old lady Yuan said. But it's best to have the doctor check her. Lu Shi said quietly, Mother, I've already sent someone to invite the doctor. He should arrive soon. Old lady Yuan nodded and looked at Hua Shifei, then smiled and said, Young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Please, grandmother, go ahead, Hua Shifei replied politely. Old lady Yuan smiled and said, I speak frankly. If I say anything inappropriate, I hope you won't mind. Grandmother, you're too kind, Hua Shifei said with a gentle smile. Then I'll speak plainly, old lady Yuan continued. Although the young master and the second girl are engaged, they are not yet married. If you stay in her room, it might not be proper. Hearing this makes sense, Hua Shifei nodded with a smile. I apologize if I was too presumptuous. I will take my leave now. After speaking, she bowed to the old lady and Lu, then said to Yuan Zio, You rest assured and focus on recovering. I will come to see you again next time. Yes, I am already better. Don't worry, Yuan Zio replied. She then saw Hua Shifei silently tell her, I'll visit you tonight, while carrying the old lady and Lu away. Yuan Zio smiled softly. Not long after Hua Shifei left, Dr. Qian arrived to check Yuan Zio's pulse. He said she was fine and prescribed some calming medicine before leaving. Hearing that Yuan Zio was safe, the old lady and Lu felt relieved. Qing Ying brought some light food, and Yuan Zio ate a little before resting. They advised her to take good care of herself. Then the old lady and Lu left Weo Pavilion. Mother. As soon as they left, Lu bowed to the old lady, her voice a bit cold. This time, my daughter-in-law won't let this go easily. If she finds evidence, I hope Mother won't show favoritism. After bowing, Lu returned to Lu Feng Garden. The old lady was left standing there, her face pale with anger. She asked Maid Bai, What do you think she means? Maid Bai sighed. Old madam, the second madam is very angry too. Angry? Who isn't worried when the second daughter has an accident? But who is she talking about? The old lady said angrily. Could it be that she blames me for the horse incident this time? Old madam, the second madam went to see the second miss, but she was stopped outside the yard, Xiao Yao reminded her. But the old lady wanted to say that this matter had nothing to do with the second house, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Old madam, let's go back first, Maid Bai advised. She and Xiao Yao helped the old lady back to Shosong Hall. Qing helped Yuan Zio lie down. Seeing her brows still furrowed with worry, Yuan Zio smiled and said, Qing, I am fine now. Don't worry. Yes. Second miss. Qing adjusted her blanket and smiled softly. Even if you're fine, you should rest well. You don't know, you were unconscious for 3 days, and the madam and the young master were very worried. Yuan Zio saw that although Qing was smiling, her eyes and expression still looked worried. She asked, Qing, what exactly happened? Second miss. Qing hesitated, biting her lip. She was still unwell herself and unsure whether she should tell Yuan Zio what she knew. What's going on? Yuan Zio looked at Qing's expression and couldn't help feeling worried. Are you still hiding something from me? Qing, tell me what really happened. Qing's eyes turned red, and she knelt in front of Yuan Zio's bed, tears falling down. Second miss. Qing has gone missing. It's been 3 days. The young master has sent people to search everywhere, but no one has found her.
I don't know how Qing is right now.
Qing. Yuan Zio's heart moved, and she nervously glanced at Qing, who was still unconscious in the Jingling Pavilion. She had truly forgotten about Qing. Qing was still in her pavilion. It would be strange if she could find her easily.
Cough, cough.
Yuan Zio awkwardly cleared her throat and quietly said to Qing is fine. Don't worry.
What?
Qing, who was already feeling sad, was surprised and happy upon hearing Yuan Zio. Really? Second miss. Qing is okay? Yes, she's fine. Yuan Zio nodded.
But
Qing still looked worried. Where is Qing now? Is she hungry or cold? By the way, second miss, how do you know Qing is safe? I personally hid Qing. Yuan Zio thought bitterly about those villains and not Chier. If they hadn't tried to kidnap her, she wouldn't have brought Qing into the Jingling Pavilion. Now, she was desperately thinking of how to let Qing out without raising suspicion. Personally hiding Qing? Qing was confused and blinked, asking, Second miss, wasn't the carriage you and Qing rode in startled? Why do you still need to hide Qing? Qing, go tell Luer to guard the door and not let anyone in, Yuan Zio ordered softly. Yes, second miss. Qing went to the yard. After giving her instructions, she returned and said, Second miss, everything is arranged. Qing understood that Yuan Zio probably had something important to say. The incident with the startled horse that day was not accidental, Yuan Zio whispered to Qing. She then briefly explained what happened that day, omitting the details about Jingling Pavilion, only saying she took advantage of the moment when no one was watching to hide the unconscious Qing. Yuan Zio knew her story might not hold up under scrutiny, but luckily, Qing was the most loyal. Even if something seemed a bit off, Qing wouldn't question it. Green Cherry widened her eyes in shock, feeling scared inside. She hurriedly threw herself beside Yuan Zio and said anxiously, Second miss, how could this happen? Are you feeling unwell now? I will ask Dr. Qian to come and check your pulse carefully, so nothing is missed. Yuan Zio quickly comforted Green Cherry. I'm really fine. Besides, I haven't suffered any loss. Those bad people have learned their lesson. You can rest assured. Only then did Green Cherry relax, and she thought of Qing. Oh, I wonder if Qing has woken up now, or where she has gone. If she hasn't woken up, could she be in danger? I pressed Qing's sleep point and hid her very secretly, Yuan Zio said. Tomorrow, we will leave the house and bring Qing back. Second miss, you are just right. How can I leave the house? Let me go instead. Green Cherry quickly offered. Yuan Zio said, Don't worry, it's fine. That's settled. Seeing Yuan Zio insist, Green Cherry had no choice but to agree. Yuan Zio then said, The young master knows about this. Since he told the house, I think he has kept this matter quiet. You just don't need to know everything. Yes, second miss, I understand, Green Cherry replied, knowing her place. Once she was assured that Qing was safe, Green Cherry felt relieved. She lit a calming incense and left the room. That night, Green Cherry worried that Yuan Zio might have nightmares from her recent shock, so she stayed awake on the bed to keep watch. Yuan Zio refused. Later, Huashifei was coming, and she had some things she wanted to discuss with him. After much persuasion, Green Cherry finally let her go to the East Room. "Brother Zeif, is that you?" When she heard movement by the window, Yuan Zio, dressed in a thick cloak, sat on the bed and softly asked, "It's me, Yuaner. Are you feeling better?" Hua Shifei quietly jumped in through the window. "Everything is fine now." Yuan Zio quickly stood up and pulled Hua Shifei to sit on the bed. Noticing that Hua Shifei's hand was a little cold, she scolded gently, "In this late hour, why didn't you wear more clothes?" She then placed a small warming stove next to her and put it in Hua Shifei's hand. Hua Shifei appreciated the warmth but said with a smile, "It's not that delicate." Seeing Yuan Zio give him a playful look, he quickly laughed and said, "All right, I'll hold it."
Yuana.
Hua Shifei also placed Yuan Zio's hand on the warm hand heater. Seeing that Yuan Zio only slightly struggled, he smiled and said, "I've kept quiet about your recent matter. Everyone only knows you startled the horse. Don't accidentally reveal anything." "Yes, I understand," Yuan Zio nodded. "One more thing," Hua Shifei added. "The coachman was caught, but we haven't found the person he mentioned. The maidservant is also missing now. You should stay home for a while. The person behind this hasn't been caught yet, and I'm worried they might try to harm you again. I have some clues about who ordered the coachman and maidservant," Yuan Zio said after thinking for a moment, then looked up at Hua Shifei. "Who is it?" Hua Shifei asked quickly. "Has that bad person been caught?" Yuan Zio asked instead of answering. Hua Shifei nodded. "He's in the jail under the authority of the capital's official. Unfortunately, there might still be others who escaped. We can't find them now." Yuan Zio blinked. The escapees are in her Jingjiang pavilion, but she really can't let them out now. If she does, she won't be able to explain herself and might bring trouble. As for telling Hua Shifei about Jingjiang pavilion, Yuan Zio had no such plan. She worried that if Hua Shifei found out, he might think she's a demon and stay away. That would be hard for her to accept. In her past life, she knew Hua Shifei loved her deeply, but that didn't mean she could test their feelings with these mysterious and strange secrets. Did they catch that bad person? Hua Shifei asked with a serious face. "He's very tight-lipped and won't say anything." "I know a little," Yuan Zio said quickly. Hua Shifei hurriedly asked, Did you hear anything?" "Yes," Yuan Zio replied. "Before I escaped, I overheard some things. They are from the Chili tribe. I don't know what they want to do in our Great Li dynasty, but during the Shangyuan festival, one of the people you caught was their third prince." "What did you say?" Hua Shifei was surprised, his voice rising slightly. "Sho." Yuan Zio signaled him to lower his voice and listened carefully to the sounds outside. Hua Shifei also felt he was too excited. It's been over a month, and these bad guys are all stubborn and tight-lipped. No matter what, they couldn't get any information out of them. Only after hearing Yuan Zio's words did he lose his composure. He quickly asked in a low voice, Are you sure one of them is the Chili tribe's third prince?" "Yes, I am sure," Yuan Zio nodded confidently. "Also, the person we caught a few days ago is named Kutu. The other two who disappeared are called a Lu Dun and a man who is 100 households. They probably have a partner named Nashir, who is now hiding in our house. The people who planned to kidnap me, including the maid and the coachman, were led by Nashir. Are there spies from the Chili in your house?" Hua Shifei felt the situation might be more serious than he thought. "Do you know who that person is?" "I can't be completely sure yet," Yuan Zio said. "But I have a general idea. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably my second aunt's close maid, Rendong. Once, I accidentally found out that Rendong knows martial arts and is quite skilled, better than me. And also," Yuan Zio paused, looked up at Hua Shifei and said, "A few days ago, did you find Ning Xiaoba in a thatched hut in the forest?" "He's my second aunt's nephew." Hua Shifei nodded. "Yes, we did. But Ning Xiaoba seemed to be affected by something and couldn't answer anything. He's still not clear-headed and keeps begging not to be killed. It seems he was very frightened that day. Finding Ning Xiaoba was probably Rendong's idea. She planned to ruin my reputation with Ning Xiaoba. That way, they could achieve 3 things at once." Yuan Zio gritted her teeth and decided to tell Hua Shifei some truths.
What?
Huo Shifei's eyes burned with anger after hearing Yuan Zio. He thought that if Yuan Zio hadn't escaped, those people would have succeeded. His anger grew. I will never forgive these scoundrels. Feeling Huo Shifei's fury, Yuan Zio gently held his hand. Don't be angry. I'm fine now. Huo Shifei forced himself to suppress his anger and asked, You said 3 things at once. What are they? Yuan Zio sneered coldly. First, those people kidnapped me to exchange for their 3rd prince. Second, they want to ruin my marriage with you. Third, if I get a bad reputation, I will have to marry Ning Xiaoba. That way, the Ning family can get a large dowry. Isn't that 3 things at once? Do you suspect your second aunt? She might not know about the kidnapping, Yuan Zio said calmly. But if she wants me to marry Ning Xiaoba, she probably has her own plans because... Yuan Zio looked at Huo Shifei and said, Yuan Zidong wants to marry you. Ning's family had similar plans in their past life, but they never succeeded. Huo Shifei was surprised and widened his eyes. He didn't realize Yuan Zidong still had such dirty thoughts about himself. He quickly said, I absolutely have no feelings for your older cousin. Yuan Zio smiled and said, I know. If you had other thoughts, I would not want you anymore. Don't think that way. Huo Shifei gently frowned and held Yuan Zio's hand. No matter what, I only trust you. Yuan Zio blushed and quickly changed the subject. Brother Shi, I plan to wait until my father and 2 brothers return, then ask my mother to talk to my father about dividing the family. I feel that uncle's family doesn't like us very much. Yes, Zio, I will help you find that person who is hiding, Huo Shifei said with a plan in mind. Don't act rashly. I will send you news, and I will also help you find your maid Qingji. Okay. As night fell, Huo Shifei's eyes darkened. It seemed that the girl was not in a hurry about her maid's disappearance. There were also many loopholes in her words today. She had secrets. But there was no rush. He would wait for her to come to him voluntarily. It's getting late. I should go back now. Rest early, Huo Shifei softly told Yuan Zio as the night grew darker. By the way, Huo Shifei was about to leave when he remembered something. I remember my mother found a maid for you. Why didn't she come today? You mean Granny Gu? Yuan Zio said Granny Gu said she had some things to do. She sent a message a few days ago, saying she needed a few more days. It should be soon. Huo Shifei nodded and said, Then I'll go now. You rest quickly. Yuan Zio nodded. After Huo Shifei left, she went to sleep. Early the next morning, before dawn, Qingying stared in shock at Yuan Zio. Second young lady, you want us to sneak out of the house?
Yes.
Otherwise, do you think my mother would let me leave? Yuan Zio said. Quick, find the outfit we wore when we disguised as boys in the borderlands. Let's pack up and leave quickly.
No.
Qingying hurriedly said, Second young lady, this is in the capital, not the borderlands. If someone finds out, what will we do? It's fine. Hurry up. Let's go and come back quickly. Yuan Zio saw Qingying still wanting to persuade herself and pretended to be angry, saying, Qingying, if you say another word, I will leave the house myself. Don't. Qingying quickly replied, All right, second miss, I'll go get the carriage. Unable to do anything, Qingying took off her clothes. The servant and the young lady changed outfits, and Qingying tied her hair in a man's style. Before dawn, they quietly climbed over the back garden wall and left Yuan's house. Once outside, Yuan Zio told Qingying to rent 2 horses at the carriage station. When the city gate opened, they rode out through the east gate. They reached the nearby forest and Yuan Zio said, The forest is hard to walk through. Find a good spot to tie the horses. I need to go check on Qingji first. Yes, second miss. Qingying agreed without suspicion and hurriedly went. While she was gone, Yuan Zio quickly found a hidden cave covered with dry grass. He pointed to Qingji, who was sleeping, and placed her inside. Qingying, come quickly. Qingji is right here. Yuan Zio pushed aside the dry grass in front of the cave and waved to Qingying from afar. Hearing the call, Qingying hurried over. She looked at the cave and said, No wonder those people couldn't find her. This cave is so well hidden. Yuan Zio chuckled secretly and said, "Let's go inside quickly." The servant and the young lady entered the cave and saw Qingji leaning against the wall, still not awake. Qingning was anxious and checked her carefully. Seeing that Qingji was fine, she finally relaxed. "Second miss, please untie Qingji's acupoint," Qingning said urgently. Yuan Zio untied Qingji, and soon she woke up. When Qingji opened her eyes and saw Yuan Zio, she was happy and said, "Second miss." Qingning asked nearby, "Qingji, are you hungry? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Qingji turned to see Qingning and looked confused. "Qingning, why are you here?" "Oh, wait, Qingning, why are you and the second miss dressed like this? Where are we? Where's the carriage? You've been here for 3 days." Qingning explained. "It was the second miss who hid you here. She was injured and unconscious for 3 days, so she came to find you today." Qingji looked puzzled. "What exactly happened? Let's wait until we get back. Qingning will tell you everything slowly," Yuan Zio said. "First, let Qingji eat something. She must be starving after these days." Hearing this, Qingji touched her stomach and smiled shyly. "I am a bit hungry." No wonder she was hungry. Blue Cherry happily handed a small bundle to Green Branch.
These are some snacks.
"You eat them first. When you return, I will make you some delicious food." "Yes." Green Branch was very hungry and didn't care about anything else, so she quickly started eating. After Green Branch finished eating, Yuan Zio shared her plan. "Green Branch, later I and Blue Cherry will take you outside the city gate. After that, you will go into the city alone. Once inside, find shopkeeper Xiao at the shop and ask him to send someone to deliver a message to the mansion for me. When I return to the mansion, if anyone asks, just say you got separated from me a few days ago and got lost in the woods. You just found your way back now." "Yes, I understand," Second Miss Green Branch nodded in reply. Yuan Zio felt relieved inside and was again grateful for Blue Cherry and Green Branch's loyalty. If it had been anyone else, her actions and words might have caused trouble. After they finished planning, Yuan Zio and Blue Cherry took Green Branch to a spot outside the East City Gate. Green Branch was sent to find shopkeeper Xiao. The two of them returned their horses, then quietly, when no one was watching, climbed over the wall into Yuan Mansion's back garden. They carefully avoided being seen and sneaked back to Wuyo Pavilion, lucky that no one noticed. By the afternoon, Green Branch returned to the mansion. Lucia learned that Green Branch was back and told the housekeeper, "Yor cares a lot about her 2 maids. I didn't dare tell Yor before, but now that Green Branch has come back, it will save Yor from being sad." "That's right." The housekeeper smiled. "There's no one in the whole mansion kinder than Second Mississippi." Lucia listened and nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, Green Branch, after returning home, secretly heard about the dangerous day Blue Cherry had described. She was so frightened her face turned pale. When she saw Yuan Zio, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "Second Miss, you've suffered so much." Yuan Zio understood that Blue Cherry and Green Branch had told her this, and she smiled. "It's all in the past now." Green Branch wiped her tears and looked determined. "Second Miss, I will practice martial arts well in the future to protect you."
Wow.
Since Green Branch had returned, Blue Cherry felt relieved and smiled. "I didn't think I knew you. You're the type to give up after a few days or get tired just standing around." "I don't believe it." "Humph, just wait and see." Green Branch snorted defiantly. "All right, we'll all wait and see," Yuan Zio said with a smile. Because Lucia was worried, she kept Yuan Zio confined at Wuyo Pavilion to rest. That day, Yuan Zio received an invitation from Princess Linyang. Yuan Zio was feeling bored when someone quickly came in and invited Princess Linyang inside. Yuan Zio wanted to bow to the princess, but was stopped by her. "You are still sick, no need for such formalities," said Princess Linyang. "Then I will just bow a little more respectfully." Yuan Zio smiled. The princess waved her hand. "Between sisters, there's no need to worry about manners. You're better now. I've only been in the palace a few days, and look at the fuss you caused. You scared me." She patted her chest in relief. "Don't worry about me. Your Highness, Yuan Zio said with a smile. I'm fine now, my mother is just worried and keeps me resting. Actually, I've recovered quite a bit. Such a shock should be taken seriously and rested well, said the princess. Don't be careless. Besides, in a few days, the Empress Dowager might call you into the palace. The Empress Dowager? Calling me into the palace? Yuan Zio was really surprised by the princess's words. She had no dealings with the palace in her past or present life, so suddenly hearing that the Empress Dowager wanted to summon her made her nervous. Yes, the princess said with a smile. Yuan Zio looked startled, and the princess couldn't help but smile. Are you scared? She asked. Princess, I won't hide it. I am a little scared, Yuan Zio admitted with a shy smile. Why would the Empress Dowager call me into the palace all of a sudden? My father. The princess shrugged. The tea you gave earlier was good, and when you opened your shop, you gave me a few more packets. But my father took most of them. You know, my father is a filial son and naturally wants to give good things to the Empress Dowager, so he sent them into the palace. And then? Yuan Zio blinked and asked. Well, the Empress Dowager liked the tea and asked where my father got it. The princess sipped her tea. My father came to ask me, and I told him about you. After that, the Empress Dowager said she wanted to find a good day to summon you into the palace. Yuan Zio never expected that her tea would attract the Empress Dowager's attention again. Fortunately, her fainting spell wasn't entirely bad. Since waking up, she had learned more about the springs in the Jiujiang Pavilion. The origin of the Cheongjiang Pavilion and the spring water is unknown, but the spring water is believed to have the magical effect of curing all poisons and illnesses. However, diluted spring water loses its detoxifying power. When diluted, it can only improve the taste of food and strengthen the body. I'm worried I don't know the etiquette of the palace. If I make a mistake in front of the Empress Dowager, it would be bad, Yuan Zio said anxiously. Don't worry, I'm just greeting you first, Princess, Lin Yang smiled. You're still sick. Besides, these days the Empress Dowager is focused on worshipping Buddha and isn't paying attention to anything else. You should have your mother find an etiquette teacher to instruct you. Yes, Zio understands. Thank you, Princess. Yuan Zio quickly smiled. Just relax. The Empress Dowager is the kindest person. Princess Lin Yang comforted him, worried he might be scared. That's enough, Zio. Yuan Zio and Princess Lin Yang chatted comfortably. Meanwhile, Hu Shifei jumped into the prison of the Jingzhou Inn, dressed in a stone-blue flying fish outfit. Officer, the jailer saw Hu Shifei and hurried to salute respectfully. Bring the criminal caught 3 days ago to the courtroom, Hu Shifei ordered. Yes, the jailer replied and quickly left to bring the person. Hu Shifei turned to walk toward the courtroom. Xiao Feng followed and asked, Sir, is there any way? These people are very stubborn, and it's really frustrating. Whether there's a way or not, you'll see soon, Hu Shifei said, unwilling to say more. Soon, the jailer brought Kutu into the courtroom. Hu Shifei dismissed everyone else, leaving only Xiao Feng, Huasan, and Huowu. Kutu, covered in whip marks and blood, looked up disdainfully at Hu Shifei and Xiao Feng. What? You can't get anything out of me? You brought in 2 pretty boys? No matter what, I won't say a word.
Kill me if you dare.
Humph. One day I'll peel your skin. Shut up. Xiao Feng was about to hit Kutu in anger, but Hu Shifei stopped him. Hu Shifei looked coldly at Kutu, squinting his eyes.
Kutu. Huh.
Why are you calling me that? Kutu rolled his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes widened. How do you know my name? Hu Shifei's lips curled into a cold smile. Someone told me. Who? Kutu's eyes widened. Which shouted my name. Hu Shifei heard this, squinted his eyes, stayed still, then suddenly swung his right hand. Kutu was knocked aside, and immediately his left cheek swelled up. How dare you hit me? Kutu was stunned by the slap, then snapped out of it, glaring fiercely at Hu Shifei and shouting angrily. If you don't want to get hit, keep your mouth clean. Hu Shifei snorted coldly. I dislike hearing foul language the most. You? Kutu's face hurt, But what scared him more was that this young-looking man seemed skilled in martial arts. The key was, how did he know his name? Huashifei brushed dust off his clothes and said indifferently, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't say anything. I already know. As for your third prince, he won't reveal his identity, so even if he's killed, no one can trace it. Don't you think so?"
You.
Ku Tu's eyes widened. "You really know everything. Tell me, who told you?" "Who exactly told you?" Huashifei sneered. "Your Qianhu and a Lu Dun are already dead. Who do you think told me?" "Nazir." Ku Tu gritted his teeth and said this name. His eyes reddened as he stared at Huashifei. Why did she do this? She even caused the deaths of Qianhu and a Lu Dun. Did you force her?
Did you? Fool.
Huashifei coldly said, "When she conspired with you, no one was watching her. Didn't you think about why, even though she could still escape?" Ku Tu hesitated, then suddenly realized, "No wonder I couldn't find Qianhu and a Lu Dun. It turns out it was that scoundrel Nazir, harming her own people. That scoundrel, that scoundrel." Ku Tu's face turned red with anger, and his shackles and chains trembled, making jingling sounds. "Tell me, why did she do this?" Ku Tu looked at Huashifei with reddened eyes. "To save her own life." Huashifei raised an eyebrow. "By the way, thank you for letting me know her real name, Nazir. So her real name is Nazir. You didn't know Nazir's name?"
Kutulukt stand.
"You tricked me. Calling you stupid. You really are stupid." Huashifei snorted coldly. "If I was tricking you, how would I know your name and the third prince of the Chile?" Ku Tu blinked, then realized it was true. Reluctantly, he asked, "Can you stop wasting time? Even if I die, I want to die knowing the truth, okay?" Huashifei said simply, "The matter is quite straightforward. Nazir conspired with you to kidnap someone, but unfortunately, we found out. To save herself, Nazir betrayed you. Now you know everything that happened afterward. That despicable woman, Nazir." Kutu gritted his teeth in anger.
However,
Huashifei smiled slightly. "Today I came to ask for your help with something." Humph. Kutu turned his head away. "No way. Kutu, will never help you or your people. Let me finish first, then you can decide whether to refuse."
how about that?
Huashifei said with a smile. Humph. Kutu continued to stiffen his neck and snorted coldly. "If you agree to do this for me, I will protect the lives of your three princes." "How does that sound?" Huashifei said slowly. "What did you say?" Kutu suddenly turned around and looked at Huashifei. "Can you really do that?" Since entering this prison, Kutu had stopped caring about life or death. His only concern was the safety of the three princes. "Of course," Huashifei replied coldly. Kutu stared at Huashifei, lost in thought, and after a moment, asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Identify Nazir's true identity," Huashifei said plainly. "Why do you want that?" Kutu narrowed his eyes at Huashifei. "Isn't she already useful to you?" "But she refuses to admit she's from the Chila tribe," Huashifei explained. "If you knew there was someone from another country hiding among you, would you keep tolerating it?" If you suspect her, just kill her." Kutu snorted coldly. "No need to make things complicated. What I want is a legitimate reason to kill her," Huashifei sneered. "I'll see how you choose. If you refuse, I might just kill her directly. Then, your third prince won't survive either." "You!" Kutu clenched his teeth.
How dare you?
"Do you think I dare not?" Huashifei raised his chin disdainfully, looking at Kutu. Kutu stared fiercely at Huashifei, grinding his teeth, and after a long moment, said through gritted teeth, "Fine, I agree. But you must guarantee the safety of our three princes and let him go back."
Good.
Huashifei raised an eyebrow. "I agree, but the outcome depends on your performance. Just identify Nazir's identity. There's no need to say more. If you say something you shouldn't, I can't guarantee what will happen to your three princes." You can rest assured." "Oh, second young lady has grown up well." In the Shosome Hall, Mrs. Ning looked at Yuan Zio with a forced smile and said, "If you don't show yourself soon, I might die of frustration from your mother's eyes." Mrs. Ning has been feeling very upset lately. She thought that this stubborn girl would surely ruin her reputation and was certain she would marry Ning Xiaoba. But unexpectedly, the girl was fine, while her nephew seemed lost and distracted, often confused. Her brother and sister-in-law kept blaming her, saying if she hadn't called their family to the capital, Ning Xiaoba wouldn't be like this. It looks like they might even blame her, which has made her very anxious these days. She wanted to punish Donghua, but was afraid of her martial skills, so she held back. However, Lu Shi kept glaring at her every day. After enduring the pressure for a while, when she saw Yuan Zio, she finally couldn't help but mock her. Before Yuan Zio could speak, Lu Shi stepped in front of her and said, "That's what you deserve. You know very well what you did. Do I need to spell it out? And you dare to raise your voice at my Yuer,
Who spoils you? You.
Mrs. Ning was so angry her chest rose and fell, about to speak, but the old Madame Yuan interrupted her. Enough. Do you all think I am dead? Mother. Mrs. Ning's eyes turned red as she spoke. How my elder sister-in-law treats me these days. You've seen it too. Shouldn't a daughter-in-law feel a little wronged?
Wronged?
Lu Shi snorted coldly. Where do you get the nerve to feel wronged? Don't think others don't see your schemes. Heaven and earth are watching. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Mrs. Ning's heart fluttered. Old eldest daughter-in-law. Enough. Old Madame Yuan scolded. Maybe you've misunderstood the second daughter-in-law. No matter what, she is the niece of the second daughter-in-law. If you've truly misunderstood her, how will we get along as sisters-in-law in the future? Then we won't get along. We'll split up. I don't dare to have such a sister-in-law, Lu Shi said coldly. Mother, I told you before, I won't give up. When I have proof, it will be time for me to avenge your— Shut up. Split the family? I'm not dead yet. Old Madame Yuan shouted angrily. What revenge are you talking about? Do you want to involve someone's life in a lawsuit? Grandmother, isn't that a life-and-death case?
Yuan Zio said.
Last time, my eldest sister almost lost her life to a villain. This time, if I hadn't been lucky, my mother might have lost her life. Who in this house can't see that our main family is being targeted? Everyone knows this.
You.
The elder lady was speechless after being scolded by Yuan Zio. She coughed in anger, startling Maid Bai and Peony, who hurriedly patted her back and rubbed her chest. Maid Bai quickly said, "Second miss, I dare to say that the old lady is too old to handle anger. For her sake, please don't argue anymore." Yuan Zio respected Maid Bai, so her tone softened as she said, "Grandmother, people's hearts are often biased. I don't ask for fairness, but at least don't be so unfair that it hurts people's feelings." Hearing this, the elder lady was momentarily stunned. Lu Shi then said, "Mother, you care about your son, and I care about my daughter. I will leave this matter here. It won't be over until we get an explanation for your— Enough." The elder lady, feeling exhausted, said, "If you insist that the second daughter-in-law did this, then show proof. Until then, no one is allowed to mention it again." Lu Shi kept silent with a cold face. Yuan Zio stood beside Lu Shi, squinting at Ning Shi, making Ning Shi feel nervous. "That's enough. I'm tired." The elder lady was about to dismiss everyone when a young girl led a young servant into the room. The young servant didn't notice the tense atmosphere and happily reported, "Grandmother, Madam, second miss, the general is about to arrive." Hearing this, the elder lady, who was in a bad mood, suddenly brightened. She quickly sat up straight. "Where are they now?" "They should have already entered the city," the young servant said happily. "The general will first go to the palace to report, then come back. The two young masters will follow the general." Good. The elder lady was delighted. She also told Peony, "Hurry and tell the kitchen to prepare a feast." "Yes." Peony responded with a smile. The elder lady then ordered the young servant, "Go to the main gate and wait. If the general returns, let someone come in and report immediately." "Yes." The young servant agreed and hurried out. "Today's return of the eldest son is a happy event," the elder lady said. "Let's put aside the previous matters for now. I know you're all upset, but today is different. Please give this old woman a face." "Yes." Everyone responded. When Yuan Shifeng returned, Lu Shi and Yuan Zio were naturally happy. Mrs. Ning secretly clenched her teeth but smiled as she spoke to the matriarch. Mother, it's good that Big Brother has returned. Since this is a family feast, let's also invite Tonger to join us. Hearing Mrs. Ning mention Yuan Zidong, the matriarch glanced at Yuan Zio and said, since today is a family feast, let's include the eldest daughter as well. However, her confinement hasn't ended yet, so the feast will continue after that. Mrs. Ning was angry inside but didn't say anything further and simply agreed. Yes. Lu and Yuan Zio saw the matriarch's decision and didn't argue further. After some chaos, Yuan Qilei and Yuan Zidong were summoned. Even Chun Yan followed Yuan Qilei to Shosong Hall. Over a month of confinement had made Yuan Zidong somewhat gloomy. Sitting beside Mrs. Ning, she didn't speak much, only occasionally glancing at Yuan Zio with a look of hostility when no one was paying attention. Yuan Zio naturally noticed Yuan Zidong's actions. Every time Yuan Zidong looked over, she would challenge her with a defiant stare, which made Yuan Zio secretly grit her teeth in anger. Since her head injury on New Year's Eve, Chun Yan had rarely appeared, as if she no longer belonged to the Yuan household. Only Yuan Qilei had spent most of the month staying with Chun Yan, which made Mrs. Ning both angry and helpless. Everyone was gathered in Shosong Hall, each lost in their thoughts, waiting for Yuan Shifeng to return home. When the moon rose, Yuan Shifeng returned to the Yuan residence with brothers Yuan Zian and Yuan Zining. Shifeng greets mother. As soon as they entered Shosong Hall, Yuan Shifeng knelt on the ground and paid respects to the matriarch. Yuan Zian and Yuan Zining also knelt down with Yuan Shifeng, saying, Grandmother, we greet you. Good, good. Get up quickly, all of you. The matriarch was overwhelmed with tears of joy. She hurriedly, with the help of Xiao Yao, helped Yuan Shifeng to his feet. She looked him over and cried, My son has grown old. After so many years, you're finally back. Mao Mao and Xiao Yao hurried to comfort her. Yuan Zidong's eyes flickered, and she stepped forward to support the matriarch, saying, Grandmother, it's good that Big Brother is back. Don't cry, or you'll hurt your eyes. Big Brother will be worried.
Ah, no crying, no crying.
The matriarch patted Yuan Zidong's hand and nodded. Mother. Yuan Shifeng looked at the excited matriarch and was moved. Are you feeling well? Yes, everything is fine. The matriarch nodded. Now that you've returned, our big family is finally complete. Yes, mother. Yuan Shifeng nodded and said, From now on, I won't leave your side. I will stay here to serve you. Nonsense. Old Madame Yuan said, A man's work is important. Whenever you have free time, just come to see me, your old wife. Yes. Yuan Shifeng quickly agreed. Zian and Zining, come let Grandma see you. Old Madame Yuan took their hands, looked at them, and smiled, saying, Good, good. Truly, our Yuan family has such fine boys. Yuan Zian is 18 and Yuan Zining is 16. They had already been training with Yuan Shifeng on the frontier, gaining skills and experiencing the harsh environment for many years. Unlike city boys who are delicate, they have a rugged, bold air.
Grandma.
The brothers hadn't seen old Madame Yuan for many years, and they were very excited, allowing her to examine them. After meeting Grandma, Yuan Zian and Yuan Zining paid their respects to Lu. Lu hadn't seen her sons for months and missed them very much. Now that she saw her two sons safe and sound, she felt much more at ease. Father, elder brother, second brother. Yuan Zio happily called out, standing beside Lu. Indeed, the water and soil of the capital nurture people. Yuan Shifeng hadn't seen his daughter for months, and he touched Yuan Zio's hair with a smile, saying, My precious Zio, you've become even more beautiful. Exactly. Yuan Zining said with a smile, Little sister, this time I came back, I brought you many little toys you like. By the way, you love the flatbread from the frontier, right? No one in the capital can make it. Big Brother even found a chef who can make flatbread and brought him back for you. Yuan Zio's eyes lit up with surprise as she looked at Yuan Zian. Yuan Zian, being older, was more steady. Seeing Yuan Zio look at him, he smiled and said, Later, I'll have that chef make some in your small kitchen. If you want to eat, just ask her anytime. Thank you, big brother,
Yuan Zio said happily.
The family's joyful reunion brought tears to Ning and Yuan Zidong's eyes. Ning smiled but clenched her nails so tightly that her fingertips almost bled. Yuan Zidong sat beside old Madame Yuan, looking envious. Grandma, I really envy second sister and brother's love. Old Madame Yuan wanted to say that they were also your brothers, but after a pause, she held back and only said, We are all family. There's no need to envy. Grandma, I was wrong, Yuan Zitong whispered. Old Madame Yuan patted her hand and said, Today is a happy day.
Let's not talk about that.
Yuan Zidong bit her lips secretly, but forced a smile and said, Yes. Big brother, when you come back this time, you should help your younger brother. Yuan Qilei grinned as he spoke to Yuan Qifeng. They say brothers who work together can cut through metal with their unity. When we are both in the capital, supporting each other, our Yuan family will be stronger. Lianger is right. The old lady Yuan strongly agreed with this. Second brother, you are a civil official, and I am a military officer. We both serve the current emperor. It doesn't matter whether we support each other or not. As long as you work hard and don't forget the emperor's kindness, your future will be bright. Yuan Qifeng was honest and disliked factions. When he heard Yuan Qilei speak, he scolded him seriously. Big brother, you can't say that. Yuan Qilei was about to speak when Shen Yan, standing behind him, secretly nudged him. Yuan Qilei pursed his lips and said, Big brother, you're right. Yuan Qifeng noticed Shen Yan and asked, Who is this? Yuan Qilei smiled and said, Big brother, this is my new concubine, Shen Yan. Nonsense. Yuan Qifeng shouted sternly. Calm down, eldest. The old lady Yuan quickly said, I've already agreed to this. Even the second sister-in-law has no objections. Let it be. But, mother, our Yuan family has an ancestral rule. Men over 40, without children, can take concubines. Second brother isn't even 40 yet. Yuan Qifeng wanted to say more, but the old lady Yuan interrupted him. Forget about that for now. Later, our family will have a meal together, a proper family reunion. After speaking, she ordered Ding Xiang to check how the table was decorated. The old lady Yuan then asked, Eldest, today you went to the palace to see the emperor. Did he say anything? Everyone in the room looked at Yuan Qifeng when she asked. Yuan Qifeng smiled and said, Mother, the emperor only encouraged me a bit. He didn't say anything else. The old lady Yuan nodded and said, Let's wait for news. Since the emperor called you back to the capital, he must have plans. Yes, mother. At this moment, Ding Xiang came in and said, Old lady, the feast is ready. Let's go. The old lady Yuan helped Xiao Yao to her feet. Today, we can finally have a family dinner. Yuan Qifeng returned to the capital, and the old lady Yuan felt happy. The family dinner was warm and harmonious. During the meal, Yuan Zian and Yuan Zining kept whispering and joking with Yuan Zio, making Yuan Zidong glance at them several times. Mrs. Ning watched carefully, wanting to prevent them from neglecting Yuan Zidong. However, she was worried about the Lu family and afraid Lu might embarrass her in front of others, so she held back her words. After the family feast ended, the old lady said to Yuan Qifeng and Yuan Qilei, Now that you two brothers are together, my heart feels at ease. In the future, remember to be respectful and kind to each other. Only then can our Yuan family become stronger. Do you understand? Yes, mother, we understand, they both replied quickly. All right, it's getting late. Go home and rest early, the old lady nodded. Then she looked at Yuan Qilei and said, You should also go back to Zihua Court tonight. Yes, mother. Yuan Qilei replied reluctantly, realizing he had overstepped these days, and agreeing to leave. Soon, everyone dispersed. White nursemaid and peony served the old lady as she rested. The old lady told White nursemaid to stay with her on the bed and chat. She sighed and said, Amen, grandmother. White nursemaid hurriedly responded. Do you think the second wife really hurt Arya? The old lady asked. Grandmother, since you asked, I'll tell you, White nursemaid whispered. Actually, I think you probably already know the answer, but you just don't want to admit it. The old lady said nothing. White nursemaid sighed and said, Grandmother, today our girls said something very true. The heart can be biased, but don't let that bias turn cold and hurt others.
Do you
Think I've been too biased? The old lady looked upset. Grandmother, White nursemaid said, everyone's heart is biased. It's true you favor the second master, but the general is also your son. If it turns out the second wife did it, and you still side with her, how do you think the general would feel if he found out? What would he do? Of course, he'd be angry.
But
Lei is an official now. If his wife and daughter ruin his reputation, what will happen to him? The old lady sighed. Alas, White nursemaid said, Grandmother, think about it. Since the second girl returned to the capital, how many things have happened? Do you think the generals don't know? If they find out about your attitude, brotherly conflict is the root of family trouble. Enough, I'll think about it, the old lady said. Lu Shi and Yuan Qifeng returned to Lu Feng Garden. Lu Shi helped Yuan Qifeng change into everyday clothes, then sent Bai Sui with hot tea. Brother Feng, try this tea. How does it taste? Lu Shi offered a cup to Yuan Qifeng. Yuan Qifeng took a sip and immediately brightened his eyes. Yuner, what kind of tea is this? It's so fragrant and smooth. This is a tea personally made by Yuer. Lu Shi said with a smile. Yuan Qifeng was very surprised. I didn't expect that after only a few months back in the capital, Yuer has learned a new skill. Haha, amazing. No wonder she's my daughter. Be proud of yourself. Lu Shi scolded Yuan Qifeng with a smile. Yuer now knows quite a lot. You'll find out more later, but... She paused and sighed. But what? Yuan Qifeng saw Lu Shi sigh, but say nothing, so he hurriedly asked, Yuner, is something wrong? Brother Feng. Lu Shi looked up at Yuan Qifeng. Now that you're back in the capital, our family and second brother's family are living together. It used to be fine, no conflicts, just peaceful. But now that we live together for a long time, I worry there might be disagreements. I think it would be better if second brother's family moved back to their own house, so everyone can live more comfortably. Yuan Qifeng's brows furrowed deeply. Yuner, do you mean splitting the family? What exactly happened? You didn't think this way before. Lu Shi told Yuan Qifeng everything that had happened recently. Yuan Qifeng's eyes widened in shock. In just a few months, his precious daughter had already faced trouble. If it was just coincidence, he wouldn't believe it for a second. His teeth clenched tightly, and he slammed his fist on the table, smashing the teacup. Tea spilled all over the table. Brother Feng. Lu Shi saw Yuan Qifeng's hand turn red from the impact and felt distressed. She hurriedly asked Beat Cao to clean up and brought medicine.
it's my fault.
I shouldn't have told you so hastily. It's okay, just a small injury. Yuner, if you had told me later, I'd be even angrier. Yuan Qifeng sighed. My wife and daughter were bullied in my own home. I feel so helpless.
Brother Feng.
Yuner, I understand what you want to say. Don't worry, I will handle everything, Yuan Qifeng said softly to Lu Shi. But what about mother? Lu Shi bit her lip. I lost my temper and argued with her a little. Mother favors second brother, I've always known that, Yuan Qifeng said. It's understandable. For many years, we've been far away at the border, and second brother has been the one to please her. It's natural for her to favor him. But if this causes my wife and daughter to suffer unfairly, I cannot accept that. Brother Feng, I thought. Lu Shi shyly pursed her lips, originally expecting to argue a bit more. After all, she knew how important the senior lady was to Yuan Qifeng. Over the years, she hadn't been able to be close to her, and Yuan Qifeng felt guilty about that. Yuan Qifeng smiled and said to Lu Shi, Yuner, I may be simple-minded, but I understand things. I respect my mother, but that doesn't mean I will let my wife and daughter suffer. Do you understand? Yes. Unlike the warm atmosphere in Lu Fengyuan, the purple flower courtyard was now cold and tense. Yuan Qilei looked impatiently at Ningshi, who was expressionless. What do you want? I've come all this way, and you're still giving me the cold shoulder. If you keep this up, I'll leave. Leave? Ningshi turned her head and glared at Yuan Qilei. go back to that sly woman?
How can you talk like that?
Yuan Shilei said quickly. Now Qin Yan is a good wife. Don't speak nonsense. Humph, a good wife. Ning Shi snorted coldly. I haven't seen her come to me, the main wife, to set things straight. Cough cough. Yuan Shilei awkwardly coughed. It's because Chun Yan hurt her head earlier. She needs time to recover. Humph. All right. When the time comes, I'll have her come and set things straight, Yuan Shilei said impatiently. Are you still thinking about that sly woman? Ning Shi said angrily.
I won't say more about that.
But tell me, during these days, have you cared about Tong'e? Do you know how much she suffered? What's suffering? Yuan Shilei replied. Tong'e made a mistake, and I just gave her a light punishment. As long as she admits her mistake and changes, it's fine. Ning Shi was so angry, she couldn't speak. Why don't you care about Tong'e? She's your only daughter. You're the one talking. Yuan Shilei also said angrily. I don't even have a son yet, and you still have the nerve to complain. Are you blaming me? Who else could I blame? Rin Dong stood silently in the shadows of the courtyard, expressionless, quietly leaving the purple flower courtyard. In an empty courtyard, Rin Dong looked coldly at the person in front of her. Do your own thing.
Don't provoke me.
I have my own plans. After all these years, are you planning to come up with a plan 1, 2, 3? The person snorted. As long as we keep to ourselves, there's no conflict.
Fine.
Little sister, look at these small gifts I brought for you. Keep them or give them to others, it's all good. Yuan Zining then ordered the servant to carry several large boxes into the west room. These are specially chosen for you, he said proudly. Thank you, second brother. Yuan Zio said happily. I was worried because I left in such a hurry and didn't bring back much from over there. Now, this is perfect. Afterward, she asked Qing Ying and Qing Ji to open the big boxes and pick out a few small decorations she liked. She then told Qing Ying to place the decorations in her room. Hearing this, Yuan Zining felt even more proud. He said to Yuan Zian, Big brother, do you see? I bought the right things. Little sister likes them. You're right about one thing, Yuan Zian said with a smile. Then he pointed to a woman in her 20s nearby. This is the cook I brought back from the borderlands. She's very good at making bread and other border dishes.
You can keep her in your courtyard now.
He then told the woman, from now on, stay in the second young lady's courtyard and serve her well. There will be benefits for you. Yes, sir. The woman quickly responded. She then bowed to Yuan Zio and said, Your servant, Hazia, greets the second young lady. Rise, Yuan Zio said curiously. What is your name? Besides bread, what else can you cook? Replying to the second young lady, My name is Hazia, she said quickly. I can cook most borderland dishes. My grandmother used to run a restaurant, and I learned a lot from her since I was young. If that's the case, how about preparing a feast with borderland dishes for us? Yuan Zio asked. I can do that, Hazia replied eagerly. Hearing this, Yuan Zio nodded and smiled at Yuan Zian. Big brother, I really like this cook. Thank you. That's good to hear. Little sister, if you think her name isn't suitable, you can change it. Now that she's with you, she's one of your people, Yuan Zian said with a smile. Yuan Zio thought for a moment and said, There's no need. Let's just call her Hazia. Hazia was very happy to hear this. Thank you, second young lady, she said happily. Yuan Zio nodded and told Qing Ji to take Hazia to settle her in. She also ordered a few young maids to carry the boxes Yuan Zining brought into the small storage room. Yuan Zio smiled and said to Yuan Zian and Yuan Zining, Big brother, second brother, you two are just in time. I was about to send someone to find you, so you can go see our parents together. I won't go. Yuan Zining, eating a snack from his plate, said happily, I have to go out later. You can go with big brother. But little sister, your snacks are really delicious. Please pack some for me to enjoy slowly later. As he spoke, he shoved a snack into his mouth and picked up another. Look at your eating habits. Aren't you afraid little sister will laugh at you? Yuan Zian frowned at Yuan Zining. Didn't you have breakfast this morning? How can you eat so many snacks now? Big brother, these snacks are really tasty. You should try some too. Yuan Zining said, handing a piece to Yuan Zian. They're truly delicious. You know I don't eat these, Yuan Zian replied while sipping tea. Little sister's tea is quite good. Hey, big brother, you really don't have good luck with food. Yuan Zining shook his head and quickly stuffed a snack into his mouth. Second brother, later, Qingying will pack some for you. But you must go to see our parents, Yuan Zio said with a smile. Oh, little sister, I really have something to do, so I won't go, Yuan Zining said happily, telling Qingying to hurry and pack some snacks for himself. If you don't go, I won't talk to you. You decide for yourself. Humph. Yuan Zio pouted and hummed. Yuan Zian glanced at Yuan Zining. If you don't go to see our parents later, how about we practice at the training ground this afternoon? Big brother, you're so harsh. Yuan Zining widened his eyes in disbelief, then pretended to surrender to Yuan Zio. Oh, little sister, don't ignore me. I'll go, isn't that enough? That's more like it, Yuan Zio smiled and handed Yuan Zian a piece of beef and pork roll. Big brother, I know you don't like sweet food. This beef and pork roll is salty.
Try it.
Yuan Zian usually wouldn't argue with Yuan Zio. When he saw Yuan Zio personally handing him the snack, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Indeed, it's good. Yuan Zian took a bite of the beef and pork roll and nodded immediately. Yuan Zining made a face and said, Big brother, you're showing favoritism.
Why?
Yuan Zian squinted. Do you want me to help you relax your muscles? Hearing this, Yuan Zining almost jumped up. Big brother, I am your real younger brother, your own flesh and blood. Yuan Zian said nothing, only raising an eyebrow and glancing at Yuan Zining. Big brother, are you really coming? I just got back to the capital. What do you think?
Ah.
Yuan Zining quickly moved to Yuan Zio's side, still holding a snack in her hand. Help, little sister. Yuan Zio smiled and said, Big brother, don't scare second brother. Look, he's so frightened his face has turned pale. Today you got lucky, because of little sister. I'll forgive you this time, Yuan Zainin said coolly to Yuan Zining. Yuan Zining heaved a sigh of relief, almost worried that she would be turned into a dog right after returning to the capital. What a close call. She then looked at Yuan Zio with a pleading expression. Little sister, you're so kind. Where did you buy this snack? It's so delicious. Tell me the name of the shop, and I'll have Chongshan buy some too. Qingji entered the room just in time to hear Yuan Zining. She smiled and said, Second young master. This snack was made by the second young lady herself. You can't buy it elsewhere, only in her shop. Little sister, you open a shop? Yuan Zainin and Yuan Zining both looked surprised. Yes. Yuan Zio replied with a smile. The shop was even given a plaque by the Empress Dowager. Qingji said proudly. Now, the two brothers were completely shocked. In just a few months, what had little sister done to earn such an honor from the Empress Dowager? That was a huge achievement. Big brother, second brother, I'll tell you about the shop later. Let's go to our parents first. Wait for me a moment, Yuan Zio said. Then she took Qingying and Qingji back to her room. Soon after, she changed into new clothes, and Qingying was holding a large teapot. Yuan Zio also asked Qingji to go to the small kitchen and prepare a box of snacks. Little sister, what's in this teapot? Yuan Zining asked, scratching her head. That's a secret. Yuan Zio playfully lifted her chin and smiled. Anyway, it's something good. If you don't go today, you'll regret it later. Of course I'll go. Yuan Zining quickly replied, then asked in a flattering tone, Little sister, tell second brother, what's really in that teapot? Let me tell you. Yuan Zio blinked mysteriously. What is it? Yuan Zining hurriedly leaned forward to ask. Yuan Zio then whispered loudly into Yuan Zining's ear, It's a secret. After saying that, Yuan Zio happily ran toward the courtyard, calling out to Qingying and Qingji as she ran, Hurry up, both of you. Hey, second young lady, wait for me, servant girl. Qingying and Qingji hurriedly went to chase Yuan Ziyu. Yuan Zining was stunned by Yuan Ziyu's shout, causing her ears to feel numb. She rubbed her ears and saw Yuan Ziyu running away, so she quickly said, Hey, little sister.
Gone.
Yuan Ziyan pursed her lips and smiled, then slapped Yuan Zining on the head and left with her little servant, Quan Shan.
Ah.
Yuan Zining covered her head again. They're bullying me. Hey, wait for me. She also ordered Chongshan, remember to bring the snacks from the table. Father, mother. As soon as they entered Lu Feng garden, Yuan Ziyu loudly called out. Lu Shi heard inside the house and hurried out, holding Yuan Ziyu's hand and smiling. Come in quickly. Your father was just talking about you. Seeing that her mother was only paying attention to her daughter, Yuan Zining quickly said, Mother, you have 2 sons too. Lu Shi turned around and said, You brat, can't you come in yourself? Mother, you haven't seen your son for many months. Don't you miss me? Yuan Zining cheerfully stepped forward, leaning on Lu Shi's arm and acting cute. Lu Shi laughed at Yuan Zining's antics, saying, You little rascal, I'm not missing you. I just don't want you to be naughty and make me angry. Look at your older brother, he's so steady. Mother. Yuan Zining widened his eyes. Big brother. Suddenly, Yuan Zining felt a cool gaze fall on him, and he immediately changed his tone. He's quite steady indeed. So learn more from your big brother. Lu Shi advised. Okay. After everyone entered the house, they saw Yuan Qifeng sitting on the Luo Han bed, drinking tea, and looking toward the door. Father. Yuan Ziyan and Yuan Zining respectfully bowed. Yuan Qifeng nodded sternly. Before he could speak, Yuan Ziyu rushed forward, hugged Yuan Qifeng's arm, and smiled. Father, I miss you so much. Yuan Qifeng's eyes narrowed into a smile, and recalling what Lu Shi had told him last night, he couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. He patted Yuan Ziyu's head and said, You've been through a lot these days. Yuan Ziyu understood what he meant and smiled. I'm fine now, don't worry, father. Your mother already told me everything. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you, Yuan Qifeng said. Father, what happened to little sister? Yuan Zining asked confusedly. It sounded serious. Yuan Ziyan was more direct, with a slightly cold voice. Father, who bullied little sister? Mr. Lu and Yuan Qi exchanged a glance. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Lu roughly explained the situation to his 2 brothers. Finally, he said, This matter, you 2 brothers should not interfere. Your father has his own plans. Yuan's brothers were very angry. My little sister is being bullied like this. We must not let those people get away with it. Yuan Zining jumped up excitedly. Chongshan, come with me. Stop right there. Yuan Qifeng frowned. What are you going to do? Father, now that we're back, we should first stand up for my little sister. Yuan Zining said angrily. Your second aunt is still your elder. If you act rashly, it will be disrespectful. Do you still want to pursue a career in officialdom? Tonger is a girl. Are you planning to hit a woman? Yuan Qifeng asked sternly.
Well.
Yuan Zining looked unhappy. What should I do? Should I just swallow this anger? I can't do that. I will handle this matter myself. Don't interfere. Yuan Qifeng said firmly.
But.
Yuan Zining wanted to say more, but Yuan Ziyan interrupted. Second brother, listen to Dad. Big brother. Yuan Zining still hesitated, but seeing Yuan Ziyan give him a meaningful look, he suddenly felt enlightened and said, All right, I'll listen to Dad and Big brother. Yuan Qifeng gave a few more instructions before finally letting go of the matter. Yuan Ziyo knew well that their parents and elder brothers always protected him, but he still felt touched. Knowing he couldn't get involved, he smiled and said, Parents, elder brothers, don't be angry. I brought you some good things today. Oh, what good things? Yuan Qifeng asked with a smile. Your wife said the tea you made is very good. Dad, you should try it. No wonder the tea from my little sister's place is so delicious. Yuan Ziyan said from the side. Not just that. Yuan Zining added. My little sister even opened a snack shop. The Empress Dowager personally gave her a plaque. And I tell you, the snacks are really tasty. He proudly ordered Chongshan to bring over a plate of snacks from Wuyo Pavilion. Who wants to eat what you left? We'll eat what my little sister brought, Yuan Ziyan said coolly. Suddenly, Yuan Zining saw Bishuang and Qingning each carrying a redwood tray with carved flowers, walking in. The trays held several kinds of snacks, some he hadn't even tasted before. Instantly, he felt that the snacks in his hand lost their appeal. He quickly said, "Little sister, don't forget about second brother." Everyone laughed, and Yuan Shifeng was surprised, saying, You even opened a shop and received a plaque from the Empress Dowager?" Yuan Zio smiled and replied, "It was just a coincidence. I used my mother's dowry to open a pastry shop, and by chance, I met Princess Linyang. The princess then presented my pastries to the palace. The Empress Dowager enjoyed them, and she awarded the plaque." Everyone listened and praised her greatly. They then ate some more pastries and felt their mouths filled with a delightful flavor. After finishing the pastries, Yuan Zio asked Qingying to bring over the large teapot from before. Yuan Zining was very curious about the teapot and asked, "Little sister, can you tell me now, what's inside this teapot?" Inside the teapot was, of course, spring water from the Jade Spring Pavilion. Yuan Zio smiled and said, "Since I returned to the capital, I have been studying medicine. This is a health-preserving soup I made based on an ancient recipe." She then ordered Qingji to bring several bowls of the soup, filling each with the spring water. She personally handed them out and said, "Try it and see if it's good." The others didn't refuse and, feeling thirsty after eating pastries, drank the spring water from the bowls. Yuan Zining smacked his lips and said, "It's quite sweet. Little sister, what herbs did you put in this? This health soup is really tasty. If all medicinal soups tasted this good, I could drink it every day." Yuan Zio smiled and said, "Second brother, if you like it, I'll send you a bowl every day from now on. Wouldn't that be too tiring for you, little sister?" Yuan Zian patted Yuan Zining's head. "Aren't you worried about tiring her out?" Yuan Zining scratched his head and smiled. "All right, forget it. It's not good to tire little sister every day. It's fine." Yuan Zio eagerly wanted to give everyone a bowl of spring water every day. "It's not much trouble at all." She then asked Lu Shi and Yuan Shifeng, "Father, mother, how do you like it?" Lu Shi and Yuan Shifeng both smiled and said, "It's very good." "Younger sister Yuer, did your grandmother send anything?" Yuan Shifeng paused before asking. Although Yuan Laofu was biased, Yuan Shifeng still cared about her. Yuan Zio smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. This health soup isn't suitable for grandmother's age. Once I adjust the recipe, I will prepare it properly and send some to her." Yuan Zio didn't want to give the spring water to Yuan Laofu now. If she drank it and liked it, and then sent some to the second household, she might get angry. Besides, the Qingyi powder isn't harmful to Yuan Laofu, and drinking spring water later is fine. Yuan Shifeng smiled and praised, "Yuer is very filial." Thinking about the past favoritism of the old lady, he sighed and said, Yuer, shouldn't blame your grandmother too much. She is old and sometimes forgetful. You shouldn't argue with her. If you feel upset, just tell your father, and he will help you." "Yes, father, I understand." "Thank you, father." Yuan Zio clearly knew that Yuan Shifeng felt guilty toward the old lady, so he wouldn't oppose. At this moment, a young servant hurriedly ran into Lu Feng garden. "General, Madam, the imperial decree has arrived."
"What?"
Everyone in the room stood up quickly when they heard this. The servant hurried inside and said anxiously, "General, Madam, the decree has arrived. You need to go to the main hall to receive it. Let's go." Hearing that the decree had arrived, everyone moved quickly to leave. Yuan Shifeng asked the servant as he walked, "Did you report to the old lady's side?" "Yes, it has been reported." The servant replied quickly. "Even the second master has reported." Yuan Shifeng nodded silently and led his family out to the outer courtyard. In the main hall, an old man with a plain face and no beard sat comfortably on a grand chair, drinking tea. Two young eunuchs stood respectfully behind him, one holding a yellow imperial decree roll, the other holding a carved golden rui box made of yellow pear wood. Old Lu. When Yuan Shifeng entered the hall and saw the old man, he quickly bowed and greeted him. This old Lu was a trusted official close to the current emperor, so Yuan Shifeng treated him with respect.
"General Yuan."
Old Lu smiled and stood up when he saw Yuan Shifeng. "I have good news for you." Everyone in the room understood and smiled politely, exchanging greetings with old Lu. Soon, the old lady, supported by Maid Bai and Xiao Yao, hurried over. The second branch of the Yuan family was also present, except for Yuan Zidong, who was still under house arrest. General Yuan, is everyone here? Old Lu asked with a smile. Yes, everyone from the Yuan family has arrived, Yuan Qifeng replied respectfully.
Good.
Old Lu nodded seriously. The emperor has sent an order. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor forever. Everyone from the Yuan family knelt and shouted in unison. Grandpa Lu smiled happily, then took the imperial decree from the young and read aloud. By the emperor's decree, third-rank guardian of the nation, Yuan Qifeng, who has guarded the borders for over 20 years with great effort and achievement, is a key official of the country. Today, he is granted the title of first-rank protector of the nation. Additionally, he is awarded 10,000 taels of silver, 1,000 acres of good land, and a mountain villa. So, it is decreed. Everyone listened and quickly cheered in celebration. Yuan Qifeng respectfully stepped forward and received the decree. Grandpa Lu smiled and said, General Yuan, I have more good news for you. Today, you received the emperor's favor, and your future is very bright. I hope you will continue to take care of us in the future. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. Please sit and enjoy some tea and snacks, Yuan Qifeng said with a smile, handing Grandpa Lu a small purse. Grandpa Lu took the purse, squeezed it, and smiled. He then tucked it into his sleeve and said, No need. I must return to the palace to report the decree. But if second Miss Yuan has some snacks, she can take some. The emperor still remembers the snacks given by Princess Linyang, which he enjoyed very much. Please wait, I will get some right away, Yuan Zio said with a smile. After that, she personally took Qing and Qingji back to Weo Pavilion. Soon after, Yuan Zio returned, carrying 2 food boxes that Qing and Qingji held, and handed them to Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu, this box is for the emperor. As for this one, it's a small token of my gratitude. Please kindly accept it. Grandpa Lu was delighted. From early morning, I knew that second Miss Yuan's pastries are extraordinary. Today, I am lucky to share in her blessings. You're too kind, Grandpa, Yuan Zio said with a smile. Well, we'll be leaving now. General Yuan, don't forget to thank the emperor tomorrow, Grandpa Lu reminded with a smile. Thank you for your reminder, Yuan Qifeng said with a smile, sending Grandpa Lu and his group out of the main gate. When Yuan Qifeng returned to the main hall, he saw everyone looking happy. Old Madame Yuan was especially joyful. Big brother, this great kindness from the emperor means you must do your best for him. Yes, mother. I will definitely live up to the emperor's kindness, Yuan Qifeng replied with a respectful bow. Old Madame Yuan smiled and said, Let's place this decree in the ancestral hall so our ancestors can be pleased. Yes, Yuan Qifeng quickly agreed. As for these rewards, Old Madame Yuan paused and then said to Lu Shi, eldest daughter-in-law, You can keep these. After hearing the old lady's words, Mrs. Ning felt anxious, but couldn't say anything. This was a gift from the current emperor to Yuan Qifeng. If she spoke now, her mother-in-law might think she is ungrateful, even if she loved Yuan Qilei dearly. But this was no small amount of money, 10,000 taels of silver, 1,000 acres of good land, and even a manor. Could she really refuse such a gift from the emperor? Mrs. Ning lowered her eyes and glanced at Yuan Qilei, deep in thought. Once the imperial decree and the royal gifts were arranged, the old lady smiled and said, Now, our Yuan family has taken a big step forward. Very good, very good. When everyone had dispersed, Yuan Qilei smiled and said to Yuan Qifeng, Big brother, mother said she wanted to talk to us. Let's go back with her now. Yuan Qifeng looked at Yuan Qilei, then saw that the old lady didn't speak, so he nodded and said to Lu and the others, You all can go back first. Lu and the others responded and bowed to the old lady before leaving. Mrs. Ning didn't know what the old lady wanted to discuss with Yuan Qifeng and Yuan Qilei, but she didn't dare ask. She simply bowed and left. Once she was far enough away, she whispered a few words to Rendong. Rendong nodded and turned to leave. Back at Shosong Hall, Yuan Qifeng sat on the bench and asked Yuan Qilei, Second brother, you came to see me here. What is it? Yuan Shilei was surprised and smiled. Big brother, I just said, mother called us here. Second brother, don't lie to me. Yuan Shifeng looked at Yuan Shilei and said, are you the one who came to see me? Or is it mother? I can tell the difference.
All right.
The old lady said, it was also me who wanted to see you. Hearing this, Yuan Shifeng didn't say anything more and only asked, I wonder what my mother wanted to talk to her son about? The old lady didn't understand why Yuan Shilei wanted to see Yuan Shifeng, so she told him, just let Layer tell you. Yuan Shifeng smiled and looked at Yuan Shilei. Second brother, what is it? Big brother. Yuan Shilei hesitated and awkwardly smiled. Yer has opened a pastry shop over in Chongping Street. You know about that, right? Yes, Yuan Shifeng nodded and looked at Yuan Shilei, wanting to understand what Yuan Shilei's intentions were in opening that shop. The elder lady saw Yuan Shilei mention Yuan Ziyu's snack shop and remembered what Yuan Shilei had told her before. She looked at Yuan Shifeng and said honestly, she felt uneasy about giving the shop to the Yuan family. However, since this would benefit her son and grandson, she decided to push aside her doubts and wait for Yuan Shifeng's response. Big brother. Yuan Shilei smiled and said, I think it's not right for second sister to manage that shop.
I want to talk to you about it.
Even mother agrees. Why do mother and second younger brother think it's not right? Yuan Shifeng glanced at the elder lady. Seeing her look guilty and drinking tea, he felt a bit upset. Yuan Shilei quickly said, brother, look, second sister is only 13 years old. What does she know? If she ruins the shop or damages its reputation, it would be a big problem. If that happens, outsiders might blame her, and her good name could be hurt. Don't you think so? As for Yer, I will protect her as her father. I won't let outsiders hurt her even a little, Yuan Shifeng said confidently. That can't be said like that. Yuan Shilei's eyes moved, and he smiled again. If it were like that, not only would second sister's reputation suffer, but the Empress Dowager might also get angry. After all, if the shop's reputation is damaged, it would also hurt the Empress Dowager's honor, since the shop's signboard was personally given by her. So what do you suggest, second younger brother? Yuan Shifeng's tone turned cold. Yuan Shilei, excited about getting the shop, didn't notice the coldness in Yuan Shifeng's voice. He smiled and said, Big brother, mother, and I think we should give the shop to our family. Since you're now a top general, having the shop with your name on it would bring you honor. Plus, it would be easier to manage, and the shop wouldn't lose money. While talking, Yuan Shilei thought he had convinced Yuan Shifeng. He continued with a smile, and besides Yer, you have 2 other sons. If the shop stays with Yer, when she gets married, the shop might change owners. It wouldn't be related to Ner and Ninger anymore. But if we keep it in the family, when Ner and Ninger grow up, they will have a solid backing with the shop. That way, they won't lose confidence. Don't you think so? Originally, the veteran lady felt a bit guilty, but after hearing Yuan Shilei speak later, she felt much more at ease. She then said, Big brother, your younger brother is right. No matter what, our Yuan family will still need Ner and Ninger to support us in the future. You should think more about their future. Yuan Shifeng listened and didn't speak for a while. Yuan Shilei felt uneasy and quickly asked, Big brother, what do you think of my and mother's opinions? At this moment, Yuan Shifeng looked up at the veteran lady and Yuan Shilei and asked, Mother, second brother, do you know who owns that shop? When he said this, the veteran lady felt a bit embarrassed and didn't say anything. Yuan Shilei chuckled, Big brother, of course I know. That shop is my sister-in-law's dowry shop. That's why today I and mother came to talk to you. You should go home and have a good talk with your wife. After all, you have 2 sons, Ner and Ninger. You can't just care about your daughter and ignore your sons, right? Honestly, big brother, you spoil Yer too much. I don't have a son now, but if I did, I would definitely prioritize my son's future. So, second brother, are you trying to take your sister-in-law's dowry shop? Yuan Shifeng said coldly. Yuan Shilei was stunned for a moment, and his face turned a little red. Big brother, how can you say that? I'm just discussing this with you. Discussing? Yuan Shifeng sneered. Are you asking me to help you take your sister-in-law's dowry shop? Yuan Shilei, When did you become so shameless? Honestly, I am quite surprised.
You.
Yuan Shi couldn't help but feel angry and ashamed. Big brother, you're crossing the line. How can I be shameless? I am doing this for the Yuan family, for your son. Otherwise, why would I go to such trouble? Then he quietly added, really ungrateful. Humph. Yuan Shifeng sneered. My son Yuan Shifeng wouldn't rely on taking his sister-in-law's shop to build his future. You know very well what your true intentions are. After speaking, Yuan Shifeng turned to the veteran lady and asked, Mother, so you agree with second brother's idea? The veteran lady felt uncomfortable and said, Your younger brother is doing this for your good. No matter what, Anur and Ninger are the roots of our Yuan family. Yuan Shifeng sneered coldly. For my good? Mother, have you really thought carefully about what second brother means? The matriarch was stunned upon hearing this and looked at Yuan Shifeng, asking, Big brother, what do you mean by that? Mother, don't you understand what second brother is really saying? Yuan Shifeng asked the matriarch again, staring directly into her eyes. The matriarch was a bit annoyed by Yuan Shifeng's gaze and replied, What could he mean? Your younger brother is only doing this for your sake. Yuan Shifeng sneered coldly. Mother, now I understand why Yun'er and Yu'er have been bullied in the house these past few months. Big brother, what do you mean? The matriarch felt a little uneasy hearing Yuan Shifeng speak this way. Did Lu Shi say something to you? Mother, should I not be told if my wife and daughter are being treated badly in my own house? Big brother, the matriarch hurriedly said, don't listen to Lu Shi's nonsense. Things aren't as you think. Yu'er fell into the lake because she was practicing martial arts by the water and slipped. I've always said girls should be gentle and quiet. Practicing martial arts isn't necessary. During the Lantern Festival, Tonga was worried about Yu'er and accidentally fell when she went to pull Yu'er. I already punished Tonga for that. As for Yu'er's recent fright, there's no evidence that Ningshi did anything. Don't accuse others without proof. And about renting Lu Shi's dowry shop last time, it didn't end up happening anyway. Yuan Shifeng listened and felt colder inside, sneering again. Yun'er didn't tell me about wanting to rent her dowry shop either. I never thought there'd be such trouble. The matriarch and Yuan Shilei were both stunned and didn't know what to say. Big brother, Yuan Shilei whispered after a while, it's all just a misunderstanding. Why get so angry? A misunderstanding? Yuan Shifeng sneered. What a misunderstanding. Yuan Shilei, you tell me each of these things are just misunderstandings? These misunderstandings are happening too often. Big brother, Yuan Shilei wanted to speak again. Shut up. Yuan Shifeng shouted loudly, startling both the matriarch and Yuan Shilei. Momo Bai quickly comforted the matriarch and said to Yuan Shifeng, General, the old lady is quite old. Please be more patient. When Yuan Shifeng heard this, he tried to suppress his anger and glared at Yuan Shilei. I always thought you were at least a fifth-rank attendant, should be sensible. But today you, who are always talking about etiquette, righteousness, and shame, are actually worse than me, a rough person, plotting to steal my sister-in-law's dowry shop. You say it's for the good of the Yuan family, but secretly, you're just thinking of your own benefit. Truly calculating.
Big.
Older brother. Yuan Shilei was frightened by Yuan Shifeng's anger, and his words became less smooth. Now I see, you and Mrs. Ning are really the same kind of people. Not from the same family, not even from the same door. Yuan Shifeng said coldly. Older brother, they are your younger brother and sister-in-law.
How can you speak of them like that?
Yuan old madam couldn't bear to hear Yuan Shifeng scolding Yuan Shilei. Mother. Yuan Shifeng sighed bitterly. Let me talk about Yuan Shilei. You can't stand it. You've worried about Yu'er many times, risking his life. Have you ever thought about how he feels?
You.
Seeing Yuan Shifeng's expression, Yuan old madam was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly said, Isn't second sister fine now? That's because second sister is lucky, Yuan Shifeng said coldly. If it weren't for her good luck, would mother plan to send your son back to the capital to see him off? Nonsense. Yuan old madam's heart trembled at Yuan Shifeng's words. It's not that serious. So, mother thinks these life and death matters concerning Yu'er aren't serious? Maybe in mother's heart, second brother's face is more important than yours life, or even more important than our family's life. Yuan Chifeng's tone was calm, but it made Yuan old madam feel an inexplicable chill.
Pure nonsense.
Yuan old madam suddenly threw her teacup to the ground beside Yuan Chifeng. Yuan Chifeng remained unmoved, staring steadily at Yuan old madam. The pain in his eyes suddenly made her regret her words just now. Thinking carefully, her words had indeed been too harsh. Yuan old madam coughed awkwardly and said, "Older brother, don't take those words to heart. I was too heavy-handed. Son dares not blame mother." Yuan Chifeng took a deep breath, glared fiercely at Yuan Chile, then said to Yuan old madam, "But there is one thing I need to tell you now that we've spoken openly." "What is it?" Yuan old madam asked. "Mother, I am a military officer. Even if I return to the capital, I fear I will often be away from home." Yuan Chifeng said, "Now, in this house I really don't trust Yun'er and Yu'er anymore. So, let's split the family. I kindly ask my second brother and his family to return to their own home."
What are you talking about?
Old Lady Yuan and Yuan Chile were both shocked. "No way." Old Lady Yuan immediately refused. "I'm not dead yet, and this house can't be decided by you." Yuan Chile also hurriedly said, "Big brother, what do you mean? Mother is still here. How can you talk about dividing the family? Are you cursing mother?" Yuan Chifeng glared at Yuan Chile.
Don't think dirty thoughts about me.
"You know very well what you're planning in your heart. Big brother you." Before Yuan Chifeng finished speaking, he turned to Old Lady Yuan. "Mother, do you really think that Yua wants the shop for Yu'er and Ning'er? Is it for An'er and Ning'er? Or for the Yuan family? Isn't it?" Old Lady Yuan replied, "Your younger brother is naturally doing it for the Yuan family, for An'er and Ning'er. Don't think wrongly." "Humph." Yuan Chifeng sneered. "Mother, right now our Yuan family hasn't split yet. If your shop is included in the public estate, the profits will naturally go to the second household. And if we really split the family in the future with your favoritism towards the second brother, who do you think will end up with that shop?"
You.
Old Lady Yuan wanted to argue, but didn't know what to say.
Who would it fall into?
The eldest son is already a high-ranking official, with land and a villa granted by the emperor himself. The shop with the plaque bestowed by the Empress Dowager should naturally be given to Lair. That way, the two brothers would share fairly, right? Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. She can't let Lair end up poor and destitute after the family splits.
But
what once seemed obvious now, after Yuan Chifeng's words, made Old Lady Yuan feel uncertain again. "Mother, our family has been in the borderlands for 20 years. During these 20 years, your son, failed to serve you well. That's my fault. I will do my best to serve you from now on," Yuan Chifeng said. "But regarding my second brother's family, Yuan Chifeng, believe I have never wronged them, nor do I owe them anything. There's no need to make my wife and daughter suffer, or even risk their lives and blood to please my second brother's family. Oldest brother, you." Old Lady Yuan felt anxious and instinctively didn't want to hear what Yuan Chifeng would say next.
So,
Yuan Chifeng looked at Old Lady Yuan and said, "This house, whether you agree or not, I have decided to split it."
You.
The elder lady's hand trembled slightly, but she didn't know what to say. Just then, Yuan Chifeng continued, "Since you mentioned the incident with Yu'er and the wild horse, and since I have no proof, I will go find evidence. I only hope that when I bring the evidence to my mother, you will agree to my request to split the family. I ask for nothing else, only that my wife and children can live peacefully. Big brother, how can you force our mother to split the family? That's disobedience." Yuan Chilo was furious. "If this gets out, what will happen to your reputation? Do you still have the face to be a top general? Aren't you afraid of the emperor's punishment?" "Punishment?" Yuan Chifeng sneered and said to Yuan Chila, "All right, do you want to make a bet? When I find the evidence, we will go to the emperor and tell him everything. You can see if he stops me from splitting the family. What do you think, big brother?" Yuan Chila hesitated. He dared not bring such a matter before the current emperor. What if he lost his position? "Big brother, I'm only thinking of you. I don't want you to disobey, mother. Why bring this before the emperor? No matter the outcome, wouldn't our family's reputation be ruined in the whole city? Yuan Shila awkwardly smiled. Shame? Yuan Shifeng snorted. Not being able to protect your wife and children. That's shame. Even if I give up my official position, I won't let my wife and daughter suffer. Enough. The old lady slammed the table. Hearing her words, Yuan Shifeng and Yuan Shila both fell silent. Yuan Shifeng looked straight at Yuan Shila with confidence, while Yuan Shila avoided his gaze, too afraid to meet Yuan Shifeng's eyes. Fine, the old lady said to Yuan Shifeng. Today, I'll put it plainly. If you can find proof that Ning Shi is guilty, I will agree to you splitting the family. Mother. Yuan Shila was immediately anxious. If they really split the family, what benefits would he get? That small fifth-rank attendance residence was all he had. How could it serve as a face for him? Even his salary probably wasn't enough to support his family. Thank you, mother. Yuan Shifeng bowed to the old lady. Mother, I will take my leave now, Yuan Shifeng said. I hope you will keep your promise. Once I find the evidence, I will ask to split the family. Otherwise, I will risk everything, my official position, and even seek justice from the emperor. After speaking, Yuan Shifeng turned and left Shosong Hall. Mother. When Yuan Shifeng left Shosong Hall, Yuan Shilei quickly stayed close to the old lady, looking anxious. What should we do? My elder brother is determined to split the family. What about my son? Please, you must help him. The old lady glared at Yuan Shilei with disappointment. You still say that? If it weren't for your good wife and daughter's actions, would my elder brother be so heartless? And let me ask you, is what your elder brother said true? Are you planning to give your second sister's shop to the government for your own benefit? Tell me, is that so? Mother. Yuan Shilei's eyes flickered with shame. How can you think that of your son? A mother knows her child best. The old lady sighed, realizing his thoughts. Liar, oh my son, she said softly. What can I say to you? Tears welled up in her eyes. It's my fault. I shouldn't have spoiled you. Mother. Yuan Shilei was upset. What are you saying? I just took a little benefit. You can't bear to see your son so poor, can you? He sighed and tears fell again. Mother, I only have one daughter now. I don't know what will happen in the future. I just wanted a bit more money. Why does my elder brother see it as a terrible crime? Doesn't he care about brotherly love? You, the old lady sighed and shook her head. You still don't understand why your elder brother is angry. Yuan Shilei secretly sneered. Of course he knew, but he couldn't say it. Otherwise, he'd be admitting those things. Mother. Yuan Shilei looked sad. Please, you have to help me. The old lady gently patted his head. I will think of you. But if this family really splits, the only things left for you are what your father left behind. Don't expect more. Mother. Yuan Shilei was anxious. With only his father's belongings, if the brothers split everything, what would be left? He didn't want those old things. He wanted something better. Calling on ancestors won't help, the old lady sighed. This house belongs to your elder brother. You can't touch his salary. The good land, mountain estate, and silver the emperor granted today, you can't even think about them unless you want to lose your head. As for your shop, forget about it. Mother. Yuan Shilei secretly hated. Can you really bear to see your son suffer? If we truly have separated, I will decide how to share your father's belongings, giving you a bit more. As for everything else, don't think about it. The elder lady sighed. Your older brother is angry now and won't give in no matter what.
But
that's enough. I'm tired now. You can go back, the elder lady said, rubbing her forehead with a tired look. Yuan Shilei endured his anger and said farewell. Mother, I am leaving now. Please rest well. Go ahead, the elder lady waved her hand. After Yuan Shilei left the Shosong Hall, someone quietly left the roof of the hall. In the Zihua courtyard, Ning Shi threw down her teacups in frustration. Such a sneaky plan. They want to drive our family out of the house without even thinking. Don't even dream about it. Madam, Ning Dong whispered, I heard the general's words. It seems everything is settled. Hearing this, Ningshi gritted her teeth in anger and asked Ning Dong, "Did you handle the matter that day well? I heard those two were caught. If they reveal your secret, what will happen?" "Madam, I covered for myself. The coachman and maid don't recognize me," Ning Dong hurried to explain. "That's good." Ningshi nodded in relief. "Brother Feng, what did mother ask you to say?" Lu Shi asked quickly when Yuan Chi Feng returned. In Lu Feng Yuan Ziyu and his siblings didn't leave because they were worried about what had happened earlier. They stayed to wait for Yuan Chi Feng. Hearing Lu Shi ask, the three siblings looked at Yuan Chi Feng. Yuan Chi Feng thought for a moment and concealed the matter about the elder lady and Yuan Chi Lei wanting to take over Yuan Ziyu's shop. He said, "It's nothing special. I just told my mother about splitting the family." She finally agreed. "As long as we find evidence that Ningshi harmed you heir, she will agree to the split." "Really?" Lu Shi was happy at first, but then frowned. "But how can we find that evidence? Did they catch the person who tricked you heir that day?" Yuan Chi Feng asked. "It seems to be in Fei heir's hands, but there hasn't been any news for a long time. Clearly, they haven't gotten any information," Lu Shi sighed. "Then I'll try to ask Fei heir when I get a chance," Yuan Chi Feng said. "Yes," Lu Shi nodded. Yuan Ziyu listened nearby, recalling what Huishi Fei said that night. His heart moved, and he also wanted to find a chance to ask Huishi Fei about it. A family was talking when an official came in to report, "General, several families have sent gifts to congratulate you on your promotion. They are all waiting at the main gate." Hearing this, Yuan Qifeng and Lady Lu exchanged a glance, realizing that the matter of Yuan Qifeng's promotion had probably been noticed by all the households. "Just accept them," Yuan Qifeng thought for a moment and said, "Remember to make a list of all the congratulatory gifts and give it to Madam." "Yes," the official replied and hurried away. Yuan Qifeng then said to Lady Lu, "We can't refuse these gifts. We should record them and consider giving thanks later. Also, we'll need Yun'er's help with this." Lady Lu smiled and said, "It's no trouble at all, Brother Feng.
There's no need to worry."
Seeing that there was nothing else, Yuan Ziyu and his siblings finished their lunch in Lu Feng Garden and then left. Yuan Ziyan and Yuan Zining went off to handle their own affairs without mentioning it. Meanwhile, Yuan Ziyu returned to Wuyo Pavilion. Remembering the sweets she had promised Yuan Zining, she asked Qingying to pack 2 lunchboxes and specially included a few bags of tea leaves, then sent the little maid to deliver them. Qingying smiled and said to Yuan Ziyu, "Second miss, you've been busy all morning. Let the maidservants and Qingji rest now." Yuan Ziyu smiled and replied, "No rush, come inside with me." Confused, Qingying and Qingji followed Yuan Ziyu into the inner room. Yuan Ziyu poured 2 cups of spring water and handed them to Qingying and Qingji, smiling, "You've been serving me since you were young. I don't see you as outsiders. Here, drink this nourishing soup." "Thank you, second miss." Qingying and Qingji quickly accepted the drinks and drank the spring water. Qingji, who was straightforward and honest, took a sip and said, "Second miss, this nourishing soup is really delicious." Yuan Ziyu smiled and said, "If you like it, you can have a cup every day." Qingji's eyes lit up. "Thank you, second miss." Qingying chuckled and said, "This girl is so happy now." She looked down at her cup, noting that the floral dew used in the sweets from the shop was now managed by the second miss. Others might not know, but she was clear that the secret recipe the second miss used in the floral dew was the same as the one in this nourishing soup. If she guessed correctly, this nourishing soup must be made from that secret recipe. Thinking about how second miss is unguarded with her, Qingying feels both happy and worried. She is glad that second miss trusts her, but also concerned that she might be careless and accidentally reveal such secrets. If she had bad intentions, it could harm second Mississippi. Moreover, Qingying often serves second miss and knows that although she studies medicine, she doesn't know how to prepare this health tonic. Qingying doesn't want to interfere with the tonic's origin, but she worries that if outsiders learn about second miss's secret, it could bring trouble. Qingying secretly decides to find a good time to remind second miss about this. As for Qingji, Qingying isn't worried. She's usually careless and wouldn't notice such details. Besides, It's better if Qingji doesn't know, to prevent her from accidentally revealing anything. At that moment, Qing and Qingji are helping Yuan Ziyu change clothes. Qing finds an excuse to send Qingji away and looks at Yuan Ziyu hesitantly. Qing, just say what you want. Yuan Ziyu smiles and says. Qing is a little surprised. Second miss, you.
You know?
Yuan Ziyu smiles. If you had something to say to me alone, why did you send Qingji away? Hearing this, Qing feels a bit shy but then becomes serious. Second miss, I have something to tell you. If I don't, I won't feel at ease. Go ahead, what is it? Second miss, Qing hesitates, softly saying, is the health tonic you gave me the same as the secret recipe you shared with me? Did you figure it out? Yuan Ziyu asks with a smile. Qing hurriedly says, oh no, second miss. How can you still smile? How could you tell me such an important secret? Aren't you afraid I might betray you?
Would you?
Yuan Ziyu suddenly asks seriously. Of course not. Qing quickly replies. That's good. Yuan Ziyu smiles. If you wouldn't harm me, then what are you worried about? It's just. Qing is so anxious, she doesn't know what to say. Finally, she says, anyway, second miss, you must not tell others about this. It's very dangerous. Please, don't say anything more. The anxious look on Qing's face reminded Yuan Ziyu of her past life, when Qing was also this worried, fearing she might be hurt or worse by those soldiers. When the soldiers swung their swords, Qing stepped in front of her and blocked the attack. Despite her fear, she was willing to risk her life for her. Okay. Yuan Ziyu pursed her lips and smiled. Only you know this. I will never betray the second young lady. Qing said as if making a vow. I believe you. I swear it. Qing suddenly knelt on the ground, looking determined. I will keep this secret safe for the second young lady. Good. Get up quickly. Just then, Qingji ran in happily. Second young lady. The gatekeeper just sent word that Granny Gu has arrived. Oh, Qing, why are you still kneeling on the ground? Did I make you angry? No. Qing just accidentally fell. I was about to help her up, Yuan Ziyu said casually. Yeah, Qing said as she massaged her leg and stood up. I don't know why, but my leg suddenly went weak. I just fell, and you, girl, saw it all. Qingji laughed loudly. Qing, you fell on flat ground? Where did all those fighting skills go? Qing glared at Qingji. If you keep teasing me, be careful, I'll tear your mouth apart. Second young lady. Qingji pretended to be scared and ran over to Yuan Ziyu. Qing threatened me. Yuan Ziyu smiled. All right, stop teasing each other. By the way, Qingji, what did you just say? Oh, second young lady. Qingji hurriedly replied. The gatekeeper just sent word that Granny Gu has arrived. Granny Gu is here. Yuan Ziyu was delighted. She quickly ordered Qingji, go, and bring Granny Gu here. Okay. Qingji hurried out. Yuan Ziyu smiled at Qing. Forget about what happened just now. I understand your feelings. Qing nodded, feeling more determined to help Yuan Ziyu keep this secret. Soon, Qingji returned with Granny Gu and led her into the west room of Wuyo Pavilion. Hello, Granny Gu. Yuan Ziyu respectfully bowed and greeted her with a smile. Second young lady, I haven't seen you in a few days. You look more beautiful and graceful, Granny Gu said with a smile. Thank you for your compliment, Granny Gu, Yuan Ziyu said happily, inviting her to sit on the Luohan bed. Have everything been arranged? Yes, everything is ready. Grandma Gu smiled and said, sorry for making you wait so long. Second Mississippi. It's my fault. You're too modest, Grandma. Yuan Ziyu looked outside at the sky and smiled. Grandma must have finished her errands and hurried here. You should rest well. I'll take you to see Mother. The courtyard where you stay has already been prepared for you. Thank you, Second Miss. When Lu Shi saw Grandma Gu, she was very happy. After some polite talk, she quickly arranged for someone to take Grandma Gu to the already prepared courtyard to rest. After Grandma Gu left, Lu Shi smiled at Yuan Ziyu and said, you came just in time. I just received an invitation from Aunt Meng to visit tomorrow. I was about to tell you.
Great.
Yuanzio happily said, I'll get to see Wanner again. I wonder if her maid has been forcing her to learn etiquette these days, making her miserable. During the days Yuanzio was recovering, Huan came every day to keep her company and cheer her up. It was only in the past couple of days, now that she's better, that Huan stopped coming. Lucier nodded and gently touched Yuanzio's forehead, saying, You talk about Wanner, but now that Grandma Gu is here, you should learn etiquette from her. Your father might receive many invitations from the Emperor's reward this time, and some you have to attend. Don't forget your manners, so people won't say our Yuan family's daughter doesn't know proper conduct. Don't worry, mother, I won't. Yuanzio said with a smile. Meanwhile, Yuan Chile originally wanted to persuade Yuan Qifeng to go to Lucier and get the dowry shop, but Yuan Qifeng scolded him instead. What made him angrier was that his mother refused to support him. All this made Yuan Chile feel upset. He thought about going out for some wine, but worried about being questioned about Yuan Qifeng's reward from the emperor. So he simply went to Chen Yenying's Qinyan residence. Sir, what's wrong? Chen Yenying saw Yuan Chile come in and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. She personally took off his outer robe and giggled. Did Wanner do something to upset you? Otherwise, why don't you smile when you see her? She looked a little aggrieved. Chen Yenying was beautiful and charming, and her acting had a captivating effect. Yuan Chile couldn't resist and quickly hugged her, comforting her with heartfelt words. It's not your fault. I just had a little argument with my mother. Isn't the old lady the most fond of you? Why would she make you upset? Chen Yenying blinked her watery eyes, puzzled. Oh, forget about it. Yuan Chile looked very unhappy. I kindly advised my older brother to merge Aria's pastry shop into the official family business. This way, an heir and Ning heir would have support. But I didn't expect my brother to be so ungrateful and scold me, even talking about splitting the family. He also mentioned the incident with Aria's spirited horse, claiming Ningxue was responsible. Mother, however, agreed that if we could find proof, she would support my brother's plan to split the family. What? The old lady said that? Chunyan was surprised and quickly asked. Exactly. Yuan Chile said angrily. If we really split up, what would I get from this household? Just a bunch of junk. He slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang, causing himself pain. He quickly shook his hand and took deep breaths. Sir, the family can't be split. Chun Yen said anxiously. General has been away from the capital for over 20 years, and you have always been loyal to the old lady. Now that the general has returned, he's driven you out. Why is that? That's right. Yuan Chile sighed. It seems the family must be divided. Chun Yan's eyes flicked around, then she leaned close to Yuan Chile and softly said, Actually, I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it. If I do, you might think I'm stirring trouble and might stop liking me. Good girl, Yen. Yuan Chile said quickly. What's your idea? Don't worry, I won't blame you. Chun Yen sighed and pouted. Never mind, I won't say it. If you dislike me for it, I might as well just die. Yuan Chile saw how distressed she was and tried to flatter her. All right, since you insist on telling me, go ahead, he said with a forced smile.
Tell me what you think.
Chun Yen pretended to hesitate and then said, From what I see, the reason the general insists on splitting the family is because his wife and eldest daughter secretly harmed the second daughter. If we can get the wife and eldest daughter to apologize to the second girl, maybe we can still fix things. Yuan Chile listened quietly, lost in thought. Chun Yen secretly glanced at him and then sighed. I don't know how angry the general is, but if his anger is too strong, he might even divorce his wife, and no matter what, the general might never forgive her. That wicked woman. Yuan Chile slammed his hand on the table again. It's true. Good wives can cause trouble for their husbands. Today's trouble is all because of her. After saying this, he stood up to leave. Master, where are you going? Chun Yen hurriedly exclaimed. I'm going to clarify things with that wicked woman. Master, please don't get angry. Chun Yen called out again from behind. Seeing Yuan Chile walk away far, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She then turned and entered the house. Mrs. Ning was talking with Ning Dong inside the house when they heard a young girl outside shouting master. Mrs. Ning was confused, not understanding why Yuan Qilei came at this moment. Before she could stand up, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Yuan Qilei, furious, shouted at Ning Dong, "Get out." Seeing Mrs. Ning nodding, Yuan Qilei bowed slightly and hurried out of the house. Why is the master so angry, coming here to vent his frustration? Mrs. Ning saw Yuan Qilei's angry face and stood up sharply, sneering. "You wicked woman!" Yuan Qilei roared. "In broad daylight, you lock the door and plot some sinister scheme to harm your master? Master, what are you saying?" Mrs. Ning said angrily. "This is my own courtyard. Do I not have the right to close the door? Usually you don't come and I don't say anything. But now you're making a fuss. What's the reason? Do you think I, as the main wife, am here just to be your punching bag?
How dare you say that?"
Yuan Qilei hated. "If it weren't for you, this wicked woman, my elder brother wouldn't have thought of splitting the family. It's all your fault." As he spoke, Yuan Qilei couldn't contain his anger. He stepped forward and slapped Mrs. Ning, knocking her sideways onto the bed. Mrs. Ning covered her face, angry, and said, "Yuan Qilei, you still dare to hit me? I'm hitting you, this wicked woman." Yuan Qilei, still resentful, kicked her several times, causing her to cry out in pain. Knocked to the ground by Yuan Qilei's kicks, Mrs. Ning's anger burned inside. She got up and threw herself into Yuan Qilei's arms, shouting, "If you have the courage, just kill me today. Let everyone see what kind of spoiled, murderous man you are."
You
talk nonsense, jealous woman." Yuan Qilei, annoyed by her words, tried to hit her again. At this moment, Mrs. Ning no longer held any affection in Yuan Qilei's heart.
"Master."
At this time, Ning Dong rushed in, quickly stopping Yuan Qilei and pulling Mrs. Ning aside. "Please, spare her.
Get out."
Yuan Qilei's eyes turned red as he scolded Ning Dong. "You really have a talent for only hitting women." Mrs. Ning retorted angrily. "Your elder brother wants to split the family and you're panicking, right? From now on, you have no support, right? Without your older brother, who would look up to you outside." Yuan Qilei was so angry at Ning Shi that he wanted to fight back, but Ning Dong stopped him. He is a weak scholar, no match for Ning Dong. After failing several times to hit Ning Shi, he gave up and left the purple flower courtyard angrily, leaving a harsh threat behind. "Just wait. I will divorce this wicked woman sooner or later." Ning Shi was so furious that she smashed things all over the room, cursing everyone in Yuan's household, from the old lady to Yuan Zio. The next day, Yuan Zio, along with Lu Shi, went to greet the old lady and mention plans to visit the Marquis of Xuanfeng's residence. The old lady, still upset from yesterday's events, didn't say much, just nodded in approval. Early in the morning, Ning Shi applied several layers of powder to hide her red marks. When she and Lu Shi left Shosong Hall, they saw that Lu Shi and her daughter seemed not to notice her, and simply went on their way. Ning Shi's anger flared again, and she thought about the words she overheard from Ning Dong yesterday and the harsh words Yuan Qilei had left behind. She glared fiercely at Lu Shi and her daughter's backs. Seeing them walk away, Ning Shi's mind turned over some ideas. She took Ning Dong to the side courtyard. Now, Ning Chunhua's family was all in the guest house and had not gone out. Ning Shi stayed at the door, guarding, while she went inside. When Ning Shi entered, Fan Shi looked at her with a sneer. "Oh, sister, you finally remember to come see us." Fan Shi's sarcastic tone was something Ning Shi was used to. She only asked Ning Chunhua, "Big brother, is Boer feeling better? Do you still have the nerve to ask about Boer?" Before Ning Chunhua could speak, Fan Shi rushed forward and said to Ning Shi, "If it weren't for you bringing our family to Beijing, how could Boer suffer such an unjust disaster?" Now Boer is still confused, staring blankly all day long, unable to recognize anyone. "It's all your fault, as her aunt. Big sister-in-law, you need to be clear about this." "What do you mean I, as her aunt, caused her harm? Did I order someone to kidnap her? Don't blame everything on me. If Boer hadn't wandered around aimlessly, She wouldn't have been kidnapped, Ning Shi retorted sharply when Fan Shi accused her.
You
actually say that about Boer? I told you not to call Per good. Mrs. Fan was so angry. My good son has become such a ghostly figure. I don't even know if he'll recover in the future. Every time I see him like that, my heart feels like it's being cut with a knife. Now, seeing Mrs. Ning still acting so confident and righteous, I couldn't hold back my anger. I stepped forward and slapped Mrs. Ning across the face, then grabbed her hair and pulled her. Mrs. Ning didn't expect Mrs. Fan to suddenly attack her, so she suffered a big loss. Angry, Mrs. Ning forgot to call out for Ning Dong, and instead, she grabbed Mrs. Fan's hair and pulled her back. The two women started pulling each other's hair and rolling on the ground. One scratch here, one grab there, what a lively scene. Ning Chunhua didn't expect his wife and sister to fight each other. He was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he hurried forward to separate them. But he didn't know that the two women were fighting so fiercely that he couldn't split them up. He also got scratched somewhere and saw 5 scratches on his neck, which hurt a lot. Ning Chunhua was angry too. What are you two doing? Why are you fighting like this? Get up quickly. But no one responded to him. Ning Chunhua couldn't go further and was afraid to try pulling them apart again. He called Ning Xiaojun for help. Zhener, come out quickly and help me separate your mother and your aunt. What's wrong, Dad? Ning Xiaojun came out confused. When he saw the two women rolling and fighting on the ground, he exclaimed, Mom, Auntie, why are you fighting? Don't ask. Just help me separate them. Ning Chunhua hurriedly sighed. Unfortunately, the two women were fighting so seriously that Ning's wife and daughter couldn't do anything. Finally, Ning Dongwen came in after hearing the noise and managed to separate them. At this moment, both Mrs. Ning and Mrs. Fan had messy hair, crooked hairpins, and uneven clothes. They had rolled on the ground several times, covered in dust. Like black-eyed chickens, they glared at each other and continued cursing, none of their words friendly. Although Ning Chunhua grew up in a poor family and often mingled with common people, he had never seen such a scene of a village woman fighting and causing trouble. The first time he saw it, it was his wife and sister fighting fiercely, which made him very angry. Humph. Ning's family and Fan's family exchanged glances, both glaring at each other fiercely, then turned their heads away at the same time. Enough, Ning Chunhua said helplessly. Hurry up and wash up. If there's anything to discuss, sit down and talk calmly. Now that Boer is like this, our main concern is how to help her get better. While speaking, Ning Chunhua also told Ning Xiaojun, Zhener, take your mother and your aunt to your room to wash up. Yes, father. Ning Xiaojun replied, then took Ning's wife and Fan's wife back to their room. For a while, both Ning's wife and Fan's wife finished tidying up but still looked at each other with suspicion. They didn't sit together, only occasionally exchanging glances, but still glaring fiercely, as if neither of them trusted the other.
Ah, enough.
We are family, why be like this? Ning Chunhua acted as a peacemaker. Little sister, why are you here today? Is there something you want to say? Ning's wife said irritably, I'm just here to see Boer and to help her. But before I could say anything, your wife hit me and gave me a black eye. Humph, why would I hit you? Fan's wife immediately became annoyed. Look at what your broken mouth said. You said my Boer was wandering around? If it weren't for your instigation, would Boer be so obsessed with that second girl from the Yuan family? If she didn't want to see that Yuan girl, would Boer go to that shop and wait for a chance to meet her? You stirred things up back then, and you didn't help Boer. When she got into trouble, you still mocked her. Who should I hit if not you?
You.
Ning's wife stared wide-eyed, wanting to argue back, but Ning Xiaojun said dissatisfiedly, Auntie, my mother is right. Your words back then made my brother only think about that Yuan girl, ignoring me, his sister. I thought my brother would get what he wanted, but now he's like this. If I had known, I would have gone to flatter that Yuan girl. Maybe I could have gotten some good things. Humph. Now everything is gone. After saying this, she looked full of regret. Fan's wife couldn't help but slap Ning Xiaojun. What are you saying about your brother? You're selfish, only thinking of yourself. You're no different, Only thinking about your brother, Ning Xiaojun replied stubbornly.
You're.
The Fan family was angry and wanted to hit Ning Xiaojun, but Ning Chunhua stopped them. Enough, what's going on? Why are you causing trouble now? After that, Ning Chunhua asked Ning Shi, little sister, look at Boa now. What should we do? We've seen several doctors, and they all say she just needs to rest and take care of herself. But when will this end? If it goes on like this, your brother and I will have no children to carry on the family line. She sighed deeply. Big brother, I just want to help Boer today, Ning Shi said. Sister, do you have any good ideas? Ning Chunhua asked quickly. Ning Shi cleared her throat softly. Big brother, with Boer like this, do you want to find her a wife? A wife? Now, not only Ning Chunhua but also Mrs. Fan and Ning Xiaojun looked at Ning Shi, not knowing what she was planning. Yes, do you want a daughter-in-law who can make your lives easier in the future? Ning Shi said with a hint of persuasion. Who? Mrs. Fan asked. Ning Shi glared at Mrs. Fan, but said nothing. Mrs. Fan felt her chest hurt with anger, but she thought if Ning Shi really had a good idea to help Boer find a wife, it would be a good thing. So she forced a shy smile and said, little sister, it was my mistake just now. I apologize. Now, tell me, who do you want to find for Boer? Seeing Mrs. Fan speak up, Ning Shi thought her plans still needed Mrs. Fan to play a role. She also smiled and said, no need to worry, sister-in-law. I also admit I was wrong just now. Please don't take it to heart. All right. Family members shouldn't hold grudges. Once we talk it out, everything will be fine. Ning Chunhua quickly tried to smooth things over. Then she asked Ning Shi, little sister, which girl are you talking about? Ning Shi smiled and said, of course, it's my niece, Miss Yuan Air.
What?
Mrs. Fan immediately stood up. That charming girl again. No, she caused my son to become like this. I can't agree to this. Ninx hismiret. Sister-in-law, you're mistaken. Since she caused Boer trouble, she should come and take care of Boer. As the mother-in-law, you can decide how to handle her. Do you think she, as a daughter-in-law, would dare to disobey her mother-in-law? Hearing Ning Shi's words, Mrs. Fan hesitated and looked at Ning Shi with doubt. Even Ning Chunhua frowned and remained silent, deep in thought. Ning Xiaojun's eyes brightened as she quickly asked Ning Shi, Auntie, if that second Miss Yuan becomes my sister-in-law, can I have some of her things? Ning Shi smiled and said, of course.
You're the only little sister-in-law I have.
She wouldn't dare slight you. Mother, then it's settled. Ning Xiaojun happily told Fan Shi. Fan Shi looked at Ning Shi and said, you make some sense, but what can you do to make Miss Yuan willingly marry in? Don't forget, you once said her fiancé is a noble son. If we cause trouble for him, we might get into big trouble. Ning Shi sneered slightly and said, in the past, I really had no way. But now, with Bop being kidnapped by bad people, I have a perfect plan. Just see if you're brave enough. What plan? Come closer and listen, Ning Shi said with a smile. Ning Chunhua and Fan Shi leaned in, eager to hear. Ning Xiaojun also wanted to listen but was pushed aside by Ning Shi.
Kids shouldn't listen to this, she said.
Ning Xiaojun was unhappy but was stopped by Rongdong, so she had to give up and look upset. Ning Shi whispered some secret words into Ning Chunhua and Fan Shi's ears. Their faces changed, showing worry and surprise. Little sister, we all knew yesterday that your eldest uncle is now a first-rank general, and that second Miss Yuan's fiancé is… Ning Chunhua hesitated. We can't compete with that. If your eldest uncle gets angry, we might be in danger. You don't understand, Ning Shi said with a smile. Official families care about face. Do you think your eldest uncle would really risk his life over this? If you cause trouble and her reputation is ruined, he wouldn't dare to punish you. Even for her sake, he'd swallow his anger. And the Marquis estate? Do they want a daughter-in-law with a bad reputation? Just wait and see. You'll soon have a daughter-in-law.
But
Ning Chunhua and Fan Shi still felt scared. Think about my niece's dowry. She now has a shop granted by the Empress Dowager herself, Ning Shi said with a smile, observing their expressions. There's a saying, if you can't part with your child, you can't catch a wolf. If this works out, you'll enjoy great wealth in the future. Also, my eldest uncle went to the palace today to thank the emperor and isn't at home now. When she finished speaking, she glanced at Mr. Fan's shining eyes and smiled as she stood up. I've given you my idea. Whether you do it or not is up to you. Anyway, if there's no daughter-in-law, I'm not in a hurry. All right, I'm leaving now. You can think it over yourselves. After saying this, she proudly took Rindo back to Zihua court. Madam, Rindo quietly asked Ning, if uncle and aunt really argue and it becomes serious, it's easy to handle. But if they don't, and you tell on them, won't that cause trouble? Ning sneered coldly. I understand them very well. They are blinded by wealth and status. As long as it doesn't threaten their lives, they won't tell on me. Whether it works out or not, Yuan Zio has lost her reputation. Will Marquis Xianfeng still want her then?
Dream on.
Humph. Yuan Zio rode in a carriage with Lu and went straight to Marquis Xuanfeng's estate. She headed directly to Meng's courtyard. Are you feeling better? Meng immediately took Yuan Zio's hand and pulled her to sit beside her, asking worriedly. I'm much better now, Aunt Meng. Don't worry. Yuan Zio smiled. I've also eaten the tonics you sent. They're very good. Thank you, Aunt Meng. Oh, you child. Why are you still thanking me? Meng laughed. If you keep being so polite, I'll get angry. All right, then I won't be distant from Aunt Meng, Yuan Zio said happily, linking her arm with Meng's. She then turned to Qingying and said, Bring me a gourd. Yes. Qingying happily handed over a wine gourd. It was quite large, enough to hold 5 jin of wine. Yuan Zio handed the gourd to Meng and said with a smile, Aunt Meng, this is a health tonic I made according to an ancient recipe. You and Lord Marquis should drink a cup every day. It's good for your health. Good. You're so thoughtful, Yuan Zio. Meng ordered the maid Lu Ying to take the gourd. Lu and smiled. Drink some now. If it's not enough, you can ask Yuan Zio for more. This soup is really good. Meng's eyes crinkled with a smile. Seeing how much Yuan Zio loved it, she said happily to Lu, Yuan Zio is so lovely and caring. She needs to grow up quickly. I wish she could be part of our family tomorrow. Aunt Meng. Yuan Zio naturally understood and blushed, refusing to speak. Lu Ying laughed. Sister Meng, you'll have to wait for that. I just can't bear to part with my Yuan Zio now. Years from now, no matter how much I miss her, I will still take her back. Mrs. Meng smiled as she hugged Yuan Zio and said softly, causing Yuan Zio to blush and lower her head in shyness. Mother, is Sister Yu here? Huan rushed into the yard, worriedly followed by Wu Ying and Wu Hen. 8 miss, take your time, slow down. Child, where did you learn such manners? You're still so impatient. Mrs. Meng gently scolded Huan, but her voice carried a smile. Oh, Mother, I just want to see Sister Yu. Huan pouted and flattered Mrs. Meng, then bowed to Lu and called someone over. She hurried to Yuan Zio's side, linking her arm. Sister Yu, are you feeling better? Are you fully recovered now? I'm much better now, don't worry. Yuan Zio smiled and patted Huan's hand. That's great. Let's go play in the garden, Huan said happily to Lu and Mrs. Meng. Mother, Aunt Lu, you two chat slowly. I'm going to play with Sister Yu. All right, go ahead and take good care of your sister, Mrs. Meng advised. Got it, Mother. Huan and Yuan Zio had already run off by then. Mrs. Meng shook her head with a smile and said to Lu, My daughter is really a troublemaker. Never quiet. Her nanny has complained to me many times. Sigh, it's exhausting. Being lively is good, Lu replied with a smile. You know, Yor is also quite lively. In the future, you'll have your worries. Well, I wouldn't like her to be too quiet either. It's better to be lively, Mrs. Meng said with a smile. By the way, has Granny Gu gone to your house? Yes, Lu replied happily. She arrived yesterday. We've arranged a nice courtyard for her. I just hope Yor can learn more manners from Granny Gu, so she won't lose her etiquette. Yor is a good girl. No worries there, Mrs. Meng said confidently. Come on, Sister Yu. Let's go see the flowers I planted. Huan cheerfully took Yuan Zio to her Qingwan pavilion. Hearing that Huan had planted flowers, Yuan Zio became interested. What kind of flowers did you plant? Quite a few, Huan listed excitedly. Canna, wisteria, water lilies, daffodils, blue tails, sparrows. That many. Yuan Zio suddenly thought of the dark soil and spring water in her Jingjiang pavilion. They were so magical. Perhaps that black soil was extraordinary too. Maybe she could try it someday. But then she remembered the 3 people still lying in Jingjiang pavilion, which made her worried. She didn't know how to handle the situation. She couldn't keep them there forever. It would take up too much space. Yes, there are many. Huan pulled Yuan Zio into Qingwan Pavilion and pointed at the flowers in the yard. She said, "Look, some of these flowers have already bloomed, and some are just starting to form buds." Grandma Yen said that when all these flowers bloom, they will be very beautiful. Yuan Zio nodded in agreement. Thinking about her own yard, she said to Huan, "Do you still have some flower seeds? If you do, could you share a few with me?" "Yes, I have plenty." Huan quickly nodded and then ordered Wu Ying, "Go get some flower seeds for Sister Yu."
Take a few of each kind. Yes.
Wu Ying happily responded. Suddenly, a voice came from the gate of Qingwan Pavilion. "Oh, I arrived at a bad time. Sister 8th, you have a guest." Yuan Zio looked toward the gate and saw a familiar girl. After thinking for a moment, she remembered. This was Huijiao, the legitimate daughter of the 3rd branch of the Hu family. "Third sister, why are you here?" Huan's tone was a bit cold. Huijiao smiled slightly and said, "What's this, Sister 8th? Are you not happy to see me?" "You're overthinking," Huan replied coldly. "I just have a guest today." "Why don't you come back another day?"
"Guest?"
Huijiao looked at Yuan Zio, squinting as she thought. Then she smiled and said, "Who do I think it is? Isn't this the fiancé of Big Brother?" "Well, that doesn't really count as a guest." "Oh, wait. She hasn't even officially entered our Hu family yet, so who knows what the future holds. She's just a guest for now, but I've seen her before. I can stay and entertain Sister 8th. "Third sister, if you don't know what to say, then say less," Yuan Zio interrupted before Huan could speak. "Sister Yu is my future wife, so don't think I don't know what Third Anne is planning. Let me tell you, it's just a dream. My big sister-in-law can only be Sister Yu. As for your external cousin, forget about it."
"You."
Huijiao was caught off guard by Huan's sharp words. Her face turned red with embarrassment. She glared fiercely at Yuan Zio, didn't say a word, and angrily turned around and left Qingwan Pavilion. "Huan, if you speak like that, be careful your 3rd aunt will complain to your mother," Yuan Zio warned Huan. "Don't worry, Sister Yu." Huan waved her hand casually. "My 3rd aunt wouldn't dare. She only dares to mutter behind my back like a rat in the gutter." With a soft puff, Yuan Zio laughed and said, "Your description is quite fitting. In her past life, the Yu family was just like a mouse in the gutter, daring only to use small tricks secretly. They wouldn't dare to openly challenge with real strength." "Exactly." Huan proudly tilted her head, but then saw Fu Shifei walking toward her courtyard. Her face immediately fell.
"Ah.
Big brother, you're here to compete with me for Sister Yu. This is your sister-in-law." Fu Shifei stepped into Qingwan Pavilion, raising an eyebrow as he spoke to Huan. "Then big brother, you can't compete with me either." Huan hugged Yuan Zio's arm, refusing. Yuan Zio smiled and waved at Qingying, taking a wine gourd from her and handing it to Huan. "Here, this is a health tonic I made. Drink 1 cup every day. It's very good for your health. Just remember to drink it." Huan took the wine gourd, smiling. "Yes, I definitely won't forget." She then handed the gourd to Wuhan, who took it and smiled. "Miss Yuan, don't worry. Wuhan and Wu Ying will watch over Miss Ba every day." Yuan Zio nodded and said to Wuhan, "My brother and I need to talk about something. I'll come find you later, okay?" Huan pouted, but agreed. "All right, Sister Yu, remember to come find me. I'll be waiting for you."
"Of course I will."
"I still want to stay here and have a meal with you," Yuan Zio said with a smile. Huan was instantly happy.
"Great.
I'll have the kitchen prepare something. Sister Yu, just tell me what you want to eat. Whatever you prepare, I'll eat that." "All right, I'll get someone to prepare it. Remember to come over." "Okay. This is the first time you've come to my courtyard. After leaving Qingwan Pavilion, Huo Shifei took Yuan Zio to his Yingfei Pavilion. That's true. Yuan Zio blushed shyly and nodded softly. What about mine? Huo Shifei reached out his hand in front of Yuan Zio, smiling as he asked. What is it? Yuan Zio asked playfully, knowing well but smiling with pursed lips. Huo Shifei leaned in close to her ear and whispered, Where's my health tonic? Yuan Zio blushed deeply and quickly pushed Huo Shifei lightly. Oh, Qing Ying and Ping Shan are still here. Miss Yuan, we didn't see anything. Ping Shan quickly said, both he and Qing Ying trying to hold back their laughter and turning away. Yuan Zio's face turned even redder, and she couldn't help but pinch Huo Shifei lightly. Look at you. This caused Huo Shifei to laugh happily, as if tickled. Yuan Zio shot him a glare, and then turned around to take the wine gourd from Qing Ying, handing it to Huo Shifei. Here, yours. Huo Shifei took the wine gourd and told Bing Shan and Qing Ying to leave. Then he leaned close to Yuan Zio and asked, How should I drink this? You heard everything just now at Wan Er's place. Yuan Zio's face was still flushed. Huo Shifei looked at her rosy cheeks and smiled softly. But I want to hear you say it again. Just one bowl a day is enough, Yuan Zio whispered softly, almost like a mosquito humming. Thank you, you heir. Huo Shifei gently held her hand and said. Yuan Zio's lips curled up involuntarily, and her smile grew wider. Cough, cough. She softly cleared her throat. Brother Shi, I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? Huo Shifei asked as he took her hand and led her into the study. Yuan Zio asked, the last time we talked about catching Ning Dong, do you have any news now? Yes, it should be fine, Huo Shifei nodded. Hearing this, Yuan Zio's eyes lit up. That's great. If we succeed, maybe our family can split up. Huo Shifei asked, Uncle Yuan mentioned splitting the family with your grandmother? Yes, Yuan Zio nodded. My grandmother agreed. As long as we find proof that my second aunt harmed me, she will agree to split.
Good.
When do you want me to go? I'll prepare, Huo Shifei said with a nod. My dad said he wants to talk to you. He thinks the coachman and maid are both in your hands, Yuan Zio said, feeling a bit uneasy when mentioning the maid. Huo Shifei saw her discomfort, but didn't say anything. Instead, he replied, All right, I'll visit Uncle Yuan tomorrow. Yes, and my dad went to the palace today to thank the emperor, so even if you go today, you won't see him, Yuan Zio smiled. I understand, Huo Shifei nodded. I'm glad my mother helped me settle things with you early on. Otherwise, I'd be so anxious now. Yuan Zio couldn't help but pat Huo Shifei lightly. Brother Shi, you're getting more and more smooth-talking. Really? Yes. Huo Shifei moved his face closer to Yuan Zio. Do you want to look more carefully? Yuan Zio blinked, then turned around and faced away from Huo Shifei. I'll tell Aunt Meng that you bullied me later. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Huo Shifei hurriedly said with a smile. Then you should speak nicely, right? Yes, I will. Yuan Zio finally turned back, gave Huo Shifei a glare, then pursed her lips and looked elsewhere, smiling softly. Huo Shifei cleared his throat and seriously said, that Kutu has already confessed. Really? Yuan Zio quickly turned around and asked. Yes, Huo Shifei nodded, then added, I told Kutu that their Captain Qian and a Lu Dun are already dead. Hearing about those two, Yuan Zio felt a bit guilty again. You haven't found them, have you? No matter if we find them or not, they must be dead now, Huo Shifei said. After all, so many innocent people in our country lost their lives because of them. Yes, so many civilians. Yuan Zio bit her lip and whispered softly. Seeing her expression, Huo Shifei sighed gently. Some people truly deserve their punishment. Huo Shifei didn't know where Captain Qian and a Lu Dun were now, whether they were alive or dead. But he had a feeling that their disappearance was connected to Yuan Zio. Every time he mentioned them, he saw her look guilty. However, he didn't want the woman he cared for to carry any burdens because of such. Yuan Zio nodded. You have me. You don't need to fear anything or worry about anything, understand? Huo Shifei sighed softly and said gently. Yuan Zio looked up into his eyes. After a moment, a gentle smile appeared on her lips. Yes, I understand. Also, I've left Huda with you. He will protect your safety. If you want to see me, just insert this hairpin, Hua Shifei said, handing her a hairpin shaped like an arrow feather. It's so beautiful. Yuan Zio immediately liked it and asked, do you usually use this? Hua Shifei smiled. This one was made especially for you. Hearing that, Yuan Zio smiled softly and carefully kept the hairpin as a treasure. By noon, Hua Shifei accompanied Yuan Zio to Huiyuan's Qingwan pavilion for lunch. Hu Jiao was very angry and returned to the third house, angrily throwing things in her room. Just then, Yu Shi happened to see her. Jiaoer, who made you angry? Mother. Hu Jiao turned to Yu Shi, looking upset, and sat on the bed to wipe her tears. Oh, Jiaoer, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell me quickly. Yu Shi was worried and sat beside her, asking. Seeing Jiaoer only crying without answering, she hurriedly added, Jiaoer, speak up. Who bullied you? Humph. Jiaoer turned away silently. Jiaoer, what's really going on? Yu Shi was anxious and moved closer to her, trying to comfort her. Tell me quickly, who bullied you? I'll help you get justice. Does that mean you'll help me if someone bullies me? Jiaoer asked with a pout. Of course. No matter what, we are from the Marquis of Xuanping's family. Who would dare disrespect us? Yu Shi said quickly. Good.
Ja, sollten nicht tot ab.
Then you go and help me. The one bullying me is the daughter of the Marquis of Xuanping. You go and stand up for me.
Ah.
Yu Shi blinked. Jiaoer, why are you arguing with your eighth sister? You know your father always relies on your uncle. How can we make things difficult for your eighth sister? I didn't want to make things difficult for her. Jiaoer said angrily. I'm just trying to please her. It's because of my older brother's fiancé. Your older brother's fiancé? Yu Shi frowned, thinking for a moment before nodding. Oh, her. What does she have to do with this? She then looked disdainful. Don't say she's your brother's fiancé now. She's just a fiancé. Who knows if they'll really get married? Don't flatter that girl. She doesn't think so. Jiaoer gritted her teeth. What's really going on? Yu Shi asked. Jiaoer, tell me quickly. Jiaoer angrily recounted what happened at Qingwan Pavilion to Yu Shi. Finally, she said, Mother, I think you and Sister Fang Yin should give up. They don't care about her at all. Eighth sister is very firm about this. And don't forget what grandmother said before the new year. Sister Fang Yin is only a month older than me, but next year she will also be 16. If I don't let her marry soon, how will she find a husband in the future? If I delay, she might end up with nothing. Oh, you girl, how can you talk like that? Mrs. Yu gently patted Hu Jiao and then frowned, lost in thought. Mother, what are you thinking? Hu Jiao snorted. Didn't you say you wanted to help me vent? You little girl. Mrs. Yu scolded with a glare. How can I help you? Should I go beat your eighth sister? Or what? If your father finds out you caused trouble with her, he'll definitely scold you. As she spoke, Mrs. Yu tapped Hu Jiao on the forehead. Humph. Hu Jiao sat back angrily, glaring at the teacup on the table. She suddenly slapped the teacup, teapot, and tray, smashing them all to the ground. They shattered into pieces. Mrs. Yu looked heartbroken. Oh, my little darling. Why did you break those useless things? They didn't do anything to you. I just want to break them. I like doing it. So what? Hu Jiao said stubbornly. All right, break them if you want, Mrs. Yu sighed. Oh, you really are my troublemaker. Humph. Hu Jiao sneered. Your troublemaker got embarrassed because of someone else. Enough. Can I think of a way to help you vent? Mrs. Yu said. My little darling, just calm down. If you keep smashing things, the whole room will be destroyed. Really? Hu Jiao looked at Mrs. Yu suspiciously. Of course. Do you think I'd lie to you? Mrs. Yu sat beside her, gently patting Hu Jiao's head with love. Hu Jiao still didn't believe her. You dare to hurt eighth sister? I don't believe it. Oh dear. Mrs. Yu said. Why would I hurt eighth sister? It's that girl with the surname Yuan who caused trouble. Later, I'll think of a way to help you vent. Don't forget about me, mother. Hu Jiao's expression softened a little, and she emphasized her point. Of course, my dear girl. Just keep your heart at ease. I'll definitely help you, Mrs. Yu said with a smile. Alright, don't be upset. I'll ask the kitchen to make your favorite jade shrimp dumplings, okay? Alright, Hu Jiao reluctantly agreed. Okay, don't be angry anymore. I'll go back first. Soon, I'll send someone to bring the dumplings to you. Is that okay?
Mrs. Yu softly said.
When the Yu family left, Hu Jiao scolded the big maid Yan Yui standing nearby. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and have someone clean up the mess on the ground. Yes, third miss. Yan Yui quickly responded and went out to call the little maid to come in and tidy the room. Another big maid, Wurue, carried a plate of washed fruit and smiled as she entered. Third miss, please have some fruit. Don't be angry anymore. It's not worth getting upset. Besides, Madam said she would help you vent your anger. This fruit is fresh from the kitchen, and I've already washed it for you. Hu Jiao took a fruit and bit into it. The sweet, juicy taste immediately lifted her spirits. She said, "You are clever and sensible. I don't know how I was blind that day and chose Yan Yui, such a fool." Wurue awkwardly smiled. Third miss, don't worry about whether I'm clever or not. Wurue and Yan Yui are both your maids. If you tell us to go east, we won't go west. Hu Jiao laughed. That's true. At least you're obedient. Well, that's enough. I'm tired and will rest for a while. Later, Madam will send over shrimp dumplings, and I'll wake up then. All right, I'll help you change clothes, Wurue said eagerly, helping Hu Jiao lie down before leaving the room. Wurue's sister. Thank you for speaking up for me just now, Yan Yui whispered to Wurue from the corner of the yard. You too, Wurue sighed. Be a bit smarter in the future. Miss has a bad temper. Always think a few steps ahead, understand? Wurue's sister, I'll remember, Yan Yui replied. Meanwhile, at the Ho residence, Yuan Zio had finished lunch at Qingwan Pavilion and returned to Yuan's estate with Lu Shi. As soon as they entered the gate, they saw Ding Xiang pacing anxiously back and forth. Seeing Lu Shi, Ding Xiang hurried forward and whispered, Madam, you should go see. The second Mrs. Sister-in-law is causing trouble in the old lady's room. Lu Shi was surprised. Why? What happened? Ding Xiang couldn't help but glance at Yuan Zio. Yuan Zio raised her eyebrows, realizing that the trouble was probably related to her. Sure enough, Ding Xiang whispered, It's related to the second miss. Lu Shi frowned and said to Yuan Zio, Zio, go back first. Mother. Yuan Zio shook her head. Since it involves me, I must go see. I want to find out what those people are planning.
You.
Mrs. Lu was worried, afraid that Yuan Zio might get into trouble if she went alone. Yuan Zio smiled and said, Mother, if you go yourself, then I would worry. Second aunt's older sister-in-law is not easy to deal with. She's quite skilled at acting spoiled and stubborn in the countryside. If you go alone, I can't be at ease. All right then, Mrs. Lu agreed, seeing she couldn't persuade Yuan Zio otherwise. Miss Ding Xiang, please go to Weo Pavilion and call Qingji to come to Shosong Hall, Yuan Zio ordered after thinking. Yes, second Mississippi. The mother and daughter entered Shosong Hall. Before they reached the room, they heard Mrs. Fan raising her voice. Old madam, although our boyer is a bit confused now, sometimes she can recognize people. She personally said that those bad people took the second miss away, and they are kept in the same room. Oh dear. In such a private room with a young man and woman, who do you think the second miss will marry? Shut up, was the angry voice of the old lady Yuan. Yuan Zio narrowed her eyes and took out a hairpin with an arrow feather sent by Hu Shifei, placing it in her hair. Hearing this, Mrs. Lu's eyebrows shot up in anger. She stepped forward into the room, pointed at Mrs. Fan's nose and scolded, Nonsense. Our Ewer was just frightened by a horse that day, and everyone saw it. If you keep spouting, do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Mrs. Lu's sudden outburst startled Mrs. Fan, but she quickly reacted, jumping and shouting at Lu, You still talk? Our boyer is very clear about things. Your second miss has been with her in the same room. Are you trying to deny it? Your second miss has long lost her innocence, so she can only marry our boyer. And luckily, our boyer doesn't mind her. You're talking. Although Mrs. Liu was the wife of a military officer, she was generally kind to others. She rarely used harsh words. Seeing Mrs. Fan slander Yuan Zio's innocence so blatantly, she was furious and slapped Mrs. Fan hard across the face.
Ow.
Mrs. Fan, slapped by Mrs. Liu, was immediately upset. She stepped forward to tear at Liu. Old Madame Yuan became anxious. She loved her youngest son dearly, but Liu was her daughter-in-law, family. She couldn't allow anyone to hit Liu. Quickly, pull her away. Old Madame Yuan shouted, pounding on the table. Before the maids and servants could rush forward, Mrs. Fan was kicked to the ground. Yuan Zio frowned and walked out from behind Lu Shi. Are you daring enough to challenge me? Do you dare to hurt my mother? My mother is the wife of the top general of the Great Li dynasty. If you dare to act against her, it's like attacking a government official's family. Such a crime will be reported to the local magistrate, and you can expect to end up in jail. Qing Ying and Bai Shuang quickly stepped in front of Lu Shi, looking at Fan Shi with caution. Fan Shi was hurt by Yuan Zio's kick and twisted her waist. She wanted to make a fuss, but was frightened by Yuan Zio's words. She held back her screams, unable to speak for a moment, and looked at Yuan Zio with fear, feeling nervous inside. At this time, Qing Ji arrived at Shou Song Hall. Yuan Zio whispered a few words into Qing Ji's ear, and Qing Ji nodded and left. Old Madame Yuan couldn't help asking, "Second girl, what did you ask Qing Ji to do?" "I just asked her to handle a small matter," Yuan Zio replied briefly. Ning Xiaojun was originally just here to watch the fun. She thought her brother would marry the second young lady of this household someday, and she would then have countless beautiful clothes and jewelry. She couldn't help feeling excited. At first, Ning Xiaojun was happy when Fan Shi made old Madame Yuan speechless and couldn't speak. She thought her wish would soon come true. But then, when second young lady Yuan arrived and kicked Fan Shi to the ground, making her afraid to speak, Ning Xiaojun felt a bit nervous. "Mother!" Ning Xiaojun quickly stepped forward to help Fan Shi up. She secretly glanced at Yuan Zio and whispered to Fan Shi, "Mother, please talk to them nicely. Reason with them. Don't make a fuss or hit anyone. If they really arrest you, what will we do? You're the wife of a top general. You can't be beaten." Fan Shi saw Ning Xiaojun helping her and stood up with her support. She listened to Ning Xiaojun's words and, fearing Yuan Zio might kick her again, she didn't dare to shout loudly. She cried, "You're from a noble family, and we're from a small household. But no matter what, you can't bully us." Second young lady was sharing a room with our Boren. She ran away that day, and it caused Boren to end up like this. No matter what, we have to give Boren an explanation. Otherwise, I'll go to the magistrate and file a complaint. Let's see if your second young lady has tarnished your family's reputation. Who would still want to marry her? Fan Shi was clever and used her words skillfully, turning the magistrate's words around to threaten them. The elder lady values the reputation of the Yuan family most. If the family's daughter's reputation is damaged, it would also ruin the Yuan family. She became anxious and asked, "What exactly do you want us to do to explain?" Mrs. Fan wiped her tears forcefully with the back of her hand and said, "What else can I do? Naturally, I want your second daughter to marry my son Bo. Your second daughter has lost her innocence, and she has also caused our Bo to become like this. Isn't it right for her to marry us and serve our family? You're dreaming." Mrs. Liu was furious and her chest heaved. "I won't let you slander yours innocence." As she spoke, she tried to hit Mrs. Fan. Mrs. Fan kept saying that Ewer had lost her innocence, which deeply hurt Mrs. Liu. As an unmarried girl, her reputation was more important than her life. Mrs. Fan's words were pushing Ewer toward a dead end. Yuan Zio hurriedly pulled Mrs. Liu back. Without hesitation, she kicked Mrs. Fan to the ground. "If you dare to spread lies again and slander my innocence, let's see whether your mouth or my legs are stronger."
You.
Mrs. Fan didn't expect Yuan Zio to fight back so fiercely, with no hint of girlhood modesty. She felt scared but remembered the benefits promised by Mrs. Ning, which gave her courage again. She sat on the ground, pounding her legs and crying out, "Oh, this is unjust. They're hitting me. They're going to kill me. Someone come save me. The second daughter of the Yuan family is going to beat her future mother-in-law to death. Ning Xiaojun also rushed to Mrs. Fan's side, crying as she said, "Sister-in-law, you can't treat my mother like this. How can a daughter-in-law hit her mother-in-law? That's against heaven and against family rules. If this gets out, what will you have left of your face?" The elder Lady Yuan's face turned pale with anger. "Shut up. All of you, shut up." Yuan Zio's face was cold. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Yuan Qilei's voice at the door. "What's going on here?" Seeing Yuan Qilei arrive, the elder Lady Yuan immediately relaxed and hurriedly said, "Lair, you came at the right time. Please help us. Your wife's sister-in-law is saying that second sister and Bo have some connection. Go find your eldest brother-in-law. There's no need for all this fuss."
What kind of scene is this?
Yuan Qilei hated Yuan Qifeng for insisting on dividing the family, fearing he would be left without support in the future. Hearing what the elder lady said, he sighed and said, "Mother, if second sister and Bo are involved, it's simple. Just let second sister marry him. There's nothing to argue about." Mrs. Liu was so angry she almost fainted. "Younger you has a marriage agreement. How can you hire someone else? Besides, right now, it's just the words of the Fan family. Why are you also slandering yours innocence? Do you have such a brother? You're simply big sister-in-law. There's no smoke without fire. If there's nothing going on, why would anyone say so? If her reputation is damaged, will the Marquis's estate still want her? If that happens, they'll break off the engagement. We must find a good place for younger you. I'm doing this for her good," Yuan Qilei said earnestly.
You.
Mrs. Liu's face turned pale with anger. Yuan Zio hurried to support her and said, "Mother, don't worry. Nothing will happen. You're—" Mrs. Liu wanted to say something, but Yuan Zio held her hand and said, "Mother, relax." After that, Yuan Zio turned around and looked coldly at Yuan Qilei and the mother and daughter from the Fan family. "You keep saying I have lost my innocence, and you even agree that I have something to do with Ning Xiaoba. Do you have proof?" Yuan Qilei was stunned and looked at Mrs. Fan. Mrs. Fan straightened her neck and said, "My son said it himself. Can he lie?" "Exactly." Ning Xiaojun also chimed in, "Sister-in-law, my brother admitted it himself." "Stop arguing." Yuan Zio looked coldly at Ning Xiaojun, making her shiver and showing a hint of fear.
Qing Ying.
Second miss. Qing Ying quickly stepped beside Yuan Zio. "Grab this troublemaker and hit her until she's afraid," Yuan Zio ordered coldly. "Yes." Qing Ying responded swiftly and went to confront Ning Xiaojun. If it weren't for the second miss's command, Qing Ying would have already acted on these disgusting mother and daughter.
Ah.
Ning Xiaojun was so frightened she stood up and tried to run.
You. Don't come near me.
"Stay away. Go away." But Ning Xiaojun couldn't escape Qing Ying's grasp and was easily caught. Qing Ying slapped her across the face.
Ah!
Ning Xiaojun cried out in pain. Before she could react, a second slap landed on her cheek.
Ah!
"You can't hit me. I'm not your servant. Why are you hitting me?"
Ah!
"It hurts so much. Save me, mother.
Please save me."
Ah! It hurts so badly." The room was filled with the sound of slaps and Ning Xiaojun screams. Even though Madame Fan cares deeply for her son, she also loves her daughter. When she saw Ning Xiaojun being hit, she became anxious and hurried forward to stop Qing Ying. However, Qing Ying easily pushed her aside. Madame Fan exclaimed, "Is your Yuan family so lawless? We are relatives, not your servants. How can you just hit people? Isn't there any justice?" The old lady Yuan felt some pity and said to Yuan Zio, "Second girl, stop this now." Yuan Qilei was angry and said, "Second girl, Ninger is at least your second uncle's relative. Are you not ashamed?" Yuan Zio sneered coldly, "Qing Ying, don't stop. Keep going." "Yes." Yuan Zio looked at the old lady Yuan and Yuan Qilei calmly and said, "Didn't they hear how they just insulted me? But you shouldn't hit people." Yuan Qilei said angrily, "Are you telling me to swallow my anger and accept this?" Yuan Zio sneered. Second uncle, what are you planning?
Or,
Are you in cahoots with them? Nonsense. Yuan Chile said angrily. I am your second uncle. Humph, you still remember you're my second uncle. Those who don't know might think we have a grudge. You, as the second uncle, don't help your niece, but instead betray her. Yuan Zio's cold gaze made Yuan Chile feel a chill in his heart. The old lady Yuan sighed. Lair, second girl has a point. Don't interfere anymore.
ugh,
I won't say anything else. Stop hitting her.
ah,
Ning Xiaozhen's voice came over. Qing, that's enough. Yuan Zio sat beside Lu Shi and said to Qing, yes, second miss. Qing pushed Ning Xiaozhen back toward Madame Fan and then returned to Yuan Zio's side. Ning Xiaozhen's face was swollen and bruised, with blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked miserable. Madame Fan was heartbroken and cried out, is there no justice? They beat her like this, and she's just a girl. How will my Ninger go out and meet people? Oh heavens, the daughter of an official's family, beaten like this. What a tragedy.
my God.
She cried and beat her thighs, tears streaming down her face. Seeing that Yuan Zio remained silent, she grew more confident and pointed at her. This is how your official family behaves, ordering cruel servants to hurt people. I will report this to you. Just wait and see. The old lady was so angry she almost fainted. She said again, second girl. But Bai Mama gently pulled her back and said, Madam, please listen to what the second young lady has to say. The old lady stopped speaking and listened as Yuan Zio sneered coldly. Humph, just tarnishing someone's reputation. A beating is a light punishment. I haven't even reported your slander yet. Now you're turning the tables on me. Let's go to the Jingzhou Inn and see whether he will judge me for hurting someone or for accusing a family member of a court official.
You, don't scare me.
Mrs. Fan felt nervous inside but kept a brave face. I'm telling the truth.
What have I slandered you about?
Besides, we're relatives. What does slander even mean among family? Relatives? That's rich coming from you. Yuan Zio snorted coldly. Tell me, who encouraged you to come here? Maybe that person didn't tell you what happens if you slander a court official's family. Among relatives, there's no such thing as slander or not. And besides, no one encouraged me. Yuan Zio's words made Mrs. Fan's heart beat faster. Not saying anything? Yuan Zio sneered. Do you know that your slander could land you in prison for life? Mrs. Fan started to feel unsure, but greed finally took over. Humph, I didn't slander you. Anyway, you and my son are not innocent. She thought to herself, as long as she insisted, Yuan Zio wouldn't have proof of her innocence. Then the accusations of slandering a court official's family would disappear. Besides, they were relatives. Could they really be so shameless as to send a relative to jail? All right, Yuan Zio nodded. Just as Mrs. Fan let out a breath of relief. Yuan Zio said, there's nothing I can do. I will have to send you to the Jingzhou Inn. Oh, and not just you, your daughter Ning Xiaozhen too. Whatever the final result, your daughter won't be able to marry anyone. Who would marry a woman who has been in prison? Yuan Zio squinted at Ning Xiaozhen. Ning Xiaozhen, being young, was terrified when she heard Yuan Zio say this. She was already scared from being beaten by Qinging earlier, so she shouted loudly, no. I don't want to go to prison. It was my aunt who told my mother to come here. Before she finished, they heard a loud shout at the door. What did you say? Yuan Qifeng had just returned from the palace when he saw Qingji waiting for him at the gate. After hearing Qingji's words, he hurried over and just happened to overhear Ning Xiaozhen say that Ning's family had encouraged her sister-in-law to slander Yuer's innocence. He immediately became furious. Yuan Qifeng had fought on the battlefield for 20 years, and his commanding presence was unmatched. Now, in his anger, a faint killing aura appeared. He frightened Fan Shi and Ning Xiaozhen so much that they trembled all over. Even Yuan Qilei took a few steps back and hid behind the old lady. Father, Yuan Zio softly called. Young Yu. Yuan Qifeng gently stroked Yuan Zio's head with concern. Then he cast a cold look at Fan Shi and Ning Xiaojun and said sternly to Yuan Qilei, "It seems you really can't tolerate our family in this general's residence." "No." Yuan Qilei was startled and quickly said, "Big brother, listen to me." "Shut up." Yuan Qifeng shouted, silencing Yuan Qilei. "Mother." Yuan Qifeng calmly addressed the old lady. "Please send someone to call Ning Shi to Shosong Hall for a confrontation."
Ah.
The old lady sighed and ordered, "Xiaoyao." "Madam." Xiaoyao responded promptly. "Go and call the second madam," the old lady said calmly. "Yes." In Zihua courtyard, Ning Shi was having a snack when Xiaoyao came to deliver a message. "I wonder what the old lady wants to see me about?" Ning Shi asked with a smile. Xiaoyao bowed and replied, "I don't know the details, madam. When the second madam comes, she will tell you." "All right, go back to the old lady. I'll be there soon." After Xiaoyao left, Ning Shi ordered Rodong, "Go and find out if there's anything going on at Shosong Hall." "Yes." Not long after, Rodong returned and explained what had happened at Shosong Hall to Ning Shi. Ning Shi was so angry she slammed the table. "What's the point of that fool going to Shosong Hall? I told her to stay at the gate of the residence." "At the gate. Going to Shosong Hall isn't the same as waiting for them to hide the news." "That idiot, so brainless, and she took Shinner with her, a little girl. How could she keep anything hidden?" "Madam, shall we go to Shosong Hall?" Rodong asked. "Yes, we must go. I'll deny everything no matter what," Ning Shi said firmly. "Otherwise, they'll think I'm guilty." In the Jingmitsuda village, Madame Fan and her daughter were so frightened by Yuan Qifeng that they hid aside trembling, trying to find an excuse to leave. However, Yuan Qifeng's servant watched them very closely. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If he had known how terrifying General Yuan was, he wouldn't have listened to Mistress Ning's urging to cause trouble. Qingying told Yuan Qifeng everything that had just happened. Yuan Qifeng sat confidently on the Buddha bed, looking coldly at Yuan Qilei. He asked, "How many times has this happened?" Big brother." Yuan Qilei felt wronged. "I don't know about this either." "Don't know?" Yuan Qifeng stared at Yuan Qilei and asked, "Didn't you just say that you wanted Yura to marry him?" "Big brother, I thought it was real." Yuan Qilei hid behind the old lady Yuan and tugged at her sleeve. "Mother." The old lady Yuan sighed, but said nothing. "Mother." Yuan Qilei saw that the old lady wasn't speaking and became a little anxious. His big brother was too scary now. He was even worried that his brother might hit him with a fist. With his build, he would definitely get beaten badly. Seeing Yuan Qilei looking so scared, the old lady Yuan couldn't help but sigh again. "Lauer, you should quickly apologize to your big brother. You really went too far just now." Yuan Qilei saw that the old lady wouldn't help him, so he could only look aggrieved and say to Yuan Qifeng, "Big brother, I was wrong." We'll settle the score later." Yuan Qifeng replied. Yuan Qilei was about to say something in response, but was scared off by Yuan Qifeng's glare. He hid behind the old lady Yuan and dared not speak. At this moment, he heard the voice of a young girl from the courtyard. "Second madam." As she spoke, Ning Shi entered with the rendong flower. Ning Shi pretended not to see Madame Fan and her daughter. She only bowed to the old lady Yuan and smiled, saying, "Mother, are you looking for me?" The old lady Yuan looked at Ning Shi with a cold expression. Just now, Madame Fan caused a fuss, which made her very angry and confused. Now, thinking back, she suddenly felt a cold sweat break out behind her back. If that young lady from the Ning family was not lying, then it meant that someone behind the scenes was manipulating this. Could it be Ning Shi? Ning Shi's purpose was clear, to marry her second daughter to Ning Xiaoba of the Ning family. But this plan was too cruel. It aimed to ruin the second daughter's reputation directly. "Second wife," the old lady Yuan said coldly. "Did you encourage Madame Fan and her daughter to come here and cause trouble?" Ning's hismilet conshusedli. "Mother, what are you talking about?"
"I don't understand."
At that moment, Hao Shifei's voice came from outside the door. "Listen to your brother, madam. Maybe you'll understand what he's saying." Before the words finished, there was a cry of "Oh no," and a figure lunged into the room. The person held their left hand with their right hand, crying out in pain, and blood was flowing from between their fingers.
Oh, dear.
Husband, what happened to you? Why is there so much blood? Madame Fan immediately recognized that the person rushing in was Ning Chunhua. Father. Ning Xiaojun also shouted in surprise, then saw Hao Shifei entering the room and immediately stared in shock. Hao Shifei entered the room, bowed to the old lady, Yuan Qifeng and Lu Shi, then stood beside Yuan Zio. Fear you. The old lady's face flushed with embarrassment. Just now, Lair had agreed with those people to have the second daughter re-engaged, and now her fiancé had arrived. Grandmother, I heard someone slander my fiancé's innocence, so I came to see what's going on. Who dares to be so bold as to slander even the future Marquis of Xuanfeng's son-in-law? Hao Shifei said, glancing at Ning Shi. Ning Shi's heart fluttered, but she forced a smile and said, Young master, what are you looking at me for? This has nothing to do with me. In her heart, she cursed Madame Fan for being clueless and unable to handle things properly. Why am I looking at you? Let your maternal brother explain it clearly to you. Hao Shifei sneered, then turned to Ning Chunhua. Ning Chunhua saw Hao Shifei looking at her and shivered instantly. Forgetting her pain, she quickly told everything she remembered from this morning, how Ning Shi had encouraged her and her husband to do wrong. Brother, how could you slander me like this? Ning Shi felt panicked, crying as she said to Ning Chunhua, sister-in-law did something wrong, and she should bear the consequences herself. Why are you dragging me into this? Do you still see me as your sister? How could you treat me like this? If sister-in-law caused trouble, she should handle it herself. Why involve me? You shameless woman. Before Ning Shi finished speaking, a figure suddenly roared and pounced on her, scratching at her.
Ah!
Ning Shi was caught off guard and fell to the ground. The person attacking her was Madame Fan. Madame Fan was riding on Ning Shi, ignoring everything else, scratching fiercely. You full of evil intentions, shameless woman. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come here. It's what you said. As long as I bite through Boer and Miss Yuan Air, everything will be settled.
Miss Yuan Air will definitely marry Boer.
You also said that officials must care about their reputation. For the sake of honor, Miss Yuan Air would marry even if she didn't want to, and you said that if she married us, Boer would bring a good dowry. Then we would never have to worry about food and clothing again. I was blinded by greed for wealth and ran over to cause trouble. I even tried to cover for you earlier, but I didn't expect you to push everything away and blame me. Listen, Ning Yuehua, we are like two ants on the same string. I can't run away, and you can't either.
Ah!
Ning Shi was scratched painfully, and her words made her even more frightened. She reached out to scratch at Fan Shi's face while shouting, Fan Jinj, what are you saying? When did I encourage you?
Who saw us?
It's broad daylight, and you're blaming me. Why don't you just fly to the sky? If you caused trouble, you should take responsibility. Why are you dragging me into this? Ah, it hurts. Fan Jinj, get off me. Ning Chunhua, are you going to die? Just watch your wife hit your sister? Ning Chunhua, holding her bleeding finger, glared angrily and said, Good hit. We were tricked badly. You said no one would hurt us, but I almost got stabbed in the chest just now. And you still have the nerve to say she's my sister? Do you have such a sister who betrays her own brother? Hit her. Hit her hard, Jinj.
I don't have a sister like that.
You.
Ah.
Ning Shi was so angry at Ning Chunhua's words that she fainted backward. Hearing Ning Chunhua, Fan Shi became even more aggressive, scratching harder, leaving bloody streaks all over Ning Shi's face, with blood beads starting to seep out.
Ah.
Ning Dong, Ning Dong. Ning Shi, unable to fight Fan Shi, kept shouting for Rendong, hoping she would help pull Fan Shi away. Rendong wanted to step forward to save Ning Shi but was stopped by Ping Shan. Not daring to reveal her identity, Rendong could only stand aside, watching Ning Shi being torn apart by Fan Shi. For a moment, the room was silent except for Ning Shi's screams and Fan Shi's shouts. Everyone watched quietly. After a while, Huo Shifei calmly ordered Ping Shan, separate them.
Yes.
Ping Shan responded and stepped forward easily, separating the two women who were fighting fiercely. Fan Shi's hairpin was disheveled, looking proud like a victorious rooster, and she looked at Ning Shi with satisfaction. Seeing Huo Shifei's cold gaze, she timidly retreated to Ning Chenhua's side. Ning Xiaojun, who had been staring at Zuo Shifei with admiration, was also frightened by his icy stare and hid behind Fan Shi. Huo Shifei then withdrew his gaze and whispered something to Yan Qifeng, who nodded softly in response. Ning Shi looked much worse, with countless scratches and bloodstains on her face and neck. Her hairpin was torn and messy, like a bird's nest, and her clothes underneath had been pinched and twisted by Fan Shi, causing her intense pain. After a while, Ning Shi finally calmed down and pointed at Yuan Qilei's nose, shouting angrily, 袁姓的，你这个懦夫，你老婆被打成这样，你一点反应都没有，你是不是男人？你这个没胆的废物。Yan Lao Furen couldn't bear to see her son being insulted like this. She quickly threw her teacup at Ning Shi's head. Ah! Ning Shi covered her forehead, blood trickling down. Her eyes flashed with anger as she glared fiercely at Yan Lao Furen. Yuan Lao Furen pounded the table and scolded angrily. 我原以为你是个善良的人，虽然有些心思，但还算善良。没想到我看错了你，竟然是如此狠毒无耻的女人。二丫头是你亲侄女，你竟然也去害她，你到底是不是人？呸！宁氏 stubbornly denied. 我害了什么？我哥哥嫂子因为儿子被人绑架伤了脑子，现在还在我身上赖账。你们信吗？你们说我害二丫头，有证据吗？我这冤枉谁去说？我还是你们袁家的正儿八经的儿媳妇，你们就这么看着我被冤枉？难道不怕传出去，外面的人戳穿你们袁家的脊梁？你……袁老夫人颤抖着手指着宁氏，心里觉得堵得慌。白嬷嬷忙走到一旁，安慰袁老夫人说：“老太太别急，先平静一下。”宁氏看到袁老夫人的样子，暗自得意，却没想到旁边突然有人出现，一巴掌扇在了她的脸上。啊！宁氏被打得歪了头，赶紧看过去，竟然是柳氏。柳氏指着宁氏的鼻子骂道：“是不是你做的？你心里清楚，别在这里装糊涂。你以为别人都是傻子吗？” I tell you, Ning Yuehua, you harmed my son Yuer. I won't stop until I send you to jail. I am not surnamed Lu until then. Lu Jian, how dare you hit me?
You.
Ning refused to accept this and tried to attack Lu. Yuan Zio quickly stepped in front of Lu and kicked Ning to the ground. My mother is also someone you can push around?
You.
Ning's eyes turned red with anger. Yuan Zio, I am your second aunt. How dare you hit me? This is disobedience and unfilial. Humph. Yuan Zio was about to speak when she heard Yuan Qilei's voice nearby. You wicked woman. I will divorce you today. Our Yuan family can't afford a daughter-in-law like you. As Yuan Qilei spoke, she called a servant to bring paper and pen, ready to divorce Ning on the spot. Ning looked at Yuan Qilei in disbelief. I've been married to you for over 10 years. I may not have made great achievements, but I have worked hard. How could you treat me like this? Don't you have a conscience? Humph. Yuan Qilei snorted coldly. Our Yuan family can't afford a wicked woman like you. She then took the paper and pen from the servant and started writing the divorce letter immediately.
Divorce.
The old lady Yuan also slammed the table and said angrily, Our Yuan family doesn't want a daughter-in-law as cruel and shameless as you. Ning Chenhua and Fan Shi spat out. Exactly. Seeing that the situation was beyond repair, Ning turned to Lu and Yuan Zio and rushed over. It's all your fault. Yuan Zio protected Lu behind her, then kicked Ning twice, knocking her down again. She snorted coldly. Harming others ultimately harms yourself. Ning was so angry she shouted, Rendong, are you dead? Rendong was stopped by Bingshan and only said, Madam, I really can't get past this. Ning's face turned red with anger. You. She couldn't speak for a moment. At this time, Huo Shifei approached Yuan Zio and asked, Did that feel good? Yes. After kicking Ning a few times, Yuan Zio felt much better. Leave the rest to me, Huo Shifei said affectionately to Yuan Zio. Okay. Yuan Zio nodded and helped Lu sit beside Yuan Qifeng. Ning looked at Huishifei with an inexplicable chill in her heart.
You.
What are you going to do? Huishifei raised an eyebrow. You'll find out soon enough. After speaking, Huishifei waved his hand toward Bing Mountain. Bing Mountain immediately stepped forward and pulled Ning's wife to the side of Rendong.
Madam.
Rendong frowned, supporting Ning's wife. He instinctively felt a bit uneasy. Are you all right? Ning's wife was annoyed that Rendong didn't come to save her, and she angrily said, What nonsense. Don't you have eyes? Clearly you. Madam. Rendong hurriedly and discreetly pressed Ning's wife's silent point. You're badly hurt. Rest a bit with the help of this servant. Ning's wife suddenly found herself unable to speak. She was stunned, but since she couldn't argue with Rendong, she followed his lead. Huishifei watched all of this quietly. He simply ignored it, a cold smile forming in his heart. Then he turned to look at Ning Chunhua and her family of 3. Seeing Huishifei looking at them, Ning Chunhua and her family were so frightened they backed away. Earlier, Ning Chunhua had quietly told Fan's mother and daughter about Huishifei finding her, which made them pale with fear. Even Ning Xiaojun, who was initially obsessed with Huishifei, ran away in terror. At this moment, Yuan Zian and Yuan Zining arrived at Shosong Hall. The Yuan brothers had been sent to the western camp by Yuan Qifeng. Early that morning, they reported to the camp and trained all day before returning. When they arrived back, they learned about Shosong Hall and hurried over. Qing Ying quickly stepped forward and recounted what had happened to Yuan Zian and Yuan Zining. After hearing the story, the brothers were furious. They wanted to go and confront their sister's enemies, but Yuan Qifeng stopped them. Let Shifei handle this.
But
Yuan Zining was unwilling. Yuan Zian said, Listen to Brother Hua.
Oh.
Huishifei nodded at the Yuan brothers. Leave it to me. Okay. Huishifei then said to Ning Chunhua and her family, Do you know what will happen if you slander my fiancé's name? Please spare us. We won't dare again. Ning Chunhua was terrified by Huishifei. Seeing his question, she forgot everything else and knelt down to beg for mercy. Ning Chunhua would never forget that scene, Huishifei and his men storming into their yard, demanding the truth. At first, Ning's wife refused to speak, but she soon realized that this young master, Ho, was a devil. He directly ordered someone to cut off his finger, and even pointed a knife at his chest. Ning Chunhua was terrified and deeply regretful. As a small-time commoner, he wondered how he had been blinded by greed to dare cause trouble for these high officials and nobles. Not brave anymore? Huishifei's voice carried a cold edge. Not brave, not brave. Fan Shi hurriedly agreed. Ning Xiaojun trembled, lowering his head and leaning against Fan Shi, wishing no one could see him. But I don't believe what you say. Huishifei sneered coldly. Really, we are telling the truth. Ning Chunhua almost cried. We were blinded by Ning Yuehua's lies about wealth and status. We won't do it again. We were wrong, truly wrong. Please forgive us. He hurriedly bowed his head in apology. Convince me to believe you, and it's simple, Huishifei said coldly after a pause. Yes, yes, just tell us what to do. Ning Chunhua quickly responded. Huishifei smirked and looked at him. Then I'll make sure you remember this lesson.
Ah.
Ning Chunhua blinked, confused. Huishifei waved his hand. Take him out and cut off one of his fingers.
Ah.
Ning Chunhua's face turned pale with fear.
No, no.
I was wrong. I've learned my lesson. Don't cut my finger again. I really regret it. Before he finished, he was dragged out. Master. Fan Shi cried, trying to follow, but was too frightened to move. A sharp, piercing scream came from the yard. Master. Fan Shi almost fainted from fright. Soon after, Ning Chunhua was dragged back in, with missing from his left hand, wrapped in a cloth, with blood seeping out. Ning Chunhua clutched his injured hand, his face pale from pain, but he dared not cry out. His eyes showed deep fear as he looked at Huishifei. That's enough. You can leave now, Huishifei said. But one thing, if I hear even a hint of any news that damages my fiancé's reputation, it won't just be about losing a finger. Do you understand? Yes, yes, I understand. Ning Chunhua trembled. Take care of your family. Do you know what you need to do? Yes, yes, I promise to keep my family in line and not let them bother Miss Yuan Air anymore. Ning Chunhua nodded vigorously. Get out of Yuan Mansion before dark. Yes, yes, we will. Ning Chunhua saw Hui Shifei not speak again, so she pulled Madame Fan and her daughter to leave. Seeing no one stop them, she hurriedly, as if fleeing, pulled the Fan family away from Shosong Hall at a fast pace. Once Ning Chunhua's family was gone, Hui Shifei said to Yuan Qifeng and Lu Shi, Uncle Yuan, Aunt Lu, this concerns yours reputation. I took the initiative to let that family go, believing they won't bother Yuer again in the future. Yuan Qifeng and Lu Shi naturally didn't want this matter to become known to everyone. They smiled and nodded, saying, Fair, you did very well. But, Brother Hua, just letting them go like this feels so unfair. Yuan Xiening frowned. Yuan Xian, patting Yuan Xiening on the head, said, Fool. Then he exchanged a knowing look with Hui Shifei, which left Yuan Xiening confused. Yuan Zio, standing nearby, smiled and said, Second brother, just listen to Big Brother and Brother Shifei.
Oh, all right.
Yuan Xiening nodded when Yuan Zio spoke. Old Madame Yuan was very pleased with how Hui Shifei handled things and smiled. Fair, doing this is very good. Hui Shifei smiled and said, Grandmother, besides this matter, I also came here to confirm something else.
Oh.
What is it? Old Madame Yuan asked curiously. Hui Shifei replied, The troublemakers who caused chaos during the Shangyuan festival have all been caught. They've confessed, but they received a message related to the Yuan family. Old Madame Yuan was anxious and said, We have nothing to do with those troublemakers. Second girl almost got hurt by them before. Hui Shifei quickly said, Grandmother, please rest assured. I know the Yuan family isn't involved with those troublemakers. However, they've confessed that they have a partner hiding inside the Yuan residence. We need that partner to come forward and identify themselves. Hearing this, old Madame Yuan relaxed slightly, but then frowned and asked, Who is this person? How did they manage to sneak into our Yuan residence? What are their intentions? We'll only know once we catch them. Hui Shifei smiled and loudly commanded, Bring the person in. Shindong was standing behind Ning Shi, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest. Soon, two people were carrying a person into the room. The person, though not wearing shackles, looked stiff and clearly had been harmed or restrained, unable to move freely. Shindong secretly looked at the newcomers. When he saw the person in the middle, his eyes suddenly shrank. It was Kuchuo. Calm your racing heart. Subtly, Ning was blocked by Yuan and hidden behind her, lowering her head.
Kutu.
Hui Shifei heard someone call his name and looked up at him with a stubborn look in his eyes. Now, you try to identify everyone in this room first, Hui Shifei said coldly.
Fier, ah.
Seeing Kutu, the elder lady felt uneasy. She looked quite fierce, saying this person. Grandma, don't worry. Hui Shifei lowered his voice. Oh, okay. The elder lady nodded nervously, holding Xiao Yao's hand with a slight trembling. She never imagined that the Yuan family might be connected to bad people. Even if they only had spies in the house, she realized she knew nothing about it before. Cold sweat broke out on her back. Kuta looked around the room after hearing Hui Shifei's words. He glanced at everyone, said nothing, and focused on Ning's side. All the people in the room turned their eyes toward Ning. Even the timid maids and servants stepped back from her. Seeing everyone staring at her, Ning became angry. What do you all mean? Why are you all looking at me? Suddenly, she froze. How could she speak just now? Why couldn't she talk a moment ago? Before she could figure it out, Kuta's cold voice sounded. Nazir, what are you shouting for? Ning said angrily, glaring at Kutu. Nazir? There's no one named that here. Stop pointing at people randomly. Kuta stared at Ning with a gloomy look and sneered. Then he said to Hui Shifei, the maid in your house, Shodong, is our chi-less Nazir. Ning was shocked and turned to look behind her at Shodong. Shodong-yu.
He said.
In terror, Ning heard Kuta say, the girl from Yuan's house who caused the startled horse was Nazir. Kuta's words made Ning feel cold inside. Then she heard Huashifei sneer, "Bring the traitor Nazir here. If she resists, kill her without mercy." Yes. A few people rushed toward Ning. She was so scared she was about to scream, but suddenly felt her neck being grabbed. A sinister voice whispered in her ear, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her." Before she finished speaking, a short knife was pressed against her throat. The few people preparing to rush forward saw that Ninjing had taken Ning's family hostage. They hesitated and surrounded Ninjing and Ning's family carefully to prevent Ninjing from escaping. Ning's family only screamed halfway before Ninjing's words cut off her voice. "If you shout again, I will cut your neck." Ning's family trembled and dared not scream anymore. She whispered, "Ninjing, look carefully. It's me. I was the one who saved your life back then." Humph. Ninjing responded with a cold snort. Kuta sneered at Ning's family. "Fool, it was just a little trick by Nazir back then."
Why?
Ning's family widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, but no one answered her. Ninjing narrowed her eyes at Kuta. "Why did you come here and help these people catch me? You traitor." "Why I came, you don't know." Kuta's eyes reddened as he stared at Ninjing. "Nazir, you deserve a bad ending." Ninjing was so angry her temples throbbed. "You idiot. Take Kutu out." Before Ninjing could speak, Huashifei ordered. Soon, Kutu was taken out of the room. At this moment, the room was in a tense standoff, with Ninjing holding Ning's family hostage and watching Huashifei warily. "Ninjing." Huashifei looked coldly at her. "Should I call you Ninjing or Nazir?" Ninjing squinted and sneered, not answering but asking back, "You're so despicable. What tricks did you use to make Kutu willingly identify me?" "It doesn't matter." Huashifei sneered. "What's important is that this method works very well." "Despicable." Ninjing gritted her teeth. "You're even more despicable than me," Huashifei said coldly. "You've been lurking beside Ning's family for so many years, infiltrating Yuan's residence. What are you really after? Be honest, or I might spare your life." Ninjing tightly pursed her lips, holding Ning's family's neck, observing everyone around her. She knew clearly that today, being identified by Kutu, she couldn't stay here anymore. She had to leave first and plan later. But clearly, these people were prepared. There were so many inside, and who knew how many more were hiding outside. Back then, she was able to be sent into Yuan's residence by the prince because of her turtle-breathing technique, but that technique couldn't save her now. "Let me go." Winter coldly said otherwise. With a slight twist of her wrist, a bloodstain appeared on Ning's neck. Ning was so frightened she nearly fainted, trembling and whispering, "Help me, save me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Huashifei sneered, "Nazir, you've served Ning for so many years, yet you show no loyalty or affection." Humph. Winter coldly glanced at Ning. "Just a foolish, greedy, and shameless woman. Since you know so much about her, you should understand our attitude towards her," Huashifei said with a calm smile. "A greedy, shameless person. Does her life or death matter to us?" Hearing this, Winter gritted her teeth fiercely, then suddenly smiled. "Huashifei, the eldest son, you are the commander of the Imperial Guard. No matter what this person in my hand has done, do you really want her to die like this? Especially," she coldly glanced at Yuanzio, "especially if she dies in your fiancé's grandmother's house?" Huashifei sneered. "You think you can threaten me?" Ning trembled as she whispered to everyone, "Help me, save me.
I don't want to die.
I was wrong, I really was wrong.
Please save me."
No one responded to Ning's pleas. Yuan Qifeng's family hated Ning for her schemes and traps against Yuanzio. They had no sympathy for her. Yuan Qilei wished they had never had any connection to Ning. As for the old lady Yuan, she felt some pity, but seeing Ning had brought a troublemaker like Winter into the house, she was furious and refused to care. Winter sneered at Ning and said, "Look at all these people begging for your life. Do they really care if you live or die? Well, today I can't escape, so you might as well come with me. We've been master and servant for so many years, so let's go together."
No.
Ning trembled even more, begging, Winter, please. Spare me. Spare me, I beg you. Think of our many years of friendship. Think of how I once saved you, okay? Because of all these years of friendship, you should stay with me. Winter laughed crazily.
No.
Ning felt she was about to break down. The fear of death she'd never experienced before made her hysterical. She shouted at everyone, I was wrong. Help me, please. I won't harm anyone anymore. I still have Tonger, yes. Yes. Tonger, for your sake, please save me, save me. Shut up, shut up. Ning's breakdown made Shenhua anxious. With a forceful move, Ning's wound at the throat deepened, blood staining her front. Shenhua knew that today, Hua Shifei had come prepared. Realizing she couldn't escape, she coldly smiled at Hua Shifei and said, Want to know what I do in Yuan's house? Maybe next life. Then she was about to cut Ning's throat fiercely with her knife. But in the next moment, Shenhua was surprised to see her eyes widen suddenly. Her hand holding the knife was completely immobilized. Had she been acupuncture pointed?
How could that be? You.
Shenhua froze, unable to move, glaring at Hua Shifei with full hatred. At this moment, Pingshan came from behind Shenhua, took the knife from her hand, and pulled Ning out of her grip, handing her over to someone nearby. Shenhua looked at Pingshan in disbelief, trembling as she said, Impossible. This can't be. She hadn't noticed anyone sneaking up behind her. Do you think Katuru just said your name? Hua Shifei snorted coldly. Shenhua stared at Hua Shifei and said, Impossible, he doesn't know my task. Don't lie to me. Hua Shifei smiled and said, He doesn't know, but does he know what you're good at? Seeing Shenhua's changing face, Hua Shifei smiled and said, Shenhua, do you really think your turtle breathing skill is unmatched in the world? Shenhua couldn't help but look at Pingshan. She gritted her teeth hard and then closed her eyes, saying nothing. Hua Shifei waved his hand. Take her away. After Shenhua was taken away, Hua Shifei turned to Ning, who was trembling. Ning, colluding with outsiders, plotting mischief, with solid evidence. Put her in the prison for now, Hua Shifei said coldly, word by word. No, I didn't. Hearing Hua Shifei, Ning couldn't believe her ears. You all know I didn't do it. I was also tricked by Shenhua. I'm innocent too. Ning tried to rush forward, but the person behind her restrained her, making her unable to move. She could only shout loudly to defend herself. Trying to prove your innocence? Hua Shifei said coldly. Then show some evidence.
You.
Ning's face turned pale with anger. Where could she find evidence? Seeing Ning's stunned expression, Hua Shifei sneered coldly. If you can't produce evidence, then reflect on your mistakes in prison. Take her away. After speaking, she ordered Bingshan, have Xiao Feng take these 3 people back to prison and lock them up. We will deal with them when I return. Yes, young master. Wait a moment. Bingshan was about to take Ning's wife away when Yuan Qilei hurriedly spoke. As he spoke, he stepped forward and placed the farewell letter into Ning's wife's arms. Today, I am divorcing you, this wicked woman. From now on, we are no longer connected. Humph. After saying this, he ignored Ning's wife's resentful expression and returned to sit beside old lady Yuan, paying her no attention. Ning's wife gritted her teeth in anger. Yuan Qilei, just wait. If I am still alive in the future, I will never forgive you. I swear, I Ning Yuehua swear. Even as a ghost, I will not let you go. Humph. You wicked woman. Yuan Qilei also looked at Ning's wife with hatred. If it weren't for you, so many things wouldn't have happened to the Yuan family. Divorcing you is already being kind to you. You. Ning's wife hadn't finished speaking when she was taken away. The couple Yuan Qilei and his wife turned against each other. Yuan Qifeng and his family watched silently, showing no intention of intervening. When only the Yuan family members and Hua Shifei remained in the room, old lady Yuan sighed deeply and said, All right, since everything is settled, everyone can disperse.
I'm tired.
She then said to Hua Shifei, Fair. Today our Yuan family caused a scandal. Sorry for making you see this. Just don't let it affect your opinion of our second girl. The series of events today truly exhausted old lady Yuan. Shife smiled and said, "Grandmother, don't worry. No matter what, Yuer is the victim in this matter. I have no prejudice against her." Old Lady Yuan let out a relieved sigh. "That's good, that's good. Thank you for coming today. It was thanks to you that we managed to resolve the trouble in our household. Since it's getting late, I won't keep you any longer. When the time comes, I will personally visit your house to thank you." "Grandmother, you're too kind." Shife quickly smiled. "Today, our household has been busy and not well hosted. Let's leave it at that." Old Lady Yuan smiled, but before she finished, Yuan Shifeng interrupted, "Mother, Fair doesn't need to leave just yet. I have something for her to witness." Old Lady Yuan frowned and asked, "Eldest son, what do you mean?" "Mother." Yuan Shifeng then stood up and respectfully said to the old lady, "You must not forget. You promised your son that once you found evidence of Ning's wrongdoing, you would agree to his request to split the family. Now Fair is here, and he is the heir of the Marquis of Xianping. He is the perfect witness." In the Dali era, whether from official or common families, if they wanted to split the family, they needed a witness.
You.
The old lady didn't expect Yuan Shifeng to bring up splitting the family again. "Big brother, even though Fair is the heir, he is still your future son-in-law. That might not be very appropriate," Yuan Shile quickly said, not wanting the family to split. "If the heir of the Marquis of Xianping isn't suitable, then what about me? The Princess of Linyang?" Before he finished speaking, Princess Linyang entered with fragments of jade and cloud. "Princess." Seeing her come in, everyone hurriedly bowed respectfully. "That's enough, no need for formalities." Princess Linyang sat in the main seat and smiled. "Today, I was asked to come and check the situation. Since the family is about to split, I might as well offer to be a witness." After saying this, she smiled at the old lady and asked, "Old lady, wouldn't you mind?" "Of course not," the old lady replied quickly. "Having the princess as a witness is a blessing for our Yuan family, something we've worked for generations." "I'm glad you don't mind." The princess smiled again and raised an eyebrow at Yuan Zio. Yuan Zio smiled politely and expressed his gratitude with a bow. Although he didn't know why the princess suddenly came, having her here was very good. "All right, I'll just be a witness." "You can split the family according to the rules," the princess said with a smile. "As long as it's fair and reasonable, I won't interfere." Hearing her words, Yuan Shile felt secretly annoyed. With such a powerful figure present, even if his mother favored him, she wouldn't go too far. Moreover, everything in the house, he feared, he wouldn't get even a single coin. Yuan Shile felt his heart bleeding. "Then I thank the princess," the old lady said with a smile, secretly sighing. Since the princess came without asking why and volunteered to be a witness, she must have known the full story. Today, this family must split, or else, if the princess reports to the Empress Dowager, Yuan Lei's position might be in danger. Thinking of this, the old lady sighed quietly and said to Yuan Shifeng and Yuan Shile, "As the saying goes, a big tree has many branches. Now that you two brothers are both married and settled, and the eldest has returned to the capital to live together, it's quite inconvenient. So today, I will make a decision to divide this family. All the belongings in your respective houses will remain with you. Chile, you can settle your things in the next few days and go back to your own home. If you want to see me, just come here." "Yes, mother," Yuan Chile replied reluctantly, but had no choice. The old lady nodded and said, "Now, everything in this house belongs to the eldest. I will not divide it. I will just distribute what your father left us." Yuan Shifeng and Yuan Chile looked at each other and both said, "We will follow mother's arrangement." "Your father passed away early and didn't leave much behind," the old lady told the maid. "By Mo Amon, go inside and bring out the box on my bedside table." "Yes, madam," Mo answered and went inside. Soon, Mo came out holding a carved, golden-laid box made of rosewood. "Madam," Mo placed the box on the table in front of the old lady. The old lady opened the box, revealing its contents, several land and house deeds, and a stack of silver notes. "This is the estate and farmland your father left," she said, taking out the deeds. There are 300 acres of good land and 3 farms. Afterward, the old lady turned to Yuan Shifeng and said, "Eldest, you are the older brother. I will follow you in the future. According to reason, these things your father left should go mostly to you. But since your younger brother will establish his own household later and life may be more difficult, I, as his mother, will give him an extra share of the estate and farmland. Is that okay?" "Mother," Yuan Shifeng hurriedly replied respectfully, "it is my duty to support my mother. I have been on the frontier these years and couldn't be with you to show filial piety. From now on, I will serve my mother. As for what my father left, it is up to you to distribute. I have no objections." The old lady smiled and said, "Eldest, you are a good son." So, the matron took out the stack of silver notes from the box and said, "Some of these notes were left by your father years ago, and some are from the earnings of the estate and land over the years. There are a total of 60,000 taels. Today, I will make the decision. Each of you brothers will get half. As for the estate and land, the eldest gets 1 estate and 100 acres of good land, and Lur gets 2 estates and 200 acres of land." "Yes, but only according to what mother decides," Yuan Shifeng replied. Yuan Shilei felt resentful, but dared not show it. He only said, "Only according to what mother decides." Seeing that Yuan Shifeng and Yuan Shilei had no objections, the matron smiled and asked the Princess of Linyang, "What do you think, Princess?" The Princess of Linyang smiled and said, "I said I am just here to witness. Since General Yuan has no objections, I won't interfere. Old Madam, please write the family division documents. Once the division is done, I want to talk to Sister Yuan." The matron smiled and said, "Yes, Princess." Later, since everyone agreed on the division, the matron personally wrote 3 copies of the division documents and handed them to the Princess of Linyang for review. The princess looked over the documents, smiled, stamped her official seal, took 1 copy and handed it to a person's name, and gave the other 2 copies back to the matron. The matron then handed 1 to Yuan Shifeng and 1 to Yuan Shilei. This marked the official division of the Yuan family. All that remained was for Yuan Shilei to pack his belongings and move out of the Yuan residence. The matron felt uncomfortable, but did not show it. "All right, since everything is settled, I won't bother Madame Yuan anymore," the Princess of Linyang said, helping say "You're up." She then said to Yuan Zio, "Sister Yuan, I'll go sit in your courtyard." "Yes, Princess," Yuan Zio replied quickly. Everyone bowed and saw the Princess of Linyang off. Yuan Zio then quietly smiled at Wu Shifei and left the Shosong Hall with the princess. When they arrived at Wuyo Pavilion, the princess smiled at Yuan Zio and said, "Sister Yuan, now your family can finally rest peacefully." "Thank you for your kindness, Princess," Yuan Zio said a little shyly. "Ah, it's nothing," the princess waved her hand casually. "Who doesn't have a few troublesome matters? I still have 2 bothersome aunts at home." Yuan Zio didn't comment on the affairs of the Kong Prince's mansion and changed the subject. "Princess, you came at a good time. I just came up with a new recipe for pastries. I'd like you to help me taste it." Princess Linyang's eyes lit up and she said, "Really? That's wonderful. I am so lucky to have good food." "The princess is naturally lucky," Yuan Zio said with a smile, then ordered Qingying to bring some freshly made snacks from the small kitchen. "By the way," Yuan Zio said, "do you know who the princess was sent here by?" Princess Linyang smiled and said, "Guess." Yuan Zio thought for a moment but couldn't figure out, so he smiled and said, "You are putting me in a tough spot, Princess. I really can't guess." Princess Linyang smiled and said, "Forget it. I'll tell you. It was young Master Xian Shaoqing. That guy." Yuan Zio was quite surprised. Then he remembered the short jacket and armor that Xian Shaoqing had given earlier. His heart trembled slightly, but he kept a calm face and said, "I didn't expect it to be young Master Xian. Still, we have to thank him. Thanks to him, the princess came here to be a witness for our family. Otherwise, finding a witness might delay this family separation matter indefinitely." Princess Linyang smiled and said, "What a coincidence." Then she asked curiously, I didn't expect that young Master Xian would come looking for you over your family matters. That's quite interesting. Yuan Zio smiled lightly and said, Young Master Xian is very helpful. I will tell my father about it later and find a chance to thank him properly. Then he asked, By the way, what happened last time at the shop when you were supposed to compete with Master Ji? How did it turn out? When mentioning Ji Huaishuan, Princess Linyang immediately forgot about young Master Xian and looked angry.
Don't mention that guy. He's so annoying.
Did Master Ji upset you? Yuan Zio blinked and asked. Humph. Princess Linyang gritted her teeth. That guy is as slippery as a loach. Yuan Zio understood and thought that Princess Linyang hadn't caught him. He comforted her. He probably didn't dare to compete with you. If that's the case, don't bother with him anymore. No way. Princess Linyang pouted. I must catch him. Seeing her determined, Yuan Zio had no choice but to give up. Qingning brought some snacks, and the two of them ate while chatting about other fun topics. Meanwhile, at Shosong Hall, after Yuan Zio and Princess Linyang left, Hua Xiefei also took his leave, leaving only the Yuan family members. Yuan Qifeng then said to Yuan Qilei, Second brother, get things ready tomorrow and move out. If you need help, just tell me, and I will send someone to assist you. Yuan Qilei secretly clenched his teeth and forced a smile. Big brother, you see, I just divorced Ning Shi, and now there's no woman at home to manage things. Many tasks are inconvenient without her. It might be better if you could give me a few more days. Also, the yard over there hasn't been used for a long time, so it needs tidying up. Second brother. Yuan Qifeng sneered. Did you not understand what I just said? I told you if you need help, I will send someone to assist with your move. You don't need to worry. Big brother, you. Yuan Qilei was furious. He didn't expect Yuan Qifeng to be so unreasonable. Elder sister-in-law, the old lady Yuan gently frowned and said, Now that the family is divided, your brother will move out sooner or later. Why do you insist on keeping him here for a few days? Yuan Qifeng looked at the old lady and said, Mother, it's not that I can't accept second brother, but I worry he can't accept us. So, it's better if second brother moves out soon. Exactly. Lu also said, Mother, since Tong is still confined, once we move, the confinement can be lifted. Isn't that a good thing? Hearing this, the old lady Yuan sighed deeply. She knew that Yuan Qifeng's family had a serious grudge against the second house. She couldn't say much more. Even if she favored Yuan Qilei, she couldn't blame Yuan Qifeng for being cold to him, especially with clear evidence.
Fine.
The old lady Yuan told Yuan Qilei, Tomorrow, send someone to help Lei move out. Yes, mother. Yuan Qifeng respectfully replied, I will take my leave now. Mother, rest early.
Go now.
The old lady waved her hand. After Yuan Qifeng's family left, Yuan Qilei leaned close to the old lady, looking aggrieved. Mother, look at big brother. He has no brotherly affection for me at all.
Sigh.
The old lady Yuan sighed deeply, her eyes complicated as she looked at Yuan Qilei. Lair, tell me honestly, do you really think your brother and his family can't stay in this house? How could that be, mother? Yuan Qilei widened his eyes. Mother, you know, I still want to rely on big brother. How could I not accept his family? After speaking, Yuan Qilei gritted his teeth in anger and said, It's all because of that poisonous woman Ning. She tried to harm my second sister several times. Maybe that's why my older brother has grown tired of me. That wicked Ning really causes a lot of trouble. If only she had been just dismissed, that would be too kind to her. Forget it, don't mention Ning anymore, said the old lady Yuan. She also felt uncomfortable thinking about Ning. In her opinion, if it weren't for Ning, Yuan Qifeng wouldn't insist on splitting the family. Now that they are separated, Yuan Qilei will have to suffer. But, mother. Yuan Qilei looked unwilling. If my older brother abandons me in the future, what should I do? Mother. The old lady Yuan sighed more today than ever before. Lair, things are already like this. We have to accept it for now. You should move over there first. In a few days, I will find a kind and good woman for you to marry. Over time, your relationship with your older brother will improve. After all, He is your brother, and he won't forget that brotherly bond. Yuan Shi could only sigh and say, "It can only be like this. Mother, you must help me." Of course. At that moment, Qin Yan, sitting in the middle, suddenly sat up straight. She looked at the maid in front of her and asked, "What did you say?" "Madam." The maid hurriedly replied, "Something big has happened. I heard from the young girl in the old lady's room that the second madam was dismissed by the second master. The big maid beside the second madam, Rongdong, is actually a spy for the Chila tribe. Now, both the second madam and Rongdong have been taken away. Also, the general has separated from the second old master. I heard that tomorrow, we will pack up and move to the second old master's house." Chen Yan narrowed her eyes and trembled slightly, barely noticeable. "That's enough.
You may leave now."
"I understand." "Yes, madam." The maid bowed and left the room. Chen Yan bit her lip and suddenly stood up. She walked to the bed. Next to the bed was a small, hidden cabinet. Chen Yan took out the drawer from the cabinet, reached inside, hesitated, then stopped. She squinted, lost in thought, and then put the drawer back as it was. "Xiang Tao." Chen Yan called loudly, "I'm hungry.
Go get me some snacks."
"Yes, madam." Yuan Zio. Early the next morning, Yuan Zio was practicing martial arts in the yard when she saw Yuan Zidong storming into Wuyo Pavilion, furious. Yuan Zio gently brushed off the dew from her sleeve and smiled as she looked at Yuan Zidong. "Big sister, you're here so early. Why did you come to my yard so early in the morning?" "Yuan Zio, you know the answer already." Yuan Zidong's face flushed with anger. "What tricks did you and your family use? Why did you drive our family out? We've lived in this mansion for so many years. Why, when you return, do you just kick us out?" Yuan Zio slightly squinted her eyes. Honestly, in her current state, Yuan Zidong didn't seem very clever. But in her previous life, she was tricked by someone like Yuan Zidong over and over again, without realizing it at all. So foolish. Yuan Zio sneered. "Big sister, shouldn't you first ask how your mother is doing?" "My mother?" Yuan Zidong was stunned by her words. Early this morning, she was woken up and told to pack her things quickly. Now that the Yuan family had split, their second branch was preparing to move to her father's residence, which was a 5th-grade official's house. She had seen that house before. It was much smaller than the current general's residence, and it was in a remote place, far less lively and prosperous. Moreover, the house had been empty for years, messy and unkempt. How could she live there? Just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable all over. She had only been under house arrest for 3 months. How could the entire Yuan family change so much before that time was up? Angrily, Yuan Zidong stomped her foot and headed straight to Yuan Zio's Wuyo Pavilion. She didn't dare go to Lu Feng Garden. Her eldest uncle was always fighting on the battlefield, and his imposing presence made her feel scared. As for Yuan Zian and Yuan Zining's courtyards, she couldn't go there either. After thinking it over, she decided Yuan Zio was the best to handle. "What's wrong with my mother?" Yuan Zidong stared at Yuan Zio, demanding fiercely. "Don't you know?" Yuan Zio sneered. "Your mother has already been divorced by your father. Now, she's in the jail of the Jingzhou Inn. Whether she can come out is another matter. You're talking nonsense." Yuan Zidong was shocked and tried to slap Yuan Zio. "How dare you spread rumors? How dare you slander my mother? You wicked girl." However, Yuan Zidong's slap didn't land on Yuan Zio's face. Instead, she was slapped so hard she nearly fell to the ground. Lu Qiao and Yin Xiao hurriedly helped Yuan Zidong up. "Miss, are you alright?" Yuan Zidong steadied herself and angrily pushed away Lin Qiao and Yin Xiao. "Yuan Zio, do you dare to hit me?" she asked. Then she rushed toward Yuan Zio again, trying to pull her, but Qing Ying and Qing Ji easily blocked her way. "Why wouldn't I dare to hit you?" Yuan Zio sneered. "Yuan Zidong, you've caused me so much trouble. I only slapped you once, so consider yourself lucky. Do you want to get hit a few more times?" Yuan Zidong was unwilling to admit defeat and wanted to argue back, but she heard Yuan Zio coldly say, Was it you who caused me to fall into the water earlier this year? That one sentence made Yuan Zidong choke on her words. You. Yuan Zidong widened her eyes, looking at Yuan Zio in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Are you surprised I know that Ningdong has martial skills? Yuan Zio shrugged and smiled. You can ask your second uncle about it. Yuan Zio, you. Don't lie to me. Yuan Zidong refused to believe Yuan Zio's words, biting her lip and glaring at her. You've been confined in Tongxiang Court, cut off from news, so it's not your fault. If you want to find out, just ask your maid to ask someone, Yuan Zio said with a smile. That's much better than arguing with me here. Just wait and see. Yuan Zidong turned around, intending to go to Zihua Court first. Stop right there. Yuan Zio's cold voice made Yuan Zidong halt. Yuan Zio, what do you want to do? Yuan Zidong asked anxiously. What do I want to do? Yuan Zio smiled. It seems the big sister barged into my courtyard herself, right? So, what do you think I want to do? Are you confused? Has the 2 months of confinement made you lose your mind?
You.
Yuan Zio, you. Yuan Zidong was so angry she wanted to curse. Yuan Zidong, shall I settle this account properly with you? Yuan Zio stepped closer to Yuan Zidong. Back in the day, that fall into the water was your doing, right? Oh, and Ningdong was involved, and during the Lantern Festival, you personally did it. Don't tell me it was unintentional. You know very well whether it was deliberate or not. Don't try to hide it from me.
You.
Yuan Zidong suddenly felt that Yuan Zio was a little frightening. So tell me, how should I settle this account with you? Yuan Zio's tone was gentle, but it made Yuan Zidong feel cold inside. Yuan Zidong, I promise if you provoke me again, I can make you die quietly. Do you believe me? Yuan Zio's voice grew softer, so low that only Yuan Zidong could hear clearly. Yuan Zidong felt a chill run from her feet all the way up her spine.
You.
You crazy person. Yuan Zidong gritted her teeth, trembling, her voice shaking. Then you. Yuan Zio whispered softly, be careful, because I am the crazy one. Don't come near me, and don't come near my family or else. Crazy person, you crazy person. Yuan Zidong couldn't bear to listen further. She turned around and ignored Lian Xiao and Yin Xiao, rushing out of Wuyo Pavilion angrily. Miss, wait for me. Lian Xiao and Yin Xiao exclaimed in surprise, quickly chasing after Yuan Zidong. Qingji, standing nearby, looked on curiously, eyes wide. Second miss, what did you say to Miss Yuan? Why does her face look so pale? She's not scared of me. Yuan Zio smiled. As the saying goes, if you haven't done anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. She's just scared herself. Qingji nodded. Second miss, you're right. Yuan Zio teased Qingji with a smile. Is there ever a time when I, the second miss, am wrong? Of course not. Qingji widened her eyes. Whatever the second miss says, I think it's all right. She nodded confidently. This made Yuan Zio and Qingying laugh happily. All right, let's tidy up. We're going to pay respects to Grandma first, then head to Granny Gu. Yuan Zio ordered. Yes. Qingying and Qingji quickly responded, helping Yuan Zio change her clothes, then following her out of Wuyo Pavilion. Guemu's Guziyuan, not far from Yuan Zio's Wuyo Pavilion, took only the time of 1 incense stick to walk there. Second mess. The maidservant responsible for serving Granny Guemu hurried forward to greet Yuan Zio when she arrived at Guziyuan. Is Granny Guemu available now? Yuan Zio asked.
Yes.
The maidservant smiled. Just now, Granny Guemu told me she was going to see if the second miss was here after a few incense sticks. Before she finished speaking, they heard Granny Guemu's voice from inside the room. Is the second miss here? Yes, Granny. The second miss has arrived, the maidservant replied quickly. Yuan Zio smiled and entered the room, bowing respectfully to Granny Guemu who was sitting on the bed. Hello, Granny Guemu. Second miss, please sit down. Grandma Gu smiled as she spoke to Yuan Zio, then glanced at Qingying and Qingji, who had come in with her. Yuan Zio understood and ordered, Qingying and Qingji, you two wait outside while I talk with Grandma Gu. Yes, second miss. Qingying and Qingji bowed and left the room. Grandma, Is there something you want to tell me? Yuanzio asked with a smile. Grandma Gu nodded and smiled. Yes, indeed. Please, Grandma, Yuanzio said seriously. I am listening carefully. Second Miss, Grandma Gu said softly. Yesterday, did we not catch a spy from the Chila family? This matter was not a secret in Yuan's household, so Yuanzio nodded and said, yes, that's true. We didn't expect that the big maidservant, Ningdong, was actually a spy named Na Chier from Chila. But we don't know why Na Chier has been hiding in the house all these years. Grandma Gu frowned slightly and nodded. That explains it. Yuanzio found this strange and asked Grandma, do you know something about this? Grandma Gu didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked, how much do you know about me, Second Miss? To be honest, I wouldn't dare say I know everything, Yuanzio replied with a smile. Most of what I know about you comes from Madame Xianping. But the last time I saw your green snake, I think you must have a side of you that no one else knows. Exactly right, Grandma Gu said softly. People think I am aloof and strange, unwilling to accept invitations from other households, or to look down on official ladies easily. Yuanzio smiled and said, that's indeed what some say. But they are all wrong, Grandma Gu said with a light laugh. Yuanzio smiled and said, I believe people have misunderstood Grandma Gu. If they saw how you are now, I think their eyes would pop out in surprise. Grandma Gu looked at her with a raised eyebrow.
Oh, how do I look now?
You look happy, Yuanzio said with a smile, but I doubt many people have seen you smile like that. Hearing this, Grandma Gu's smile grew even brighter. Yes, I finally feel relieved. Little Qing has found a successor, so Longxiang Valley can have someone to carry on. Little Qing found a successor? Yuanzio's smile faded, and she looked at Grandma Gu in shock. Could it be that she misunderstood? Grandma Gu smiled as she looked at Yuanzio. Second Miss has already guessed, hasn't she?
Could it be about last time?
Yuanzio looked at Grandma Gu, then at the greenish-blue snake that seemed to have slipped out of her sleeve at some unknown moment. Her mind felt a bit tangled. That's right. Grandma Gu stroked the snake and said, last time, it was this snake that chose the second Mississippi. Yuanzio pressed her lips together. Is the revenge matter you mentioned before really true? Of course it's true. Grandma Gu replied. That's also why I asked the second miss to keep the secret. I just hope that after I tell her everything later, whether I stay in the Yuan household or not, she will keep my secret. Seeing Grandma Gu say this, Yuanzio quickly assured her, of course, Grandma. Rest assured, I will never tell anyone about what you and I discussed today. I'm completely at ease with the second miss. Grandma Gu smiled and slowly shared her past with Yuanzio. Longxiang Valley is far from the Great Li dynasty, Grandma Gu said. I was born and raised there where my mother and my people live. Grandma isn't from the Great Li dynasty? Yuanzio asked. Of course not. Grandma Gu chuckled. I'm from the Longxiang tribe. Longxiang Valley is our home, where our people have lived for generations. Then Longxiang Valley must be a very beautiful place. Yes, very beautiful, incredibly beautiful. Grandma Gu's expression was filled with a hazy, nostalgic look. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing her expression, Yuanzio felt a bit hesitant to ask further. Her look and her nostalgia reminded her of her past life, when she hid in a corner, reminiscing about her parents and brother. Grandma Gu snapped back to reality and didn't look at Yuanzio. Instead, she gazed into the distance and spoke softly. My maternal grandfather was the leader of the Longxiang tribe. He had only one daughter, my mother. Until I was 15, I lived with my mother in Longxiang Valley. Grandma Gu slowly continued, and Yuanzio listened quietly, without interrupting. She only heard Grandma Gu go on. The people of the Longxiang tribe are best at making and curing poisons. This skill has been passed down through generations. The snake I mentioned, every 20 years, chooses our tribe's next leader, the successor. While speaking, Granny Gu gently touched the top of the blue snake's head. The blue snake obediently rubbed against Granny Gu's fingertips. Yuanzio looked at the blue snake with curiosity. The snake didn't seem very big, yet it had lived for many years. Granny Gu seemed to understand what Yuanzio meant and smiled, saying, "Second miss, our Longxiang tribe is called that because of this blue snake. It is said that the ancestor of this snake had some dragon blood in its veins. I don't know if that's true, but this blue snake is very intelligent, and each generation of it lives a very long time." Yuanzio smiled and said, "This snake does look quite obedient." Granny Gu sighed and stroked the snake's head, saying, "It's a pity. Now, perhaps only I and this blue snake remain of our Longxiang tribe." Yuanzio was surprised and asked Grandma what happened. "One night, our Longxiang tribe was wiped out. Only I and the blue snake escaped," Granny Gu replied. "Second miss, do you remember I told you about seeking revenge for me?" Yuanzio nodded and said, "I promised Granny that as long as it doesn't go against my conscience or harm others, I will help." "And if it involves killing someone?" Granny Gu asked. Yuanzio thought for a moment and said, "If that person is truly evil, then everyone should stop them." But Yuanzio continued, "Since the enemy who destroyed Granny's family is someone Granny knows, I think Granny should be the one to do it. I can help from the side." Granny Gu sighed and said, "I wish it were that simple. Unfortunately, I swore in front of my mother that I wouldn't hurt that person."
Why?
Yuanzio asked curiously. "Because my mother made me swear not to harm anyone related to my father," Granny Gu replied with a deep breath, her voice filled with anger. "But the one who destroyed my entire family was my half-brother."
What?
Yuanzio's eyes widened in shock. "What did he do?" "To steal our sacred relic of the Longxiang tribe," Granny Gu said calmly, but with deep hatred. "He killed over 1,000 of our people in one night just for that relic. Yet, because of my oath, I can't personally avenge them." She then slammed her fist on the table. After a long while, Granny Gu took a deep breath and said, "Please don't laugh at me." Second Mississippi Grandma Yuanzio shook her head and said, "Mama, I understand how you feel. That day, I told you that I would teach you all my skills, but only if you promise to take care of me in old age and help me seek revenge," Grandma Gu continued. "Although you agreed that day, I have thought about it carefully these past few days. I think it's better to tell you everything clearly. Once you know who my enemy is, you can decide whether to keep your promise. Of course, if you feel it's wrong, that's okay. You are Qing'er's chosen successor. I will pass on all my skills to you, but please keep my affairs secret from others. Since I promised Grandma, I won't break my word. But first, tell me, who is your enemy?" "I believe anyone willing to kill thousands of innocent people for personal gain must not be a good person. The one who harmed my entire family is the current prince of the Chili tribe, Tuoba Hueli." "Tuoba Hueli?" Yuanzio was suddenly shocked. She had never met Tuoba Hueli, but she was very familiar with the name. In her past life, Han Chi and Yuan Chi lay colluded, and the letters exchanged with Tuoba Hueli were found in Yuan Chi Lei's study. It can be said that the tragedy of Yuan's family in her past life was caused by Tuoba Hueli. Unfortunately, she didn't get the chance to kill him herself to avenge her family. Luckily, Hua Shifei eventually defeated him. In this life, if she ever had the chance, she would definitely not let Tuoba Hueli go. "Yes, it's him," Grandma Gu sighed and said. "I haven't told you another thing, my other identity. My father is the current Khan of the Chili tribe, Tuoba Katai." "Grandma, are you a princess of the Chili tribe?" Yuanzio was shocked. Grandma Gu shook her head and said, "I'm not really a princess, just that my father happens to be Tuoba Katai. If I could, I would rather not be his daughter. At least then, I could personally avenge my people, my grandfather, and my grandmother." "But why did your mother make you swear such an oath?" Yuanzio found it hard to believe. "Because my mother felt guilty toward Tuoba Katai," Grandma Gu sighed. "No matter what, my mother has passed away. I must keep this oath no matter what."
But,
"Grandma, I will help you avenge this. If I ever catch Tuoba Hueli in the future, I will personally kill him for you," Yuanzio said before Grandma Gu could finish. Grandma Gu was first surprised, then her eyes lit up. "Second young lady, you agree?" "Of course,"
Yuanzio said.
"But the Tuoba royal family is related to Grandma. If I kill their people, I hope Grandma won't hold it against me."
Hee.
Grandma Gu chuckled. In my heart, they are never my family, only enemies of the Long-Xiong tribe. All right, then it's settled. Yuan Zio nodded.
But
If the second young lady has anything to say, feel free to speak, Grandma Gu quickly said. Then I'll be direct, Yuan Zio smiled. I'm happy to learn your skills, but about the successor, shouldn't we think about it more carefully?
do you not want to?
Honestly, I do have some concerns, Yuan Zio replied, pursing her lips. Grandma, you know I am not from your Long-Xiong tribe. I don't know why this green snake chose me, but I think it's better for the tribe to choose a member of the tribe as the next leader. Also, Grandma, you said earlier that maybe only you and the green snake are left. There might still be other tribe members alive. If they are, they probably wouldn't want an outsider to become your tribe's successor. That's possible, Grandma Gu nodded. That night, there was no moon. It was very dark. I escaped in the dark. Maybe some tribe members also escaped and are living in hiding. It's been almost 20 years, but I still haven't found them. Maybe they're hiding somewhere else? Yuan Zio said uncertainly. Let's talk about this later, Grandma Gu said. And now you're still young. It's too early to discuss this. Let's not talk about it for now. But I do want you to promise me one thing. Grandma, please say it. If one day, besides me, there are no more tribe members of Long-Xiong in this world, I hope you, second young lady, can take over our tribe's legacy. I don't want our tribe's heritage to end, Grandma Gu said sadly. All right, Yuan Zio thought for a moment and agreed. Since she had learned Grandma Gu's skills, it was her duty to pass on the legacy. Thank you, second young lady, Grandma Gu said with a smile. Since Grandma wants to pass on her skills, I will be your student. Old Madame Yuan smiled and said, from now on, don't call me Second Mississippi.
Just call me Ewer.
My father, mother, and brother all call me that, so now you are like family to me too. Good. Granny Gu's smile grew wider. From now on, I will also have a family. Yes. Yuan Zio smiled. From now on, Granny Gu is part of my family. Good.
Good.
Good. Granny Gu repeated 3 times, her eyes becoming a little misty. She took a deep breath and held back her tears. After all these years, I, a half-old woman, finally have a family. Yuan Zio didn't speak, only holding Granny Gu's hand. After a while, Granny Gu calmed her excitement and said to Yuan Zio, didn't I just say that Rodong is a traitor of Chila? Yes, exactly. I suspect that Rodong is sent by Tuoba Huiling. Granny Gu squinted her eyes and said, Granny, are you saying that Rodong is someone from King Chila? Yuan Zio blinked and asked quickly. I do have this suspicion, Granny Gu nodded. In the past few days, the maid brought me food, and I found a kind of poison in it. Hearing this, Yuan Zio was shocked. She had forgotten about Granny Gu's words. Now, in the Yuan household kitchen, all the food was poisoned with green clothes powder. The food brought to Granny Gu must have contained it too. Just as she was thinking this, Granny Gu's next words made Yuan Zio so surprised she couldn't speak. This poison is rare, called chingy powder. Out of curiosity, I followed the maid to the big kitchen and found out that the entire kitchen was poisoned with chingy powder. That means everyone in this house, masters and servants, are all poisoned. Granny Gu sighed again. This chingy powder is usually hard to get. As far as I know, only Tuoba Huiling has the formula for it.
What?
Yuan Zio hurriedly asked. Granny, do you mean this chingy powder isn't an ordinary poison? Exactly. Grandmother Gu nodded and said, this chingy powder is a secret medicine of our Longxiang tribe. I don't know why, but Tuoba Hui somehow obtained the formula for chingy powder. Since my people were slaughtered, besides me, only Tuoba Hui knows the formula. That's why I suspect that since Renentong is a Chila person and there's chingy powder in this household, Renentong is probably one of Tuoba Hui's people. But I don't understand why Tuoba Hui would send Renentong so far away and keep her here for years. Could it be just for this chingy powder? Grandma Gu looked puzzled. Yuan Zio also had no idea about this. Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided to let it go for now. She then asked Grandmother, besides you and Tuoba Hui, are you sure no one else has the chingy powder? Grandma Gu replied, I can't be certain, but I think Tuoba Hui wouldn't be so foolish as to give the formula to others. If someone else has it, it must have been given by Tuoba Hui. Yuan Zio frowned. If Grandma Gu was right, then where did the honey from the previous life come from, and how did it know the formula for Qingyi powder? Grandmother, what is the toxicity of Qingyi powder? I see no signs of poisoning among the people in the household. What about this powder? Grandma Gu chuckled and said, Haha, Qingyi powder is both poison and medicine. How so? Poison because long-term use of Qingyi powder can prevent reproduction, making people infertile, extremely toxic. But it is also a good medicine that can improve one's appearance and make the face more beautiful, Grandma Gu explained. In our tribe, this powder is used by elders who no longer wish to have children, to slow down aging. But for young men and women, it's an extremely toxic poison. As expected, Yuan Zio sighed inwardly. This was similar to what Shimi told her in the past, though Shimi's understanding of Qingyi powder wasn't as detailed as Grandma Gu's. Can a doctor even see if someone has taken Qingyi powder? Yuan Zio asked. After all, Renantong has been in the household for so many years. Yuaner, that's because I have seen it myself. Ordinary doctors, even imperial physicians, can't detect it. Grandma Gu said, this green clothing powder has no color or smell. When people eat it, it hides very well. Honestly, if the house hadn't been constantly poisoned by this powder, I wouldn't even know anyone in the house had been affected.
Ah!
Yuan Zio exclaimed, secretly feeling relieved. She had been planning to tell her parents about the powder after learning more about medicine. Luckily, she met Grandma Gu. Otherwise, if she revealed it later and the doctor couldn't find anything wrong, how could she explain? Zio, are you confused? Since this powder has no color or smell, how can I tell if someone is poisoned? Grandma Gu asked with a smile. I do have that doubt, Yuan Zio replied with a small smile. This is what makes our family special, Grandma Gu said. Everyone in the Dragon Fragrance tribe is naturally very sensitive to the smell of herbs. Even for something like this powder, which has no color or smell, as long as it hasn't been eaten, we can smell the herbs inside and tell what it is. That's why we're so good at making antidotes and poisons. Then, Grandma, does this powder have an antidote? Yuan Zio hurriedly asked. Now that the second house was about to move away, she hoped to help everyone in the house by curing the poison. After all, those maids and servants had also suffered unfairly. She couldn't give each person water to drink, so she could only rely on Grandma Gu. Of course there is, Grandma Gu said, frowning. But the ingredients for the antidote are hard to find. And judging by how long the poison has been in the house, the people here have been affected for quite some time. Yuan Zio thought for a moment and said, Grandma, no matter what, we must have an antidote. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone in the house be constantly troubled by this powder? So please, Grandma, if you need anything, just tell me. Don't worry. Since I've met you, I won't ignore this, Grandma Gu said with a smile. And before you marry young Master Hua, I will prepare the antidote. For these years, just think of it as beauty treatments. Grandma. Yuan Zio was surprised that Grandma Gu mentioned Hua Shifei. She blushed deeply and stood up. Grandma, I'll go back first. From now on, I'll come to learn from you every evening. She was about to leave. Grandma Gu understood that Yuan Zio was shy, so she didn't stop her. She smiled and said, take your time each day. When you're free, come over. Just spend an hour here learning each day.
Great.
Yuan Zio's face was still a little hot, so she said, if the herbs for the antidote are missing, just tell me. I will help Grandma find them. After speaking, she didn't wait for Grandma Gu to reply and ran off quickly. Grandma Gu watched Yuan Zio's figure run away, smiled and shook her head, then took out a small flute from her sleeve. She touched the head of the blue snake and muttered, Chinger, do you think Yuta is still alive? The blue snake wouldn't answer, just rubbed against Grandma Gu's finger, acting cute. Grandma Gu smiled and patted the blue snake, saying, I'm also a bit crazy. Why am I still hoping? Second miss, why is your face so red? Back at Wio Pavilion, Qingji looked at Yuan Zio's face with confusion and blinked.
Ah, really?
Yuan Zio touched her face. No, you must be mistaken. Really? Did I see wrong? Qingji asked innocently. Yes, you saw wrong. Yuan Zio pouted. Didn't you say this morning that your young lady always tells the truth?
Ah.
Qingying was smiling silently beside her, gently nudging Qingji to stop talking. Although Qingji was confused, she obediently said, "Oh." Seeing that Qingji wouldn't ask further, Yuan Zio ordered, "All right, go pour me a cup of tea." Yes. Qingji quickly bowed and went to pour the tea. After drinking a few sips, Yuan Zio felt better. Suddenly, she remembered the flower seeds she got from Huan yesterday and asked Qingying, "Where did you put the flower seeds I got from Sister One yesterday?" "Second miss, I put them in the east room. Do you want me to get them?" Qingying replied quickly. "Yes, take a few seeds of each kind so I can look at them carefully." Yuan Zio nodded. "Okay." Soon, Qingying brought the flower seeds. There were quite a few seeds from Huan, about 20 different kinds. She took a few of each, forming a small pile. Qingying used a glass bowl to hold the seeds and then brought it to Yuan Zio. Yuan Zio took the glass bowl, looked at the seeds inside, big and small, various shapes, but she couldn't tell which seed was for which flower. After looking for a while, she said, "I want to rest for a while."
You don't need to serve me.
"When I wake up, I will call you." "Yes." Blue Cherry and Blue Branch quietly served Yuan Zio as she lay down. After lowering the bed curtain, they turned to leave behind the screen and gently closed the door of the room. When Yuan Zio heard no more sounds outside, she quietly moved her mind and took the glass bowl into the Jade Nectar Pavilion. Inside the Jade Nectar Pavilion, she saw 3 people piled up in a heap. Looking at them, Yuan Zio felt a bit worried because she still hadn't figured out a good way to quietly get these 3 people out. She approached the 3, checked their breathing, and raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that they had stayed in the pavilion for so many days without eating or drinking, yet they seemed fine. Not seeing them made her feel better, so Yuan Zio took a deep breath, avoided where the 3 were, and drank a few sips of spring water to calm her mind. She looked at the flower seeds in her hand and examined the dark soil of the Jade Nectar Pavilion. The patch of dark earth wasn't very big, only about 8 or 9 feet wide. Finally, Yuan Zio decided to plant the seeds along the green mist so it wouldn't interfere with her walking back and forth. Honestly, although Yuan Zio grew up in the frontier, she had never done flower planting before. She had no suitable tools at hand. After thinking for a moment, she plucked a hairpin from her hair bun, dug a small hole, and randomly grabbed a flower seed to plant in the hole. She filled the hole and dug another small one nearby. She worked like this for over half an hour, planting all the seeds around the green mist and watering them with spring water. "I wonder if they will grow," Yuan Zio muttered to herself. Honestly, she wasn't very confident because she had never done this before. Even if the flowers sprouted in a few days, she would still be unsure. She carefully looked around again, then left the Jade Nectar Pavilion, cleaned the dirt from her hands and feet, and called out, "Blue Cherry, Blue Branch." "Second young lady, you're awake?" Blue Cherry and Blue Branch hurried into the room after hearing Yuan Zio's call. They asked, "Second young lady, it's already noon. Would you like some lunch?" "All right, bring some over," Yuan Zio replied. While eating lunch, she asked, "Who among you knows how to plant flowers?" Blue Cherry and Blue Branch looked at each other and shook their heads. "No, young lady, we don't know how," they said. "It seems I need to find someone who does." Yuan Zio frowned and said, "Lure, shouldn't she know some things?" Suddenly, Qingji thought for a moment and said, "I remember her mother used to be at the lady's estate. She should know some skills, right?" "Oh." Yuan Zio's eyes lit up. "Then call Lure in." As she spoke, she set down her dishes. "All these can be cleared away." Second young lady. Hearing that Yuan Zio wanted to see her, Lure hurriedly entered the room and respectfully bowed to her. Lure is a young maid from Wuyo Pavilion. Usually, she doesn't serve inside the main rooms, only responsible for sweeping the yard and making tea. "Lure, can you plant flowers?" Yuan Zio asked. "Yes, second young lady," Lure replied quickly. "I know a little but not very well. Just the basics." Yuan Zio was pleased to hear this. She only needed her to know the basics. If she knew too much, using spring water might raise suspicion. So, Yuan Zio smiled and nodded. The flowers in the corridor are fewer now. I have some seeds here. Plant these in the corridor and see if you can grow them. Then she looked at Qingying, who took out the flower seeds she had earlier. Luer took the seeds and said eagerly, "Second young lady, I will do my best to plant these flowers." Yuan Zio smiled. "Don't worry. It's just a try. Even if you can't grow them, it's okay." "Yes, I will definitely grow these flowers." For the first time, Luer was entrusted with an important task by Yuan Zio. She didn't want to disappoint her and made up her mind to plant the seeds well and not betray her trust. "Qingying, here I am. Bring me that pair of pink gemstone-like lilacs," Yuan Zio ordered. Qingying responded and quickly brought the lilacs. Yuan Zio signaled her to give the lilacs to Luer. "This is a reward for you.
Just do your best.
Whether you can grow them or not depends on luck." "Yes, thank you, second young lady."
Luer happily bowed again to Yuan Zio.
"That's all. You may go now." "Yes, I will take my leave." In the evening, Qingji returned from outside and quietly said to Yuan Zio, "Second young lady, I heard that the eldest girl is now with the old lady, begging her to let her stay by her side." Yuan Zio couldn't help but laugh. She is quite good at playing the game of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. After thinking again, Yuan Zio ordered Qingji, "Go watch over Shosong Hall. If grandmother sends someone to find my mother, come back and tell me immediately." "Yes, second Mississippi grandmother." In Shosong Hall, Yuan Zidong knelt before the old lady Yuan, tears streaming down her face. "Grandmother, please feel sorry for your granddaughter."
"Ah."
The old lady Yuan sighed, looking at Yuan Zidong. She had raised her since she was a child. Over more than 10 years, it was impossible not to feel affection. She loved her like a pet cat or dog, and even more so because she was a real person. But now, the eldest son and Lair had separated their households. Although Lair had divorced Ningshi, Zidong still had her father Lair. If she was just visiting, it would be okay, but she couldn't stay permanently at her uncle's house. People outside might gossip about Lair, saying he didn't care for his daughter. And because of what Zidong did to Second Miss during the Lantern Festival, the family might not allow her to stay in the general's residence. "Zidong," the old lady Yuan spoke gently. "You know this. Your father has now separated and moved out. This place is now your uncle's house. It's not proper for a niece to stay permanently here. Even if your father knew, he might not agree." "Grandmother," Zidong cried. "Now my mother has been divorced by my father. I can't comment on her situation, but I believe my father is now only focused on that Aunt Yen, hoping to have a son to carry on the family line. He wouldn't think of me, his daughter. If I go there, no one will take care of me. If my father remarries, that might be good, but if he marries someone bad, how can I live?" "Nonsense," the old lady Yuan softly scolded. "No matter what your father does, he's still your father.
You have no right to speak like that.
Besides, you are your father's only daughter. He won't neglect you. Even if he remarries, I will help him keep an eye on things. I won't let him marry someone troublesome." Zidong secretly curled her lips. She knew her grandmother loved her father the most. Even she, as her daughter, was not favored. But if she didn't say these things, how could she warn her grandmother? Still, how could she stay here? "Grandmother." Yuan Zidong, feeling wronged, softly said, "My granddaughter was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to my father like that.
But
my granddaughter's heart is heavy. Now that my mother has been dismissed, Aunt Yen, who has a low status, can't manage all the granddaughter's affairs. My granddaughter is already 15 and soon to be of marriageable age. But she still hasn't found a match. When my father remarries and helps arrange her marriage, there won't be many good options. Does my granddaughter have to be matched with anyone randomly?" Hearing this, Yuan Zitong covered her face and whispered, "Grandmother, please be kind to your granddaughter."
Well,
Old Lady Yuan hadn't expected this turn of events. Hearing Yuan Zidong speak like that, she hesitated. Now that Ning has been dismissed and Lei hasn't remarried yet, and since Zedong is almost of marriage age, she really needs to act quickly. Grandmother. Yuan Zedong looked at old lady Yuan's expression and said, I know my father and my eldest uncle have separated, so technically, I shouldn't stay here.
But I really have no choice.
I only hope grandmother can pity your granddaughter. As she spoke, tears fell from Yuan Zedong's eyes like beads breaking off a string. Old lady Yuan sighed, thought for a moment, then said to Peony, Go call the mistress and tell her I want to discuss something with her. Peony looked worriedly at old lady Yuan, nodded, and went to Lu Feng garden. After Peony left, old lady Yuan said to Yuan Zedong, Right now, your eldest aunt is in charge of the household. Even if she agrees for you to stay, it must be with her approval. Yuan Zedong secretly resented. How could Lu agree for her to stay? She didn't show it on her face and only cried to old lady Yuan, Eldest aunt probably hates what my mother did. Even when I accidentally pushed second sister earlier, she might still hold a grudge. I don't think she will agree. Grandmother, if she comes later, just tell her that your granddaughter will stay only in Shosong Hall and not wander around the house. Is that okay? All right, I will say that later. Old lady Yuan sighed. Whether you can stay depends on whether your eldest aunt agrees. Thank you, grandmother, for caring for your granddaughter. Yuan Zedong knew this was the only way now. She secretly felt angry at old lady Yuan for not controlling daughter-in-law Lu. If old lady Yuan could manage Lu, then staying here would just be a matter of her saying so. Soon, Lady Lu arrived, accompanied by Yuan Zio. When the old lady saw Yuan Zio, she was surprised and said, "Second miss, why are you here with your mother?" "Grandmother." Yuan Zio smiled and replied, "Your granddaughter came to ask my mother some questions." Just then, Sister Xiaohao came to call my mother, and I was curious, so I followed her to see. Yuan Zedong felt a chill in her heart. She remembered clearly what Yuan Zio had said that morning. Now that she saw her coming along, she knew things probably wouldn't turn out well. She couldn't help but feel angry. "Fine, since you're here, just stay," said the old lady to Lady Lu. "Eldest daughter-in-law, I called you today to discuss something with you." "Mother, you're being too kind." Lady Lu smiled. "Whatever it is, just tell me." The old lady cleared her throat uncomfortably. "It's like this. Yuan Zedong is now 15, and soon she'll be of marriageable age. You know this. Ning has already been divorced by Lei. If Yuan Zedong goes to Lei's house, no one will help her manage her marriage. I thought it would be good for her to stay here in Shosong Hall with me, so she can keep me company. You can also help her plan and oversee things." Lady Lu smiled upon hearing this.
"So, that's what you meant," she said.
Normally, a daughter-in-law shouldn't oppose her mother-in-law, but Yuan Zedong staying here in the house isn't suitable for a daughter-in-law.
"Why not?"
asked the old lady. "Let Yuan Zedong stay only in Shosong Hall with me. That's enough." "Big auntie," Yuan Zedong hurriedly said, "I know I've done many wrong things before. I've realized my mistakes and promise to get along well with second sister from now on. Please, auntie, agree. If I go to Lei's house, no one will take care of me. Please consider my feelings for grandmother's sake." As she spoke, Yuan Zedong was about to kneel before Lady Lu. Lady Lu was startled and tried to step back. If this got out, her niece kneeling to her, what would others think? Before Yuan Zedong could kneel, Qing Ying and Qing Ji, acting on Yuan Zio's signal, hurried forward to stop her. "Young miss, your legs are weak. Let us help you," they said, supporting her so she wouldn't fall, in case the others didn't notice and she slipped. Yuan Zedong struggled twice but couldn't break free, feeling secretly annoyed. "Big sister, what's wrong?" Yuan Zio asked with a smile. "Are your legs weak or something? Why did you suddenly kneel to my mother? If this gets out, people will say my mother mistreated her niece from the next room." Yuan Zedong was angry inside. That was exactly her plan, but Yuan Zio had ruined it. Why was she always around? Can't this little troublemaker stay out of her way? Yuan Zedong quickly put on a worried look. "Second sister, why do you say that? I was just in a hurry and wanted my eldest sister-in-law to let me stay with grandma. I didn't mean anything else." "Humph, whether you meant anything else or not, you know in your heart," Yuan Zio snorted coldly. "Big sister, Have you forgotten what I told you this morning? Yuan Zitong was startled. Second girl, what did you say to your big sister this morning? Old Madame Yuan asked. Yuan Zio looked at the nervous Yuan Zidong and said, This morning, I don't know how, but big sister suddenly entered my yard. She said our family used tricks to force the second house out of the estate and even tried to hit me. I was so upset that I told her if she bullied me again, I wouldn't hold back. Grandma, isn't that true? Old Madame Yuan was stunned. Of course, it was true. Was she supposed to let the second girl just wait to be beaten? I didn't know the young lady was so formidable. Lu Shi said after hearing Yuan Zio's words, feeling angry. Mother, I'm afraid the general's estate can't handle such a big fuss from the young lady. It's better she go back wherever she came from. After speaking, Lu Shi bowed to old Madame Yuan. Mother, my daughter-in-law has some chores to attend to, so I won't bother you anymore. I'll take my leave. Yuan Zio also bowed to old Madame Yuan. Grandmother, I will also take my leave. Go now, old Madame Yuan sighed and waved her hand. After Lu Shi and her daughter left, old Madame Yuan looked at Yuan Zitong with disappointment. Zitong, you've really let me down. Yuan Zitong hurriedly fell to her grandmother's feet, crying. Grandmother, I was wrong. I didn't mean to. Did you do it on purpose? Old Madame Yuan angrily tapped Yuan Zitong's forehead. Grandmother. Yuan Zitong cried. This morning, my granddaughter didn't know anything yet, and suddenly she was called to pack up and move. Early in the morning, she didn't understand what was happening and thought that my eldest uncle's family was forcing us out of the house. In her panic, she went to argue with second sister. If she knew the real reason, she wouldn't have done that. Grandmother, please forgive my granddaughter for her moment of confusion.
Boo-hoo.
Now that my mother is gone, if you dislike me even more, what hope do I have left? Yuan Zidong cried as she clung to the old lady's leg, sobbing. The old lady was moved to tears as well. Thinking about it, this girl Zidong was quite pitiful. At only 15, she had lost her mother's care. Who knows if her future stepmother would treat her well? Forget it, I don't blame you, said the old lady with a sigh. But you can't stay in this house anymore. You should go back with your father for now. Once your eldest aunt and the others have calmed down, you can come to stay for a while. Yes, grandmother, Zidong replied meekly, her face full of sadness, which made the old lady feel distressed. She gently patted Zidong's forehead and said, Remember to get along well with your second sister in the future. Yes. Zidong looked obedient on the outside, but inside she harbored resentment towards the old lady. She thought, if only the old lady could control Lu Shi better, she wouldn't have to beg and plead so much. Seeing that she couldn't stay in the general's residence, she bid farewell to the old lady and went back to have her maids pack her things. Meanwhile, Yuan Zio and Lu Shi left Shosong Hall and returned to Lu Feng Garden. Since Yuan Qifeng had just come back to the capital a few days ago, the emperor had granted him a few days of rest at home. So, Yuan Qifeng was currently resting at home and hadn't left the estate. Seeing Lu Shi bringing Yuan Zio back, everyone was very happy. They kept asking the maids to bring her favorite snacks. Mother, what did you call me for? Yuan old madam asked Lu Shi to come to Shosong Hall. Yuan Qifeng was a bit worried, but didn't want to go himself. When Lu Shi returned, he quickly asked. It's nothing urgent, Lu Shi replied. Just that Zidong wants to stay here, and I asked her opinion. I didn't agree. Yuan Qifeng nodded. Zidong isn't suitable to stay here anymore. Seeing Yuan Qifeng agree with her opinion, Lu was happy and personally brewed a cup of tea for Yuan Qifeng. Father, mother. Yuan Zio said while eating a snack, after uncle's family moves out, can I use their greenhouse? There is a greenhouse at the Yuan residence, on the side of the second house. Previously, Ning had been planting many flowers and plants there. Now that the second house is moving because Chun Yen liked those flowers, Yuan Chile ordered people to dig out all the plants from the greenhouse and move them to his own house. Now that Yuan Chile has taken all the plants out, the greenhouse is empty. Yuan Zio thought that if spring water has a special effect on plants, she could grow some flowers there. In the future, she could open a flower shop and earn some money. Recently, Yuan Zio realized how important helpers are. If she had someone watching over the second house earlier, many things wouldn't have happened. Go ahead and use it freely, Lu said with a smile. By the way, how is your shop doing? Since her shop was up and running smoothly, Lu relaxed and only received updates about the shop's profits from Xiaoying once every half-month. It's been over a month now, but Lu didn't know how the shop was doing recently. Yuan Zio smiled and said, Mother, a few days ago, Manager Xiao brought the recent profits. After calculating, since opening, the shop has earned about 50,000 taels of silver. How much? Yuan Qifeng's hand trembled, and his tea spilled on his clothes. Father, about 50,000 taels. Yuan Zio said happily. In just over a month? Yuan Qifeng asked in disbelief. That's 50,000 taels in profit? No wonder Yuan Qifeng was so surprised. His father left behind a lot of good farmland and estates, and over the years, he only earned about 60,000 taels. Most of the household expenses came from his salary, so they couldn't save more than 60,000 taels of silver. But his daughter opened a small pastry shop, and in just over a month, it earned more than 50,000 taels. Yes. Yuan Zio nodded naturally. Yuan Qifeng took a deep breath, feeling that his daughter was earning money very quickly. Seeing Yuan Qifeng look stunned, Yuan Zio smiled and asked, Father, isn't your daughter very impressive? Impressive, very impressive. Yuan Qifeng laughed loudly. Fear is a lucky boy. Mrs. Lu glared at Yuan Qifeng and said, What are you saying? My daughter is here, and you're not being careful with your words. Yuan Qifeng chuckled and said, All right, I won't say more. Yuan Zio looked at Yuan Qifeng scratching his head and smiling. Then she smiled softly, hugging Mrs. Lu's arm and asked, Mother, are you free tomorrow? Let's go shopping together. I want to buy gifts for you, Dad, and the brothers. Keep the money you earn for yourself. It's your savings for the future, so don't waste it. Mrs. Lu refused to let Yuan Zio buy things for her. If you want something, I'll give you money. Mother, I've earned quite a bit of money. Besides, buying gifts for you and everyone isn't wasting. It's my way of showing respect, Yuan Zio said sweetly, hugging Mrs. Lu's arm. Let's go tomorrow, and I'll take you shopping. It's my way of showing filial piety. You mustn't refuse, or I'll be upset. Yuan Qifeng smiled and said, Yunner, since it's Zio's way of showing respect, don't refuse. He felt very proud inside. His daughter was so young, yet she could earn money to show respect to her parents. Compared to the officials of the Great Li dynasty, who dared to say that children of 12 or 13 bought gifts with their own earned money. Oh, this could be a proud story for a long time, and he would envy those old officials to death. Mrs. Lu listened to Yuan Zio and felt warm inside. She also smiled and said, All right, I'll listen to Zio. Yuan Zio was happy and then asked Yuan Qifeng, Father, is there anything special you want? Yuan Qifeng smiled so broadly his eyes squinted. As long as Zio buys it, anything is fine. Okay. Yuan Zio said happily, then I'll make the decision myself. Yuan Qifeng also smiled and said, Good. Oh, and Zio, don't forget your grandmother's share. Of course I won't forget, Yuan Zio replied happily. Although Grandma Yuan favored the second household, now that they were living with the main house, she wouldn't give others a chance to gossip. Since the second household was about to move out, she felt the air in the house was fresher and decided it was time to celebrate. After arranging the departure time with Mrs. Lu, Yuan Zio took Qingying and Qingji back to Wuyo Pavilion. I wonder how Fair's interrogation is going, she thought. After Yuan Zio left, Mrs. Lu said, That Renzhong is hiding in our house for what reason? What is he planning? Let's wait for the news, Yuan Qifeng replied. But I think Renzhong probably won't say much. What should we do now? Lu Shi worriedly said, If those from the Winter Clan send more people to our house again, we won't be able to defend ourselves. The Winter Clan is part of the Qi people. Likely, only the royal family or high generals would send someone like that. Right now, it's unclear who exactly sent them. As for their goal, there's no need to guess. They're probably just trying to take revenge on me. Yuan Qifeng said, I've been on the frontier for nearly 20 years, facing off against the Qi. They definitely hold some resentment against me. Sighing, Lu Shi said, hopefully, Fei can get some useful news soon. Meanwhile, in the capital, Jiang Zhaoyin, Jianshen, was speaking to Huaxi. Sir, the new spy from the Qile is still not saying anything. Huaxi asked, and what about the Kutu? Jianshen replied quickly, that Kutu has mostly told us everything. Huaxi thought for a moment and said, tomorrow, report everything truthfully to the emperor. I believe the emperor has his own plans for the Qi Li's third prince. Let him decide. Understood, Jianshen said, then asked, would you like to go see him again? Yes, go ahead, Huaxi replied. You don't need to come with me. After I see him, I'll return. Yes, sir. In the prison of Jiang Zhaoyin, Kuta's hands and feet were chained, and the chains were fixed to the wall. Kuta sat against the wall, curling one leg, with his hand casually resting on it, coldly watching the man who entered. Huaxi also looked at Kuta coldly, silent for a moment. After a while, Kuta sneered, what? Are you here to stare at me? Just here to take a look, Huaxi said coldly. Anyway, you helped us catch the traitor Na Qi'er from the Dali dynasty. Before you leave, I want to see you. Huaxi's words made Kuta furious. What? You little man, have you forgotten what you said? Of course I haven't, Huaxi raised an eyebrow. I promised to save your third prince's life. But I never said I would spare yours. You despicable little man. Kutu gritted his teeth. Humph. Huaxi snorted coldly. That's nothing compared to your treachery. The innocent people of the Great Li dynasty are not something you can kill at will. If you harm the people of my dynasty, you should be prepared to pay the price. Kuta stared fiercely at Huaxi, almost burning with anger in his eyes. Huaxi smiled calmly, rest assured, your third prince will be fine. Since I promised you this, I will keep my word. You can go ahead with peace of mind. After saying this, Huaxi gave Kutu a cold look and then turned around to leave the cell. An incense stick later, Huasan came to report, young master, the traitor Kutu from the Qile tribe died suddenly in prison due to a severe illness.
I understand.
Handle it, Huasan replied. The next morning, Lu Shi and Yuan Zio reported to the old lady Yuan before leaving by carriage for Chong'an Street. Today was the day the Yuan family's second branch was moving. Thinking that by the time they returned, the second branch might have already moved away, Yuan Zio couldn't help feeling happy. Mother! Yuan Zio snuggled close to Lu Shi. Let's go to the gold shop first. All right, listen to you, Lu Shi replied with a gentle smile. Yuan Zio happily instructed the coachman, go to the gold shop. Yes, miss. Oh, madam, miss, please come inside quickly. The coach stopped in front of a gold shop called Yu Zhenge on Chong'an Street. Bai Shuang and Qing Ying helped Lu Shi and Yuan Zio down from the carriage. The shopkeeper hurriedly came to greet them, warmly welcoming. Madam and miss, are you here to buy headpieces and jewelry? Are there any new styles of jewelry? Yuan Zio asked eagerly. The shopkeeper immediately understood that these ladies were here to buy jewelry, and he smiled even more enthusiastically. Yes, we just received a batch of jewelry yesterday. They are from the Su family workshop, beautiful and finely crafted, perfect for madam and miss. While speaking, he led Lu Shi and Yuan Zio into the shop to sit down, serve tea, and then brought a tray of jewelry for them to choose from. Lu Shi and Yuan Zio carefully examined the pieces. It must be said that the Su family workshop truly lives up to its reputation as the top jewelry house of the Great Li dynasty. The craftsmanship and styles are exquisite, almost like works of art. Yuan Zio felt she was about to be dazzled. Mother, which ones do you like? Yuan Zio asked straightforwardly. Lu Shi also felt a bit dizzy and smiled, saying any one of these is good enough. Yuan Zio then looked carefully again and finally picked up a single phoenix hairpin set with gold wire and embedded rubies, asking Lu Shi, Mother, do you like this hairpin? Lu Shi smiled and said, it's very beautiful. Yuan Zio was happy and asked the shopkeeper, how much silver for this hairpin? The shopkeeper smiled and said, Miss, you have good taste. This ruby phoenix hairpin is one of the best in this collection. It's made with fine craftsmanship from the Su workshop, priced at 1,500 taels of silver.
What?
Lu Shi was surprised and quickly said to Yuan Zio younger, "This is too expensive. Let's choose something else." "Not expensive." Yuan Zio held the ruby hairpin and asked the shopkeeper, "Are there matching sets for this hairpin?" The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Yes, there are. But a full set of headpieces and accessories would cost at least 8,000 taels." Originally, the entire set was meant to be sold together, but because the shopkeeper needed silver quickly to fill a gap, he decided to sell the set separately to get the money faster. If this young lady is willing to buy the whole set, that would be wonderful. Bring it here. Yuan Zio's family had a small jewelry shop, so spending silver was not a concern, especially since it was for her family's benefit.
Wait a moment, miss.
The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he hurried inside. Soon, he came out carrying a flat wooden box. He opened the box, revealing a set of jewelry. A gold wire phoenix hairpin with embedded rubies, a pair of ruby earrings, a ruby bracelet with gold wire wrapping, and a jade pendant with ruby inlay. Beautiful. Seeing these pieces, Yuan Zio's eyes brightened. This set of jewelry was definitely worth the price. "Qingying, pay the silver." "Yes." Qingying quickly responded and took out 8 silver notes of 1,000 taels each, handing them to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took the money, smiled happily, and hurried to help Yuan Zio place the phoenix hairpin into the wooden box. Just as Yuan Zio was about to look at other jewelry, she heard a sharp voice, "Hold on." Then, someone quickly approached the shopkeeper and asked, "Young man, I want this set of jewelry. How much silver?" The young man awkwardly smiled at the visitor. Yuan Zio carefully arranged the headpiece and then closed the box with a snap, handing it to Qingying behind her before turning to look at the visitor. What a coincidence. Turns out to be Lu Luoshan's sister, Lu Luojian, who is the wife of my older brother in a past life. We've already paid for this headpiece. You're too late, Yuan Zio said calmly. Lu Luojian widened her eyes and stared at Yuan Zio. I like this headpiece. I'll pay you whatever costs.
I want to buy it.
Lu Luojian's words made Lu Shi frown, but she didn't want to scold a young girl in front of everyone. Not for sale, Yuan Zio replied softly.
You.
Lu Luojian's eyes widened. Do you know who my father is?
You.
Just then, Lu Luoshan hurried into the shop, calling out to stop Lu Luojian. She turned to Lu Shi and Yuan Zio and said, Are you Madame Yuan and Miss Yuan Air?
Sorry about this.
My mother is celebrating her birthday. My sister liked this headpiece, but she didn't bring enough silver, so she went back to get more. It's just so embarrassing. Yuan Zio raised an eyebrow. Lu Luoshan was really good at lying without hesitation. Second sister, what are you doing? Clearly, Lu Luojian didn't know Lu Shi and Yuan Zio. Yuan Zio found it strange. Her family had no connection with Lu's family, so how did Lu Luoshan recognize them instantly? Third sister, these are the family of the Grand General of the town country. Lu Luoshan quickly explained to Lu Luojian. This is Madame Yuan and Miss Yuan Air.
Oh.
Lu Luojian was stunned, then blushed deeply and hurriedly apologized.
Madame Yuan, Miss Yuan, I'm so sorry.
I was too impulsive just now. I'm actually glad, Yuan Zio sneered. Fortunately, my father is a first-class Grand General of the town country. Otherwise, I might have lost this headpiece I just bought today. She looked at the girl and asked, By the way, you haven't told me. Who is your father? Lu Luojian's face turned even redder, and she hesitated, unsure how to answer. Her father's rank couldn't compare to a first-class Grand General. Today was really unlucky. She had run into this young lady and caused trouble. Enough, Lu Shi said. Ladies, if there's nothing else, please feel free to go. Lu Luojian and Lu Luoshan, after hearing Lu Shi's words, quickly took their leave and hurriedly left the jewelry shop. Mother, if they don't leave soon, I'll make sure they regret it, Yuan Zio pouted. Especially Lu Luoshan, who was pretending to be virtuous and full of lies. All right, why bother with them? Lu smiled and said, Hurry up and pick some jewelry for yourself and your grandmother. Yuan Zio started choosing jewelry, with Lu again. In the end, She selected a red gold hairpin inlaid with turquoise and green stones for Madame Yuan, along with a pair of red gold beaded earrings. She also picked a ring for each of the Yuan father and sons, along with a hair crown. Yuan Xian and Yuan Xining, the brothers, received jade crowns, while Yuan Qifeng's was a hollowed-out black jade crown wrapped in gold thread. Yuan Zio chose a jade hairpin with gold thread and butterfly shape, a pair of pearl bangles, and a red gold necklace with red cat's eye stones for herself. Finally, she thought for a moment and picked a carved jade pendant with bamboo patterns. Lu saw this and smiled, asking, "Is this for your father and brothers?" Mother Yuan Zio pouted playfully and said, "I won't tell you." Lu smiled and didn't ask further. Seeing Lu didn't press, Yuan Zio quietly relaxed and couldn't help but touch her earlobes, which seemed a bit warm. After choosing the jewelry, Lu and Yuan Zio left the jewelry shop and went to Mo Xiangjai to buy a fining stone for Yuan Qifeng. This trip cost Yuan Zio over 30,000 taels of silver, which made Lu gasp in surprise. "Don't spend so extravagantly in the future," Lu warned Yuan Zio. "The silver the shop earns, you should keep it well. It will be your strength in the future, understand?" "I understand, mother." Yuan Zio smiled and said, "I'm just happy. Besides, I'll make more silver again." "Don't worry, mother, your daughter won't lack silver." Lu had no more temper with Yuan Zio and affectionately patted her on the forehead. Once all the shopping was done, mother and daughter went to a restaurant for lunch, then strolled around the shops on the street before riding a carriage back to Yuan Mansion. When they arrived, it was already the time of Shen. Yuan Zio first went with Lu to Lu Feng Yuan to deliver Yuan Qifeng's gift, making him smile so broadly that his face was full of dimples. He looked very proud. He immediately replaced his hair crown, put on the black jade ring, and carefully placed the inkstone in the most prominent spot in the study. They also chatted in Lu Feng Yuan for a while before Yuan Zio returned to Wuyuge. Back at Wuyuge, Qingji greeted her with a cheerful smile, helping Yuan Zio change clothes while saying, "Second miss, the second old master's family finished lunch and has moved to the other residence now. They've already settled in." Yuan Zio listened and immediately became happy. "That's wonderful. Tomorrow you all will accompany me to see the flower house over there." "Yes." Qing and Qingji quickly responded. "By the way, second miss." Qingji suddenly remembered something. "Today, since you weren't at the residence, the gatekeeper brought an invitation card. It's from the Meng family. The eldest daughter of the Meng family will hold a flower appreciation banquet on March 20th, and she invited you to attend." She then took out the invitation and handed it to Yuan Zio. Yuan Zio took the card, thought for a moment, and then remembered that the Meng family was the prime minister's residence. The eldest daughter must be Meng Luai. Yuan Zio didn't know much about Meng Luai, only vaguely recalling she was a famous talented woman in the capital, very proud and loved poetry and songs. But in her previous life, she didn't have this experience. Back then, Yuan Qifeng was only a second-ranked general of the state, but in this life, perhaps because she was reborn, many things changed. Yuan Qifeng was directly promoted by the emperor to a first-rank marshal. This made her a top official in the Dali dynasty. Her mother also said that such banquets were inevitable. "Okay, I got it. Put it aside, there's still 10 days left." Yuan Zio handed the invitation to Qingji. "Remember to remind me when the time comes." "Yes. Let's go. You two come with me to see the grandmother." Thinking that she hadn't yet given the gift she bought for old Madame Yuan, Yuan Zio took Qing and Qingji to Shosong Hall. "Grandmother." "Mother." When they arrived at Shosong Hall, Yuan Zio saw Lu Shi was there and quickly greeted her. Lu Shi knew what Yuan Zio was there for and smiled. "Are you bringing a gift for your grandmother?" "Exactly." Yuan Zio replied happily. Old Madame Yuan was feeling a bit down because the second branch of the Yuan family had moved out. Seeing Lu Shi and Yuan Zio so cheerful, she forced a smile and asked, "What gift did second miss bring me?" Yuan Zio signaled Qing to hand over the carved box with sour juju branches. "Grandmother, my shop earns some money, so I wanted to bring you a gift. I hope you like it," Yuan Zio said with a smile. Qing Ying hurried forward, took the box, and opened it in front of old Madame Yuan. Old Madame Yuan looked carefully and saw it was a hairpin and a pair of earrings, both symbols of wealth and good fortune. She loved them very much. Second Miss is thoughtful. The matriarch looked kindly at Yuan Zio, feeling a bit comforted. She had been worried that her previous bias might cause the eldest family's members to hold grudges. Now, seeing the gift Yuan Zio sent, her heart warmed and she felt more at ease. Grandmother is pleased, Yuan Zio said, then sat beside Lu Shi, listening to her and the old lady talk. The old lady said to Lu Shi, I called you today because our household has faced many troubles lately. Now that Ning Shi and Shandong have gone, you should come with me to Fatten Temple soon to listen to the master's teachings and pray for our family's future peace. Yes, Mother, Lu Shi replied. Grandmother, Mother, I want to go with you to Fatten Temple the day after tomorrow, Yuan Zio said after thinking. The old lady smiled and asked, those days, you will need to eat vegetarian meals and stay in simple conditions.
Can you handle that?
Yes, I can, Yuan Zio quickly answered. She just remembered that Fatten Temple is 50 miles north of the capital, in Qingtan Mountain. The temple is on the outskirts of Qingtan Mountain, which is said to be surrounded by deep forests. It's a good place to handle the two people from Cheongjiang Pavilion. Brother Shichi was right. Innocent people from the Dali dynasty shouldn't lose their lives in vain. As for the maid, she didn't deserve death. She would adapt as needed. Anyway, this time, they must deal with those three people from Cheongjiang Pavilion. All right, then let Yaotu go with us to Fatten Temple, the old lady decided. After fixing the schedule, Yuan Zio returned to Weo Pavilion and sent Qing Ying and Qing Ji to deliver gifts to Yuan Zian and Yuan Zining. When the two maids returned, Qing Ji said, Second Miss, the eldest and second young masters are back. The second young master is a bit injured. Deshawn has sent someone to call the doctor.
What?
Yuan Zio suddenly stood up. Where is he hurt? Is it serious? He hurt his leg, Qing Ji hurriedly replied. Both the eldest and second young masters didn't want me to tell you, afraid you'd worry. But I thought I should tell you. If you don't tell me, I'll punish you, Yuan Zio said quickly. She then ordered Qing Ji, go to the east side and get my 2 boxes of pills. We're going to Qianning Pavilion. She also told Qing Ying, go to the small kitchen and pack some snacks. After preparing everything, Yuan Zio hurriedly left with Qing Ying and Qing Ji for Qianning Pavilion. Qianning Pavilion was Yuan Zining's courtyard.
Ah, careful.
Careful. Be gentle. As soon as I entered the yard, I heard Yuan Zining loudly crying out in pain. Yuan Zio was startled and quickly took a few steps forward into the house. Second brother, how did you get so badly hurt?
Oh, dear.
Oh, little sister, why are you here? Yuan Zining was still crying out in pain. When he heard Yuan Zio's voice, he quickly looked toward the door and glared at Qingji. I told you not to tell the second girl. It's nothing serious. Qingji shrank her neck and hid behind Qing Ying. Second brother, Qingji is my maid. Of course, she should listen to me. Yuan Zio saw Dr. Qian lowering his head to apply medicine to Yuan Zining and covering his wound. She was anxious, thinking Yuan Zining was badly hurt. Let me see quickly. How did you get hurt? Cough, cough. Yuan Zian stood to the side and coughed. Little sister, Anning's injury isn't serious. Not serious? Then why does he sound so miserable? Yuan Zio walked over to Dr. Qian and looked at the wound, then stopped talking. She suddenly remembered that her second brother was very afraid of pain. Even a small injury could make him cry loudly. What's so miserable about it? Yuan Zining protested. Little sister, I just called out a few times from the pain.
Ow.
Be gentle. Soon, Dr. Qian finished treating Yuan Zining's wound, applied ointment, and bandaged it. He smiled and said, Young Master Heir, don't worry. It will heal in about a week or so. I'll leave some ointment. Just apply it once a day. Thank you, Dr. Qian. Yuan Zio gratefully said, then ordered Qing Ying, give the fee to Dr. Qian. Thank you, second miss. Dr. Qian happily took the payment, explained some precautions, and then left. Second brother, You and Big Brother didn't go to the Western camp in Jingxi, did you? Did you and Big Brother have a fight? I saw that wound and thought you fell? After speaking, Yuan Jio smiled at Yuan Ziyan. Big Brother, you didn't throw Second Brother on the ground, did you? Yuan Ziyan chuckled. Today's injury has nothing to do with me. Second Brother, did you fight with someone? Yuan Jio widened her eyes and looked at Yuan Zining. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen on your own, right? Where am I so stupid? Yuan Zining refused to admit it. Then, how did you get hurt? That new recruit. Humph. Yuan Zining snorted. If I catch him, I'll make him understand what real martial arts are. A new recruit? Yuan Jio looked at Yuan Ziyan, who shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. Yuan Zio became even more confused. Second Brother, which new soldier dared to bother you? Anyway, just some new soldier. Yuan Zining himself wasn't clear about it either, but he remembered the face. Humph. Next time I catch him, I won't let him go. He dared to sneak away during training. I caught him in the act, and he even kicked me.
Then.
Second Brother, how did you fall? Yuan Zio was very curious. Although Second Brother is very afraid of pain, he still has good skills. How did he get knocked down by a new soldier and fall so hard? Hearing Yuan Zio ask, Yuan Zining looked uncomfortable and turned his eyes around. I forgot. Oh, right, little sister, you can't tell Dad and Mom. Forgot. Yuan Zio and Yuan Ziyan exchanged a look and tried not to laugh. They knew it must be embarrassing, and Yuan Zining didn't want to mention it. Since Yuan Zining didn't want to talk about it, Yuan Zio didn't insist. She asked Xingying to bring out some snacks. Don't worry, I won't tell Dad and Mom. Come, have some food to cheer you up after your injury. As soon as she saw the snacks, Yuan Zining immediately forgot everything. You're the best, little sister. How did you know I was craving snacks? While speaking, he picked up a snack and ate it eagerly. Delicious.
Little sister, your snacks are the best.
Hey, Big Brother, don't you dislike eating snacks? Yuan Ziyan calmly picked up a piece of beef and milk floss roll and said softly, I just don't eat those outside snacks. Big Brother, this is my visit to see the patient, me checking on you.
You can't eat all of it.
Yuan Zining looked very distressed. He loved the beef and milk floss roll too. Yuan Ziyan looked at Yuan Zining coolly and then picked up another beef and milk floss roll. You're a patient, and such greasy food isn't good for your wounds. Yuan Zining blinked. My wound isn't serious. Then who was shouting as if the sky was falling earlier? Yuan Zining blinked, speechless. Just now he seemed. Maybe. Perhaps. Maybe he exaggerated a little when shouting. Yuan Zio watched happily from the side. She asked Qingji to bring over some pills. These are my homemade pills. I forgot to give you earlier. They are good for strengthening the body. Take one every day. While speaking, Yuan Zining handed 2 boxes of pills to Yuan Ziyan and Yuan Zining respectively. Yuan Zining happily took them. Just smelling them I know they are good. They really are good. Yuan Ziyan nodded and smiled, handing the box to Quan Shan. By the way, little sister, thank you for your gift. Yuan Ziyan had already learned from Qingji that Yuan Zio bought each of the brothers a gift. Oh, yes, the gift for my little sister. Yuan Zining remembered quickly and hurriedly told Chongshan, bring over the gift my little sister gave me. I want to see it. When he saw the ink jade ring and the jade crown, he was instantly overjoyed. Little sister really has good taste. Second Brother, yours is the same as Big Brother's. As long as you like it, that's what matters. Yuan Zio said with a smile. Yuan Ziyan also smiled and nodded. Very good. But it wasn't cheap, so next time, don't spend so much. Big Brother, don't worry. Yuan Zio said with a smile. My little sister is now the best at saving money, so rest assured. Yuan Zining's eyes lit up when he heard this. Little sister, is your snack shop business doing especially well? Yes, not bad. Seeing how impressive my little sister is, I also want to open a shop. Yuan Zining felt excited. Yuan Ziyan raised an eyebrow and looked at Yuan Zining. If you open a shop and don't lose everything, then you'll be blessed. Big Brother. The next day, when Yuan Zio went to learn from Grandma Gu, she took a 2-day leave and was given a handwritten copy of a book. Grandma Gu told her to take some time to memorize it, as she would check it upon her return. Yuan Zio took the book and saw it was a herbal record, so she agreed. By afternoon, Yuan Zio took Qing Ying, Qing Ji, and Lu Er to the flower house. Now that the second house had moved out, the flower house was empty. The flower house at the Yuan residence was quite large, about 4 fen of land. If filled with flowers and plants, it looked like a small garden. Lu Er, in the next couple of days, have someone tidy up this flower house. Set up a few racks inside, and I'll think about it when I return, Yuan Zio said as she examined the flower house and instructed Lu Er. Although she didn't know much about planting flowers, she remembered seeing some flowers needing trellises in Huan's yard. She guessed that the flower seeds Huan gave her probably included those kinds of flowers. Yes, Miss Second,
Lu Er replied quickly.
On the day of departure, Yuan Zio changed into a simple, plain dress. Early in the morning, she rode in a carriage with old Madame Yuan and Lu Shi to Fatten Temple. Because old Madame Yuan was with her, the carriage moved slowly. It took about an hour and a half to reach the foot of Fatten Temple's mountain. The stairs leading to the entrance of Fatten Temple are not very steep. On both sides of the stairs, there are green pines and cypress trees. Now that it is early spring, everything is coming back to life. Occasionally, you can see squirrels jumping between the trees, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds in the forest. It is quite a charming scene. Clearly, the senior lady also likes this place very much. Fatten Temple is indeed a peaceful and quiet place. Exactly, Lu said with a smile. She then carefully helped the senior lady, Xiaoyao and Ding Xiang, and looked back at Yuan Zio, who was following behind, reminding her to be careful with her steps. A servant had already gone ahead to inform the temple of their arrival. When they reached the temple gate, a friendly monk was waiting there to greet them with a smile. Senior Lady Yuan, Madame Yuan, Miss Yuan greetings. Master Zhizhen. The senior lady recognized the monk and said warmly, "We are here today," with some hesitation. "Sorry for the disturbance." Not at all, not at all," Master Zhizhen replied with a smile. The senior lady is devoted to Buddhism with a kind and sincere heart. The Buddha himself would be pleased. There is no trouble at all. After saying this, he recited a Buddhist chant and added, "It's perfect timing. Master Wujia is giving a sermon in the main hall right now."
Oh.
The senior lady was delighted. Then we are truly fortunate today. She then turned to Lu and said, "Let's go listen to Master Wujia's teachings first, shall we?" "Of course, Mother," Lu replied with a smile. The senior lady then addressed Master Zhizhen, "Please lead the way. Also, my little granddaughter is still young and restless. Could you find a quiet place for her to pass the time?" Master Zhizhen smiled and said, "In that case, Miss Yuan can rest in the guest courtyard." "That's very good," the senior lady nodded happily. Master Zhizhen called a young monk over, who then led Yuan Zio to the guest courtyard. Fatten Temple is quite large. The entire monastery is built in a T-shape. Upon entering the mountain gate, there are 4 square lotus ponds. Between the ponds are cross-shaped paths paved with blue stones. In front of the lotus ponds is the Mahavira Hall, with corridors on both sides leading to other halls such as the Hall of the Heavenly Kings, Reclining Buddha Hall, Sutra Library, and Huayan Pavilion. The monks' meditation quarters and the guest courtyards for visitors are located at the back of the temple. The temple is built along the mountain. At the very back, on the left side, are small, delicate bamboo houses where visitors stay temporarily. The young novice guided Yuan Zio from the side corridor of the Great Hero Hall, walking up the steps until they reached a quiet, elegant courtyard. The novice recited a Buddhist chant and said, "Lady Benefactor, I will take you here. The rooms in this courtyard are already tidy. If anything is missing, just send someone to find me. As for the meals, someone will bring them to you later." Yuan Zio clasped her hands in thanks and asked, "Thank you, little master. May I ask if there are any nice places nearby for sightseeing?" The novice pointed to the right side of the temple and said, "There is a peach blossom grove over there, in full bloom now. But deep inside that grove is Master Wujia's quiet retreat. If you see the bamboo house in the grove, Please do not disturb it. Thank you, little master. Yuan Zio hurriedly replied. You're welcome, lady. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave, the novice said with a Buddhist chant. Please take your time, little master. Yuan Zio called after him. After the novice left, Qing Ying and Qing Ji happily supported Yuan Zio into the courtyard. Yuan Zio chose a room on the left to stay in. Qing Ying and Qing Ji quickly tidied up the bed and placed the tea set from home on a bamboo table. Qing Ying smiled and said, Second young lady, I brought some snacks. If the vegetarian meals here aren't to your taste, you can have these for now. Are they all vegetarian snacks? Yuan Zio didn't expect this, and when she saw the snacks, she was happy. She said, if there's any with greasy oil, be careful, the monks here might get upset. She then laughed. Qing Ying smiled and said, I wouldn't dare bring greasy snacks. They're all vegetarian. That's good. Yuan Zio said with a smile. You two don't need to hold back. Just help yourselves and eat. Second young lady. That's not right, Qing Ying and Qing Ji quickly said. What's not right? Yuan Zio scolded playfully. If I say you can, then you can. Do you dare disobey me? Qing Ying and Qing Ji knew Yuan Zio's temper well. Seeing her like this, they smiled and said, Thank you, second young lady. When they finished tidying up, Yuan Zio said happily, It's still early before noon. Let's go out and take a walk.
All right.
Green Cherry and Green Branch quickly responded. Green Cherry then found a pale blue silk cloak with a moon pattern and helped Yuan Zio put it on. The Foten Temple is in the mountains, and although it is early spring, the mountain wind is still a bit cold. After leaving the bamboo hut, Yuan Zio, along with Green Cherry and Green Branch, followed the small novice's instructions and headed to the right toward the peach orchard. Before reaching the orchard, they saw a distant patch of pink. A breeze blew, carrying the sweet scent of peach blossoms. Second miss, this place is really beautiful. Green Branch held Yuan Zio's arm, her eyes shining as she looked at the peach orchard. Yes. Yuan Zio nodded with a smile. It is indeed very pretty. Before she finished speaking, they heard laughter coming from the peach orchard. The sound grew closer, and before Yuan Zio and her companions could hide, 3 young girls, accompanied by maids, came out of the orchard. 2 of them Yuan Zio recognized immediately, the young lady Fong and Miss Chen, whom she met during the Lantern Festival at Mo Xiangling. The third girl was unfamiliar to her. She was about 14 or 15, dressed in a pink gown, with elaborate hairpins and jewelry, which seemed a bit out of place at Foten Temple. She was quite beautiful, but her obvious arrogance on her face slightly dulled her beauty. Since they had met, it was natural to exchange greetings. Yuan Zio saw the proud look on the pink-clad girl's face and simply nodded slightly as a greeting. Miss Fong smiled and introduced the girl in pink to Yuan Zio, saying, Second Miss Yuan, this is Lu Taifu's legitimate daughter, Lu Xueqing, Miss Lu San. Then she added to Lu Xueqing, this is the newly appointed first-class Grand General, General Yuan, and her daughter, Yuan Zio, second Miss Yuan. Before Yuan Zio could speak, Lu Xueqing sneered, I know who you are. So you're the famous second Miss Yuan. Her tone turned unfriendly. Yuan Zio smiled faintly and said, Miss Lu, you're being too modest. I wouldn't dare to claim such a reputation as famous. Humph. Lu Xueqing snorted coldly. During the Lantern Festival battle, you had the brave General Xian stand in front of you, opened a well-known pastry shop in the capital, and received the Emperor's gift. If second Miss Yuan still doesn't think she's famous, who else could be? You shouldn't be so modest. After all, such a reputation is not something we dare to dream of. Yuan Zio squinted her eyes slightly, confused about where Lu Xueqing's hostility came from upon their first meeting. Since you all have matters to attend to, I won't disturb your good mood, Yuan Zio said lazily with a faint smile, then took Qing Ying and Qing Ji into the peach orchard. Second Miss, that Lu third Miss is really too much. It's only our first meeting, and she's already mocking us. If someone didn't know better, they'd think we did something to offend her, Qing Ji said angrily after they walked away. There's no need to pay attention to her. She's just someone we have no dealings with. Yuan Zio said indifferently, not caring about Lu Xueqing's words. Lu Xueqing is the legitimate daughter of Lu Taifu, probably the sister of Lu Haojia. Yuan Zio has no interest in making friends with the Lu family. Lu Taifu is honest and upright in his official duties, but for some reason, his children are either arrogant or overly indulgent. It's quite puzzling. Second miss, if you say we shouldn't mind her, then just pretend we didn't see her, Qingying said with a smile. But I still think that Lu third miss is too much. How can she speak to someone like that right at the first meeting? She has no manners of a noble daughter. Qingji wrinkled her nose. Let's go. There's no need to bother with those irrelevant people. Let's go enjoy the peach blossoms and let Qingji relax. Yuan Zio exchanged a look with Qingying and smiled. Second miss, Qingji shyly pursed her lips, then thought for a moment and smiled again. You're right. No need to bother with outsiders. Meanwhile, Yuan Zio and her maids strolled leisurely through the peach orchard, admiring the flowers. On Lu Xueqing's side, things were different. Miss Fong carefully glanced at Lu Xueqing's expression and smiled, saying, Lu's sister doesn't need to be upset over Yuan's second Mississippi. At that time, young Master Xian was so anxious that he helped Yuan's second miss block a sword. Besides, Yuan's second miss is already engaged, and what? Lu Xueqing looked at Miss Fong. Miss Fong smiled flatteringly at Lu Xueqing. Besides, Yuan's second miss is truly skilled in martial arts. It's better not to provoke her if you can avoid it. During the Yuan festival, Miss Fong witnessed Yuan Zio fighting with some bandits, which made her feel a bit afraid of Yuan Zio. Lu Xueqing glared at young Lady Fong. Fong Ruiying, your father is only a third-rank Minister of Justice. Whether Yuan Zio is your concern or not, my father is a grand tutor, a top official of the court. Moreover, my aunt is a noble consort. Do you think I would fear her? What a joke. After being scolded by Lu Xueqing, Fong Ruiying felt upset inside, but dared not show it. She just smiled and said, Sister Lu, you're right. With your status, how could you fear young Lady Yuan? Could you understand? Lu Xueqing sneered at Fong Ruiying. From now on, stay close to me. If you keep losing your ambition and let others look down on you, you might as well find a cooler place to stay. Ruiying understands. Fong Ruiying quickly forced a smile. Lu Xueqing shot a glance at third young Lady Chen. And you, Chen Yao. Remember to keep your wits about you. Yes, Sister Lu. Chen Yao hurriedly responded. After scolding Fong Ruiying and Chen Yao, Lu Xueqing felt a bit better. She graciously said to them, All right, I'm not blaming you. It's all Yuan Zio's fault. She's shameless. She's already engaged, yet she's flirting with the Crown Prince's son. Truly without shame. Fong Ruiying and Chen Yao didn't dare reply. They just nodded in agreement. Seeing they were obedient, Lu Xueqing raised her eyebrows proudly and then asked Fong Ruiying, By the way, you said Yuan Zio is engaged. Do you know who she's engaged to? It seems to be the heir of the Marquis of Xianping. Fong Ruiying replied quickly. What? Lu Xueqing's eyes widened. She stared at Fong Ruiying. Are you talking about the Marquis of Xianping's son, Hishitsi? That's what it seems like, but I'm not entirely sure. Fong Ruiying recalled the scene. She vaguely remembered that Hishitsi told the Crown Prince's son that Yuan Zio was his fiancé. She had wanted to confirm with Yuan Zidong, but Yuan Zidong hadn't left the house since then. Until now, she still didn't know if she heard correctly. That girl's luck is just too good. Lu Xueqing gritted her teeth and pulled a peach branch beside her, causing the petals to fall to the ground. Suddenly, she seemed to see a figure. Without saying a word, she hurried after it. But after only a few steps, she lost sight of the person. When Fong Ruiying and Chen Yao caught up, Lu Xueqing asked, Did you see just now? Was that person the Crown Prince's son? Ah. Fong Ruiying and Chen Yao blinked. We didn't notice. Such uselessness. Lu Xueqing stomped her foot in anger, then reluctantly looked in that direction a few times before returning to the guest courtyard. Yuan Zio spent the morning wandering in the peach forest with Qingying and Qingji. At noon, they returned to the guest courtyard, where a young monk brought them vegetarian food. The master and servants ate together, and Qing and Qingji served Yuan Zio as she rested. It wasn't until the afternoon that old Madame Yuan and Lu Shi returned to the guest courtyard. When Yuan Zio heard they had arrived, she hurried to greet them and asked Qing to bring some snacks. Old Madame Yuan and Lu Shi sampled the snacks, and old Madame Yuan smiled, saying, "It's the second girl who thought of everything. These simple snacks are good enough to be used in this temple." Yuan Zio smiled shyly and secretly gave Qing a look of praise. Qing was very happy inside. Then Lu Shi laughed and said, "It's not that Zio thought of everything. I think she's worried about not being used to the temple's vegetarian meals, so she prepared these to satisfy her cravings, right?" Mother Yuan Zio leaned into Lu Shi's arms, acting cute. "I brought you some snacks to show my respect."
How can you criticize me?
Good. My Zio is so thoughtful." Lu Shi couldn't resist her daughter's cuteness and immediately surrendered. Yuan Zio smiled happily. Old Madame Yuan also smiled and said, "Zio, we were planning to leave tomorrow, but since Master Wujia is giving a lecture, we'll stay until the day after tomorrow. Is that okay?" Yuan Zio nodded and said, "I'll follow Grandma and Mother's arrangements."
Good.
Old Madame Yuan smiled. "Then we'll leave the day after tomorrow." She took this chance to go deep into the back mountains over the next couple of days, deal with the 3 people in the Jingjiang Pavilion, and avoid constantly worrying about them, as well as taking over Jingjiang Pavilion's place. Thinking of Jingjiang Pavilion, Yuan Zio remembered the flowers planted there a few days ago. Recently busy with the flower house and visiting Fazhan Temple, she hadn't paid attention to how those flowers were doing. As she thought, Yuan Zio quietly extended her awareness into Jingjiang Pavilion and was shocked when she looked. She saw that the previously withered area had grown new branches, and all the flowers had already bloomed, colorful and beautiful. It had only been a few days? Even if Yuan Zio didn't know much about flowers, she understood that it was impossible for them to bloom so quickly in just 3 or 4 days. The spring water surprisingly caused the flowers to bloom in just a few days. This was almost too incredible. Immediately, Yuan Zio thought to herself that the flowers and the flower house shouldn't be given so much water, or else strange things might happen and cause trouble. Seeing the flowers bloom made Yuan Zio feel anxious. She wanted to go to the Jade Nectar Pavilion quickly to see it. She told her grandmother and Lady Lu, "Mother, you've been listening to sermons all day. You should rest now. I will go back first." "That's good." Her grandmother and Lady Lu nodded. They also advised Yuan Zio not to wander around, as some parts of the temple were forbidden for visitors. Yuan Zio quickly agreed and returned to her room. She told Qing and Qingji to rest, as she wanted to take a short nap and didn't want to be disturbed. Although Qing and Qingji found it strange that Yuan Zio was so sleepy this afternoon, they didn't ask questions. They simply served her to lie down and then waited outside. After waiting a while and seeing no movement outside the door, Yuan Zio slipped into the Jade Nectar Pavilion. As soon as she entered, she was stunned by the colorful, blooming flowers everywhere. She opened her eyes wide in amazement. Yuan Zio had seen many flowers before, but she had never seen such stunning, soul-captivating flowers before. Because she had planted these flowers without organizing them by type earlier, they looked a bit wild, but still very beautiful. Different kinds, colors, and shapes of flowers intertwined. Some vines even climbed onto other flower branches. "It's so beautiful," Yuan Zio whispered softly, stepping closer to look carefully. The flowers were more vibrant and fragrant than before. It was clear that the spring water not only sped up their growth, but also improved their quality. Yuan Zio couldn't help but want to pick a flower to wear in her hair, but she held back. "Such beautiful flowers should be planted earlier, or I won't be able to wear them out," she sighed. Unfortunately, she couldn't openly take these flowers out now. Suddenly, Yuan Zio, who had been focused on the flowers, looked up and noticed something different. The Jade Nectar Pavilion seemed to have expanded a little. She remembered clearly that when she planted the flowers, they were next to the green mist. Now, the newly grown flower branches and the green mist surprisingly have some distance between them. Although the distance is only about a foot, Yuanzio is certain that the green mist has genuinely retreated. Yuanzio almost jumps with joy. To her, the Cheongjiang Pavilion is a gift from heaven. Although she doesn't know exactly where it came from, she is very grateful and has never expected it to change in any other way. Now that the pavilion has suddenly grown larger, Yuanzio is very happy. Could it be that the change in the pavilion is caused by these flowers? She looks thoughtfully at the flower bushes in front of her, pondering carefully. If these flowers can make the pavilion bigger, maybe other plants or medicinal herbs can do the same. The idea of herbs excites her. In her previous life, she learned a lot about medicine from Shermi, and now she has also received inheritance from Granny Gu. She will likely have many chances to work with herbs in the future. If she can grow medicinal herbs inside the pavilion, it would not only create a hidden herb garden but also better conceal the secret of the spring water. She should find some seeds for medicinal herbs when she gets the chance. Yuanzio quietly plans this, then looks at the three people by the spring water pool. After thinking for a moment, she turns and leaves the Cheongjiang Pavilion. Qingying, Qingzi. After leaving the pavilion, Yuanzio rests briefly and then calls Qingying and Qingji inside. Second miss, have you rested well? Qingying and Qingji come in to serve Yuanzio after she wakes up, and Qingying asks with a smile. Yes. Yuanzio replies happily, this place at Fatten Temple is really good. I sleep much better here. Suddenly, Qingji sniffs hard. Second miss, it seems there is some floral scent in the room. Where is it coming from? There are no flower gardens in this temple. Really? I didn't smell anything. Yuanzio is surprised. She was worried she might have brought out the scent earlier, which is why she rested a bit longer. She didn't expect any lingering fragrance.
Yes.
Qingji sniffs again, affirming. Could you be imagining things? Qingying chuckles and pats Qingji. Neither I nor the second miss smell anything. Oh, I must have been mistaken? Yes, that's right. All right, then I was mistaken. Yuanzio quietly let out a breath. At midnight, in a bamboo hut at the guest courtyard of Fatten Temple, a door was gently opened. A small figure slipped out quietly, then carefully closed the door behind her. She looked around cautiously before sneaking toward the outer wall of the courtyard. She climbed the wall with a few quick jumps and reached the top. The moonlight illuminated her face, revealing her identity. Yuanzio. Yuanzio came to Fatten Temple intending to take advantage of the quiet night to go deep into Qingtan Mountain and deal with a few people there. She knew it was best not to let Qingying and Qingji know about this, so she secretly pressed their acupoints while they slept, then quietly left. As for Huda, Yuanzio didn't stop him from following her. His martial skills were far better than hers, and Hua Shifei's orders were to protect her safety at all times. It was fine as long as she could find a way to avoid Huda when she used the Cheongjiang Pavilion. Yuanzio climbed the wall with a light leap, jumping out of the courtyard like a cat, making no sound. After leaving Fatten Temple, she headed into the mountains. Only when she was far enough away did she breathe a sigh of relief. She wasn't sure if there were skilled martial monks inside the temple. If she were caught in the act, Madame Yuan would definitely be furious. Deep into the quiet night on Qingtan Mountain, the area was extremely peaceful, especially since she was now inside the mountain's inner circle. During the day, no one was around, and at night, with the wind howling, it was even more deserted. The moonlight filtered through the dense branches, falling sporadically into the forest, but it couldn't clearly illuminate the path. Fortunately, since Yuanzio drank the spiritual spring water, her senses and eyesight had become much sharper. Though the forest was dark, she moved through it as if on level ground. As she walked, she looked for a good spot to release those people without being seen by Huda. Before she could figure out how to do it, she heard a low voice say, "Second young lady, this area of Qingtan Mountain is too dangerous. I'll take you back." It was Huda. Yuanzio sighed, knowing he would definitely try to stop her. "I just can't sleep, so I thought I'd take a walk." She turned to look at Huda. At this moment, he hadn't hidden his figure. Huda's face twitched slightly. Could second young lady Yuan find a better excuse? Why are you wandering deep into the mountains in the middle of the night? Second young lady, it's really too dangerous here. It's better to go back early, said Huda, straightening his face and speaking quickly. Yuan Zio sighed and said, I really want to see what is deep inside Qingtan Mountain. During the day, my grandmother and mother wouldn't agree for me to go into the mountains.
So,
Yuan Zio frowned and pitifully said to Huda, please let me stay here for a little while. I promise nothing dangerous will happen, okay? As she spoke, Yuan Zio moved closer to Huda. Huda cleared his throat uncomfortably. He had trained in martial arts for many years and was used to rough men. He had never seen such a delicate girl pleading softly. But Qingtan Mountain was still too dangerous. There were many big creatures inside. Since the young master asked him to protect Yuan Air young lady, he couldn't let his guard down. No, Yuan Air young lady should stay with my men. Huda firmly shook his head and refused her request. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. Oh no, he had been tricked. What should Yuan Air young lady do now? Huda only had time to think this before he lost consciousness. Seeing Huda collapse to the ground, Yuan Zio let out a long breath of relief. Fortunately, the sleeping potion she had obtained from a Lu Dun was still in her space.
it was just right to use now.
Yuan Zio apologized to Huda, saying sorry, then took him into the Cheongjiang pavilion. She followed the mountain trail deeper into the forest. At this moment, in a clearing deep inside Qingtan Mountain, Huishi was flying in his fish suit, listening to Xiaofeng speak. Around him, over 100 torches lit up the forest like daytime. Xiaofeng said, Sir, these bandits are very clever. We tracked them here, but Qingtan Mountain is too big. We haven't found their trail yet. Huishi nodded and said, These bandits have lived in the mountains for a long time. You are not as familiar with the forest as they are. Send orders to guard all exits from Qingtan Mountain. Not even a fly should get out. Also, we probably don't have enough people here. Send someone back to the city quickly to bring more troops. We need to act fast.
Yes.
When the people from the city arrive, you start searching every inch of Qingtan Mountain. I don't believe they can burrow underground. Yes. When Xiaofeng left, Huishifei squinted his eyes, lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard a voice nearby say, Young Master Hu, are you short on people? Huishifei turned his head and smiled. Well, if I didn't know better, I'd think it was the Prince Xian. Why are you out here in Qingtan Mountain in the middle of the night? What am I here for? I came to do what I need to do, Prince Xian, Yuan Shaoqing replied calmly. Prince Xian cares deeply for the people. I admire that, Huishifei said with a smile. Yuan Shaoqing then said, These bandits are very wicked and always move mysteriously. Now that we've finally found their trail, I should do my part. Do you really think you have enough people now, young Master Hu? Honestly, I don't, Huishifei replied quietly. Yuan Shaoqing waved his hand, and Feng, who was nearby, hurried over. Yuan Shaoqing ordered, Go and follow Deputy Commander Zhao's arrangements.
Yes.
Feng responded and left quickly with his men. After Feng and his team departed, Huishifei turned to Yuan Shaoqing and said, I never expected to still owe you a big favor from before. Now I owe another one. If you need anything in the future, as long as it doesn't go against my principles, I will do my best to help. Yuan Shaoqing nodded and said, Forget about that previous matter. That was between me and Miss Yuan Air. Prince Xian, Huishifei said seriously, turning to him, I remember telling you before that Miss Yuan Air is my fiancée, even though we haven't married yet. Have you forgotten? Yuan Shaoqing raised an eyebrow and replied lightly, Young Master whose luck truly makes me envious. I'm glad for my luck too, Huishifei said. Yuan Shaoqing's face darkened slightly. Just don't let down Miss Yuan Air. If one day you do, don't blame me for taking her back by force. Don't worry, you'll never get the chance, Huishifei said confidently. Young Master. Suddenly, Huisan hurried over and whispered a few words into Huishifei's ear. Huishifei's expression changed. He then said to Yuan Shaoqing, Prince Xian, Thank you for your help today. I need to leave for a moment.
Please excuse me.
Yuan Shaoqing nodded and replied, "Go ahead, young Master Hua." Hua Shifei clasped his fists and then left quickly with Huasan. Watching their figures disappear, Yuan Shaoqing clenched his fists behind his back, then sighed and relaxed his hands. Anyway, he was ultimately a step too late. Where is the person now? Did anyone get alerted? Hua Shifei asked Huasan as he hurried along. No, Huasan replied quickly. When we found Miss Yuan Air, she seemed to be looking for something. Fearing we might disturb her, we didn't approach, just followed her from afar. Hua Shifei frowned and asked, "What about Master Hua?" "I haven't seen him," Huasan answered. "Why would she come to this deep mountain forest at this late hour? And Master Hua, how could he neglect his duty?" Hua Shifei's face darkened, truly worried about Yuan Zio's safety, and he increased his speed. Huasan quickly said, "Young master, don't worry. Second Hua and Fifth Hua are secretly protecting Miss Yuan Air." Hua Shifei responded, still quickening his pace. Seeing this, Huasan knew Hua Shifei was anxious, so he hurried to lead him toward the place where Yuan Zio was last seen. Soon, they arrived and saw Second Hua and Fifth Hua coming down from the trees. "Where is she?" Hua Shifei asked anxiously, not seeing Yuan Zio. "Return, young master," Second Hua replied quickly. "Miss Yuan Air just entered the mountain cave ahead. Fifth Hua and I were about to go in. Do you know what's inside that cave?" Hua Shifei was about to head toward the cave. The deep mountain at night was no place to play around. There were many dangers, including wild animals and bandits that hadn't been found yet. "Young master, when Fifth Hua and I searched for the bandits earlier, we checked that cave. It was empty, and it only has this one entrance. Before Miss Yuan Air went in, no one or beast had entered," Second Hua explained. Hua Shifei paused and thought for a moment before saying, "Let's wait here for now. Fifth Hua, keep watch over that area. Don't let anyone get close to the cave." "Yes." Unaware that Hua Shifei had already discovered her whereabouts, Yuan Zio was still in the dark. Because Second Hua and Fifth Hua were not close and were very good at hiding, Yuan Zio didn't realize they were following her. She searched carefully through the forest for a while before finding this relatively hidden mountain cave. She examined it closely and found no danger, so she hurried inside. The cave wasn't very deep or large, just enough to hide someone. If someone was hiding there, it was understandable. Yuan Zio listened carefully to the surrounding sounds, then sent her consciousness into the Jingjiang Pavilion. Now, the three people were still unconscious in the Jade Nectar Pavilion. The young maid, Yuan Zio, hadn't decided what to do with them yet. The captain and Alu Dun. Yuan Zio squinted, recalling what Hua Shifei had said, and clenched her teeth, making a silent decision. First, she sprinkled some sleeping powder on the noses and mouths of the captain and Alu Dun. After a while, Yuan Zio released the two from the Jade Nectar Pavilion. At the moment she released them, Yuan Zio felt a little nervous, thinking it might be like last time when she captured these two, causing severe headaches. But surprisingly, the expected headache didn't happen. She sighed in relief, realizing that only when the conscious people were kept in the Jade Nectar Pavilion would such a situation occur. Looking at the two people lying unconscious on the ground, Yuan Zio took a deep breath. She drew a dagger from her calf and squatted in front of them, murmuring, "I'm sorry, but today I must take your lives. We can't let the people of our great dynasty suffer." After saying this, Yuan Zio closed her eyes briefly, then opened them with a firm look. She raised her hand and struck down the dagger, piercing their hearts. The two, initially unconscious, woke up from the pain in their hearts and saw the figure before them vaguely.
You.
They tried to speak, but soon they passed away. Seeing that they had no more breath, Yuan Zio sat heavily on the ground, her hands trembling slightly. Although she grew up on the frontier with her parents, her only previous experience of taking a life was last lifetime when she killed her uncle's family of 3. Aside from that, she had always loved to stand up for justice, but had never hurt anyone before. In her past life, her heart was full of hatred, and she lived like a walking corpse. Even after killing her uncle's family, She felt no emotion. She thought that killing these two people this time wouldn't matter much. But when she saw two living people lose their lives at her hands, she felt a strange discomfort in her heart. She pressed her hand to her chest and calmed herself for a long time before resisting the urge to. Afraid to look at the two, Yuanzio turned her face away. She supported herself on the cave wall and stood up, then slowly walked out of the cave. When Hua Shifei saw Yuanzio come out of the mountain cave, he ordered Hua Er, follow Miss Yuan and protect her safety. Remember to leave a mark. Yes. Hua Er responded quickly and quietly followed Yuanzio. Seeing her walk far away, Hua Shifei then said to Huasan, "Come with me and take a look inside." Yes. Hua Shifei led Huasan into the cave. Before they went far inside, he smelled a strong smell of blood. Young master. Huasan also noticed and wanted to stop Hua Shifei. Hua Shifei frowned slightly, but said nothing, and kept walking into the cave. When they reached the end of the cave, the bodies of Qian Hu and a Lu Dun appeared clearly in front of Hua Shifei and Huasan. Huasan was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Hua Er had just said that before Miss Yuanzi entered the cave, it was empty. So how come these two dead people are here now? Huasan was confused. This matter must not be told to anyone. Hua Shifei ordered in a serious voice. Yes. Huasan quickly responded. Handle these two bodies carefully. Leave no traces at all. Yes. While Huasan was dealing with the bodies in the cave, Hua Shifei left and followed the mark Hua Er had left behind. But not long after, he heard faint sounds of fighting ahead. Hua Shifei's heart tightened, and he quickly rushed forward.
There's.
The sound suddenly stopped. In the quiet night, it sounded especially sharp and sad. Yuanzi was startled. She didn't expect to encounter a murder case in Qingtan Mountain. She looked up at the sky. The moon had disappeared, making the already dark forest seem even gloomier. It was a night perfect for killing under the cover of darkness. For some reason, Yuanzi thought of that phrase. She had just killed two people earlier and felt uneasy. Now, seeing this scene, she didn't want to get any closer. Who knew what was happening over there? Huoda was still unconscious in her Cheongjiang pavilion, so she couldn't rely on him for now. She liked to stand up for justice, but she also understood her limits. However, sometimes things don't go as planned. Just as Yuan Ziyu was about to find a way around, she heard hurried footsteps coming from the front left. A voice also came over. "Old 8, I told you to cover his mouth. Why didn't you listen? Making such a big noise. If those soldiers find out, what'll happen? If the boss finds out, he'll skin you alive." "Hey, fifth brother, why are you blaming me?" A muffled voice responded. He was about to shoot an arrow. I had to finish him quickly. Do you want him to call more people? You're in the right. Yuan Zio felt a sudden movement in her heart. She had lived on the frontier and grown up in the army, so she clearly understood that the soldiers referred to officials and soldiers of the court. Could these two be bandits? Yuan Zio quickly tried to hide to the side, hoping to slip into the Zhongjiang pavilion. She was only 13 years old. How could she possibly match two bandits who had long been used to fighting with swords? "Who's there?" The bandit was surprisingly sharp-eyed and saw Yuan Zio's figure from afar, then rushed over immediately. Yuan Zio's heart jumped. She tried to hide behind a large tree, using its cover to enter the pavilion. But an arrow shot through the air, aiming straight at the bandit. Soon after, a figure rushed from behind and said to Yuan Zio, "Quick, hide, don't show yourself." Seeing the clothing, Yuan Zio immediately understood. It was exactly like Huda. She realized this person was probably one of Hua Shifei's subordinates. In the next moment, Yuan Zio's heart tightened. How many people did Brother CS send to protect her? If this person was also with Huda, then he might have seen her drugging Huda. If he saw, Yuan Zio didn't dare think further. While Yuan Zio was stunned, Hua Er was already fighting two bandits. "Old 8, while there are not many yet, hurry up and take out this kid. Then finish off that guy and we'll retreat." The fifth brother was fighting Hua Er and spoke to Old 8 at the same time. It was too dark earlier, So fifth brother hadn't seen Yuan Zio's face clearly.
Got it.
Old 8 waved his short knives fiercely, fighting Huaer alongside fifth brother. They seemed to have the upper hand. With a puff, Huaer's left arm was cut open by Old 8's short knife, and blood immediately flowed out. Huaer grunted and became even more aggressive with his sword. Huaer's injury made Yuan Zio snap out of her shock. At this moment, she no longer cared whether Huaer was with Huada. She quickly drew her soft whip from her waist and rushed out. No matter what, he was desperately protecting her safety now. If she carelessly entered the Jeongjeong pavilion, she would feel guilty.
Oh.
Old 8 whistled playfully. Turns out she's a girl. Fifth brother, hurry up and deal with this guy. It's a good chance to bring her back. It's been a long time since we had some fun. Yes, Old 8, that's a great idea. That fifth brother also saw Yuan Zio and heard what the eighth brother said, so he naturally responded. You're asking for trouble. Second brother, who was furious when he heard their words. His sword aura was sharp, and he charged toward the two. Yuan Zio is the fiancée of the young master, so how could she be bullied by these bandits? She was simply tired of living. The eighth brother's words made Yuan Zio even angrier. She narrowed her eyes and swung her soft whip. The whip seemed to have eyes and lashed toward the eighth brother's mouth. The eighth brother saw that Yuan Zio, a young girl, was holding a soft whip, but didn't take her seriously. He thought she was just a girl playing with a whip and wouldn't dare fight against those who fought daily and liked to show off their strength. So, he didn't prepare for her attack. Yuan Zio's whip struck the eighth brother's mouth, cutting from his left temple down to his right jaw, leaving him with a bloody. You woman, tired of living? Think you can hit my grandfather? The eighth brother was furious after being whipped and showed his aggressive side. He spat at second brother and charged at Yuan Zio, saying, When I catch you, I'll make you wish you were never born and see if you dare to cause trouble for my grandfather again. As he spoke, his mouth was burning with pain, and he grimaced fiercely, feeling even more determined. Miss Second, run away. Second brother, who was shocked, and tried to turn away from fifth brother to stop the eighth brother. But fifth brother was already holding him back, so he had to shout urgently for Yuan Zio to escape quickly. Seeing the eighth brother coming toward her, Yuan Zio hurriedly ran backward. Run? The eighth brother saw Yuan Zio turn and run and refused to let her go. He chased after her, sneering, You little girl, I'll see where you run. Stay right there, and don't make me work hard. Maybe I'll let you off because you're a woman, so you don't suffer too much. Humph. He kept chasing and saw Yuan Zio standing near a tree in the distance. He grinned proudly and said, You listen well, little girl. You look quite lively. Don't worry, from now on, follow your brother and I promise you'll never want to leave him. Yuan Zio stood by the tree, a faint smile on her lips.
Is that so?
Yes. Old 8 was enchanted by Yuan Zio's smile, feeling a tingling sensation in his heart. He completely forgot about his earlier anger when Yuan Zio slapped him and hurriedly reached out to hold her hand.
But,
why do I feel dizzy?
So, dizzy.
Old 8 vigorously shook his head, squinting as he looked at Yuan Zio. Suddenly, he realized you. Before he could finish, he fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. When Hua Shifei arrived, he saw Huaer fighting with the fifth brother. Young master, please go save Miss Air. Over there, that bandit is chasing her. Huaer hurriedly pointed in a direction and spoke to Hua Shifei. Seeing that Huaer was starting to gain the upper hand, Hua Shifei said, Be careful yourself. Then he rushed anxiously toward the direction Huaer indicated. Hua Shifei was very worried. He knew Yuan Zio was skilled, but she was still young. No matter how talented, she couldn't beat a bandit who had been living on the edge of danger for years. Besides, Yuan Zio was a girl. Where are you? Hua Shifei called out loudly as he ran. Yuan Zio saw Old 8 collapse on the ground and felt relieved, knowing the sleeping potion had taken effect. After waiting a moment, she stepped forward and kicked Old 8 hard. How dare you take advantage of me? You're tired of living. While saying this, She kicked Old Eight's mouth several more times. His mouth was already torn open from her whip, and with each kick, it became more bloody and swollen. After kicking Old Eight several times, Yuanzio finally calmed down and began to look around. She was worried that the sleeping potion might have also knocked out Huaer, so she had run far away with Old Eight before stopping. But she had been so focused on escaping that she hadn't checked her surroundings. Now, she was even confused about where she was. This was Qingtan Mountain, a deep mountain range. Yuanzio didn't dare shout loudly, not to mention the dangerous creatures in the mountains. From what the two bandits had said earlier about Fifth Brother and Old Eight, it was clear there were quite a few bandits around. She didn't want to attract more trouble by making noise. As Yuanzio looked around, she suddenly heard Hua Shifei's voice. "Brother Shifei?" Hearing his voice, Yuanzio's heart lifted. She quickly called out loudly, "Brother Shifei, I'm here. Over here." The forest was too dark, and Yuanzio was too scared to move freely. She only responded in the direction of the flying sound from Hua Shifei. "You're." After a while, Hua Shifei finally found her. Seeing Yuanzio safe and sound, he let out a big sigh of relief and quickly hugged her. You scared me to death." Yuanzio was caught unexpectedly in Hua Shifei's arms, and she froze for a moment. When she reacted, her face turned red. She blinked a few times, hesitated, then finally, biting her lip, she gathered her courage and hugged Hua Shifei's waist. "Brother Shifei, I'm fine. Don't worry." Yuanzio hugged him, snuggling into his chest, listening to his heartbeat, feeling as if feathers were brushing her heart. "From now on, you're not allowed to do this again, understand?" Hua Shifei said. When he learned Yuanzio was chased by bandits, his heart almost stopped. Now, feeling her truly in his arms, he finally felt at ease. Yuanzio nodded quickly. "I won't do it again." That experience tonight really scared her a little. "Why are you here at Clearpool Mountain so late at night?" Hua Shifei asked. "Well, I came with my grandmother and mother to Fatten Temple to offer incense."
I wanted to see Clearpool Mountain.
"You know, my mother and grandmother wouldn't agree, so I thought I'd take a walk while I had the chance," Yuanzio whispered. Hua Shifei knew she wasn't telling the whole truth. Yuanzio had a habit he didn't know about. Whenever she lied, she used many filler words. Thinking about the corpses of Qianhu and a Lu Dun in the cave, Hua Shifei realized Yuanzio must be hiding something. But since she wasn't ready to tell him, he wouldn't ask. He was willing to wait until she chose to share. "Even if you go out for a walk, Big Hua has to come with you," Hua Shifei said. "Where's Big Hua?"
"Oh."
"Big Hua." Yuanzio's heart sank a little. "He wouldn't let me into Clearpool Mountain.
So I
knocked him out." After saying this, Yuanzio looked up at Hua Shifei, blinking her eyes. Well, that wasn't exactly lying. Big Hua really was knocked out by her, but now he was in her Jingling Pavilion. Hua Shifei's heart softened as he looked at Yuanzio. "You." Then he pointed at Laoba, who was unconscious on the ground. "Just like you knocked him out?" Yuanzio pursed her lips, blinking her eyes, and nodded. Hua Shifei gently patted Yuanzio's head and said, "You must not do that again. Do you understand? It's too dangerous. If it weren't for second brother Hua and the others discovering you, what would you do if you ran into those bandits again?" Hua Shifei's words made Yuanzio breathe a small sigh of relief. "Did second brother Hua find me here in Qingtan Mountain?" "Of course," Hua Shifei replied, watching Yuanzio look a bit nervous. He found it amusing. His little girl had secrets, but she didn't hide them well. He decided he should help her more in the future.
Ha!
Yuanzio relaxed completely. "That's good." Then she asked, "Brother Shi, what are you guys doing in Qingtan Mountain?" "Some bandits sneaked into Qingtan Mountain. We're trying to catch them," Hua Shifei said openly, not hiding anything from Yuanzio. "Is it those bandits?" Yuanzio pointed at Laoba on the ground and asked. "Yes." "Then you should catch him quickly, so the sleeping drug doesn't wear off and he escapes," Yuanzio urged. "Thank you, Yuer," Hua Shifei said, holding Yuanzio's hand. Yuanzio shyly lowered her head. "I was just lucky by chance." At this moment, Huaer came over and called, "Young master." "How is it over there?" Hua Shifei asked. "Report to young master. That bandit has been killed," Huaer replied quickly.
Good.
Hua Shifei nodded and pointed at Lao Ba on the ground. "Take this bandit back. I'll miss Yuan Air back first, and I'll be right back."
Yes.
After Hua Air left with Lao Ba like a zongzi, Hua Shifei took Yuan Zio's hand and said, "Let's go. I'll take you back to the temple." "Okay." Yuan Zio nodded. Since the mountain was unsafe now, she wouldn't refuse Hua Shifei's kindness. When they reached the outer wall of Fatten Temple's guest courtyard, Hua Shifei quietly said to Yuan Zio, "I'll see you off here. You should go back now." "All right." Yuan Zio nodded again. She added, "Brother Shi, you must be careful." Then, hiding her concern in her sleeve, she took out a one-jin wine gourd from the Cheongjiang pavilion and handed it to Hua Shifei. "The health soup I gave you last time. You probably didn't bring it with you.
Keep this.
Remember to drink it, okay?" She was worried that the bandits might also have sleeping drugs and feared Hua Shifei might be harmed.
Okay.
Hua Shifei's eyes flickered, and he took the wine gourd. He casually said to Yuan Zio, "Younger sister, remember to wake up Huada when you go back." "Yes." Yuan Zio nodded nervously upon hearing Huada's name. "Don't worry, he's in a bamboo hut alone. No one has found him." "Good." Hua Shifei smiled and nodded. "I'm leaving now. Rest early." Yuan Zio quietly slipped back into the guest courtyard of Fatten Temple. She found an unoccupied bamboo hut and placed Huada on a bed inside. Then she returned to her own bamboo house. Back in her room, Yuan Zio released the pressure points of Qing Ying and Qing Ji to help them sleep. She tidied up a bit and then went to bed. Because she had taken the lives of Qian Hu and a Lu Dun, she woke up twice during the night. Eventually, she slept soundly. Huada soon woke up on his side. Seeing that he was back in Fatten Temple, he was surprised and quickly checked his surroundings. When he saw Yuan Zio safe and sound, he relaxed. Still, he was confused. He didn't know what had happened earlier or how he had returned to Fatten Temple. Fortunately, Yuan Zio was unharmed. Otherwise, he would blame himself forever. The next morning, while serving Yuan Zio breakfast, Qingji looked puzzled and said, "Second young lady, isn't it strange? I usually dream every night, never missing a dream. But last night I didn't dream at all." "Exactly." Qing Ying also smiled. "I slept very deeply last night and didn't have a single dream." "That's really strange." Qingji blinked, confused. "Second young lady, what about you?" "I'm the same," Yuan Zio said. "I think it's because Fatten Temple is blessed by Buddha. Maybe those nightmares and spirits can't enter this place." "Yes, that makes sense." Qingji nodded quickly. Qing Ying also looked enlightened. Today, Master Wu Jie was giving a sermon. Since she was at Fatten Temple, not listening to the teachings would seem a bit negligent. So, at the strong request of Madame Yuan, Yuan Zio went with her and Lu Shi to the Mahavira Hall to listen to Master Wu Jie's sermon. The elders arrived not too late, but they found seats near the front. Yuan Zio sat cross-legged on a mat next to Lu Shi, quietly waiting for Master Wu Jie. However, a hostile look from behind made Yuan Zio slightly frown. She turned her head and saw Lu Xueqing glaring at her with anger. This sudden hostility confused Yuan Zio. She couldn't remember when or where she had offended this young lady. If she remembered correctly, she had only met Lu Xueqing yesterday. Since she couldn't understand the reason, Yuan Zio didn't want to waste energy on someone irrelevant. She simply glanced at Lu Xueqing and turned away. This action made Lu Xueqing furious, feeling that Yuan Zio was looking down on her. She wanted to lash out but remembered where they were, so she only glared fiercely at Yuan Zio. Yuan Zio listened to the scriptures with the elders and Lu Shi for most of the day. She felt sleepy and almost closed her eyes. When Master Wu Jie finished the sermon, Yuan Zio let out a big sigh of relief. Lu Shi smiled affectionately and patted Yuan Zio's head. The elder lady sighed, "You girl, don't really like listening to scriptures, but you still came with me and your mother to this temple. Isn't that a bit of a hardship?" "Grandmother." Yuan Zio smiled and said, Even if I don't like listening to scriptures, being here with you and mother is still good. Her words pleased the elder lady, who smiled and said, Have you gotten used to the vegetarian meals these days? When we return to the house tomorrow, I'll ask the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes to honor your spirit. Yuanzio quickly agreed with a smile. At this moment, a young monk approached them. As he got closer, they recognized him as one of Master Wujia's attendants. The elder lady smiled, clasped her hands respectfully, and asked, Little master, is there something you need? The young monk folded his hands in prayer, recited a Buddhist phrase, then smiled and said to the elder lady, Old madam, my master would like to invite this young benefactor to the bamboo hut for a chat. He is currently discussing scriptures with his senior brothers. Please ask the young benefactor to go to the bamboo hut in the peach grove at the appointed time. After speaking, the young monk bowed with folded hands toward Yuanzio. Yuanzio hurriedly returned the bow, surprised, and asked, Little master, are you talking about me?
Yes.
The young monk nodded. Yuanzio was a bit confused, not understanding how someone who couldn't sit still listening to scriptures could gain the Master Wu Jie's favor. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the old lady happily say, Really? Thank you, little master. Please tell Master Wu Jie that our second daughter will definitely go to see him on time. Very well, I will take my leave then, said the young novice monk, bowing with joined hands, and then left on his own. When she returned to the guest courtyard, Yuanzio followed the old lady and Lu Shi back to her room. Auntie, Master Wu Jie wants to see you. That's a good thing. You mustn't be like before and be careless. The old lady was happy but also a bit worried as she warned Yuanzio while accepting the fragrant tea handed over by Xiao Yao. Grandmother, don't worry. Yuanzio quickly replied. She thought to herself, just now there were many monks and visitors, so she dared to doze off quietly. But alone facing Master Wu Jie, she would never dare to be sleepy. How could she embarrass the master face to face? I don't know why Master Wu Jie wants to see you, Lu Shi said nervously. No matter the reason, it's always a good thing if it's a request, the old lady said. Yuanzio linked her arm with Lu Shi's and smiled, saying, Mother, don't worry. I think Master Wu Jie just wants to talk to me. Nothing serious will happen. Then let Qing and Qingji go with you, Lu Shi thought for a moment and added. Afterward, she advised Qing and Qingji, you two must take good care of the second girl. Yes, madam, don't worry. We will stay close to the second girl, Qing and Qingji replied quickly. The old lady was a bit displeased. Master Wu Jie wants to see Yuanzio. That's a great blessing. Why are you all acting like you're facing a dangerous situation? Could it be that Master Wu Jie is some kind of fierce tiger or dragon? Yuanzio knew the old lady was deeply devoted to Buddhism and couldn't bear to hear such words. She smiled and changed the subject to avoid the topic. Soon, Yuanzio asked Qing to go back to her room and bring some snacks. She then sat with the old lady and Lu Shi, enjoying tea and snacks before returning to her own room. When the scheduled time arrived, Yuanzio changed into a simple, pure dress and, with Qing and Qingji, headed toward the peach forest. Master. In the bamboo hut in the peach forest, Yuanzio sat on a mat with her hands pressed together in respect and bowed to Master Wu Jie. Little benefactor, no need for such formality. Master Wu Jie's face was thin and pale, with a white beard flowing. He was not wearing the morning's robes, but a dark brown robe. At this moment, he was smiling warmly as he spoke to Yuanzio. Yuanzio smiled and asked, I wonder why Master is seeking a letter of introduction today? The old monk has come to see the young benefactor for a favor, Master Wu Jie replied with a gentle smile. His words made Yuanzio pause, looking at him in confusion. May I ask if the young benefactor's maidservant can step outside? Wu Jie asked. Of course, Yuanzio nodded and said to Qing and Qingji, you two wait outside. Young lady too, Qing and Qingji looked a bit worried. It's fine, Yuanzio reassured them. Go outside. Yes, they replied and looked back at Master Wu Jie before leaving the bamboo hut and standing outside the door. These two maidservants are very loyal, Wu Jie said with a smile. It's the young benefactor's good fortune. Yuan Zio also smiled stiffly. As the master says, I also think it's my good fortune. May I ask what matter the master has? I believe the young benefactor has a special connection with Buddha, Wuga said. His words shocked Yuan Zio so much, she almost jumped up. What kind of connection? She definitely didn't want to become a nun. Her parents and brother were still alive. She couldn't bear to leave them. She was waiting to marry Brother Shi. She loved her delicious food, her Jingyang pavilion, and wanted to learn skills from Grandma Gua. She dreamed of seeing the beautiful mountains and rivers of the great dynasty. She didn't want to spend her life in a monastery with simple food and tea. Yuan Zio forced a stiff smile. Master is joking. I still have my worldly heart. I think Buddha might dislike that. Master Wuga burst into hearty laughter. Yuan Zio looked confused. What did she say that made him laugh so happily? Where is the young benefactor thinking of? Wuga's smile remained, and he said, what I mean by having a connection is not for you to become a nun. I believe you are blessed. If you can help others and save lives, wouldn't that be wonderful? Blessed? If she were truly blessed, why did she have such a terrible fate in her past life? And in this life, everything was still uncertain. Who knew what the future held? Master is joking, Yuan Zio said with a slight smile. I'm just a young girl. I don't have the ability to save all beings. Wuga replied, young lady, you are mistaken. Master Wu Jie stroked his white beard and smiled, saying, born from nirvana, all suffering ends and happiness begins. Young benefactor, you are truly blessed. Yuan Zi's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. Inside, he was filled with turbulent emotions. Nirvana and rebirth after death. Could it be that Master Wu Jie has seen something? Thinking that he himself could live again, Yuan Zi wondered if there really were wise people beyond this world. His heart tightened, and he smiled softly, saying, the devout lady does not quite understand what the master means. Not only does the young benefactor not understand, but even I am not entirely clear, Master Wu Jie replied with a smile, looking at Yuan Zi's puzzled expression. I only faintly sense that the heavy blessing energy on the young benefactor could bring great benefits to the world, and also to you and your loved ones. Hearing this, Yuan Zi secretly relaxed and asked, what does the master mean by nirvana? Born from nirvana can mean having a great realization after a big event, or approaching death and being reborn anew, Master Wu Jie explained. As for you, I cannot see clearly, only faintly sense it. Then what does the master wish the devout lady to do? Simply focus on doing good and avoid evil. Master Wu Jie recited a Buddha's name. Master, what is good? And what is evil? Yuan Zi asked again. Just last night, she had even killed 2 people. Amitabha, said Master Wu Jie. Saving one person but causing 100 others to die is both good and evil. Killing one to save 100 lives can be evil or good. The line between good and evil is hard to define. It depends on your own understanding. Yuan Zi pondered his words silently. After a while, a smile appeared on her face. She clasped her hands in respect and bowed to Master Wu Jie, saying, Master, I understand. Hearing this, Master Wu Jie nodded with a smile. Young benefactor has good wisdom. That's why I say you are destined for the Buddha. Master, if I can truly save others' lives, I will not refuse. But as for fate, I will leave it to chance, Yuan Zi quickly said. Haha, then let it be by fate. Master Wu Jie chuckled, stroking his beard. They talked for a while longer, and Yuan Zi took her leave. After she left, a person stepped out from inside the bamboo hut. The person wore a blue robe, a jade belt around his waist, and sat cross-legged on the mat where Yuan Zi had sat earlier. Master Wu Jie looked at him and smiled slightly without speaking. He simply brewed a pot of fragrant tea and poured it into a cup. Master Wu Jie placed the teacup in front of the visitor and said, Young Master Xian, please. The visitor was young Master Xian Shaoqing. Xian Shaoqing took the teacup handed to him and nodded. Thank you for the tea, Master. Master Wu Jie looked at Xian Shaoqing and asked, Does young Master Xian have something on your mind? Your insight is sharp, master. I admire that. Xian Shaoqing replied softly as he took a sip of tea, then looked up at Master Wu Jia. Is it related to that young disciple? Master Wu Jia asked again. Xian Shaoqing simply raised his eyebrows slightly, without speaking. Young Master Xian, Master Wu Jia said, forgive me for speaking plainly, but that young disciple probably isn't destined for you. Why not let go? Master, I don't quite understand your meaning, Xian Shaoqing said calmly, setting down his teacup and lowering his gaze slightly. Master Wu Jia smiled and said, Young master, although I am no longer involved in worldly affairs, I still understand the ways of the world. The hardest thing to overcome is often love. You are already troubled by family ties. Do you want to add more burdens? Hearing this, Xian Shaoqing slightly furrowed his brows, playing with his teacup silently. Master Wu Jia sighed and said, if you hesitate too long, chaos will follow. And how should I cut it off? When you truly start to be yourself again. Near the bamboo house in the peach grove, the peach blossoms swayed in the wind, petals falling to the ground, while inside the bamboo house, everything was silent. Oh, what a coincidence. It seems Miss Yuan Air really likes this peach grove. Does her own family not have a grove? Visiting Fatten Temple and wandering through the woods so often. As Yuan Zio stepped out of the peach grove, she saw Lu Xueqing with Feng Ruiying and Chen Yao standing outside. Seeing Yuan Zio come out, Lu Xueqing immediately sneered with a proud look. Miss Lu San, your words are quite amusing, Yuan Zio said coldly, not tolerating her hostility. Isn't this peach grove meant for wandering? You choose not to go in, but I wonder if your habit of guarding the woods is something you've developed at home.
You.
Lu Xueqing was so angry she nearly fell backward. What does guarding the woods mean? Is she mocking someone? If you have the habit of guarding the woods, I do not. I will not disturb your enjoyment, Yuan Zio said with a faint smile, then led Qingying and Qingji past Lu Xueqing and walked away. Yuan Zio, stop right there, you. Lu Xueqing was so angry that she took a few quick steps to grab Yuan Zio's sleeve. Yuan Zio casually pulled out a soft whip from her waist and struck the ground in front of Lu Xueqing, making her jump back in surprise. How dare you hit me with a whip? Yuan Zio, I am the daughter of the Grand Tutor. You have quite a nerve. My father is a first-rank general too. Yuan Zio looked at Lu Xueqing with disdain. Don't think I don't see through your plans. You have your thoughts written all over your face. I don't care why you dislike me. Just don't come near me, or I won't mind teaching you a lesson. After saying that, she turned to leave. You. Lu Xueqing was so furious she wanted to curse loudly, but she was startled when Yuan Zio suddenly turned around. Remember, don't come near me again. Otherwise, next time, this whip won't just hit the ground, Yuan Zio said coldly, then left with Qingying and Qingji. Lu Xueqing stomped her feet in anger but dared not go after her. She was a lady and no match for such a rude woman. If she really got whipped, her reputation would be ruined. But she was not willing to give up. Yesterday, she vaguely saw that person's figure, which resembled Xian Shaoqing. She had her maid watch near the peach forest, and sure enough, she saw Xian Shaoqing enter the forest. She hurried over and searched around but couldn't find him. Just as she was confused, she saw Yuan Zio come out of the peach forest. She had just searched the entire area and didn't find Xian Shaoqing or Yuan Zio, so the only possibility was that they went to the bamboo hut in the forest. That bamboo hut was a quiet retreat of Master Wu Jia. Without his permission, no one else could approach. Thinking that Xian Shaoqing and Yuan Zio might be meeting during their Zen talk at the hut, Lu Xueqing couldn't help but feel jealous. Despicable woman, shameless woman who doesn't follow proper conduct. Lu Xueqing gritted her teeth in hatred. Big Sister Lu. Lu Xueqing's expression startled Feng Ruiying and Chen Yao. Although they knew Lu Xueqing had always been arrogant and domineering, they had never seen her look so vicious before. Lu Xueqing turned her cold gaze to Feng Ruiying and Chen Yao, then suddenly smiled. Her smile sent a chill down their spines. Help me with something, and next time I go to the palace to see my aunt, I will bring both of you.
How about that?
Lu Xueqing raised her eyebrows and said to them, I don't know what Sister Lu is talking about, Chen Yao whispered. Being able to enter the palace to see the concubine consort is a great temptation. If I could gain the favor of a noble in the palace, not only myself but also my family could benefit a lot. Feng Ruiying also envied the chance to enter the palace, but she sensed that Lu Xueqing's plans weren't good, so she stayed silent, waiting for Lu Xueqing to speak. Come closer, Lu Xueqing said. Feng Ruiying and Chen Yao looked at each other, then moved closer to Lu Xueqing. Lu Xueqing whispered some secret words into their ears, making both of them change their expressions. Sister Lu, this might not be right. Feng Ruiying's heart pounded, and she whispered nervously. What's wrong with it? Lu Xueqing snorted coldly. Can she even produce evidence herself? Just go ahead and do what you need to. Even if something happens, isn't there me?
But
Feng Ruiying thought of Yuan Zio's skills, feeling uneasy. She was already a bit afraid of Yuan Zio, and if she provoked her further, what would happen to her? Lu Xueqing is the daughter of the Grand Tutor. If something went wrong, the Grand Tutor would protect her. But what about herself? Her father is the Chief Justice of Dali Court. If they were outside the capital, no one would dare to offend them. But in the capital, there are many princes and officials. What does the third rank matter? If she caused trouble, her father might not be able to protect her. Lu Xueqing said she would protect them, but who knows if she would really do so when trouble arises. Moreover, Yuan Zio's father is now a first-rank general who commands the entire country. What do you want to say? Lu Xueqing glared at Feng Ruiying. Nothing. Feng Ruiying quickly lowered her head, her mind turning over her thoughts, and she made a decision. As for Chen Yao, although she was also nervous, she said, Sister Lu, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to fulfill your trust. Good. Lu Xueqing nodded with satisfaction, then shot a glance at Feng Ruiying. If you're obedient, I won't mistreat you. But if you're disobedient, stay away from me in the future. Just looking at you is annoying. Feng Ruiying and Chen Yao hurriedly responded with yes. Seeing they were obedient, Lu Xueqing felt better and continued to wait outside the peach forest, hoping to meet Xian Shaoqing. Sure enough, after about 15 minutes, Xian Shaoqing came out of the peach forest.
Prince Xian.
Lu Xueqing's heart blossomed with joy. She quickly took small steps forward and bowed gracefully. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet Prince Xian here. Prince Xian did not expect to meet Lu Xueqing here. He frowned slightly and simply said, Miss Lu, is young Master Xian going to see Master Wujia? Lu Xueqing asked with a smile. It seems this has nothing to do with you, Miss Lu, Xian Shaoqing replied coldly, preparing to leave. Lu Xueqing quickly stepped forward and said, Young Master, as the saying goes, a chance encounter is better than an invitation. Since we have met, why not share a meal together? The vegetarian food at Fatten Temple is quite good. Xian does not know you well, Miss Lu. I will take my leave now, he said, and hurried away. Lu Xueqing followed a few steps, but watched helplessly as Xian Shaoqing disappeared from sight. She stomped her foot in frustration and said, Yuan Zio, you better watch out. Yuan Zio returned to the guest house and first went to check on old Madame Yuan and Lu Shi. Second young lady, what did Master Wu Jie say to you? Old Madame Yuan asked. Yuan Zio naturally wouldn't tell old Madame Yuan about her conversation with Master Wu Jie, so she smiled and said, Master Wu Jie just noticed that my granddaughter has been through many hardships recently and gave her some advice. Hearing this, old Madame Yuan nodded and said, Master Wu Jie is indeed a great monk. Didn't your sister face many troubles recently? Even the household had those two troublemakers. Luckily, they've been caught now.
Exactly.
Yuan Zio smiled softly. Our household will be peaceful from now on. Ning Shi and Rendong had been taken away, and Yuan Qilei's family had been separated. The troublemakers had been caught, so everything was peaceful now. Did Master Wu Jie say whether our household will face any more hardships in the future? Old Madame Yuan asked hurriedly. Grandmother, as long as no villains cause trouble, our household will be safe, Yuan Zio replied, taking the tea handed by Qing Ying and sipping gently, smiling. She knew exactly who the villains were, but it was not the right time to tell old Madame Yuan. In this new life, Yuan Zio saw some things more clearly than before. Her father was her grandmother's biological son and held an important place in her heart. But when it came to second uncle, she had to be more cautious. Although her grandmother still treated their family well now, that was because she relied on her father for support. Second uncle's family had done some shameful things, so she couldn't openly favor them. After some time, if she feels that things have changed and Uncle Second has any further requests, there's no need to think twice. Grandmother will surely make their family sacrifice for Uncle Second.
But
now that she is here, what will happen then is hard to say. Yes. The old lady nodded upon hearing this. It was just a minor trouble before. Thinking about Ning and Rongdong, the old lady couldn't help but feel angry. If it weren't for Ning, her son Ray wouldn't have been forced to leave the general's residence. How could the eldest son dislike Ray? It was all that wicked woman's fault. It's a pity Ray took the blame. However, in the future, they should find a way for the eldest son and Ray to reconcile. It's said that brothers shouldn't be separated in fighting, and fathers shouldn't be separated from their sons in battle. Now that they are in the capital, how can they not see each other? Wouldn't that be a joke? Yuan Zio didn't know what the old lady was thinking, so she stepped forward and held Lu's arm, saying, "Mother, I'm sorry to make you worry." Earlier, the old lady and Yuan Zio were talking, so Lu couldn't interrupt and just watched Yuan Zio kindly. Seeing Yuan Zio leaning beside her, Lu's heart softened, and she gently stroked Yuan Zio's hair, smiling. "Master Wujia said you might face hardships in the future. I hope everything will be peaceful." "Don't worry, mother. Master Wujia said that I am blessed," Yuan Zio replied happily. Lu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Having Master Wujia's favor is a blessing for second sister, the old lady said with a smile. Then she sighed. If only your eldest sister were as fortunate as you. It's a pity she has such a mother. Lu looked unhappy and said, "Mother, if Tong's sister keeps acting up, even if she's blessed, she might ruin it all." Enough. Let's not talk about Tong's sister, the old lady sighed. She knew the main family held a grudge against the second branch and couldn't say much, so she changed the subject. Today, Master Wujia finished his teachings. We should head back tomorrow. Yes, mother. Yuan Zio smiled and said, "Mother and grandmother, you should rest early. I'll go back now." That's good, Lu smiled. Just endure a little longer. When we return, Qing Ying will make more of your favorite food. Okay. The next day, Yuan Zio returned to Yuan residence with the old lady and Lu. Until Yuan Zio left Fatten Temple, he did not see Hu Shifei again. Yuan Zio also did not know if the effort to catch the mountain bandits on Hu Shifei's side was successful. Meanwhile, on Hu Shifei's side, Yuan Zio had fainted the bandit leader, Lao Ba, which allowed them to learn the bandits' hideout location. Following the information provided by Lao Ba, Hu Shifei and Xian Shaoqing thoroughly raided the bandits' den, capturing almost all of them. However, they did not find the so-called boss of the bandits. He had escaped. They questioned all the bandits, but couldn't get any useful information about the boss. The bandit leader always wore a mask, and his voice was deliberately altered, so even the second-in-command had never seen his true face. The only thing known was that he was young and skilled in martial arts. Beyond that, nothing else was known. Xiao Feng was so angry, he punched a tree. Hu Shifei said, "Don't lose hope. Since he was a bandit and now we've caught their hideout, he must be unhappy. He might start again or seek revenge. Either way, we will meet him sooner or later. When the opportunity arises, we should try to catch him again." "Yes, sir." Xiao Feng knew he was impatient. Hearing Hu Shifei, he quickly agreed. "All right, take these people back. Have Jian Fu Yin interrogate them carefully. Maybe they'll give us some useful clues," Hu Shifei ordered. Yes. After Xiao Feng and the soldiers took the bandits away, Hu Shifei bowed to Xian Shaoqing. "Thanks to your help, young Master Xian. I am very grateful." "It was just a small favor," Xian Shaoqing replied calmly with a nod. Hu Shifei said, "In any case, Today we managed to catch these bandits thanks to young Master Xian's help. I will definitely host a banquet to thank you. Please do not refuse. Xian Shaoqing looked at Hua Shifei steadily, then said after a long pause, Very well, I accept your invitation. After saying goodbye to Hua Shifei, he left with Yin Feng. At that moment, Ping Shan came over and said to Hua Shifei, Young master, we should head back now. Have you completed everything I asked you to do? Hua Shifei asked. Yes. Ping Shan replied quickly. It's all done, but what? Young master, Ping Shan said, Yuan Dashhe insists on coming along. I can't stop him, so I had to agree. No problem. If he doesn't breathe out, he probably isn't willing to give up. Hua Shifei nodded and said, Let's go back too. Yes. Oh, finally we don't have to be vegetarian. Yuan Zio clapped and laughed as she looked at the redwood carved tray brought in by Qing. Second miss, everything I made for you today is your favorite food. Qing smiled and placed dishes from the tray onto the table. Yuan Zio looked and saw that the dishes almost filled the table. There were crystal shrimp, steamed crab meatballs, pickled silver fish, red goose, shredded chicken with bean sprouts, 7 green soup, naan bread, and a big bowl of pearl dumplings. I can't eat so much, Yuan Zio said with a smile. You two should eat with me too. Second miss, this is in the mansion. We shouldn't do that, Qing Ying and Qing Ji said quickly. What do you mean we shouldn't? We're in Wuyo Pavilion. What's there to be afraid of? We're not in Grandma's presence. Just sit down and eat with me. If I eat alone, it will be boring. Yuan Zio insisted. Qing Ying and Qing Ji had no choice but to agree. Yuan Zio then said to Qing Ji, You can pick some for Hazia to send over.
Okay.
The three of them enjoyed a delicious meal together. After resting for a while, Yuan Zio went to see Grandma Gu. Grandma, I happened to meet Master Wu Jia from Fatten Temple giving a lecture, so I came back a day late, Yuan Zio explained quickly when she saw Grandma Gu. Grandma Gu smiled and said, It's fine. Do you remember the 100 herbs record I gave you the other day? Yes, I remember, Yuan Zio said happily as she returned the 100 herbs record to Grandma Gu. Grandma Gu examined Yuan Zio carefully and, seeing she had memorized it well, smiled and said, Good job. Yuan Zio smiled and said, Grandma, I have one more thing to ask of you today.
Oh.
What is it? Grandma, are you good at making love potions?
Yuan Zio asked.
The love potion she got from a Lu Dun was almost used up. After using it a few times, Yuan Zio deeply felt that love potion was a good thing. Since she was immune to poisons, she planned to keep some on hand for the future, whether to deal with bad people or go hunting in the mountains. Unfortunately, in her previous life, she learned a lot about pharmacology from Shermie, but never learned how to make love potions. Of course. Do you need a love potion, Yuan? Grandma Gu smiled. Yes. Yuan Zio didn't hide her worries. I told my nanny that carrying some sleeping medicine with me is very useful. It could even be used for hunting in the mountains. That's true. Grandma Gu nodded and warned, I can give you some of this medicine, but you must be very careful when using it. Don't accidentally drink it yourself.
Don't worry, Grandma.
I will be very careful. Yuan Zio quickly replied. Just joking. If there were any medicine strong enough to make her faint, her family name might as well be reversed. Grandma Gu smiled and stood up, walking into the inner room. Soon she came out holding a small bundle. She opened it and placed it in front of Yuan Zio, saying, There are several kinds of sleeping medicine here. Take a look and see which one you want. Yuan Zio looked and saw dozens of small bottles inside the bundle. She was surprised and asked Grandma, Are these all sleeping medicines? Of course not. Grandma Gu laughed. Even if I wanted to make so many kinds of sleeping medicine, I wouldn't have so many different types. Besides the sleeping medicines, there are also many other powders I've researched in my free time.
Oh.
Yuan Zio became interested. Grandma, what kind of powders are these? Here is itching powder, pimple powder, castor bean powder, sleep powder, blindness powder, deafness powder. Grandma Gu pointed to each small bottle and explained to Yuan Zio. Yuan Zio's eyes lit up as she listened. She then asked Grandma, Do these powders have any danger to people? Of course not. Grandma Goose smiled. These are similar to sleeping medicine, but only last for 1 or 2 hours. Even the blindness and deafness powders only make someone lose sight or hearing for a short time. They won't harm the body. So, these powders don't have antidotes. Once the time is up, the effects will naturally wear off. Yuanzio's eyes shone even brighter. After thinking for a moment, she smiled and linked her arm with Grandma Goo's, saying, "Grandma, if I ask you for these powders, is that okay?" Grandma Goo gently patted Yuanzio's forehead and asked, "Are you planning to play a prank on someone?" "Not at all." Yuanzio quickly denied. "I'm just carrying them for self-defense. If someone looks at me unfavorably or tries to cause trouble, I need to be prepared." "All these powders are yours? Do you really want to carry so many bottles with you? How would you look?" "Just choose a few items to carry with you," Granny Goose said with a smile. "But I like all of these. I'll find a way." "Granny, please give them all to me," Yuanzio said softly, tugging gently at Granny Goo's arm. "You only need to give me the herbs for these powders.
I'll have someone come to pick them up."
Granny Goo was pulled so hard she couldn't resist and could only smile. All right, all of it is yours. I'll also give you the recipes for these powders, so you can make them yourself in the future." "Thank you, Granny," Yuanzio said happily, quickly expressing her gratitude. "You little girl," Granny Goo affectionately touched Yuanzio's forehead. Because of Qingxi's choice, Granny Goo already liked Yuanzio very much. A few days ago, they had a heartfelt talk, which made Granny Goo even more fond of her. Now, Yuanzio was like a younger family member to Granny Goo, and she loved her very much. After learning from Granny Goo, Yuanzio happily took a big bag of powders back to Wuyo Pavilion. With these powders and recipes, she no longer had to worry about running out of the sleeping powders if she encountered trouble again. "Second Miss, Luer is back," Qingji reported.
"Oh."
Yuanzio quickly said, "Let her come in and speak." Soon, Luer entered the side room, smiling and bowing to Yuanzio. "Girl greets second Mississippi Lua. Has the flower house been tidied up?" Yuanzio asked eagerly, thinking of the flower house since she hadn't seen Luer all day. "Yes, second Mississippi. I had someone tidy up the flower house these past few days. The trellises are also built according to your instructions. Additionally, I asked someone to buy flower seeds from the market," Lua replied quickly. Hearing this, Yuanzio felt happy. Lua was quite useful.
"Good. You can go rest now."
"Tomorrow, ask Qing to give you those flower seeds. Arrange for someone to plant all the seeds now." "Yes." Second Miss, Qingji said to Yuanzio, "Tomorrow is the Meng family's flower viewing banquet." "Tomorrow?" Yuanzio blinked. "So soon?" "Yes, it's tomorrow," Qingji nodded quickly. Yuanzio rubbed her forehead. Since returning from Fatten Temple, she had been very busy. First, she found an opportunity to give Lord Hor a sleep-inducing powder. Then, under the cover of night, she left the Yuan residence, went to a quiet place near the East City Gate, released the maid from the Jade Nectar Pavilion, and left some steamed buns beside her. She then quietly returned to the Yuan residence. As for what the maid would do afterward, she no longer cared. Even if the maid was coerced by Winter Jasmine, it was an undeniable fact that she had harmed her. She was not generous enough to forgive someone who deliberately wanted to hurt her, regardless of the reason. After Luer planted all the flowers, Yuanzio went to the flower house, which had a special well built for watering the plants. She took the opportunity when no one was watching to pour some spiritual spring water into the well. In the following days, besides paying respects and learning from Granny Goo, she spent her time making various medicinal powders in her room. Unexpectedly, the day of the banquet arrived quickly. "By the way, second Miss," Qingji asked, "tomorrow's flower appreciation banquet requires each family to bring a pot of flowers. Are we going to bring one?" At the Meng family's flower viewing banquet, besides their own garden, the visiting young ladies from other families also bring 1 or 2 pots of flowers for everyone to admire. If one flower becomes popular among everyone, it would be a very honorable thing. "Flowers?" Yuanzio thought for a moment and said, I have my own plans.
Oh,
Qingji saw that Yuan Zio had something in mind, so she didn't ask further. Soon, she went to Shosong Hall to pay respects to old Madame Yuan. Hearing her ask, "Second miss, are you going to the Meng residence for the flower viewing banquet tomorrow?" "Yes, grandmother," Yuan Zio replied with a smile.
good.
The Meng family is a scholarly family, and Prime Minister Meng is a trusted official of the current emperor. You should build a good relationship with Miss Meng. It will also be beneficial for your father, old Madame Yuan advised. "Yes, grandmother," Yuan Zio responded happily. If Miss Meng was truly someone worth making friends with, she would naturally maintain good relations. While they were talking, Lu Shi arrived, looking a bit displeased. After hearing their conversation, she slightly furrowed her brows. If possible, you should cancel the invitation to the Meng residence. Tomorrow is a busy day at the estate, so you should stay close and learn from Mother, Lu Shi said softly. Nonsense. The elder lady was very upset after hearing this. This is a good banquet. How can they just cancel it? Moreover, we are supposed to attend the banquet tomorrow. If we cancel the invitation from the Prime Minister's residence now, it would embarrass them. It would also make people talk about us. But Lu Shi was about to speak when the elder lady said again, "It's good for the second girl to stay with you and learn how to manage the household, but she must know when to stop. She shouldn't cancel the Prime Minister's banquet just to learn. What kind of behavior is that? If others hear about it, what will they say about us?" "Mother, I think," Lu Shi started to say. "But what you think doesn't matter. Tomorrow, the second girl must attend the banquet. This concerns the reputation of our family," the elder lady said firmly. Seeing Lu Shi about to argue, Yuan Zio smiled and said, "Mother, just listen to Grandma." Lu Shi saw that Yuan Zio also insisted and sighed, agreeing reluctantly, but her brow remained furrowed. After leaving Shosong Hall, Lu Shi followed Yuan Zio to Weo Pavilion. "Mother, is something wrong?" Yuan Zio asked. Lu Shi sighed, hesitated, as if unsure how to speak, then finally said, Since you are going to the banquet tomorrow, if you hear any unpleasant words, don't get angry." "Mother, is there some rumor about me?" Yuan Zio asked. Lu Shi didn't want to tell Yuan Zio, but knowing she would find out tomorrow, she had no choice but to speak. If I tell you, don't get upset." "Mother, what is it?" "It's just, there are some bad rumors about you outside. The people spreading these rumors are very malicious, and..." Lu Shi was so angry she couldn't continue. Seeing Lu Shi like this, Yuan Zio understood that the rumors must be about her reputation, possibly even damaging it directly. "Mother." Yuan Zio smiled and comforted Lu Shi. "You don't need to worry. Even if there are some rumors, so what? As long as Brother Shi doesn't dislike me, that's enough. Are you worried I won't get married because of this?" You're still young. You don't understand," Lu Shi sighed. "Now, these rumors are spreading outside. Even if they are clarified, there will still be some people who don't understand. In the future, they will use these to talk about you. Aunt Meng won't look down on you because of this, but what about the others in the Marquis's residence? If they keep dwelling on this, it will be very troublesome." Yuan Zio curled her lips and said, "I married Brother Shi. As long as Brother Shi, Aunt Meng, Lord Ho, and the old lady believe me, what others think doesn't matter. If someone comes to cause trouble in front of me, I will just give them a good whipping. Let's see if they dare to do it again." Lu Shi gently touched Yuan Zio's forehead, but still looked worried. No matter what, her daughter's reputation was being unfairly tarnished, and Lu Shi was very angry. "I've already asked your eldest brother to investigate this. If they find out who did it, our family won't let it go easily. I don't know who is so malicious to falsely accuse you like this. Tell me, did you make enemies when you were at Fatten Temple?" "Fatten Temple?" Yuan Zio raised an eyebrow. "Mother, are these rumors related to Fatten Temple?" "Yes," Lu Shi sighed and nodded. "If I had known, I wouldn't have let you go to Fatten Temple." "Mother," Yuan Zio smiled. "If there's a grudge, whether I go or not doesn't matter. Someone will always try to smear me. But this Fatten Temple has made me more aware of who is behind this." Do you know who it is?" Lu Shi hurriedly asked. I think I'm pretty sure, Yuan Zio said with a smile. That person is also foolish. They complain about everything, but they specifically mention Fatten Temple, exposing themselves for sure. Who is that person? Lu Shur asked.
Mother, don't worry about this.
I have my own plans, Yuan Zio replied with a smile.
But,
Mother, it's fine. You don't trust your daughter, but what if I cause trouble? Yuan Zio said. Seeing that Yuan Zio wouldn't say more, Lu Shur didn't press further. When she heard Yuan Zio speak like this, she said, once we find out who tarnished your name, no matter who they are, just hit them back. Don't worry about anything else. If your father can't protect his own daughter, then he might as well give up his official position. All right, I understand, Mother, Yuan Zio said with another smile. Mother, aren't you afraid that grandmother will get mad at you? So what? Lu Shur snorted. If your father needs you to endure and tolerate just to keep his position, then what's the point of being an official? Mother. Yuan Zio felt touched deep inside. She affectionately hugged Lu Shur's arm and rubbed against it, making Lu Shur soften completely. The next morning, Yuan Zio was woken up by Qing Ying and Qing Ji, who helped her wash and change clothes. Second young lady, I'll go find a servant to move the flowers. Which pot are we moving today? Qing Ji asked. Oh, let them move the flower pot in the east room, Yuan Zio said. Yesterday, when Yuan Zio checked the flower house, she secretly took 2 empty flower pots from the corner and in the evening, casually picked a lily from the Jiujiang pavilion, planting it in the pot with soil. While Qing Ying was sleeping, she placed the flower pot in the east room. Qing Ying then said, that flower pot is at the entrance of the east room. When the servant carries it later, be careful.
Huh.
There are flowers in the east room? Qing Ji blinked in confusion. I haven't seen them before. Girl's second sent them over yesterday, Qing Ying explained. You weren't here at the time, and I was on night duty yesterday, so you wouldn't know. Oh, I see, Qing Ji nodded. Qing Ying breathed a sigh of relief, feeling she had managed to fool Qing Ji. This morning, she woke up to find an extra lily in the east room, which startled her. But when she saw that girl's second had no reaction after seeing the flower, she understood that everything was fine. Yuan Zio was not surprised by Qing Ying's explanation. She calmly finished her breakfast, then told old Madame Yuan and Lu Shur, before leaving the estate with Qing Ying and Qing Ji. It was now spring, and all the young ladies in the capital were wearing beautiful spring dresses. Yuan Zio was no exception. Today, Yuan Zio wore a dark grass-colored silk dress with silver embroidery and butterfly patterns, paired with the jewelry she bought that day, and a jade hairpin sent by Huxia. Qing Ji smiled and said, Second young lady, you must be the most beautiful today. Yuan Zio asked with a smile, In your eyes, is anyone more beautiful than your lady?
No.
Qing Ji thought seriously for a moment, then said confidently. This made Yuan Zio and Qing Ying laugh happily. Soon, the carriage arrived at Meng's residence. Qing Ying stepped forward to deliver the invitation. The gatekeeper of Meng's house hurriedly greeted her with a smile, so it's second Miss Yuan from Yuan's family. Please come in. He then quickly sent a servant inside to inform the maid who would lead the way. The maid came out upon hearing the news, bowed to Yuan Zio, and said, Second Miss Yuan, our young lady and the others are in the garden now. I will take you there. Yuan Zio nodded and asked, Do you have a place to put the flowers? The gatekeeper hurried forward with a smile. Second Miss Yuan, don't worry, we do. Yuan Zio nodded, and then reminded the little servant who was following her. She was about to take Qing Ying and Qing Ji to the garden with the guiding maid. Big sister Yu. Huan's voice sounded nearby. Yuan Zio turned around and smiled. Juan, you just arrived? Come down from the carriage. Let's go in together.
Okay.
Huan quickly nodded. She then told her own servant to handle the flower pot, and hurried over with Wu Ying and Wu Hen, arm in arm, sweetly saying, Big sister Yu, why haven't you come to play with me lately? I've been so bored, every day. I've been very busy lately, Yuan Zio replied with a smile. If you're free, come find me to play. I'll take you to see my new flower house.
Wow.
Huan's eyes widened. Big sister Yu, you made a flower house? She turned and saw the orchid plant Yuan Zio brought over. She gasped, "Oh my goodness, jade orchid, and even the jade spot jade orchid. Big sister Yu, did you bring these orchids?" Yes, Yuan Zio nodded. She didn't know much about flowers. She just thought the orchid looked pretty last night and dug it out. Now, there are several of the same orchids in the Jiuzhong pavilion. Oh my, big sister Yu, when did you get this jade spot jade orchid? Huan stared at the orchid with amazement. Do you like it?
Yuan Zio asked.
Yes. Huan nodded vigorously, loving it so much. After the flower appreciation banquet, I'll give it to you, Yuan Zio said with a smile. Really? Huan's eyes widened with excitement. Of course. Big sister Yu, you're so kind. Huan happily hugged Yuan Zio's arm and jumped around. Yuan Zio chuckled. If elder sister Yen finds out you're like this, I wonder if she'll faint. Huan stuck out her tongue shyly. I was just too happy. She then told the servant carrying the orchids, be careful, don't touch the leaves. Seeing Huan's cautious and worried expression, Yuan Zio quietly asked, Wan, are these orchids expensive? Huan looked at Yuan Zio in surprise. Big sister Yu, don't you know? Cough, cough. Yuan Zio cleared her throat. She really didn't know much about flowers. She just thought they looked nice. It's just a coincidence that I grew them. Oh my goodness. Huan almost pounded her chest in frustration. Why couldn't she grow such rare and excellent orchids? Older sister Yu, I will visit your flower house to enjoy the flowers in a few days, Huan eagerly requested. Sure. Yuan Zio replied. Behind Yuan Zio, Qingying was getting very anxious. She wondered what flowers they were talking about. Everyone knew that orchids didn't grow in flower houses. If Miss Wan came to Yuan's house and saw a bunch of newly sprouted flower seedlings in the garden, what would she say? Qingying noticed that Yuan Zio didn't seem worried, so she had to suppress her anxiety and followed behind. Soon, Yuan Zio and Huan, guided by a maid, arrived at the garden. Before entering, they heard lively laughter and chatter inside, very lively. When Yuan Zio and Huan entered the garden, the young ladies inside saw them. But no one came to greet them. Instead, they kept their distance and looked at Yuan Zio with strange expressions and unclear eyes. This made Huan feel confused. She whispered to Yuan Zio, older sister Yu, I feel like these people are acting strangely. Yuan Zio knew well that these people probably heard the rumors about her and believed them. It wouldn't be strange if their expressions looked suspicious. Ignore them, Yuan Zio said with a smile. Then she saw Lady He and Lady Zhang walking toward her. Yuan Zio greeted them politely, sisters He and Zhang. The two ladies also smiled and bowed to Yuan Zio and Huan. Then Lady He whispered, Yuan sister, may I ask, did you offend someone? Yuan Zio smiled and said, honestly, I am also confused. I don't know when I offended that person. Do you know who it is? Lady He asked. Yuan Zio nodded, most likely. Oh my. Lady Zhang frowned angrily. That person is too cruel, even starting by ruining your reputation. Yuan's sister, why not tell the princess? Let her help you seek justice. Yuan Zio smiled and said, no need to bother the princess. I can handle this myself. But, Sister Zhang, tell me, what exactly are those rumors saying? You don't know? Lady Zhang widened her eyes. Well, I only have a rough idea. I'm not very clear, Yuan Zio shrugged. Miss Zhang San frowned and said, the person spreading rumors is truly cruel. They said you went to Fatten Temple a few days ago to meet someone secretly in the Peach Forest, and what else? And, Miss Zhang San seemed hesitant to say it, lowering her voice further. They even said you were having an affair with someone. Yuan Zio squinted her eyes. Good, since the other person is so determined, if I still hold back and stay silent, wouldn't I be swallowing my anger? Huan was initially confused, listening from the side. After hearing Miss Zhang San's words, she finally understood and immediately became angry, saying, Sister Yu, who is so mean to want to ruin your reputation? Tell me, I'll ask my elder brother to help you get justice. It's just a small matter, no need to trouble your elder brother. Yuan Zio smiled. But it's not a small matter. Huan's eyes widened, and she looked upset. Miss Meng is coming. Second sister, he saw Meng Luoi's figure and reminded them. All right, look, the host has arrived. We'll talk about this later. Yuan Zio signaled Huan to stop, then saw two young women walking over with maids, but she couldn't tell which one was the mistress of the Meng residence. At this moment, Meng Luoi felt quite annoyed. She had organized a flower viewing banquet and invited someone with a bad reputation. Now the banquet was about to start, but she couldn't confirm whether the rumors were true. She didn't want to refuse Yuan Zio directly. If the rumors turned out to be false, she would have offended General Yuan, which she couldn't afford. But seeing Yuan Zio also made her feel irritated and secretly angry. Clearly, Yuan Zio's father was just a third-rank protector general, so why was he promoted directly to a first-rank grand protector? If he were only a second-rank minister of defense, she wouldn't have to worry so much. She was impatient inside, but still had to act politely because they were in the Meng residence. Yuan's sister. This is the young lady of the Meng family, Meng Luoi. Second sister, he pointed at Meng Luoi and happily introduced her to Yuan Zio. Then she introduced the girl next to her. This is Miss Zhao Yuhan from the Ministry of Personnel, Zhao Yuhan. After that, she introduced Yuan Zio to Meng Luoi and Zhao Yuhan. Miss Meng, Miss Zhao. This is second Miss Yuan from General Yuan's residence. Then she pointed at Huan and said, this is Miss Hua from the Marquis of Xuanping's residence. I believe you two are familiar. I am very familiar with Miss Huba, Meng Luoi said gently with a smile, looking at Yuan Zio. I've heard of Miss Yuan Air many times, but never had the chance to meet her. Today, I finally do. I've also heard of Miss Meng's reputation. Yuan Zio replied with a smile. But I wonder, what kind of reputation have you heard about me? Yuan Zio smiled softly, noticing the fleeting look of dislike in Meng Luoi's eyes when she approached earlier. She saw it clearly. Meng Luoi was momentarily surprised and then said with a smile, Miss Yuan Air, you're joking. During the Lantern Festival, you won the Ink Fragrance Order and bravely fought off villains. You're truly clever and brave. Plus, the Empress Dowager awarded your pastry shop the plaque. I really admire all that. Oh, Yuan Zio smiled again. I must have misunderstood Miss Meng. I thought you heard some recent rumors about me. Not at all, Meng Luoi quickly said with a forced smile. Those rumors are not trustworthy. You shouldn't take them to heart. Of course I won't, Yuan Zio said, glancing at a certain spot with a smile. If I knew who spread those rumors, I wouldn't bother. I have fists and whips. I'm not afraid of anyone. Why should I feel wronged and worry myself? Meng Luoi secretly looked down on her, thinking Yuan Zio was just a martial girl. She kept her smile and said, Miss Yuan Air is truly open-minded. The others exchanged a few more polite words. When a maid announced that noble ladies had arrived, Meng Luoi politely excused herself and left with Zhao Yuhan. Who would have thought? It's Miss Yuan Air, Lu Xueqing said with a smile as she approached with Chen Yao. If I were you, I'd stay inside the house. Why come out and be the target of gossip? Really? Yuan Zio smiled. Too bad you're not me. Besides, I stand upright and proper. I have nothing to fear from words. Humph. Chen Yao snorted coldly. A fly doesn't land on a seamless egg. Miss Yuan Air, you know very well what really happened. Don't pretend to be noble, it's just disgusting to watch. Before she finished speaking, Chen Yao was slapped. Holding her face, Chen Yao stared at Yuan Zio in disbelief. You hit me? Your mouth is so foul. How else can I get rid of the smell? Yuan Zio snorted coldly and looked at Lu Xueqing, saying, Third Miss Lu, I hope you haven't forgotten what I told you. Don't come and provoke me, or I won't mind teaching you a lesson. As for the rumors this time, I believe you understand them better than I do, right? Humph. Lu Xueqing thought of Yuan Zio's whip that day and snorted coldly. She then said to Chen Yao, let's go. Chen Yao, who had been slapped, dared not fight back. Seeing Lu Xueqing's words, she had no choice but to follow her, feeling wronged. The second young ladies of the He family looked at Yuan Zio in surprise and whispered, could it be her? Yuan Zio smiled and said, I wasn't sure before, but now I am sure. Huan stared at Lu Xueqing's back and said angrily, such a petty person. Meanwhile, Lu Xueqing avoided others and quietly asked Chen Yao, have you handled everything properly? Of course. Chen Yao hurriedly replied. No one has noticed, but…
But what?
Lu Xueqing asked.
Just.
With Ru Ying. Chen Yao looked cautiously at Lu Xueqing, but didn't say more. Lu Xueqing's face was uncertain, and after a moment, she said she wouldn't dare to say anything. Rest assured, just do your part well. Okay. Lu Xueqing then said bitterly, Fong Ruing, you can forget about staying by my side in the future. Traitor. The garden at Meng's residence wasn't very large, and the variety of flowers wasn't particularly rare. However, it was currently blooming season, and the garden was full of colorful blossoms, looking very beautiful. There are 2 gardens at Meng's house. One is open to outsiders, and this is that garden. The other is said to be the private garden of the old lady Meng, which supposedly contains many precious flowers. He second young lady quietly explained to Yuan Zio and Huan about Meng's family. I heard that old lady Meng has loved flowers since she was young. She was born into wealth and has collected many rare varieties. She doesn't usually let others see them, only for her own enjoyment. Then, Miss Meng's flower viewing banquet is just for show? Huan frowned slightly and whispered. Exactly, his second young lady smiled. Everyone knows that, but since it's the Prime Minister's residence, what can we do? We still have to show respect. Third young lady Zhang chimed in. She's just using this flower viewing banquet to make herself look good and pretend to be refined.
Oh.
Huan nodded. I see. Yuan Zio sighed. If that's the case, then Miss Meng isn't someone worth befriending. Madame Meng has arrived. Yuan Zio and a few others were talking when they suddenly heard someone shout loudly. Yuan Zio looked toward the gate of the garden and saw Meng Luori helping an elderly woman with silver hair walk in. Madame Meng. Everyone quickly bowed to greet her. No need for formalities, just get up. Madame Meng smiled warmly. Welcome everyone to the flower viewing party hosted by my granddaughter. I just came to join the fun. Young people, just enjoy yourselves. If you need anything, just tell the maids. Don't be shy. Yes, thank you, Madame Meng. Everyone responded with smiles. Seeing you young girls makes me feel much younger myself, Madame Meng said happily. My eldest daughter told me you all brought flowers. When I was young, I loved flowers too. She said in past years just admiring was enough. Since I'm here today, I might as well join in the fun and make it interesting. Let's add a little excitement. Then, her personal maid, Jasmine, came out holding a tray covered with gold-threaded silk brocade, but what was inside was unknown. Here is a set of glass hair accessories. If someone wins by picking the winning flower, these accessories will belong to them, Madame Meng said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was surprised. Everyone knew Madame Meng was from a noble family and had many fine things. These glass hair accessories were probably quite valuable. Seeing everyone's reactions, Meng Luoi secretly felt proud. Madame Meng continued, as for how to win, let my eldest daughter explain it to you. I won't disturb your fun anymore. She then told her maid, Jasmine, listen to what the young lady says. Jasmine quickly agreed. Farewell, Madame Meng. Everyone bowed again as she prepared to leave. After Madame Meng left, Meng Luoi smiled and said, I believe everyone heard my grandmother's words clearly. Now, I'll explain the rules. All the flowers you brought are numbered. The numbers hide the names of the different households. Soon, I will have the maids give each of you a flower card. If you like a flower, just write the number on the card. The flower with the most cards wins. How does that sound? After speaking, Meng Luoi looked at everyone with a gentle smile. Miss Meng's idea is very good. Everyone naturally agrees without objection. Then, please, all the ladies, move to the green silk pavilion. Meng Luoi made a welcoming gesture. Soon, the women paired up in groups of 3 or 4, led by maids, and headed to the green silk pavilion. The green silk pavilion is quite large, surrounded by a clear green lake. There is a dirt embankment connecting the lake shore, lined with weeping willows on both sides, hence the name green silk. The noble daughters walk gracefully along the embankment, admiring the scenery on both sides. Occasionally, fish jump out of the lake, causing the women to exclaim and laugh happily. When they arrive at the green silk pavilion, they see it filled with various potted flowers and plants, which seem to be the ones everyone brought. Each pot has a card hanging on it, with a number written on it. Counting carefully, they find the highest number is 58. Huan quietly says to Yuan Ziyu, "Sister Yu, it looks like someone brought 2 pots of flowers. There are only about 40 noble ladies present this time." Yuan Ziyu smiles softly and whispers, "It doesn't matter to us anyway." Huan puffs up proudly, saying, "That's not necessarily true. I think the flowers here are not as good as Sister Yu's." Zhang San's girl overheard and curiously asked, "Sister Yuan, which pot is yours?" Yuan Ziyu smiled and quietly pointed to one of the pots. Zhang San's girl and Hier's girl looked over and were immediately amazed.
Wow.
"Sister Yuan, your flower is a top-quality one. It's so beautiful. Sister One is right. Others can't compare." Huan felt proud and said confidently, "See? I told you so." Yuan Zi smiled. And indeed, the soil in that orchid pot was from the Jiuzhong Pavilion, and the water used to nourish the orchid was also from the pavilion's spring. The plant's vigorous growth alone made it stand out, far beyond ordinary flowers. Sure enough, not long after, a noble lady exclaimed, "My goodness! This orchid is so beautiful. What kind of orchid is this?" Apparently, she was not very familiar with the jade spot jadeite orchid. Those who knew about flowers hurried over after hearing the exclamation. Upon inspection, they couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "Wow! This is the jade spot jadeite orchid.
Who brought this?
It's so luxurious, top quality." As soon as this was said, the noble ladies all wanted to go closer to admire it, and soon, the area around the jade spot jadeite orchid became crowded. The worried young lady kept exclaiming, "Don't push, don't push. This jade-patterned jade orchid is worth a fortune. If it gets damaged, can you afford to pay for it?" Suddenly, everyone stopped and looked at the jade orchid, chatting excitedly and making a lively scene. At that moment, a maid's voice announced, "The old lady is coming." "The old lady Meng is coming?" All the women turned to look, and sure enough, they saw old lady Meng being helped by a maid as she entered the green silk pavilion. Old lady. Although the women were a bit confused about why old lady Meng returned, they still respectfully bowed. Old lady Meng smiled and said, "I didn't want to disturb you young ladies, but I heard from the maids that someone brought a top-quality jade orchid. I was curious, so I hurried over. Please don't trouble me, young ladies." Hearing this, the women quickly smiled and dared not speak more. Meng Luai stepped forward to support old lady Meng and said with a smile, "Grandmother, yes, we didn't expect there to be a top-quality jade orchid.
We were also surprised."
"Where is it? Let me see." Old lady Meng, who loved flowers all her life, couldn't resist when she heard about the top-quality jade orchid. She eagerly asked, "It's right here." Meng Luai led old lady Meng toward the jade orchid. The women quickly made way for her. Seeing old lady Meng so happy, Huan slightly pouted and quietly asked Yuan Zio, "Sister Yu, do you think old lady Meng will want this flower?" Earlier, the noble young women crowded around to see the jade orchid, but Yuan Zio and the others kept their distance, so they weren't close enough to hear clearly. Now, they could speak quietly without worry. "It depends on whether I give it to her or not," Yuan Zio replied with a smile. "I think old lady Meng probably won't bully a younger person," third young lady Zhang whispered. "But judging by her love for flowers, she might ask to buy it, probably after talking with Sister Yuan." "No way." Huan frowned, reluctant to part with it. That was a gift from Sister Yu, and she wouldn't give it to anyone. "I also think old lady Meng will ask to buy this jade orchid. Sister Yuan, that girl just now said it's worth 1,000 gold, and she wasn't wrong." "Grand lady," he softly said, "this jade spot is quite valuable. If you take it out, many people will want it, and the price will only go higher. If Grandma Meng really asks you for it, even if you sell it, you won't lose money." "Thank you for the reminder, Sister He. I understand," Yuan Zio replied with a smile. Yuan Zio was secretly shocked. He never expected that a single orchid he casually took out could be so valuable. It might earn more money faster than his small shop, but it seemed a bit too eye-catching. Huowan stood beside Yuan Zio, nervously watching Grandma Meng. She loved that pot of flowers so much, afraid that Grandma Meng would ask Yuan Zio to give it to her. If Grandma Meng asked for it, it would be hard to refuse. After all, although the Meng family didn't have a noble title, Prime Minister Meng was very influential in front of the current emperor. Offending Grandma Meng would not be good for Yuan's family. If Prime Minister Meng targeted Uncle Yuan, it would bring trouble to Uncle Yuan. Thinking of this, Huowan felt very conflicted. Indeed, it's a top-quality jade spot, Grandma Meng said, her eyes shining as she looked closely at the jade orchid. Emerald green like jade, red like fire, spots like tears of bamboo. It's truly beautiful. For a moment, no one in the green silk pavilion spoke, only hearing Grandma Meng murmuring to herself. Lu Xueqing overheard her and asked, "Grandma, how much is this jade spot worth?" Hee, Grandma Meng smiled. This jade spot, the jade orchid, is a rare variation of the jade orchid. It's very difficult to cultivate. Out of 1,000 jade orchids, only one might produce a jade spot jade orchid. So its value is naturally not cheap. When she said this, everyone was amazed, their eyes shining as they looked at the jade spot jade orchid. They wondered which young lady brought it. Although a girl had just said that the jade spot jade orchid was worth 1,000 gold coins, no one knew if she was speaking casually or seriously, so no one paid much attention. But now that Grandma Meng mentioned it, it meant something different. Who is Grandma Meng? She loves flowers and knows a lot about them and is famous throughout the capital. Oh my God, how much silver is this jade spot really worth? Someone exclaimed. Could it really be worth 1,000 gold coins, as Fourth Misting said? Grandma Meng sighed. Even if it's not worth 1,000 gold coins, it's not far from it. After speaking, she asked Meng Luoyi, "Do you know which girl brought this jade spot?" "Grandmother, I don't know either." Meng Luoyi shook her head. Just as she was about to ask, Yuan Zio spoke up. "This pot of flowers was brought by me." Everyone heard this and looked at Yuan Zio with surprise. They forgot about their earlier distance from her and instead looked at her with admiration, envy, or jealousy. Lu Xueqing secretly clenched her teeth and squinted at Yuan Zio, surprised to see she had such a valuable item in her hand. "Oh, this jade spot was brought by you, girl?" Old Lady Meng looked at Yuan Zio kindly and smiled as she said, "A girl with a good sign. Not bad, not bad." "Thank you for the compliment, Grandma." Yuan Zio replied politely with a respectful bow and a smile. Old Lady Meng nodded happily and then said, "Usually, a gentleman does not take what others love. Since you managed to grow this jade spot orchid, I believe you love flowers. My wife has no other hobbies but loves these delicate plants. Seeing her favorite flowers, she can't bear to miss them. So today, I will put aside my pride and ask if I can have this jade spot. What do you think?" She then smiled again and said, "As for the price, don't worry. I won't undervalue you. I will give you." Old Lady Meng thought for a moment and then smiled. "I'll give you 1,000 taels of gold. Are you satisfied, young friend?" 1,000 taels of gold. Selling a pot of flowers for 1,000 taels of gold, which is 10,000 taels of silver. That's a sky-high price. Such a small jade orchid, and Old Lady Meng is willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold for it. This is real gold and silver, much more precious than just talking about the jade spot orchid earlier, and it's even more shocking. Everyone admired Old Lady Meng's wealth and secretly sighed at Yuan Zio's good luck. Just attending a flower appreciation banquet, she could get 1,000 taels of gold. With this money, she could buy many good things, far better than a mere flower that can only be looked at but not eaten. Although the women present were all daughters of officials and wealthy families, their food and clothing were worry-free, but their monthly silver allowance was limited, and they often felt a pinch. All the women looked at Yuan Zio with envy and jealousy, some even wishing they could take her place.
But,
"Zio, thank you for Grandma's generosity, but I won't sell this flower." Everyone was stunned, hardly believing their ears. 1,000 taels of gold. Yuan Zio, the second girl, actually refused to sell? Was she crazy? Not selling? Auntie Meng never expected Yuan Zio to refuse her. Yuan Zio, what are you pretending? Before Yuan Zio could speak, Lu Xueqing coldly snorted. A kind-hearted old lady like Auntie Meng offers 1,000 taels of gold to buy this flower, and you still act high and mighty. Do you think you can raise the price? I think Auntie Meng is respected and kind, so even if you give her this jade orchid, it would be fine.
No wonder.
People like you doing such things is not surprising. Otherwise, you wouldn't be shamelessly sneaking into the peaceful Buddhist place to be with men in the woods. Everyone didn't expect that the rumors behind the scenes would be openly spoken out loud. They all looked at Yuan Zio, curious about her reaction. Whether the rumor was true or not, once it was spoken openly, anyone would feel ashamed. Some with thin skin might even turn around and jump into the lake. Auntie Meng was even more shocked, staring at Yuan Zio in disbelief, forgetting to argue about buying the jade orchid. You're talking nonsense. Ho Wan was so angry at Lu Xueqing's words that she stepped forward to hit her. Yuan Zio stopped her and also calmed down the angry He Zhang and the others. Second miss. Qing Ying and Qing Ji were furious. They looked at Yuan Zio, waiting for her to give an order to help their young lady seek justice. Publicly humiliating their girl, no matter what kind of noble family they belonged to, Qing Ying and Qing Ji didn't care at this moment. Yuan Zio waved her hand at Qing Ying and Qing Ji, casually pulled out her soft whip, and walked toward Lu Xueqing. What are you doing? Seeing Yuan Zio take out her whip, Lu Xueqing instinctively shrank back. But thinking this was the Prime Minister's residence, no matter how brave Yuan Zio was, she wouldn't hit her in front of everyone. She sternly shouted at Yuan Zio. Yuan Zio sneered coldly. What am I doing? Lu Xueqing, have you forgotten what I told you? I'm too lazy to explain it to you again. Before she finished speaking, she swung her soft whip toward Lu Xueqing. Everyone didn't expect Yuan Zio to hit someone in public. Suddenly, Lu Xueqing was whipped. Before she could react, a second whip struck her. The whip hurt badly, and Lu Xueqing had never suffered such pain. She trembled all over and cried out, "Help! Someone's trying to kill me." As she spoke, she tried to dodge Yuan Zio's whip. However, this delicate young lady, who usually doesn't use her limbs much, was no match for Yuan Zio. A few lashes were enough to make her fall to the ground, crying out in pain. Third young lady. Lu Xueqing's maidservant reacted quickly, shouting anxiously and trying to pull Lu Xueqing away. Qing Ying and Qing Ji refused to back down. We can't move your young lady, so how can we move you, the maid? Before the two maids could get close to Lu Xueqing, Qing Ying and Qing Ji easily blocked them. Seeing Lu Xueqing rolling on the ground after being whipped by Yuan Zio, the two maids cried bitterly. They felt they hadn't protected their young lady well and worried about the punishment they might face when they returned. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. Old Lady Meng hurriedly shouted, "Stop." She then ordered others, "Quickly go and stop that girl." She also told the maids, "Go find some young men to help." Hua Ying, Hua Hen, stop them for me. Hua Wan snorted coldly, commanding her two maids to block the maid who was about to shout for help. She, along with He Zhang and another, held back the people trying to pull Yuan Zio away. She's not going to die from a few lashes. What's everyone panicking for?
Miss Hu Oba.
Meng Luai hurriedly said, "Please step back. How can young Lady Lu withstand Yuan Zio's whip? If this continues, someone might get hurt." She deserves it. Hua Wan snorted. She was the one who wanted to hurt others first. She should be prepared to lose her life. Besides, my sister knows her limits. No one will die.
You.
Meng Luai was so anxious. Lu Xueqing was the niece of concubine Lu. If something happened to her at the Meng residence, regardless of whether it was related or not, concubine Lu would surely blame the Meng family. For a moment, Meng Luai regretted not letting Yuan Zio attend the flower viewing banquet. "Quick, come and pull Miss Waba away." Meng Luoi had no choice but to instruct the maids. I dare anyone to try. Huan glared at everyone. My father is Marquis Xianping. Try to provoke his daughter, and see what happens? Hearing this, those who were about to step forward hesitated. Who would be so reckless as to provoke the daughter of a marquis? That would only bring trouble on themselves. Miss Hwaba. At this moment, a girl dressed in a pale yellow dress stepped forward and said, "Life is precious. Please, Miss Hwaba, step back. Can't we talk things over nicely? I wonder who this is." Huan looked at the girl in yellow and said, "So you're Miss Han Lu from the Huainan Marquis' residence."
Miss Hwaba.
Miss Han Lu smiled and said, "Let Yuan Air stop. This third Miss Lu is the niece of Consort Lu. If something bad happens to her, how will we explain to the consort? Even if she is the niece of Consort Lu, she can't just falsely accuse someone or threaten their life." Huan rolled her eyes. "I think my sister's punishment of a few whips is already lenient."
But we can't hit people like that.
Miss Han Lu looked at Lu Xueqing, who was crying and rolling on the ground, and said, "Besides, the rumor that third Miss Lu spread has been going around for 2 or 3 days. Yuan Air isn't even chasing the person spreading the rumor, but she's hitting third Miss Lu here. What does that count for? She didn't spread the rumor herself. If she gets hurt badly, what will happen?" Hearing this, Chen Yao, hiding nearby, trembled involuntarily. She looked at Yuan Zio's whip and suddenly felt regret, unsure if her choice was right or wrong. If my older brother finds out, her punishment will only be worse." Huan snorted coldly. Before everyone could understand why Yuan Zio's brother would make Lu Xueqing suffer even more, Yuan Zio had already stopped the whip. Yuan Zio, you scoundrel. How dare you hit me like that? I won't forgive you." Lu Xueqing felt pain all over her body, as if she might die from it. "Lu Xueqing, do you think I will let you go? Don't you know whether I met someone secretly at Fatten Temple?" Yuan Zio flicked her whip. The whip cracked near Lu Xueqing, making her shiver violently. Everyone was stunned. It seemed like Yuan Air was implying something. Could it be that Yuan Air was also at Fatten Temple when third Miss Lu was there? If so, then the rumors about Yuan Air at Fatten Temple. "Quick, help that Lu girl up." Old Lady Meng hurriedly ordered the maids. Following Old Lady Meng's command, the maids hurried forward to help Lu Xueqing up. Yuan Zio didn't stop them. The maids from the Lu family and the Meng residence helped Lu Xueqing onto a soft stool nearby. Qing Ying and Qing Ji quickly came over to protect Yuan Zio. Yuan Air. Seeing Lu Xueqing helped up, Meng Luoi frowned and said to Yuan Zio, "No matter what, you shouldn't have beaten Miss Lu like that. Can't you talk things out peacefully? How do you plan to explain this to Duke Lu and Consort Lu?" "Miss Meng, if someone publicly tarnishes your reputation and intends to harm you, what would you do?" Yuan Zio asked.
"You."
Meng Luoi opened her mouth but didn't know how to answer. She understood how important her good name was for noble young women like them, especially when lives are at stake. I think Yuan's girl has her reasons," Old Lady Meng said to Meng Luoi. Yuan Zio bowed to Old Lady Meng and said, "Madam, today I had no choice but to hit Miss Lu. But please rest assured, I am not a troublemaker. I had my reasons for doing so, and I will not involve the Prime Minister's residence. Yuan's girl, don't worry too much. No matter how cautious we are, the Meng family isn't so afraid of trouble," Old Lady Meng replied with a smile. "Thank you for your understanding, madam," Yuan Zio said with a smile. "Third young lady, how are you?" Over there, Lu Xueqing's 2 maids, tears streaming down their faces, carefully supported Lu Xueqing, but she still winced in pain. Lu Xueqing clenched her teeth and slapped her 2 maids hard. "Good-for-nothings, all you do is cry." The maids, slapped, dared not cry anymore. They endured their tears and carefully looked after Lu Xueqing. For a moment, all the women didn't know what to say. They only looked back and forth between Lu Xueqing and Yuan Zio. Today was truly a big show. Normally, they never imagined that noble young women from prominent families would publicly whip and hit someone. Lu Xueqing felt ashamed and furious. She had made a big fool of herself today. being beaten so badly in front of so many people. How could she still have face? She hated Yuanzio and was even more angry at the noble women present. She was beaten so badly, yet they didn't come to help her, but only watched and enjoyed the spectacle. But she dared not offend the crowd, so she glared at Yuanzio with hatred. Yuanzio, what do you mean? What I mean, you should know very well, Yuanzio said coldly with a smile.
What?
Do you want to say you haven't seen me at Fatten Temple? I saw you at Fatten Temple, so what? Lu Xueqing said hatefully. You had a secret meeting with someone in the Peach Grove. Do you think I didn't see it? I tell you, Yuanzio, don't think you can use me as proof of your innocence. Even if I saw you at Fatten Temple, that doesn't prove you didn't do those things.
Oh?
Yuanzio smiled slightly. So, Miss Lu San, you haven't seen the rumors about me with your own eyes? Of course not. Lu Xueqing stared at Yuanzio. I am a pure girl. I would never get involved in such things. It's only someone like you. So shameless. You. Huowan couldn't stand Yuanzio being insulted and wanted to step forward to defend her. Yuanzio gently patted Huowan's shoulder, not angry but smiling. Hearing Miss Lu San say that, I feel relieved. What do you mean? Lu Xueqing's heart was pounding unexpectedly. What I mean will be clear soon. Yuanzio sneered at Lu Xueqing and then loudly said to everyone, just now Miss Lu San said she didn't see the things in the rumors about me with her own eyes. You all heard it, right?
We heard it.
Huo Wan was the first to speak. Second Miss He and Miss Zhang also nodded quickly. Yes, we heard her say that. Seeing Huo Wan take the lead, others also nodded in agreement. When everyone nodded, Yuanzio turned to Old Lady Meng and said, Grandmother Meng, I believe you've heard what Miss Lu San just said. You should understand how important a woman's good name is. Today, I must prove my innocence. Old Lady Meng nodded. Yuan girl, if you want to do something, just do it. A woman's reputation is as important as the sky. It's best to clear things up. Thank you, grandmother. Yuanzio bowed slightly to Old Lady Meng. Meng Luai wanted to say something, but was stopped by Old Lady Meng. Meng Luai could only stand beside her, frowning slightly. Although her grandmother said it was no problem, she knew that the Empress was very important. How could the Meng family compete with the Empress? Yuanzio then turned to Lu Xueqing, sneering again, and said to Chen Yao, who was hiding nearby, Third Miss Chen, hiding so far away, are you feeling guilty? When Chen Yao saw Yuanzio looking at her heart started pounding. She remembered how badly Lu Xueqing had been beaten earlier, and she was terrified. She even regretted her previous actions. Now Lu Xueqing couldn't even protect herself. How could she protect Chen Yao? What if everything gets exposed? If only. Chen Yao couldn't bear to think further. When she heard Yuanzio speak to her legs suddenly went weak. Luckily, the maid nearby quickly supported her, so she didn't fall to the ground. Everyone saw Chen Yao's expression and felt a bit confused. Chen Yao looked quite guilty, and after thinking about what Yuanzio had just said, their doubts deepened. Lu Xueqing saw Chen Yao's look and secretly cursed her for being stupid. After finishing, Yuanzio no longer paid attention to Chen Yao but looked at Lu Xueqing. Third young lady Lu, I don't know why you hate me so much. But I want to say that your understanding of me is not complete. I don't understand what you're talking about. Lu Xueqing stubbornly denied. Whether you understand or not, it doesn't matter. Third young lady Lu, I just want to tell you that my father is a general, and I have loved practicing swordplay since I was young.
So?
Yuanzio smiled and looked at Lu Xueqing carefully, saying, because of my early training, I am very sharp with my hearing. Just now, you and Miss Sanchin were talking in the garden, and unfortunately, I heard everything. As soon as she said this, not only Chen Yao but also Lu Xueqing's face turned pale. Listening to the two, everyone around widened their eyes. It seemed the situation became even more interesting. Not only the young ladies from various families, but even Grandma Meng remained silent, watching Yuanzio to see what she would say next. You're talking nonsense. Lu Xueqing's heart sank, and she gritted her teeth, glaring at Yuanzio. Don't think you can bluff your way through. Do you think if you just say a few words, everyone will believe you? Are you trying to make everyone look like fools? Really? You don't believe me? Yuanzio smiled calmly. Thinking about it, you two are so far away from us and hiding behind others. You must think no one heard what you said. Unfortunately, my ears have always been very good. Before Lu Xueqing could speak again, she continued, Lu Xueqing, you let Chen Yao spread those rumors, trying to ruin my reputation and even force me to death. I won't ask why. Today, I just want justice. With a loud noise, everyone started to chatter. All eyes were fixed on Lu Xueqing in shock. The rumors about Yuanzio had been spreading wildly these days. Almost everyone believed them, and seeing Yuanzio, most people wanted to stay far away. According to Yuanzio, these rumors were spread by Lu Xueqing. If that's true, what kind of hatred or grudge would cause such cruelty? Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to believe their ears.
Pa.
Lu Xueqing spat. Stop spreading lies. You did something yourself, and when people found out, you want to blame me and clear your name? That's impossible. It's okay if you don't admit it, Yuanzio sneered. This isn't something only you know. Someone will probably break under pressure and speak soon. After saying that, Yuanzio glared at Chen Yao. Chen Yao was so frightened by Yuanzio's stare that her legs trembled again. She supported her maid and barely managed to stand firm. Seeing Chen Yao's scared look, Lu Xueqing felt anxious. She wanted to give Chen Yao a hint, but was worried it might make everyone think she was hiding something. Plus, she was in pain and irritated, so she could only silently signal Chen Yao not to speak. But Chen Yao was so nervous that she didn't notice Lu Xueqing's signals. Third Miss Chen. Yuanzio stepped closer, smiling slightly. Did you say that yourself, or do I need to use force?
You.
Can't hit me. Chen Yao stammered, scared. I didn't say anything about you. Really? Yuanzio raised an eyebrow and smiled. Then why were you worried the young lady Fong might tell me something earlier in the garden? When Yuanzio said this, Lu Xueqing and Chen Yao realized she had overheard their secret talk. Lu Xueqing clenched her fists tightly, staring at Chen Yao, afraid she wouldn't hold on and might reveal everything. Chen Yao was even more frightened, trembling all over, but she still tried to deny it. I really don't know what you're talking about, second Miss Yuan. Don't know? Yuanzio chuckled. That's okay. She then took a small bottle from her purse and waved it in front of Chen Yao. Do you know what this is? Chen Yao looked at Yuanzio silently, her face turning pale. Yuanzio continued smiling. I like experimenting with medicines besides swords and tricks. Unfortunately, I can't make proper pills, but I've created some strange things instead. She waved the small bottle again in front of Chen Yao. This is blindness powder. If it gets into your eyes, you won't be able to see. Hearing this, Chen Yao shivered. Second Miss Yuan, don't scare me. No way. Yuanzio smiled faintly, took off the cap of the small bottle, and unexpectedly sprinkled the powder inside onto Chen Yao's face. What are you doing? Chen Yao, ignoring her fear, hurriedly tried to wipe the powder off her face. Some of it even got into her eyes. Young miss. Chen Yao's maid quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. After finally cleaning her face, Chen Yao wanted to scold Yuanzio for her rudeness, but at the next moment, she let out an incredible scream. My eyes. I can't see. Chen Yao panicked, waving her hands in front of her eyes, but all she saw was darkness.
Miss.
The maid hurried to support Chen Yao and also tried to look into her eyes, exclaiming in surprise, Your eyes. Your eyes. Yuanzio, what have you done to me? Fear of blindness made Chen Yao forget her fear of Yuanzio, and she asked loudly. I told you earlier, this is blindness powder. If you didn't believe me, I could only let you try it. Yuanzio said with a smile. The onlookers were secretly shocked. No one expected Yuanzio still had such things. If someone offended her and she used this blindness powder, they wouldn't be able to see anymore. For a moment, some people who were originally unhappy with Yuanzio's rude behavior became a little afraid of her. They didn't dare to criticize her anymore, thinking that if they accidentally revealed their thoughts and angered Yuan Zio, they might end up like Miss Chen. You. Chun Yao's voice trembled. You actually poisoned me. You're wrong. I didn't poison you.
You just didn't believe me.
I only wanted you to feel it. Yuan Zio said with a smile. If I really wanted to poison you, would I do it in front of so many people?
You.
Chun Yao, unable to see, was even more anxious. If she had been able to hold on before, now she was already losing her composure. Are you going to tell the truth or not?
Yuan Zio asked.
If you don't, I still have plenty of powders here. If you're interested, you can try them all and see which one you like. Let me see what powders I brought today. Itching powder, pimple powder, deafness powder, castor bean powder.
Quite a few.
While speaking, Yuan Zio looked at Chen Yao's face growing paler and continued, If you tell the truth, I will give you the antidote. But if you refuse, I will have to try each one of these powders on you. These powders haven't been tested on anyone yet, and you're the first. So many powders, and she has to try them all. Chun Yao felt overwhelmed. Just one blindness powder made her crazy, and now so many powders. Could they really be deadly? I'll tell you. Just give me the antidote, please. Chun Yao shouted, no longer caring about anything else. Don't say a word. Seeing Chun Yao relax a little, Lu Xueqing panicked and blurted out without thinking. After speaking, she immediately regretted it. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, she thought, this is the end. Suddenly, everything was silent. Everyone looked at Lu Xueqing in surprise. Her words just now indirectly admitted that the rumors about Yuan Zio were connected to her. Yuan Zio coldly glanced at Lu Xueqing and then said to Chen Yao, Speak up. Tell me everything you know. If you hide even a little, I might need to test it with my powders. Okay, I'll say it. Chun Yao only cared about whether she could still see with her eyes. Everything else was unimportant. Third Lady Lu likes young Master Xian. Chun Yao, shut up. Lu Xueqing's eyes widened in shock when she heard this. She shouted loudly, even pulling on her scars, which hurt so much she gasped. You shut up too. Yuan Zio snorted coldly and swung her whip at the empty space beside Lu Xueqing, startling her. Yuan Zio, you. Lu Xueqing gritted her teeth in hatred. Her little secret was about to be exposed, but she was powerless to stop it. All of this was because of Yuan Zio. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation. At this moment, Lu Xueqing hated Yuan Zio fiercely. Yuan Zio flicked her whip and said calmly, If you say one more word, I'll hit you again. Try me if you don't believe it. Lu Xueqing didn't want to experience the pain and humiliation of being whipped again, but she knew Yuan Zio wouldn't bluff. She was determined to follow through. Though furious inside, she dared not say another word. She clenched her fists tightly around her maid's hand, her sharp nails drawing blood. Keep talking, Yuan Zio told Chen Yao. Yes. Chun Yao continued. During the Lantern Festival, young Master Xian protected you from a knife attack. Lu San's girl was upset when she found out. Later, at Fatten Temple, we saw you and young Master Xian come out of the peach grove one after the other. Lu San's girl got angry and asked me and Miss Fong to spread those rumors. That's how it happened. After Chen Yao finished speaking, she hurriedly said, I've told you everything I know. Please give me the antidote. I don't want to be blind. Wait, I have more questions for you, Yuan Zio said. Okay, you ask. As long as I know, I'll tell you, Chen Yao replied, worried that Yuan Zio wouldn't give her the antidote. You just said Lu Xueqing asked you and Miss Fong to spread rumors about me. Why are you worried that Miss Fong might reveal the truth now? Because Miss Fong didn't participate in this matter and knows the full story. That's why I'm worried, Chen Yao paused and added. At this moment, she deeply regretted her actions. If she had known the outcome, she wouldn't have spread those rumors no matter what. Yuan Zio raised an eyebrow, thinking that Fong Ruiying was quite clever, but she didn't realize that Fong Ruiying didn't participate because the Lantern Festival left her with a big psychological shadow, which Yuan Zio had given her. This bottle contains the antidote. Use it to wash your girl's eyes. Yuanzio took out a small bottle filled with water mixed with 1/3 spiritual spring water. After washing her eyes, it will take about half an hour to recover fully. Yuanzio was reluctant to give Qinyao pure spiritual spring water. The water mixed with spiritual spring water wasn't as effective, but it still had some effect. Anyway, the blindness powder would be fine once the medicine's effect wore off. Thank you, second Miss Yuan. Chenyao's maid quickly took the small bottle and began washing Chenyao's eyes. As for Chenyao, Yuanzio didn't care. She turned to Lu Xueqing and said, "Third Miss Lu, I've always wondered why, even though this is only our first meeting, you already hold such hostility toward me. It turns out the real issue lies with young Master Xian. I'm just friends with him, yet you misunderstand everything. Have you lost your mind? Or were you kicked by a donkey or squeezed by a door? You dare to say, on the day at Fatten Temple, you didn't meet young Master Xian in the Peach Grove?" Her thoughts and secret actions were suddenly exposed in front of everyone. Lu Xueqing felt ashamed, angry, and hopeless. She didn't care anymore and pulled Yuanzio into the mud with her, saying, "You and young Master Xian came out of that peach grove one after the other. If you say you didn't meet privately, I won't believe it even if you swear on my life. I saw it with my own eyes. If I'm lying, let lightning strike me. Do you dare to swear? Humph. I have nothing to fear in swearing. Everything I say is the truth. If I lie, let lightning strike me." Yuanzio snorted coldly. "During my days at Fatten Temple, I never met young Master Xian. I went to the Peach Grove because Master Wujie invited me. Both Master Wujie and his attendants know this. It was his attendant who called me. If anyone doesn't believe it, they can go to Fatten Temple and ask Master Wujie. As for young Master Xian in the Peach Grove, I know nothing about it. No way, I clearly saw." Lu Xueqing refused to believe Yuanzio's words. Before she finished speaking, Huan stepped forward, looking at Lu Xueqing with disdain. "Sister Yu is my older brother's proper fiancée, and she will be my future sister-in-law. Yet you, just based on your guesses, spread rumors and slander Sister Yu's reputation. The Marquis of Xuanfeng's family won't let this go. Just wait and see." Humph. Everyone around was shocked by the news they overheard. Young Lady Lu admired young Master Xian, so she spread rumors about Yuan Air Girl? And Yuan Air Girl is actually the fiancée of the Marquis of Xuanfeng's heir? That means she will be the future wife of the Marquis of Xianfeng, even the Marquis's wife? Suddenly, everyone re-evaluated Yuanzio, thinking they must find a way to build a good relationship with her. They also remembered how they had previously neglected her because of those rumors, feeling a bit regretful. You. Lu Xueqing was so angry with Huan that she couldn't help but speak recklessly. "She's just a fiancée. Who knows what will happen in the future? What if Yuanzio gives your brother a green hat? Would he still want her?" With a slap, Yuanzio slapped Lu Xueqing's face aside. "Lu Xueqing, just wait for my father to come knocking." "You." Lu Xueqing covered her face, wanting to tear Yuanzio apart, but she knew she was no match for her. Now that everything was exposed, no one would help her. Her only plan was to go to the palace and ask her aunt for help. Thinking of this, Lu Xueqing supported her maid and shakily stood up, cursing, "You also wait for me." After speaking, she had a maid help her and quickly left the Meng residence. No one stopped Lu Xueqing from leaving. Most people even hoped she would leave quickly. After what happened, even with the help of the palace's noble consort, Lu Xueqing's reputation was damaged. Who would want to be with someone whose reputation was ruined? It would only harm their own name. Meanwhile, Chenyao's personal maid helped her wash her eyes. Soon, Chenyao could see some light again. After what happened, Chenyao felt ashamed to stay, so she bowed briefly to Grandma Meng and had her maid support her as she staggered away. Once Lu Xueqing and Chenyao left, Grandma Meng smiled and said, "Today, I was a bit rude to everyone. Later, I'll have the maid bring some snacks and tea. Please continue enjoying yourselves." Meng Luoyi also said quickly, "Everyone, let's continue to enjoy the flowers. Don't let anything else ruin our mood." At first, everyone wanted to leave, but seeing the host's kind invitation, They stayed and gradually returned to their previous cheerful atmosphere. Grandma Meng then said to Yuan Zio, "Young lady Yuan, I understand what happened today. Rest assured, even if Lu's girl goes to see the noble consort in the palace, I'm not worried. Everything can be explained with reason. If you need someone to testify, just come to me." "Thank you, Grandma." Since Grandma Meng showed kindness, Yuan Zio naturally wouldn't refuse. She smiled and thanked her. Grandma Meng smiled and stopped discussing this topic, asking instead, "Young lady Yuan, earlier you said that the jade plaque wouldn't be sold. Do you think the price I offered was not suitable?" "No, that's not it." Yuan Zio smiled. "I've already given that jade plaque to someone, so I can't sell it to you now." "Oh, I see." Grandma Meng said regretfully. "I just wonder, who did you give the jade plaque to?" Yuan Zio smiled and pointed to Huan. "I gave it to my sister." Huan was from the Marquis of Xuanfeng's household. Even if Grandma Meng liked the jade plaque very much, she couldn't force her to sell it. That's why Yuan Zio directly told her who she had given it to. Sure enough, when Grandma Meng learned that the jade plaque was now with Huan, she sighed quietly. Huan also smiled and said, "Yes, I love that jade plaque very much. Sister, you gave it to me." It seems that Miss Hua also loves flowers. Grandma Meng could only smile and say, "According to what I just heard, Huan is Yuan Zio's future sister-in-law." To Grandma Meng, since Huan loves that jade ornament, Yuan Zio will surely give it to her to please her future sister-in-law. Seeing Grandma Meng's disappointed expression, Yuan Zio smiled and said, "Grandma, please don't worry. I believe I am quite good at caring for flowers and plants. In a little while I plan to open a flower shop. When that time comes, you are welcome to visit my shop." Grandma Meng was initially a bit disappointed because she thought she wouldn't get the jade ornament. As she was feeling regretful, she heard Yuan Zio say this and immediately brightened with joy. "Miss Yuan, is what you said true?"
she asked.
"Of course." Yuan Zio nodded and smiled. "That's wonderful." Grandma Meng beamed happily. "Do you have other items like this jade ornament? If so, please keep one for my wife. As for the price, you can rest assured." Yuan Zio smiled and said, "Grandma, I will keep a little surprise for you. You will see when the time comes." Hearing this, Grandma Meng stopped asking further and said happily, "In that case, I will be looking forward to it." "Yes." Yuan Zio replied with a smile. "I will definitely not let Grandma Meng down." Grandma Meng was pleased and nodded happily. The noble women nearby, after hearing their conversation, secretly looked at Yuan Zio. They knew she previously owned a snack shop that received the Empress Dowager's approval, attracting many customers daily. Now she was planning to open a flower shop. If she succeeded, she would earn even more money. Thinking of this, everyone felt a bit envious. The flower viewing banquet ended, and the noble women gradually took their leave. Yuan Zio, along with Huan, bid farewell to Lady He and Lady Zhang, then left in a carriage with a jade ornament. "Sister, once your matters are settled in a few days, I will come to visit you for flower viewing. How does that sound?" Huan was still eager to see Yuan Zio's flower house. She believed that even a single flower in her house was a top-quality specimen, and there must be other treasures inside. She really wanted to see it. However, knowing Yuan Zio needed to handle some rumors, she suppressed her excitement and made an appointment to visit a few days later. "Of course," Yuan Zio replied with a smile. "But please don't tell your elder brother about this. I can handle it myself." Huan hesitated and said, "I can't promise that. Perhaps my elder brother already knows about your situation." Huan shrugged her shoulders and saw Yuan Zio blinking in confusion. She then said, "I haven't seen my brother's guard, Officer Hua, in a long time. He must be assigned to stay with you by my older brother." She had completely forgotten about Officer Hua. Yuan Zio could only reply, "All right, if you know, then that's good enough. Knowing is not enough." Huan leaned closer to Yuan Zio. "My older brother is just helping you vent his anger and teach those two bad women a lesson. Isn't that right, sister-in-law? You're such a girl." Yuan Zio shyly touched Huan's forehead. "Sister-in-law, are you shy?" Huan teased with a smile. "Stop it, or I won't talk to you anymore." Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Sister-in-law, no, I mean sister-you. At the Meng residence, Meng Luai was helping old lady Meng walk slowly toward Xinyan Hall. Grandmother, I have something I don't understand, Meng Luai said. What is it? Old lady Meng asked with a smile. Grandmother. Meng Luai continued, no matter how capable Yuan Zio is, she's just the daughter of a martial artist. Even if her father is a top general, she's still just a rough girl. Why do you still pay attention to her and even want her to be a witness? Old lady Meng sighed. I've told you many times, don't judge people just by your preferences. But you never listen. Grandmother. Meng Luoi pouted. Look at Yuan Zio, she's so rude. She hits people without caring. If today's matter gets blamed on Lu Guifei, won't our Meng family be dragged into it? Anyway, I just don't like her. Today, Yuan Zio is actually in the right. Even if she argued in front of the emperor, she wouldn't be at fault. If she doesn't care about today's trouble, people might look down on her. Just ask the maids who came today, who isn't afraid of her. But if Lu Guifei blames her, what will we do? Won't our Meng family be in trouble? Meng Luai frowned, looking worried. Do you think your father's years in office were wasted? Old lady Meng sighed and patted Meng Luai's head. Your mother insisted on raising you herself and refused to let me interfere. So over the years, I could only teach you some life lessons indirectly. Being a person, you must not be too snobbish. But your mother still taught you the wrong way. Grandmother Meng Luai pouted and said stubbornly, Are you blaming your granddaughter? How could I be so greedy? When you gave that glass hairpiece to Yuan Zio, I didn't say anything, did I? Sigh. Old lady Meng sighed helplessly. That belongs to Yuan's family. I told you before, if someone wins first place, they get the glass hairpiece as a prize. Have you forgotten that? Meng Loi pouted. She wouldn't sell that jade piece to you, and we didn't ask her for it for nothing. But if we wanted to buy it with real silver and gold, she wouldn't agree. That's because she already gave that jade piece to someone else before. She can't sell it to us now. How can a person be untrustworthy? Old lady Meng said, Honesty is the most important thing in life. Without trust, how can we stand in this world? If your father were untrustworthy, he wouldn't hold his current position. But my father is only a chancellor. He can't compete with a concubine. Meng Luai still hesitated, feeling annoyed that Yuan Zio caused trouble for her family and worried that consort Lu might target their Meng family because of today's matter. Moreover, Old lady Meng interrupted her. If one day you are bullied like this in someone else's house, would you just turn and leave? How could I? I would definitely seek justice for myself. Meng Luoi opened her eyes wide and said, If I leave, wouldn't that mean I accept those words? Then I'd be drowned in their spit. But if that causes others to take responsibility for you. Grandmother, my father is a chancellor. If I am bullied like this in someone else's house, can he just ignore it? Meng Luoi raised her chin confidently. But today, the Yuan girl was bullied in our house. That's different. Yuan's family is. Are you trying to say that Yuan's family is just a rough soldier family, not worthy of the Meng family's concern? Is that it? Old lady Meng frowned and asked. Isn't that true? Meng Luoi pouted. Our Meng family doesn't owe Yuan's family anything. You're wrong about that, Old lady Meng said seriously. Not only does our Meng family owe Yuan's family, but the entire Great Li dynasty owes them a favor too. Grandmother Meng spoke earnestly to Meng Luoi. Grandmother, I don't understand. I won't say much more. Just know that if it weren't for General Yuan back then, our great dynasty would have fallen. Grandmother Meng said, A nest of ruins can't have intact eggs. Do you think we, the people, will have a good ending? That's why you are now living comfortably and happily. Grandmother, so today you told Yuan Zio that I could be a witness? Meng Luoi asked. Not only that. Grandmother Meng replied. Luoi, you must understand right from wrong. Yes, grandmother. I understand, Meng Luoi said obediently, secretly making a face, but appearing well-behaved. That's enough. I'm tired now. You can go back, said Grandmother Meng. At this moment, they arrived at Xinyan Hall. Jasmine helped Grandmother Meng sit on the noble consort seat, placing a few soft, cloud-like cushions behind her. Yes, Grandmother. Meng Luoi bowed and left Xinyan Hall. After Meng Luoi left, Grandmother Meng sighed and said to Jasmine, Jasmine, do you think I made a mistake back then? Grandmother, you didn't do anything wrong, Jasmine hurried to say. Don't worry yourself. It's best to rest and take care of your health.
No.
Grandmother Meng shook her head. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let my eldest daughter-in-law raise Luoi out of guilt. I knew she was shallow and often favored, and looked down on others. Why did I let her raise Luoi? Now look at what she has become. At this, Grandmother Meng coughed twice. Jasmine quickly brought tea. Grandmother, drink some tea to soothe yourself. Grandmother Meng took a few sips and sighed. Being proud is fine, but her vanity and superficiality are too much. The noble daughter of the Meng family has been taught so poorly that she's no better than a petty lady, and her narrow-mindedness is shocking. Jasmine sighed quietly. Her own eldest girl was just like that. Luckily, she was in the Prime Minister's household. If she were elsewhere, she might be looked down upon. But she couldn't say this aloud. Jasmine gently massaged Grandmother Meng's shoulders and softly said, Grandmother, don't be angry. Think about the eldest and second sons. Father is proud of them. Talking about her two grandsons, Grandma Meng's mood improved a bit. That's true. Qing'er and Xing'er are both doing well. Qing'er and Xing'er are the two sons of Minister Meng, and they are the pride of the Meng family. They are young but very talented, and next year they plan to take the imperial exam. By the way, I don't know what Qing'er and Xing'er have been busy with lately. Grandmother, you forgot? Jasmine smiled and said, the eldest son got a farm before the new year, and now he and the second son are studying there. Oh, right. Grandma Meng chuckled. I forgot about that. Grandmother, you've been busy all day. You should rest now, Jasmine advised. Yes, I will rest now. Meanwhile, Lu Xueqing was crying and complaining inside Empress Lu's Yongfu Palace.
Auntie.
Lu Xueqing, tears streaming down her face, knelt before Empress Lu, sobbing. Auntie, you must help Qing'er. Seeing Lu Xueqing covered in injuries coming to Yongfu Palace, Empress Lu was shocked. Qing'er, what happened? Why do you look like this? To get Empress Lu to help her, Lu Xueqing left the Meng residence and didn't return to Lu's house. Instead, she came to Yongfu Palace in this disheveled state. Auntie. Lu Xueqing threw herself at Empress Lu's feet, crying as she told her how Yuan Zio humiliated her in front of everyone. Empress Lu's eyebrows rose in anger. Everyone just watched you being bullied? No one stepped in to stop it?
No.
Lu Xueqing gritted her teeth, full of resentment. This is outrageous. Empress Lu slapped the carved table beside her. Your Majesty, be careful not to hurt your hand. The close maid, Qin Chun, hurriedly stepped forward, holding Empress Lu's hand. Seeing it was red, she said, Your Majesty, no matter how angry you are, you shouldn't hurt yourself. If it gets hurt, who will help you? It's nothing. Empress Lu waved her hand. She was angry earlier because those people didn't respect her as a noble consort, and she hit the table in her fury. But she was smart enough to know she deserved her position as a noble consort. So she asked, Qing'er, tell me honestly, what did you do first? Lu Xueqing was caught off guard by Empress Lu's sudden question and stammered. She looked at her whip marks and cried again. It hurts so much. Seeing this, Lady Lu understood clearly and immediately became angry. She said, if you are hiding something from me and someone finds out and uses it against you, don't blame me, your aunt, for not warning you.
Aunt.
Lu Xueqing was frightened when she heard this. She quickly said, I'll tell you everything. After that, she told Lady Lu about the rumors spreading about Yuan Zio, which she had been unhappy about. Foolish girl. Lady Lu gently tapped Lu Xueqing's forehead with disappointment. How could our Lu family have someone as stupid as you? You've left so many clues. Do you think you can hide them? It's only been a few days, and someone has already found out. Are you trying to cause trouble? Or are you just hurting yourself in the end? Lu Xueqing was hit on the forehead and didn't get angry. She only cried and begged, "Aunt, please help Qing." "How can I help you?" Lady Lu scolded. "You like someone else, but you prefer that Xian Shaoqing. Do you plan to marry into the Xian family and help his sister fight against me?" Lady Lu in the palace had always disliked Queen Xian. Her biggest wish was to replace the queen and become the empress of the Dali dynasty. Now she found out that her own niece liked the brother of Queen Xian. She was furious. "Aunt, Qing'er would never do that. No matter what, Qing'er is your niece. We are family. How could she help outsiders fight against you?" Lu Xueqing was quite skilled at flattering Lady Lu. "Humph, you do have a conscience," Lady Lu said, looking at her with satisfaction. "But are you telling the truth?" "Aunt, every word I say is true. How could I lie to you?" Lu Xueqing hurriedly replied, trying to please her. "All right, I believe you," Lady Lu said with a smile. "Hurry up and get ready. Look at yourself. If anyone sees you now, they'd think something big has happened to our Lu family. When you're done, we'll think about what to do next." "Yes, Aunt." Lu Xueqing responded quickly. Qin Chun smiled and stepped forward. "Third miss, I will take you to wash your face and change your clothes." "Thank you, Sister Qin Chun," Lu Xueqing said respectfully to the maid who was close to Lady Lu. Seeing her so polite, Qin Chun smiled and nodded. "This is what I should do," she said happily, leading Lu Xueqing and her two maids to the back to wash and change. Soon after, Lu Xueqing finished washing her face and changing her clothes. She returned to Lady Lu's side. Consort Lu saw that Lu Xueqing's eyes were still swollen, but she looked neat and proper, so she nodded in satisfaction. "Aunt, you must help me get revenge." Lu Xueqing pouted and said to Consort Lu. "I'm afraid it's not the right time now." Consort Lu hesitated for a moment before replying. "Stay here with me for now. Once the fuss dies down, I will think of a way to help you."
Ah.
Lu Xueqing frowned. "Then I have to wait?" She then snuggled close to Consort Lu. "Aunt, Yuan Zio humiliated me so openly. I have no face left. If I don't suppress that shameless girl, how can I walk among the noble ladies in the future? Do you still have the nerve to say that?" Consort Lu glared at Lu Xueqing. "If you hadn't provoked her first, Yuan Zio wouldn't have insulted you like that.
It was she who shamelessly seduced Lord Xian."
Lu Xueqing said angrily. "Are you still talking?" Consort Lu shot another stern look at Lu Xueqing, making her lower her head in fear. "All right, stay here with me for a few days. Once the fuss is over, we'll talk again," Consort Lu said. "You think Yuan Zio only beat you once, and that's the end of it? Does she want to kill me?" Lu Xueqing gritted her teeth. "Humph, do you think General Yuan's family will just let this go?" Consort Lu couldn't help but slam the table. "And the Marquis of Xianping's family won't just watch you slander their future daughter-in-law? What should I do?" Lu Xueqing frowned at what Huowan had said. She initially thought Huowan was just a little girl talking nonsense, but if the Marquis of Xianping's family really intervened, even her aunt might have to be cautious. "Your father will find out about this. Once he does, we should first soothe him," Consort Lu said, feeling a bit troubled. Her brother cared too much about reputation. If he found out the truth, he might abandon Lu Xueqing. But Lu Xueqing was the legitimate daughter. If she married well in the future, she would be a great help. She couldn't be easily abandoned. Moreover, if the Lu family showed weakness, people would say that a noble consort like her couldn't even compete with a newly arrived general. That would be embarrassing for her reputation.
But
when she thought of Lu Taifu, Lu Xueqing felt a bit scared. Father probably cares even more about face. Consort Lu looked at Lu Xueqing impatiently. "I know your father values face, but you made things so obvious. How did our Lu family end up with such a fool like you?" "And I was wrong. I will be more careful in the future." Lu Xueqing pouted and said, "Aunt, you can't just ignore me." "All right," Lu Guifei thought for a moment and then advised, "If the Yuan family and the Xianping Home Mansion come to ask, just say you only mentioned it casually at the time." Somehow, Chen Yao spread the rumor. "Remember, You must insist that you are telling the truth and blame Qinyao for spreading the rumor, she added.
Oh.
Lu Xueqing quickly nodded. Make sure you remember. Lu Guifei warned again, worried. You only spoke out of jealousy at Fatten Temple. It was Qinyao who spread the rumor to flatter you. The reason you stopped Qinyao from revealing it at Meng's house was because you were afraid others would find out you liked Xian Shaojing. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Lu Xueqing nodded quickly. She felt a bit more at ease after Lu Guifei's words, but still felt nervous. But I also swore I saw Yuan Zio and the young Master Xian walking out of the peach grove one after the other. Did you personally admit that you told Qinyao to spread the rumor? Lu Guifei asked.
No.
Lu Xueqing shook her head quickly. That's good. You just liked Xian Shaojing and got angry when your feelings were exposed, saying things you shouldn't. Lu Guifei lowered her eyes and gently stroked her red fingernail, which looked like a green onion, softly saying, Yes, Aunt. Qing'er understands. Lu Xueqing was stunned for a moment, and then nodded.
Good.
If you understand, that's enough. Lu Guifei nodded with satisfaction. All right, when your father comes, just follow what I said. Now go rest for a while. I have some high-quality jade muscle ointment. I'll ask the maid to bring it to you later. Just have your maid apply it twice a day. Yes, thank you. Aunt Lu Xueqing, feeling severe pain, did not refuse. She thanked Lu Guifei and went with the maid to rest in a side room. After Lu Xueqing left, Lu Guifei squinted and thought for a moment, then said to Qin Chun, Find a way to give my pair of jade bottles to Gonggong Lu, so he pays more attention. Tonight, let the emperor check my cards. Yes. Qin Chun quickly bowed and left to arrange it. Lu Guifei leaned on the noble consort's couch, squinting and staring into the distance, muttering softly, Yuan family, Yuan Zio. Meanwhile, after saying farewell to Huowan, Yuan Zio went straight back to Yuan's house. Second young lady, we can't just let this go. Qing Ying and Qing Ji, while helping Yuan Zio change clothes, spoke to her. Yuan Zio changed into casual clothes and let Qing Ji help remove her hairpins. She only wore a few delicate velvet flowers. Hearing her two maids speak like this, she smiled and said, Of course we won't just let it go. Even if we decide to stay quiet, I doubt Lu Xueqing will be willing to give up easily. Exactly. Qing Ji quickly said. Second young lady, let me go see if the master and the two young masters are at the residence. We need to tell them quickly, or else Lu San's girl might seek help from the noble consort, and that would be bad. That's a good idea. You go check. Yuan Zio nodded in agreement. Qing Ying smiled and said to Qing Ji, You're quite clever. Of course. Qing Ji proudly lifted her chin. Where there's a master, there's a servant. Suddenly, Yuan Zio chuckled and gave Qing Ji a playful glare. Stop joking around and go check quickly. Okay. Second young lady, do you want to speak to the young master yourself about this? Qing Ying asked Yuan Zio. Yuan Zio thought for a moment and smiled. No need. I think he already knows. If she guessed right, tonight, Ho Shifei will probably sneak out again to visit the embroidery chamber.
Oh.
Seeing Yuan Zio say that, Qing Ying nodded. Then, remembering Ho Wan's plan to visit the flower house at Yuan's residence, she quickly said, Second young lady, one girl said she wants to visit our flower house, but right now. Qing Ying didn't go into details. She believed that as long as she gave a reminder, her second young lady would handle it. Since Yuan Zio had agreed, she was confident she had a way. Yuan Zio smiled and said, Don't worry. Once this matter is settled, you can go out with me. Okay. Qing Ying didn't ask further and simply agreed. Soon after, Qing Ji returned. Second young lady, today the master didn't leave the residence. Not only the master and madam, but the two young masters are also in Lu Feng Garden now, Qing Ji reported. Let's go to Lu Feng Garden. Yes. In Lu Feng Garden, Yuan Qifeng was asking Yuan Zian, have you found out where these rumors came from? Yesterday, after the Lu family heard about the rumors regarding Yuan Zio, they asked Yuan Zian to investigate. Currently, Yuan Qifeng is under the emperor's orders, responsible for the affairs of the western camp in the capital. He leaves early and returns late every day. Today, he learned that Yuan Zi was falsely accused and spread dirty rumors about him. He was so angry that he didn't leave the residence and only waited inside for news of Yuan Zi and father. We have a rough idea. It was probably Miss Chen San from the Tongjing department who spread the rumors, Yuan Zi said quickly. A girl from a fourth-rank official family shouldn't have such boldness. Have you found out who was behind this? Yuan Qifeng asked, narrowing his eyes. Yes. Yuan Zining said angrily. Someone must have instructed Miss Chen San. Father, although I haven't confirmed it yet, recently Miss Chen San from the Tongjing department has been close to Lu San from the Lu family, who works for the Grand Tutor, Yuan Zian added. So, the mastermind behind this is probably Lu San's daughter. Yuan Zining clenched his fists and asked angrily, I'm going to find her. He was about to rush out. Ninger. Lu Shi called out quickly. Ninger, stop right there. Yuan Qifeng frowned and shouted. Yuan Zi and quickly grabbed Yuan Zining. I haven't confirmed it yet. If you rush out like this, you'll only make things worse. Father, mother, older brother. Yuan Zining struggled and stomped his feet. It must be her. The daughter of the Lu family. She's not a good person. Yuan Zian looked at Yuan Zining jumping in place and glanced at his leg. Although Yuan Zining's injury wasn't serious that day, it would take about a week to recover fully. But he knew that his second brother was back to jumping around in just 2 or 3 days. It seemed that the nourishing soup and pills his little sister made were really effective. He must protect his little sister. Where's the proof? Yuan Qifeng asked.
Ah.
Proof? Yuan Zining blinked. No, I don't have any. No proof, and you still won't let anyone find out? Yuan Qifeng glared at Yuan Zining. This is the Grand Tutor's residence, not somewhere else.
But
Yuan Zining was about to say more when he heard Yuan Zi's voice at the door. I have proof. You're. Lu Shi saw Yuan Zi coming and hurried forward, holding his hand and asking with concern, Did you suffer any wrong at Meng's house today? Mother, don't worry. Yor wasn't wronged, Yuan Zi said with a smile, holding Lu Shi's arm. If you were wronged, you must tell mother. Don't hide it, Lu Shi urged kindly. The Lu family believed that Yuan Zio was happy about good news and not worried, so she hurriedly reminded her. Thinking about it, such rumors must have already spread among the noble ladies. If they saw Yuan Zio, they probably wouldn't even dare to greet her or talk to her. Just imagining her precious daughter suffering a big grievance made Lu's heart ache. Really, mother? Yuan Zio said quickly, when Lu didn't believe her. If you don't believe it, just ask Qingying and Qingji. Lu looked at Qingying and Qingji behind Yuan Zio. Qingying smiled and said, Madam, the second young lady really wasn't wronged. Qingji added, That's not all. The second young lady even fought with Lady Lu San and scared Lady Chen so much she didn't dare say a word. That's how it should be. Absolutely can't be bullied. Yuan Zio clapped her hands happily after hearing Qingji. Mother, do you believe me now? Seeing Lu breathe a sigh of relief, Yuan Zio leaned on her arm affectionately and giggled. Lu let Yuan Zio stay close and asked, That's good. So, what did Qingji say just now? Seeing her father and 2 brothers watching her, Yuan Zio recounted what happened at the Meng residence. Everyone in the Yuan family was furious after hearing her story. Yuan Qifeng slapped the table and said angrily, I'll go to the Grand Tutor's house now and demand an explanation from Lord Lu.
Exactly.
Such cruelty. Lady Lu San's heart is truly black, Lu also said angrily. Yuan Zian and Yuan Zining were also filled with anger. Yuan Zian was calmer, but Yuan Zining couldn't hold back and stomped her foot, saying, Now that we have the evidence, we should quickly seek justice for our sister. Yuan Zian softly added, We should also ask Lord Chen from the Tongjing department for an explanation. Of course. You 2 can go with your father, Yuan Qifeng nodded. Just as the father and sons were about to leave the house, they heard the gatekeeper report that the Marquis of Xianping and his wife, along with the heir, had arrived. Quickly invite them to the main hall. Yuan Qifeng ordered. Brother Hua, sister-in-law. The Yuan family hurried to the main hall. As soon as they entered, Yuan Shifeng bowed to the Marquis and his wife. The younger members of the Yuan family also greeted politely.
The group then sat down as hosts and guests.
Hua Yixio then said to Yuan Shifeng, "Elder brother Yuan, we heard from Wanner about the girl's matter. We can't just let this go. We came today to find you, intending to go together to the Grand Tutor's residence to ask for an explanation. What do you think?" "Thank you, brother Hua. We also have the same idea," Yuan Shifeng quickly replied. "Then there's no time to waste. Let's go now." Hua Yixio stood up after hearing this. Today, upon hearing about this matter, Hua Yixio was furious. Yuan Zio is supposed to be the future mistress of the Xianping Marquis estate. Being falsely accused like this shows a blatant disregard for their family. Such matters cannot be ignored easily. Naturally, they must seek justice. Yuan Shifeng and Hua Yixio went to the Grand Tutor's residence, with Yuan's brothers and Hua Shifei following behind. When Hua Shifei passed by Yuan Zio, he quietly said, "Well done." Yuan Zio heard this and smiled happily. "Sister Meng, let's go back to my courtyard," Lu Shi said to Meng Shi. "By the way, I haven't seen Wanner today." Meng Shi, walking with Lu Shi, replied, "She went out for the whole day. Her maid took her away to make up for today's lessons, so she hasn't come back." Hearing this, Yuan Zio thought that Huan must be feeling quite upset, and she couldn't help but smile secretly. After Meng Shi finished speaking, she gently patted Yuan Zio's head and said, "This time, you really suffered, Zio." Yuan Zio smiled and said, "Aunt Meng, I already took revenge on the spot." Thinking about the scene Huan described when she returned, Meng Shi couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, that's how it should be. We don't seek trouble, but we also can't be afraid. If someone provokes us, just fight back. Don't be scared. Your father, your brother Uncle Hua, and Feier will all support you." "Yes, Zio is not afraid," Yuan Zio said happily. Soon, they arrived at Lu Feng Garden. Yuan Zio stayed close to Lu Shi and Meng Shi, then ordered Qingying to return to Wu Pavilion and bring some of the prepared snacks. The three of them sat in Lu Feng Garden, eating snacks and drinking tea, waiting for news from the men. Meanwhile, at the Grand Tutor's residence, Lu Taifu was resting in his room when suddenly a servant reported that General Yuan and Marquis Xianping had arrived. He was surprised and unsure why they had come so suddenly. He quickly ordered the servant to invite them to the flower hall, tidied his clothes, and hurried there. Although the current empress favored the emperor greatly, Marquis Xianping was not only a nobleman, but also a military hero. Lu Taifu dared not neglect him. "Marquis Hua, General Yuan." As soon as they entered the flower hall, Grand Tutor Lu smiled and bowed, greeting Hu Yuan and the others. Grand Tutor Lu, Hua Yanxiu, and Yuan Shifeng did not stand up. They only nodded faintly, looking very cold. This unexpectedly surprised Grand Tutor Lu, who wondered what their purpose was. Judging by their expressions, they seemed to come with ill intentions. Grand Tutor Lu quickly ordered someone to serve tea, and asked with a smile, "I wonder if Lord Hua and General Yuan have come today for any particular reason?" Hua Yanxiu looked at Grand Tutor Lu coldly. "Does the Grand Tutor not know?" Hua Yanxiu's sharp gaze made Grand Tutor Lu feel surprised and confused. "I truly do not know. Please, Lord Hua, clarify." "Humph." Yuan Shifeng snorted coldly. "Grand Tutor, I only want to ask one thing. Why did your third young lady spread such rumors about my daughter? Not only did it ruin her reputation, but it almost led to her death. What kind of hatred is this?" Yuan Shifeng's words made Grand Tutor Lu stand up suddenly. "General Yuan, you can speak carelessly, but don't spread false words." "False words?" Hua Shifei stood up and said coldly, "The daughter of the Ministry of Justice's Qin family personally admitted that your third young lady instructed her to spread rumors about my fiancé. Are you going to deny it, Grand Tutor Lu?"
"What?"
Grand Tutor Lu frowned tightly and turned to ask the servant, "Go see where third young lady is and call her to the flower hall." Soon, the servant returned and replied, "Sir, third young lady is not at the residence."
"What?"
Grand Tutor Lu frowned. "Do you know where she went?" "Grand Tutor, you're quite good at acting. You secretly hid your third young lady beforehand, and now you're pretending to be innocent. Yuan Xiening sneered coldly, mocking him. Nonsense. Grand Tutor Lu shouted angrily. Before you came here, I didn't even know about this. How could I hide her? Besides, my Qing'er has always been obedient.
How could she do such a thing?
Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Grand Tutor, I just said that the daughter of the Ministry of Justice's Chun family personally admitted that Lu Xueqing instructed her to spread rumors about my fiancé. Do you think we're making this up to extort you? Hua Shifei said coldly. That's right, but we need to find out the truth before jumping to conclusions. Grand Tutor Lu hurriedly said, right now, it's just your side of the story. I still need to ask my third daughter what really happened. That's fine. Yuan Shifeng hesitated for a moment. We're not unreasonable people. We just hope that after you ask, you can give us a clear answer. My daughter from the Yuan family cannot be bullied like this. Lord Lu will definitely give you all an explanation. Lu Taifu nodded in agreement. Grand Tutor Lu, Huaxiao spoke coldly. I hope you can give us a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, neither the Xianping Marquis house nor the Yuan General's house will let this go easily. Rest assured, Lord Hua. Lu Taifu quickly replied. Then we won't bother you any longer. Yuan Shifeng and the others stood up to leave the Grand Tutor's residence. After they left, Lu Taifu angrily smashed a few teacups. It then dawned on him that Hua Shifei had said that Yuan's girl was his fiancée. Does that mean the Xianping Marquis house and the Yuan family are now related by marriage? If what Yuan Shifeng and the others said is true, then Qing'er has caused big trouble for the Lu family. How will the officials in the capital view them in the future? Thinking of this, Lu Taifu's anger flared. He stormed to the backyard. Look at how you've raised your daughter, Lu Taifu scolded sternly, pointing at Madame Shui. She caused such a big problem outside, and now people are coming to our door. Master, what happened? Madame Shui looked puzzled. Usually, her husband never involved himself in the affairs of the backyard. Why was he scolding her as soon as he returned today? What's the matter? Lu Taifu said angrily. Don't you know as a mother? Master, what exactly happened? Madame Shui asked, still confused. I really don't know. Seeing that Madame Shui's words seemed genuine, Lu Taifu took a deep breath and asked, Where is Qing'e? Shouldn't she be in her courtyard? Madame Shui frowned slightly. It's almost time for the lantern lighting. I think Qing'e should have come back by now. Didn't she go to Meng's house for the flower viewing banquet today? You, as a mother, are so indifferent to your daughter. You don't even know if she's at home. Lu Taifu slammed the table. I just had someone look for her, but Qing'e is not in the house.
What?
Madame Shui exclaimed. Where did Qing'e go? How would I know? Lu Taifu snorted coldly. Did she really cause trouble and dare not come back? After some thought, Lord Lu ordered his servant, Go find the driver who took Miss San out of the house today. I have something to ask him. Yes, sir, the servant replied and hurried off. Sir, what exactly happened? Seeing the servant leave, Madame Shui quickly helped Lord Lu sit on the couch and personally poured a cup of tea, handing it to him. Lord Lu took the tea, sipped gently, then placed the cup on the table, sighed deeply, and told Madame Shui about how Hui Yanxiu and Yuan Shifeng, along with his son, came to the house to demand an explanation. Madame Shui's eyes flickered. Could they be mistaken? I hope so, Lord Lu said. Otherwise, Miss Qing will have caused a big problem. That can't be right, Madame Shui frowned. Even if it is true, it should only be Yuan General coming to our house. Why is Marquis Xianping also involved? Lord Lu glared at her. That's why I say this is serious. Do you know? That Yuan girl is actually engaged to the future son-in-law of Marquis Xianping.
What?
Madame Shui suddenly stood up. That means. Humph. Lord Lu snorted heavily. It looks like that Yuan girl is destined to be the future mistress of Marquis Xuanping's house. If this is true, do you think Marquis Xianping will just let it go?
Then
maybe we should go to the palace and ask the Empress, Madame Shui said nervously, feeling overwhelmed. Foolish, Lord Lu snapped. Go ask the Empress to suppress this matter and let people say I, Lu Heng, can't teach my daughter properly, using this as an excuse to pressure others. But, sir, what should we do? Madame Shui was anxious. Lord Lu didn't know Lu Xueqing well, but as her mother, he understood her somewhat. If Lu Xueqing really did such a thing, he would believe it. She had done similar things before, but she was afraid of the Empress's power and kept it hidden, never letting Lord Lu find out. But this time, someone directly came to the house and told him about it. What should we do? What else can we do? Lord Lu snorted. If it's true, I must give the Marquis Xianping and Yuan family an explanation. I can't let my lifelong reputation be ruined by my daughter. Madame Shui was shocked. Sir, Qing is your own daughter. Lord Lu snorted again, about to speak, when the servant outside reported, Sir, the driver has arrived. Bring her in. Lu Taifu ordered. Mrs. Shui quickly adjusted her clothes and sat gracefully on the Luohan bed. Greetings, old master. Greetings, madam. The coachman entered and bowed deeply. Get up, Lu Taifu asked. Today, after the third young lady left Meng's residence, where did she go? To old master, the coachman replied quickly. The third young lady went straight to the palace after leaving Meng's house. She went to the palace? Lu Taifu frowned. Do you know why? The young servant knows little, but... The coachman hesitated. What do you mean?
Well,
the coachman looked at Lu Taifu and whispered, It seems the third young lady was beaten.
What?
Mrs. Shui suddenly stood up. Why didn't you say anything when you returned?